You clearly married the most beautiful princess of the Great Xian as your wife. On the night of the grand wedding, she had 2 maidservants take her place in the bridal chamber. Angrily, you turned around and dragged a snake woman queen back to your room. Because the princess is the reincarnation of the mystic ice empress from 100 years ago. One must remain a virgin before undergoing physical transformation. But just as you stepped out of the new house, you suddenly awakened a universal fishing system. Every time you cast the fishing hook, you can randomly reel in a treasure. But now, as you stare at the woman's undergarment you've just fished out, you're utterly bewildered. Can this thing even be considered a treasure? You were just about to put away the fabric in your hand, when you noticed what seemed to be a few words written on it. Xian, shimming, no regrets in this life. Damn, isn't that the 7th imperial concubine and the 8th prince? Sister-in-law and royal uncle, this is quite thrilling. You watched in amazement. Suddenly, I noticed there was still a bulging inner pocket inside. Upon pulling it out, I realized it was actually a memory stone. Inside, it recorded the passionate scenes between 7th imperial consort Mu Xian and 8th prince Lin Shimming. It's just a pity that your meridians are naturally blocked. There's not a trace of true essence within your body. I can't activate this thing right now to admire it. The host can only fish once daily within a radius of 100,000 miles. You can also enjoy unlimited range fishing once a month. Host, would you like to go fishing? The system previously gave you a nirvana pill. If taken while absorbing the power of a certain elemental spiritual substance, there is an extremely high probability of attaining a special constitution with identical attributes through nirvana. So the most important thing for you right now is to fish out an attribute treasure. Quickly cleanse the meridians and embark on the path of cultivation. You cast the fishing rod out for the second time. Numerous dowel patterns immediately emerged on the fishing rod's surface. It's clearly activated the unlimited fishing mode across the entire map. As the fishing hook vanished into the ripples of space, your expression becomes focused. On the other side, in an underground cave within the Death Desert, a massive purple-red python continuously emitted agonized hisses. Under the scorching of the cyan-blue flames, the scales transformed into a dazzling, iridescent array of colors. And behind a rock not far away, a young man was eyeing the scene with a predatory gaze. As the ring on his finger flashed momentarily, a phantom-like white-haired elder suddenly appeared beside them. He also showed a surprised expression upon seeing this scene. That is the true bloodline form of the Medusa Queen of the Snake People. It seems intent on devouring this 1,000-year-old earth core flame, to awaken a trace of ancient bloodline within the body. Yen Xiao. Your dragon blood supreme bone was forcibly extracted by your clan. To recover, one must absorb something of pure yang and utmost firmness. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When she devours the green lotus core flame and takes human form, strength will decline to an extremely feeble level. Take this opportunity to absorb and plunder her primordial yin and devour the green lotus core flame. By then, it will surely allow your dragon blood supreme bone to undergo rebirth. You might even have the chance to awaken the true dragon bloodline within you. At that time, relying on the suppression of the true dragon bloodline against serpentine creatures. Perhaps it might even be possible to completely tame this snake woman queen. Hearing the old man's words, the young man's breathing suddenly became rapid. Rumors say that the Medusa Queen of the Snake People is always a stunning beauty capable of bringing ruin to nations and suffering to the people. Though her personality may be somewhat aloof, the Snake People have always been known for their loyalty. Once conquered, she will remain devoted. They would remain loyal unto death. Yen Xiao frowned, but master, with my current strength, even if Queen Medusa is in a weakened state, success may also be an elusive achievement. Xuanyuzi waved his hand dismissively upon hearing this, saying, no matter. If you can't handle it later, I will naturally possess your body. Help you take down this snake woman and the green lotus core flame. Hearing this, Yen Xiao's expression instantly turned rather intriguing. Possessing him? So was he actually absorbing Medusa's essence? Is it still Xuanyuzi absorbing essence? Just as the two were conversing, the giant serpent let out another roar. Its scales had completely transformed into iridescent colors. The green lotus core flame was even more suppressed within the body. This startled Xuanyuzi's expression. It actually evolved from the purple netherflame python into the 7-colored sky-devouring python. If it could evolve to the 9-colored level, it can even rival a real dragon or phoenix. She has the potential to become an empress she must be won over. At that very moment, a strange crimson mist erupted from the 7-colored heaven-devouring python. It couldn't help but let out a painful roar. The cultivation level that had originally broken through to the Zhongwu realm. In that instant, it swiftly plummeted down. Xuanyuzi burst into laughter at the sight. The green lotus core flame is overwhelmingly domineering. It actually stirred the serpentine desires and fiery passions within her. She now has to endure not only the backlash of the fire poison but also the alien fire. They would also desperately crave mating with male creatures. Yan Xiao, your chance has come. Yan Xiao was extremely excited. His gaze was fixed intently on Medusa. And in the sky above, Queen Medusa seemed unable to maintain her bloodline true form under this backlash. The python's body began to shrink continuously, already showing signs of evolving into human form. Xuanyuzi saw this scene and immediately said, "Hurry! Yan Xiao, now is the time." But at that very moment, ripples appeared in the space above Medusa. A fishing hook with a line suddenly hooked its mouth. This made Xuanyuzi and Yan Xiao both freeze momentarily. This is the 1,000 deep underground of the endless desert. How could a fishing hook appear here? Before they could even think. There, the hooked 7-colored sky-swallowing python could be seen. His strength and the fire poison seemed to be suppressed. And that 100-long body was rapidly shrinking in that very instant. He was effortlessly dragged into the spatial ripple. Stop it! Under Xuanyuzi's reminder, Yan Xiao raised his hand and conjured a terrifying dragon claw of true essence. He immediately rushed forward, but in the end, he was still a step too late. The 7-colored sky-swallowing python vanished completely into the void. And Yan Xiao's claw swipe missed its mark. It struck directly above the cave. He instantly flew into a rage. Suddenly, it felt like someone had snatched my wife right in front of me. Damn you! Whoever you are, dare to steal my opportunity, dare to take the woman who belongs to me. I will never let you off the hook. In a fit of rage, Yan Xiao let out a furious roar. But at that moment, in his anger, he could only vent his fury for a moment, not even catching a whiff of Medusa's fart. Bring it on! Bring it on! What will it be this time? Pingyang Prefecture. Xiao Fan felt the weight on the fishing rod and excitedly reeled it in. This time, the feel was much heavier than before. There must be a big catch. As ripples spread through the space, a 7-colored giant python head emerged, causing Xiao Fan to widen his eyes in disbelief. I actually caught a snake? It looks like we'll have a special dinner tonight, snake stew. However, before Xiao Fan could finish his thought, the multicolored swallowing serpent pulled out of the spatial ripples immediately began to transform into an absolutely stunning beauty. She wore a gilded crown on her head, her cold yet stunningly beautiful face rivaling Lin Xingyan's in beauty. What caught everyone's attention most was the upper half of her body, which was only covered by a red corset adorned with gilded armor, leaving her curves barely concealed. Large patches of snow-white skin, radiating a jade-like luster, were boldly exposed before Xiao Fan's eyes. And her lower body, a slender waist, barely a handful, was wrapped in a black leather skirt with red trim, hugging her sensual hips. Below that were 2 straight, smooth, and long legs. That moment of allure, that instant of overwhelming passion, left Xiao Fan feeling as though he might suffocate. His heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. As the Medusa Queen fully transformed into human form, Xiao Fan immediately utilized the suppression of the void fishing rod to leave a mark on her soul. With a flick of his mind, the fishing rod vanished and the hook detached from her mouth. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the system's power, the hook did not cause any pain when it hooked a living being, and no scars remained after it was removed. Therefore, Queen Medusa's lips remained as sensual and pink as ever. The next moment, Queen Medusa pounced on Xiao Fan, causing him to let out a pained cry. Because at that moment, he felt that the woman before him was simply too hot. Other women are made of water, but this woman must be made of lava. Queen Medusa of the Snake People tribe from the endless death desert had just devoured the Blue Lotus Earthcore fire, causing her bloodline to evolve and her strength to break through to the first level of the Zongwu realm. However, due to the backlash of the Blue Lotus Earthcore fire, the fire poison and primal serpent desires within Queen Medusa's body had been ignited. She was now in a state of confusion, driven solely by the desire to mate with male creatures. As various pieces of information emerged, Xiao Fan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Snake People tribe? Queen Medusa? She's even broken through to the first level of the Zongwu realm? Zongwu realm, what the hell does that even mean? She could sweep through the Great Qian Empire. After all, the strongest known warrior in the Great Qian Empire has only reached the Imperial Martial Realm so far. Man. Just as Xiao Fan's thoughts fell, the Medusa Queen opened her eyes. What should have been cold and clear eyes now gleamed with a hint of confusion and longing, as if fiery flames were burning within. A pinkish mist also billowed from her mouth. This was the scent of serpentine desire. It could drive any living creature that inhaled it into a frenzy of lust. Xiao Fan instinctively inhaled a breath and immediately felt his blood racing through his veins, his yang energy boiling as if it were about to erupt. At that moment, Medusa Queen's body grew even hotter, and her clothes began to flare up with clusters of flames, making Xiao Fan feel as though his scalp was about to explode. This was no ordinary flame. It was the fusion of the Blue Lotus Earthcore fire and Medusa Queen's life-bound beast fire, forming an even more terrifying celestial and earthly inferno. If it were to touch him, a single strand would be enough to reduce him to ashes. After all, he is currently just an ordinary human being. Yan Lin, the image of the Medusa Queen in this book. The author currently doesn't have a model, so they had to find an existing image. They'll try to create one later. Chapter 4, Last night, you were the one who forced me. I'm just a victim. Oh right, the newbie reward. A flash of inspiration struck, and Xiao Fan took out the nirvana bone-washing pill and instantly learned the 9 yang god-slaying technique. Medusa Queen could no longer control herself. Instinctively, she set up a barrier around herself before approaching Xiao Fan with a dazed expression, her clothes turning to ash. The flames that landed on Xiao Fan also burned his clothes to ashes. Fortunately, Xiao Fan had already swallowed the nirvana bone-washing pill. As the potion's effects spread throughout his body, it absorbed the green lotus earth core fire emanating from Medusa's body. He didn't sustain any significant injuries. Medusa, wake up. This prince is finally a married man. Be gentle, this is my first time, not there it's so sensitive. Amidst a chaotic commotion, Xiao Fan lost his virginity in a mix of sorrow and anger, transforming from an impotent husband into a married man who had been humiliated. A strange sense of pleasure a strange sense of humiliation made Xiao Fan beg for more. Lingxing, why hasn't the prince consort come to the bridal chamber yet? Should we go out and look for him? In the bridal chamber, Lingxing and Lingyue waited impatiently, with the latter finally unable to contain herself. This made Lingxing shake her head. The princess said to let the prince have some time alone to calm down. We should not disturb him for now. Besides, actually, I'm a little afraid of sharing a room. I heard that some princes and imperial sons can be quite perverted when sharing a room with women. They beat and whip them and even use tools. I wonder if the prince consort will act that way since he's in a bad mood. Hearing Lingxing's words, Lingyue shrank back slightly. It seemed she had been frightened by those words. Then, let's not go looking for him yet. We'll wait and see how things are tomorrow. After hesitating for a moment, Lingyue suggested. Although Xiao Fan was an ordinary person unable to cultivate, they, as Lin Xingyan's personal maids, had already reached the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm, far surpassing Xiao Fan in strength. However, Xiao Fan's status was undeniable. If the other party used tools to torture the two of them, they would be in a bind. They couldn't fight back, and they couldn't just stand there. They would have to go find Lin Xingyan to settle the matter. But if this matter were to escalate, it would not only affect the relationship between Xiao Fan and Lin Xingyan but also involve the conflict between the Jinnan Wangfu and the imperial family. On the other side, in a secret room in the north courtyard, Lin Xingyan's hands formed a seal, and a mysterious mirror floated before her, constantly emitting a bone-chilling cold energy. This icy cold energy continuously entered Lin Xingyan's body, causing her body to undergo a transformation. Not only did a mysterious ice-blue rune appear between her eyebrows, even her jet-black hair turned into a blue hue, and her aura surged wildly. The next moment, with a sound like a barrier being shattered echoing through the chamber, Lin Xingyan's cultivation broke through from the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm to the 1st level of the king martial realm. This caused her to open her eyes involuntarily. My physique has finally transformed into the Taiyin Bingxian body. Now, should I continue down the path of my previous life, or blaze a new trail and forge a different path? Looking at the mirror before her, Lin Xingyan murmured to herself. In her previous life, she had relied on the Taiyin Bingxian physique and cultivated the extreme cold ice technique. In just a century, she reached the Emperor Martial Realm and became the Ice Xian Empress, whose might shook the Tsangyun realm. However, due to the ruthless and heartless cultivation techniques she practiced, she eventually became completely consumed by her power. She became as cold as ice and often unpredictable in her emotions. Once, an Emperor Martial Realm expert dared to tease her, only to be chased across billions of miles of territory and ultimately hacked into pieces by her. It was then that she realized that while the cultivation technique was powerful, it was flawed in its ruthlessness. Moreover, it made it nearly impossible to break through to the divine realm. Thousands of years passed. She traveled to every corner of the Tsangyun realm, striving to refine the technique and eliminate its flaws, but ultimately achieved little. It was not until she discovered the precious yin-yang reincarnation mirror in the tomb of the gods that she found the key to perfecting the technique through its divine essence. To obtain this artifact, she engaged in a terrifying battle with a top-tier demon emperor of the time. This ultimately triggered a terrifying forbidden power within the Burial of Gods abyss, which not only instantly killed both of them but also split the yin-yang reincarnation mirror into two halves. Fortunately, the yin-yang reincarnation mirror activated the reincarnation power contained within it. This fragment, carrying a remnant of her soul, allowed her to be reborn in another life. The other half fell into the hands of the demon emperor, and it is likely that it also carried his remnant soul into reincarnation. After regaining her past memories, she used this precious fragment to deduce another version of the Taiyin Bingxian Ju, but she had no certainty whether it would work. Indecision is not my style. If I were to live another life and fail to surpass my previous one, then this life of mine would have been lived in vain. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Lin Xingyan chose to cultivate the revised version of the technique. The next morning, Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes. He couldn't remember how many times he had been taken by Queen Medusa last night. He only felt completely drained. The area around them was a charred wasteland. Had it not been for the barrier cast by Queen Medusa, this palace would likely have been reduced to nothing but ashes. Under the scorching heat of the Blue Lotus Earthcore fire and the effects of the Nirvana bonewashing pill, Xiao Fan had undergone a fundamental transformation. Not only had his physical constitution transformed into a pure young holy body, but his cultivation had also surged to the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Who would have thought? Starting off by catching a Medusa, he had gained such immense fortune. Your eyes, are you giving them up? Just as Xiao Fan was staring at the Medusa Queen, a cold voice echoed through the hall, and the Medusa Queen slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, a beam of light flickered over her body, transforming into a gown that covered her entirely. As she floated upward, several flames began to dance around her, and the temperature in the hall rose sharply. This scene caused Xiao Fan's expression to change involuntarily. Hey, calm down. It was you who forced me last night. I'm just the victim here. And last night, if it weren't for me helping you, you would have been killed by the fire poison and the backlash. As the Medusa Queen of the Snake People, you can't possibly repay kindness with betrayal. Seeing this, Xiao Fan rushed to the wardrobe outside the barrier that hadn't been burned last night. He grabbed a piece of clothing and threw it over himself, then faced Medusa with a righteous expression. Holding the trump card, Xiao Fan wasn't afraid of the Medusa Queen. Oh? My savior? Medusa Queen landed on the ground upon hearing this, then walked toward Xiao Fan with her long, elegant legs. She raised her hand and gently traced it across Xiao Fan's face and chest. Finally, she leaned close to Xiao Fan's ear. Do you need me to call you master? Then use this body to continue repaying you? Hearing Queen Medusa's cold yet seductive words, Xiao Fan's pure yang physique immediately grew restless. But in the end, reason overcame desire. Is the queen testing me? Though I, Xiao Fan, am no saint, I am also not a shameless lecher. Last night's events were an accident and beyond my control. Of course, accidentally saving Queen Medusa's life was indeed a great honor for this humble servant. But your majesty is the ruler of a clan, beautiful as a heavenly maiden, and your strength has reached the Zhongwu realm. You are truly beyond my reach and beyond my wildest dreams. Therefore, regarding last night's incident, Xiao Fan dares not expect any reward. I only hope that Her Majesty the Queen will view this matter rationally. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Although Medusa had already been secretly imprinted with his soul mark, if she dared to harm him, he could retaliate at any time. However, given Medusa's cold and arrogant nature, if she discovered that her life was in someone else's hands, she would certainly rather die than submit, and might even choose to destroy herself along with him, making the situation even more complicated. Therefore, Xiao Fan still wanted to approach her with sincerity and honesty to see if he could persuade this queen. Chapter 5: Successfully Persuading Medusa, the beginning of the queen becoming a loving wife. What do you mean, you don't want to take responsibility? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Queen Medusa gently raised her hand, and a strand of flame ignited at her fingertip, causing the surrounding space to warp instantly. However, Xiao Fan remained unfazed, seemingly certain that Medusa would not attack. He took a deep breath and replied in a low voice. If Queen Medusa wishes for this young man to take responsibility, Xiao Fan will never disappoint you in this lifetime. However, at present, my strength is still insufficient. Before I have grown stronger, I may cause some inconvenience to your majesty. Of course, if Queen Medusa wishes to sever this connection, Xiao Fan will not use last night's events to bind the queen. The initiative does not lie with me, but with Her Majesty the Queen. Xiao Fan first stated his position, then handed the initiative back to Medusa. This caused Medusa's gaze to flicker uncontrollably. After giving Xiao Fan a deep look, she withdrew the flickering flames at her fingertips. Where are we? This is the imperial capital of the Great Qian dynasty, separated from the endless death desert where the Snake People tribe resides by the Silver Moon dynasty, at least tens of millions of miles away. Upon hearing Medusa's question, Xiao Fan answered honestly, while his mind began to calculate. Judging by Medusa's demeanor, she didn't seem like an unreasonable woman. Perhaps he had a chance to persuade this Snake Clan queen to stay. If he could manage that, he would gain a terrifyingly powerful protector by his side. Then, in the Great Qian Imperial City, he wouldn't have to walk on eggshells anymore. You used a fishing rod and a hook to pull this queen out of the depths of the endless death desert and bring her here? Hearing this, she realized that the place she had been in was millions of miles away from here. Medusa Queen was stunned. She then recalled the hook that had appeared last night and turned to stare intently at Xiao Fan, asking him. This made Xiao Fan grow tense, his mind racing frantically. To be honest, telling the truth would reveal the secret he was hiding. If he didn't tell the truth, it would be like treating the Medusa Queen like a little darling. Trying to deceive her, though there was a chance it might work, there was also a chance it would completely backfire. Yes. However, while the thing can lure someone back, it can't send them back. After some internal deliberation, Xiao Fan answered honestly. This surprised Queen Medusa. She had thought the human would hide the truth or make up an excuse to brush her off, but instead, he admitted it. This gave her a sense of trust. Aren't you afraid that I might take your treasure? Queen Medusa played with her fingers, emanating a dangerous aura, as if she truly wanted to take Xiao Fan's treasure. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Fan sighed in relief. If Queen Medusa truly had such intentions, she would have already acted to seize them. Why bother saying so much? Moreover, that item can only be summoned by me, and only I can use it. Even if the queen were to take it, it would be useless. Oh? If you put it that way, I suppose I'll give it a try. Queen Medusa seemed to have a rebellious streak upon hearing Xiao Fan's words. She couldn't help but show a look of eagerness. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Fan suddenly summoned the void fishing rod, causing it to hover in front of Queen Medusa. If the queen wants to try, then go ahead. The void fishing rod was a part of the system that only he could use. Furthermore, no matter where this thing is, as long as he thinks of it, it will appear in his hands. Therefore, Xiao Fan isn't afraid that the Medusa Queen will take it away. Furthermore, he controls the life and death of Queen Medusa's soul. If she were to become involved with him and not cherish this fleeting romance but instead seek to seize the treasure, then she would have no one to blame but herself for his ruthlessness. No need, put it away. I'm not really trying to take your things. Hearing Xiao Fan's words and glancing at the fishing rod, Queen Medusa spoke with a cold and slightly arrogant expression, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a faint smile. The reason she asked that question was merely to test Xiao Fan's character and his attitude toward her. If he had spouted nonsense and treated her like a little darling, even if they had done that last night, she wouldn't have had a good attitude toward Xiao Fan. But Xiao Fan was completely honest and willing to trust her. This made Medusa feel acknowledged, and her feelings toward Xiao Fan improved slightly. Last night's incident was merely an accident. I am not an unreasonable person. You helped me suppress the snake's desires and the backlash of the fire poison, and I accidentally helped you awaken your pure yang constitution. We two can say we owe each other nothing. Let us just consider it a fleeting illusion, a dream that has faded away. After speaking to Xiao Fan, Medusa raised her hand and tore open a spatial fissure, intending to disappear into it and leave. This made Xiao Fan grow anxious, and he rushed forward to grab Medusa. Wait! You can't leave yet! As Medusa was grabbed by the wrist, her body stiffened slightly, and her aura grew icy in an instant. What? Do you want this queen to stay and continue serving you? Medusa turned her head coldly, her gaze deep and piercing as she looked at Xiao Fan, her aura growing increasingly dangerous. As a Medusa of the snake people, she had her own dignity and pride. Although she valued her chastity highly, she would not abandon her dignity and submit to another simply because she had lost it by accident. That wasn't the king's style. No, it's because your injuries haven't fully healed, and there are still significant underlying issues within your body. The fire poison within your body has only been temporarily suppressed. It still lurks deep within your meridians and blood vessels. Even if you break through to the Zhongwu realm now, it will be extremely difficult to eradicate the deeply rooted fire poison. In the future, if you're not careful, once the fire poison erupts again, it won't just cause you unbearable pain. It might even trigger snake desires, putting your chastity at risk. Most importantly, if this fire poison cannot be completely eradicated, you will never fully control the bloodline of the seven-colored swallowing heaven python, and your future strength will be limited to the Zhongwu realm. However, I can help you completely eradicate the fire poison from your body and assist you in evolving the bloodline of the seven-colored swallowing heavenly python. Your martial arts journey will not end here. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Medusa's pupils contracted. She seemed surprised. Xiao Fan had actually been able to discern the injuries and latent dangers within her body at a glance. How can I trust you? Medusa, after all, was no innocent young girl. After a moment of shock, she asked in a cold tone. Xiao Fan smiled slightly upon hearing this and immediately activated the 9-yang slaying god technique. The cultivation technique I practice, combined with my physical constitution, not only allows me to absorb and refine the fire-attributed toxins derived from fire energy, but also gradually purify and refine your bloodline. As the 9-yang slaying god technique was activated, a pure yang energy entered Medusa's body, beginning to devour and refine the remaining fire poison within her. It also refined and purified the bloodline energy. Although the process of devouring and refining was extremely slow, it still left Medusa deeply shocked. Because the fire poison within her was deeply rooted, even she was unable to eradicate it completely. Moreover, as part of the power from her Qinglian earthcore fire fused with the fire poison, these fire toxins had become even more stubborn and terrifying, and only some Zun level or holy level spiritual medicines had a chance of removing them. Yet, to her surprise, Xiao Fan, who was only at the earth martial realm, could already shake these fire toxins. He could even help her refine and purify her bloodline. Human, your abilities are indeed tempting to this king, but I cannot stay by your side for an extended period. At most, I can remain for a year or two. Of course, during this time, if anything happens to the snake people or if you provoke someone you shouldn't, I will leave you without hesitation. Furthermore, do not think that because you can help me purify the fire poison and refine my bloodline, you can use that as leverage to order me to do this or that. I will not submit to you because of this. If you dare to provoke me, when I take action against you, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. After a moment of contemplation, Medusa spoke in a cold, clear voice. Though her expression remained aloof, Xiao Fan paid no heed, feeling a hint of delight within. Such a cold-hearted woman was indeed hard to approach at first. But if one could break through her defenses and enter her innermost thoughts, she would remain loyal to him until the end of her days. Therefore, as long as she was willing to stay, there was a chance to conquer her. After all, time breeds affection. If love doesn't grow in a day or two, then try again on the second, third, or fourth day. As long as you spend enough time together, feelings will eventually develop. The proud and beautiful Medusa, that expression is just perfect. Chapter 6, the Empress's wife meets Medusa the Queen for the first time. How long do you plan to keep holding on to this queen's hand? Just as Xiao Fan was feeling excited and couldn't help but fantasize about conquering Medusa and turning her from a queen into a little wife. Medusa's voice suddenly rang out, causing Xiao Fan to awkwardly let go of her hand. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, may I ask your name, Your Majesty? I remember. Medusa is just the title for the queens of the snake people tribe. Calling you Medusa Queen all the time feels a bit formal. Besides, we're currently within the human empire. Calling you Medusa Queen might attract unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Medusa hesitated for a moment before finally revealing her true name. My name is Yan Lin, the 36th Medusa of the snake people tribe. Yan Lin. Your name truly fits you, fiery and fiery. Xiao Fan couldn't help but mutter under his breath, but before he could finish, he noticed Medusa walking straight toward the exit, and the voices of Ling Xing and Ling Yu could be heard from outside. Prince Consort, the princess sent us to bring you breakfast. Before Lingxing and Lingyue could finish speaking, Medusa had already opened the door barefoot and stepped out of the hall, causing Lingxing and Lingyue, who had just arrived in the courtyard, to pause in surprise. A woman? Such a beautiful woman. A beautiful woman has emerged from the princess side chamber. Did the princess get cheated on by the prince on her wedding night? In the blink of an eye. Upon seeing Medusa, Lingxing and Lingyue couldn't help but marvel at her beauty and figure, which were no less stunning than their own princesses. They couldn't help but think to themselves. No wonder. Last night, Xiao Fan didn't come to the bridal chamber to join them in their room. He was actually here in the side hall with another woman. You, who are you? Looking at the red-clothed woman before him, wearing a gilded crown on her head, her aura was even stronger than Lin Xingyan's. Lingxing and Lingyue both asked nervously. Medusa merely glanced at the two of them indifferently before sweeping her gaze across the courtyard, observing the flowers and plants within, and sensing the spiritual energy permeating the heavens and earth. A complex and longing expression flashed across her face. This was where the snake people should be living. But for various reasons. The snake people had been trapped in the endless death desert for thousands of years. Now that she had broken through to the Zhongwu realm, she wondered if she would ever have the chance to lead her people out of the endless desert of death. Before Medusa could dwell on her thoughts for long, she noticed an unusual gaze sweeping over her, causing her to instinctively look toward the entrance gate behind Lingxing and Lingyue. There, a woman with an equally cold and beautiful face, whose aura was no less impressive than hers, was staring at her with a look of surprise. Zhongwu realm? And that bloodline aura, could it be the seven-colored swallowing serpent? Could it be? Is she the Medusa Queen of the snake people tribe in the endless death desert? I never expected this generation's Medusa to break the bloodline restrictions and reawaken the ancient beast's seven-colored swallowing heaven serpent bloodline. But why is she here in Xiao Fan's courtyard? Drawing on her memories and insights from her previous life, coupled with the imperial soul attributes she still possessed, Lin Xingyan immediately discerned Medusa's cultivation realm and origins. This left Lin Xingyan deeply astonished. Medusa also looked at Lin Xingyan with a mix of astonishment and solemnity. Judging by her life force and appearance, this woman was no more than 20 years old, yet her cultivation had reached the king martial realm. Such natural talent. She might even rival some of the prodigies from the Central Plains region. Of course. What truly unsettled Medusa was the faint sense of oppression she felt emanating from Lin Xingyan, an oppression characteristic of a superior being. This left her deeply puzzled. Who is she? After exchanging glances, Xiao Fan had just finished tidying his clothes and stepped out of the hall when he heard Medusa's cold question. Xiao Fan followed Medusa's gaze. He immediately replied offhandedly, "She is the woman I married yesterday, but due to certain circumstances, we are only." Before Xiao Fan could finish his sentence, as he instinctively activated his inside eye, Lin Xingyan's information appeared before his eyes, causing his expression to freeze instantly. Lin Xingyan, on the surface, she is the 9th princess of the Great Qian dynasty, having broken through to the king martial realm at the age of 20. However, she has another identity. She is the reincarnation of the Ice Qian Empress from 100 years ago. This woman is a reincarnated empress? And one of the top-tier ones at that. No wonder. This woman refused to let him touch her on their wedding night. She must be a powerful woman with a shocking background. As he looked at the information flashing before his eyes, Xiao Fan's head was spinning. Just what? You only say half the words, teasing this king's curiosity? Seeing Xiao Fan suddenly freeze, Medusa furrowed her brows and pressed further, snapping him back to his senses. Nothing. Although we're married, it's only in name. We haven't consummated the marriage. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively upon hearing this. These words caused Lin Qingyan's brows to furrow slightly, and an uncomfortable feeling welled up inside her. Xiao Fan, this is a private matter between us. Is it appropriate to discuss it in front of others? Lin Qingyan said. But just as she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed something off about Xiao Fan. Upon looking closely, her eyes couldn't help but narrow. This is the pure young holy body? And his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the earth martial realm? How is that possible? Xiao Fan was clearly born with and had no cultivation at all. Yet in just one night, he had transformed into this? Could it be that these two? Looking at Xiao Fan and Medusa, Lin Qingyan's mind was flooded with a possibility, but she immediately dismissed it. Even if Xiao Fan and Medusa were practicing dual cultivation, with Medusa's multicolored swallowing serpent bloodline and her cultivation level at only the first rank of the Zhongwu realm, it was impossible for her to help Xiao Fan achieve such a transformation. There must be something fishy going on here. Who said she is an outsider? In Lin Qingyan's shock and speculation, Xiao Fan replied calmly. Yan Lin is my woman. Last night during the wedding night, you told me that from now on you wouldn't share a bed with me, and that this prince could choose whoever I wanted. Now, this prince has already found a suitable partner. I don't think you'd go back on your word, do you? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Medusa's gaze swept over him, and her aura grew dangerous. She never expected Xiao Fan would dare to tell his own wife that she was another man's woman. However, considering that Xiao Fan had once been involved with her, she couldn't afford to lose face in front of his legitimate wife. She had to give him some respect, no matter how little. Medusa's gaze flickered for a moment before she ultimately did not refute the statement. She merely transmitted her voice to Xiao Fan. This time, I'll give you face. But don't you dare think that I've truly become your woman. If you dare to cross the line in the future, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Upon hearing Medusa's whispered words, Xiao Fan merely smiled faintly. He didn't take Yan Lin's threats seriously. After all, she was the queen. She had to save face. Lin Qingyan was left speechless by Xiao Fan's words. Speaking so boldly in front of the legitimate wife. It seems that last night, she didn't let Xiao Fan touch her, but let him take the maid instead, which only served to deepen the resentment in his heart. Since she is your woman, she may stay in Pingyang Mansion from now on. I don't mind having an extra pair of chopsticks in Pingyang Mansion. Of course. If you wish to give her a proper status, I can arrange a wedding for you and grant her the title of a concubine in a side chamber. Hearing Lin Qingyan's words, Xiao Fan was taken aback. He had expected this woman to fly into a rage, but instead she accepted it so calmly. Such composure. She truly lives up to her reputation as the reincarnated Empress. Before he could say anything else, Medusa raised an eyebrow and murmured softly from the side. Interesting. You actually offered to give this king the status of a concubine, making your position as the legitimate wife all the more clear. But what if? What if this queen doesn't want to be his concubine? Looking at the woman before her, whose beauty and demeanor were no less than her own, Medusa couldn't help but feel a surge of competitive desire. Her gaze grew dangerous as she looked at Lin Qingyan. The Empress shifted her body, her fragrant shoulder gliding smoothly. The queen turned her body, her aura overwhelming. Chapter 7. If you lose, you'll have to wash my feet for a month. How about it? Humph. Upon hearing Medusa's words, Xiao Fan's expression immediately changed. Damn it. I almost forgot that the woman beside me was Medusa, the queen of the snake people, whose pride and aloofness were beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Making her a concubine. What's the difference between that and making her a sex slave? Oh? You don't want to? Lin Qingyan looked at Queen Medusa with some surprise, her gaze meeting hers without a hint of fear. Although we have not yet consummated our marriage, I am his lawful wife, having gone through the marriage ceremony with him. If he wishes to marry another woman, she will only be his concubine. Oh? Is that so? Medusa's lips curled slightly at the words, and the aura around her grew even more dangerous. That's simple. I'll just have him divorce you. Anyway, since you didn't let him touch you on your wedding night, no matter how beautiful you are, you're just a vase to be admired. Divorce would at least put an end to it. Upon hearing Medusa's words, Xiao Fan's face betrayed his surprise. What the hell? Is this Medusa Queen helping him vent his anger? Or has the queen's competitive spirit been stirred up after meeting the Empress? No wonder she is the Medusa of the snake people. Her personality is indeed cold and arrogant. Lin Qingyan smiled faintly upon hearing this, then quickly changed the subject, speaking with sharp edges. But he is the prince consort I chose. Whether to divorce him or not, that's entirely up to me. What of the snake people's Medusa? What of the Zhongwu realm? As a reincarnated peak emperor realm powerhouse with a supreme treasure deep within her spiritual sea? Even if there was a two-realm difference in cultivation, if she were truly willing to pay the price, she could severely injure or even kill the opponent. Therefore, Lin Qingyan, despite being 2 realms weaker in cultivation, possesses the cold arrogance of an empress, which is no less formidable than her opponents. You can actually discern this king's origins in cultivation realm? Medusa stared at Lin Qingyan with astonishment, growing increasingly certain that this woman was no ordinary person. Lin Qingyan, wearing a crown, with an absolutely stunning face, exuding an overwhelming aura of a high-ranking figure, and possessing the legendary seven-colored swallowing serpent bloodline. Apart from the Medusa Queen in the endless death desert, I cannot think of any other woman who possesses these characteristics. Though I don't know how you ended up here, I must still warn you, the waters of the Great Qian Empire are far deeper than you imagine. Even if you have broken through to the Zhongwu realm, do not act recklessly within the imperial city. Otherwise, if you attract the attention of those behind the imperial family, even if you are the Medusa Queen of the Snake People, you may not be able to leave the Great Qian imperial city safely. Oh? Are you trying to warn me? Upon hearing Lin Qingyan's words, Medusa replied coldly. The aura emanating from her body grew even more dangerous. This king has some doubts. Though your natural talent is indeed terrifying, breaking through to the first level of the king martial realm at such a young age does make you a prodigy among your peers. But even if I'm not much, I'm still a Zhongwu realm expert. Do you really think you can afford to provoke me? If you accidentally anger me, I could kill you with a single flick of my finger. Upon hearing Medusa's words, Ling Xing and Ling Yu's expressions changed instantly, instinctively stepping forward to shield Lin Qingyan, fearing that Medusa might attack her. However, Lin Qingyan showed no fear, instead looking at her calmly. The Zhongwu realm is indeed powerful, but if you want to kill me, you're not strong enough yet. Is that so? Then I'll have to give it a try. Medusa, hearing this, grew furious. As she raised her hand slightly, a strand of flame appeared. A terrifying heatwave instantly engulfed the entire courtyard. Lin Qingyan's eyes narrowed, and a chilling aura spread from her body, enveloping the entire courtyard. The atmosphere became tense and charged, causing Xiao Fan's expression to change involuntarily. Stop! This prince knows I'm exceptional, and you two are so envious that you'd both want to possess me. But there's no need for you to fight to the death over me. This is so unfriendly. If it comes to that, I'll just get a bigger bed, and we can all share it together. Wouldn't that be delightful? Fearing the two women might actually fight over their competitive spirit, Xiao Fan stepped forward to divert their attention toward himself. Sure enough. After these words fell, Lin Qingyan and Medusa both turned to Xiao Fan, almost shouting in unison. Are you looking for a beating? Seeing this, Xiao Fan immediately took a step back, his face showing a look of fear, but he sighed in relief inwardly. To prevent the two women from getting into another fight over the queen's competitive spirit, Xiao Fan quickly changed the subject. Lin Qingyan, I know you married me, but let me touch you. It's because you think, with your talent and background, we're not on the same level in the future. But you have your path to godhood, and I have my own way to the heavens. Right now, I may not be as strong as you, but in the future, I won't lose to you, I'll even surpass you by a wide margin. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Xiao Fan said to Lin Qingyan. These words made Lin Qingyan's mind buzz like thunder had struck, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Fan, her breathing becoming, completely losing the calmness she had earlier. Even Medusa stared at Xiao Fan and Lin Qingyan with a look of astonishment. She couldn't help but feel. Xiao Fan's words seemed to hold a deeper meaning. What do you mean? Lin Qingyan took a deep breath and stared at Xiao Fan as she asked. In that moment, she felt as though she were standing naked before Xiao Fan, with all her secrets laid bare before him. The literal meaning. Xiao Fan heard this and curved the corners of his mouth slightly, his expression becoming enigmatic, as if he had truly seen through Lin Qingyan. You have your secrets, and I have mine. But setting aside our respective secrets, we are still a married couple. Of course. My current strength is inferior to yours, and that is an undeniable fact. But that doesn't mean I'll always be inferior to you in the future. As he spoke, Xiao Fan's tone shifted, taking on a provocative edge. Why don't we make a bet? Let us bet. In 3 months, we'll see who is stronger. If I lose, I'll wash your feet for a month straight. If you lose, you'll wash my feet for a month. How about it? Don't ask him why he wants to bet, of course, it's to motivate himself and also to build a bond. Lin Qingyan may seem a bit cold and aloof, but deep down, she is actually a good person. Since they're already married, they can't let a minor grudge escalate into a life or death struggle. So this bet is a kind of bomb, helping him to better handle this cold-hearted reincarnated Empress. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Qingyan's breathing grew, and her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Seeing Xiao Fan so confident, she finally confirmed one thing. That was that the other party could tell she was a reincarnated emperor-level powerhouse. As for whether the fragments of the yin-yang reincarnation realm in her spiritual sea had been detected by the other party, she couldn't confirm that yet. However, judging by Xiao Fan's demeanor, it seemed he hadn't noticed. Regardless of whether he had noticed this or not, it was already enough to prove Xiao Fan's extraordinary nature, leaving her feeling that she couldn't fathom this man. You wouldn't be eyeing her jade-like feet and wanting to take advantage of her, would you? Just as Lin Qingyan's mind was in a whirl, Medusa glanced at her and spoke softly to Xiao Fan. This made Xiao Fan look over in surprise. Is the queen jealous? If you don't mind, I can endure some hardship and wash your feet for a month. After saying that, Xiao Fan glanced at Medusa's beautiful legs, her skin as translucent as jade, and the alluring feet below, which made him feel an urge to touch them. However, Before he could look any longer, a chill swept past him, clearly indicating that Medusa was angry. But before Medusa could speak, Xiao Fan turned to Lin Xingyan and said, "What's wrong? You've already reached the first level of the King Martial Realm, while I've only just broken through to the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Plus, you're no ordinary person. You wouldn't be afraid that in 3 months, I'll actually surpass you, would you?" Medusa's contempt. This is the queen the author created, hee if you like it, remember to give it a thumbs up for love, there's more to come. This is Lin Xingyan, a side profile close up. Chapter 8, want the king to train you? Then you'd better perform well from now on. It seems. You seem very confident in your potential. Lin Xingyan suppressed her surprise and looked deeply at Xiao Fan, however, I'm not interested in you washing my feet. Alright, if I win in 3 months, you must honestly tell me how many secrets you're hiding. Upon hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Xiao Fan's lips curled into a smile. It seems. Lin Xingyan was clearly interested in him. And a woman, no matter how aloof she may seem, once she becomes interested in a man, she will gradually be swayed by him. Until she eventually becomes like the other person. This was a time-tested principle from a past life, a wisdom passed down by a master of seduction. Now, this reincarnated Empress was already showing signs of being hooked. No problem. On one condition, in 3 months, you must defeat me. Xiao Fan looked at Lin Xingyan with a hint of aggression in his eyes. At that moment, he was no longer the worthless person he had been yesterday. He had transformed directly from a worthless person into a hunter. And Lin Xingyan was his prey. In 3 months, he must defeat Lin Xingyan, then have her wash his feet, wash his hair, bathe him, massage him, play the flute for him, and consummate their marriage. Alright, then I'll wait and see. Seemingly unable to withstand Xiao Fan's aggressive gaze, Lin Xingyan replied before turning and leaving the courtyard. The changes in Xiao Fan today had a profound impact on her. She had to go back and calm down. Princess. Ling Xing and Ling Yu saw Lin Xingyan leave, exchanged a glance, and then the two sisters followed closely behind. Hey, my breakfast. You just took it like that? Seeing Ling Xing and Ling Yu leave together, Xiao Fan couldn't help but shout, but the two women didn't pay him any attention, leaving Xiao Fan feeling speechless. What did you mean by that earlier? I sensed a sense of oppression from her that comes from a higher authority. This oppression has nothing to do with cultivation, it comes from the soul. She is not an ordinary human cultivator. Medusa watched Lin Xingyan's departing figure, then turned to Xiao Fan and asked him a question. This made Xiao Fan's expression grow hesitant, unsure whether to tell Medusa the truth. Actually. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Fan tried to change the subject, but Medusa seemed to have seen through his thoughts. She immediately added, "If you want me to stay, answer my question honestly." This left Xiao Fan feeling helpless. He sighed and said, "I'll tell you, but you must promise not to go looking for her to fight. She is a reincarnated emperor-level powerhouse." What? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, the usually cold Medusa couldn't help but change her expression, staring at Xiao Fan with disbelief. A reincarnated emperor-level powerhouse? You're saying she's a reincarnated emperor-level powerhouse? She asked twice in a row, clearly showing how shocked she was. After all, in the major regions of the Eastern Domain, let alone emperor-level powerhouses, even saint-level powerhouses were rare. Only the Holy Domain of Central Continent has emperor realm powerhouses. Such beings are like gods to those at the Zhongwu realm. Who would have thought? The woman who had just clashed with her was actually a reincarnated emperor realm powerhouse? No wonder. This woman, despite only being at the King Martial realm, could make her feel such immense pressure. But how did you figure that out? Could it be you're also a reincarnated emperor realm powerhouse? Medusa. No, Yan Lin suppressed his astonishment and couldn't help but ask Xiao Fan. No, this prince merely awakened the pure yang holy body and gained a special talent that allows me to perceive the basic information of certain things. Xiao Fan shook his head and replied calmly. Seeing Yan Lin still looked unconvinced, Xiao Fan's lips curved into a faint smile. For example, the queen. You're 28 years old, at the first level of the Zhongwu realm, possess the 7-colored swallowing heavenly serpent bloodline, stand 5 feet 6 inches tall, have a chest circumference of 3 feet 1 inch, and legs that are. Before Xiao Fan could finish his sentence, a chill swept over him. Yan Lin glared at him with a piercing gaze, as if he would attack him if Xiao Fan continued. This made Xiao Fan cough awkwardly, halting the rest of his words. Yan Lin believed Xiao Fan's words, but his expression grew suspicious. If you're not a reincarnated emperor-level powerhouse, how dare you bet against her? Could it be? You just wanted to wash her dirty feet? Xiao Fan rolled his eyes at the remark, you're being a bit disrespectful. Though I'm not a reincarnated emperor-level powerhouse, I'm not necessarily any worse than that woman. Actually, MY is quite strong, it's just that I couldn't cultivate before, so people saw me as give me some time, and I might not be any worse than her. Of course, during this time, I'll have to train hard on my own, and the queen will have to give me some extra practice. Before Xiao Fan could finish speaking, Yan Lin turned and left. You want me to train you? Then you'd better perform well from now on. It's training, not discipline. Is there a difference? There is a big difference. Training involves first guiding and then practicing. Discipline is. Bang! Before Xiao Fan could finish speaking, Yan Lin walked into a grand hall and closed the door with a wave of his hand. I'm going to bathe. If you dare to peek, I won't hesitate to. Xiao Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes outside the door. Who was he trying to scare? He hadn't just seen it once, he'd even thoroughly indulged himself. However, as a well-educated young man who had received compulsory education, Xiao Fan naturally wouldn't do something so shameless. Anyway, he had already had a relationship with Yan Lin, even though she hadn't fully accepted him yet. But once you've shared such intimate moments, there will be a second time, it's just a matter of when. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan felt much better and turned to leave the courtyard. He planned to find something to eat and, while he was at it, educate Ling Xing and Ling Yu. They'd already taken all the breakfast. This was the rhythm of a rebellion. They needed a good lesson. Another proud and beautiful Medusa. If you like it, remember to click on the free gifts to support the author. Meanwhile, at the Pingyang mansion, several figures strode confidently into Pingyang mansion, and the mansion's guards dared not even approach to block their path. This group of people, none other than the 7th Prince Lin Shirka, the 7th Princess Mu Zian, and the 7th Princess Guardian, the elderly martial artist Tingmu, a powerhouse who had reached the 9th level of the King martial realm. Prince Lin, the princess has instructed that no one is to be received for the next 2 days. She wishes to have some peace and quiet. 2 guards hurriedly followed Lin Shirtsu and the others, nervously and fearfully pleading on the side. But before the other person could finish speaking, Lin Shirtsu kicked him flying with a single blow. Get the hell out of here! You lowly scum! I, the prince, have come to visit my own sister, and you dare to block my way? They had just gotten married. He said he wanted to calm down for 2 days? Calm down my ass. Most likely, he wants to spend 2 days in debauchery with that worthless prince. That worthless prince what gives him the right to enjoy his imperial sister? Thinking of this, Lin Shirka clenched his fists tightly and stormed straight into the main hall of Pingyang Mansion. Seeing Lin Qingyan just stepping out, Lin Shirka couldn't help but explode in anger. Sister, tell your brother. Why did you marry that worthless prince as your consort? Your royal brother heard from the ministers that during the recent selection of brides for the 3 princesses of the imperial family, you could have avoided the arranged marriage altogether. But you voluntarily stepped forward to propose the alliance and chose that good-for-nothing from the Prince of Jinnan's mansion. Tell your imperial brother why. Could it be? Do you have feelings for that good-for-nothing from the Prince of Jinnan's mansion? Chapter 9, it seems the prince consort's chicken is quite large and plump. Upon hearing Lin Shirka's words, Lin Qingyan's eyes suddenly turned cold. A terrifyingly icy chill erupted from her. Get out! Without any unnecessary words, she spoke with extreme harshness, causing Lin Shiki's face to stiffen abruptly, and his body trembled with anger at that moment. However, seeing that Lin Qingyan seemed to be angry, Lin Shirka dared not retaliate and could only take deep breaths to control his emotions. Your imperial sister, your imperial brother was merely acting impulsively earlier. He did not mean to lose his temper with you. But your brother truly wants to know why you chose to marry him as your prince consort? Looking at Lin Qingyan's stunningly beautiful face, Lin Shirka asked her with a pained expression. I have nothing to say. Lin Qingyan shot Lin Shirka a disgusted glance, coldly uttered those words, then waved her hand at the guards. Escort him out. As a reincarnated empress, she had vast experience. Even though she had been utterly indifferent to romantic feelings in her previous life, she could easily discern the sickening thoughts he harbored toward her from his every action, word, and expression. This made her utterly disgusted with this half-brother of hers. Wait. Upon hearing Lin Qingyan's words, Lin Shirka's face twisted into a hideous expression as he once again suppressed his anger. Empress, I know you don't like me, but I am still your imperial brother. On the 2nd day of your wedding, your royal brother came to pay a visit. At the very least, you should have let your royal brother have a cup of tea and meet your prince consort, shouldn't you? He said. Lin Shirka waved his hand at Ling Xing and Ling Yue. You too. Go fetch your prince consort. As his older brother-in-law, I must have a chat with him today. Hearing this, Ling Xing and Ling Yu exchanged glances, unsure whether to go or not, and could only turn their gaze toward Lin Qingyan. However, Mu Zian immediately spoke up from the side. I'll go fetch my brother-in-law. You 2 siblings can continue chatting. After speaking, Mu Ziyuan walked out of the hall and headed toward the back courtyard of Pingyang Mansion. This left Ling Xing and Ling Yue momentarily stunned. 7th Princess Consort, the Princess Courtyard isn't over there, it's over here. Plus, he seemed to be heading toward the kitchen just now. Seeing Mu Ziyuan heading in the wrong direction, Ling Yu hurried after her and said. Ling Xing remained by Lin Qingyan's side. Her gaze was tense as she watched Lin Shitty. Although she was only Lin Qingyan's personal maid, she could sense that Lin Shiki's feelings for Lin Qingyan's brother and sister were a bit excessive. Princess, your royal highness knows? Half a year ago, I lost my composure after drinking at Jinshin Lake and disturbed the princess. But that was all an unintended act on my part, and I have already been punished for it. Can't you? After Mu Ziyuan and Ling Yu left, Lin Shirka spoke with a guilty expression. He tried to use a tragic tale to win a shred of favor from Lin Qingyan. But before he could finish, Lin Qingyan coldly interjected. If you've come here today just to discuss me, then you'd better leave Pingyang Prefecture with your men before I truly lose my temper. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to break one of your legs and let the Emperor see what kind of person you really are. Half a year earlier, a boat banquet was held at the serene Heart Lake in the Imperial City, and Lin Qingyan rarely went out to relax. She ended up encountering this perverted older brother, who not only gathered a crowd for lewd behavior in the lake but also dared to invite her aboard for some fun. Lin Qingyan felt humiliated and publicly reprimanded him. After the incident escalated, Lin Shirka not only disgraced himself in the Imperial City but was also punished by the Emperor of Deqian, forced to face the wall in the Imperial Ancestral Hall for 3 months. She had thought that he would behave himself after being released, but to her surprise, his possessive obsession toward her had grown even more twisted. Now that he found out she had married a prince, he actually dared to come to her mansion to cause trouble? Hearing Lin Qingyan's ruthless words, Lin Shirka clenched his fists tightly, his hatred for Xiao Fan growing even stronger. If it weren't for this good-for-nothing becoming Lin Qingyan's prince consort, and turned Lin Qingyan into a married woman, he would never have treated him with such contempt. Ling Xing and Ling Yu, more flashy than a princess. Who is Ling Xing? Who is Ling Yu? Even the author can't tell them apart. On the other side, in the kitchen courtyard, Xiao Fan had just finished eating a 2.5-year-old black chicken when he saw Ling Yu walking toward the kitchen. Ling Yu, you're just in time. This prince was just about to give you a proper lesson. You took my breakfast without a word earlier. Are you two planning to starve me to death if I ever argue with the princess? Xiao Fan wiped his mouth and spoke with righteous indignation. Although he knew Ling Xing and Ling Yu were utterly loyal to Lin Qingyan, but they didn't seem to regard him, the prince consort, as anything special. Xiao Fan felt deeply hurt. He became even more determined to win over Ling Xing and Ling Yu, turning these two girls into obedient concubines who would only listen to him. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Ling Yu grew flustered. She hadn't expected this. Xiao Fan would take this to heart and plan to discipline her severely. If the 7th Empress heard about this, it would be quite problematic. You're truly the prince consort. What a refined hobby you have. Hiding in the kitchen to sneakily eat roasted chicken, with grease dripping from your mouth and your complexion flushed. It seems the prince's chicken is quite large and plump. Just as Ling Yu had finished speaking and felt a bit nervous, before she could say anything else, Mu Ziyuan entered the kitchen with a playful smile on her face. This caused Xiao Fan to glance back in surprise, only to notice that Ling Yu was followed by a woman. She had a pretty face and a good figure, and there was a hint of sensuality about her. This made Xiao Fan realize that this woman was no ordinary person. Who is that woman? Xiao Fan asked Ling Yu. He had heard of Mu Ziyuan's name before and knew she was the favored concubine of the 7th prince, as well as the beloved daughter of the Pingnan Marquis. However, he had never seen her before, so he couldn't recognize Mu Ziyuan at the moment. Reporting to the prince, she is the 7th princess Mu Ziyuan. She came to Pingyang Prefecture with the 7th prince to pay a visit to the princess and the prince consort. The 7th prince and the princess are currently in the hall, but the 7th princess consort insisted on coming to see the prince consort first. Ling Yu hurriedly replied upon hearing this. However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Mu Ziyuan. That's enough. You may go now. Upon first meeting the prince consort, as his 7th sister-in-law and the princess's older sister, I have a few words to say to him. You servants may step aside for now. Xiao Fan, upon hearing this, looked at Mu Ziyuan in astonishment. He finally remembered. The belly band he had caught last night belonged to Mu Ziyuan. He never expected this woman to show up at Pingyang Mansion today. Could it be? Did this woman sense that the belly band was with him? Upon thinking of this, Xiao Fan's expression grew serious. But he dismissed the idea the next moment. Because under the scrutiny of the insightful eye, the belly band had no restrictions or tracking marks, and it was now safely stored in his storage ring. Given the other party's cultivation at the 3rd level of the heavenly martial realm, it should be impossible for them to sense it. Aren't you going to step back? Seeing Ling Yu hesitating as she looked at Xiao Fan, Mu Ziyuan spoke impatiently. This caused Ling Yu's expression to change. You step back first. I'll talk to the 7th princess first. Xiao Fan waved his hand. He signaled Ling Yu not to worry about him. He was curious to see what this woman, who had never met him before and dared to have an affair with the 8th prince, intended to do when left alone with him. Ling Yu, upon hearing this, glanced at Xiao Fan with concern. However, she remembered that there was a terrifying Zhongwu realm expert protecting Xiao Fan. And this was Pingyang Prefecture. Mu Ziyan wasn't someone to be trifled with. She wouldn't cause trouble, so she wisely stepped out of the kitchen, leaving Mu Ziyan and Xiao Fan alone. Alright, 7th princess, she has gone. I wonder what secret you have to tell me that you need to send everyone else away. Looking at the woman before him, whose brows exuded a seductive charm, Xiao Fan asked casually, while Mu Ziyuan gave him a smile. Chapter 10, Don't believe me? Look, my sister-in-law has been beaten up by him. Alright, there's no one else here. You don't have to call me sister-in-law. Just call me Z Yen or Yenner. Mu Ziyuan adopted a seductive posture, speaking while moving closer to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan frowned and instinctively took 2 steps back. This seductive woman. Could she be trying to seduce him after already seducing the 8th prince, using the same tricks on him, the princess consort? But he was just a worthless. Moreover, the Jin Nan Wangfu and Ping Nan Hofu have always been at odds. There is no reason for her to sacrifice her beauty to seduce him, is there? Don't be nervous. Sister-in-law knows that the Prince of the South-S Mansion and the Marquis of the South-S Mansion have always been at odds, but that's all between the older generation. It has nothing to do with us younger ones. I just want to know, are you and the princess old acquaintances? And last night, during your wedding night, did you have a pleasant time? As she spoke, Mu Ziyuan had already walked up to Xiao Fan, raising her hand to touch his cheek, but Xiao Fan leaned back to avoid her. 7th princess, please behave yourself. At this moment, Xiao Fan had already guessed what Mu Ziyuan was up to, but he held the trump card, so he wasn't the least bit flustered. He was just putting on a show, waiting for Mu Ziyuan to make her move. You're still so clumsy. Could it be that last night, your princess didn't even let you touch her with a single finger? Seeing Xiao Fan like this, Mu Ziyuan grew even more provocative. As she spoke, Xiao Fan's lips twitched slightly, and this subtle movement sent Mu Ziyuan into a frenzy. He, look at that little expression on your face. Did the Empress Dowager hit the nail on the head? This Lin Qingyan really isn't a decent person. If she didn't want you to touch her, she shouldn't have chosen you as her prince consort. Isn't that just a different way of torturing you? Look how miserable you are. You want to vent your anger but can't find anywhere to take it out. Mu Ziyuan looked like a seductive demoness. Not only did she tease Xiao Fan's emotions with her words, but she even pulled open her own clothes to tempt him. Large patches of snow-white skin and alluring curves were fully exposed before Xiao Fan's eyes. This made Xiao Fan unable to resist taking a few more glances. Might as well take a look while he had the chance. That woman is truly wicked. She dared not let this prince touch her. If I ever get the chance, I will definitely teach her a lesson. Xiao Fan pretended to be swayed by Mu Ziyuan and immediately spoke with righteous indignation. Mu Ziyuan grew even more excited upon hearing this. She grabbed Xiao Fan's hand and pressed it against her body. This caused Xiao Fan to look shocked. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Xiao Fan, your sister-in-law suffers just like you. Don't look at how glamorous I am now that I'm married to the 7th prince. He's a pervert who beats me for no reason. Don't believe me, look. Look, he's beaten me until I'm swollen here. After saying that, Mu Ziyuan immediately pulled Xiao Fan over to help her check her body, leaving obvious scratch marks on her clothes and skin. This made Xiao Fan couldn't help but sigh. Although Mu Ziyuan was her body was still quite well endowed. Since the other party was giving him an opportunity, Xiao Fan didn't pretend to be a saint. He immediately gave in to his desires. But the next moment, before he could even struggle a bit, Mu Ziyuan suddenly slapped him across the face. Fortunately, Xiao Fan was quick on his feet and dodged it in time. Xiao Fan, you bastard. I'm your imperial sister-in-law. How dare you try to rape me? Xiao Fan? No. Is this acting a bit over the top? And you're a 3rd-ranked Tianwu realm cultivator, and as everyone knows, this prince consort is just a useless. How could he possibly lay a finger on a Tianwu realm cultivator? However, Mu Ziyuan isn't a fool, she naturally knows this as well. While shouting angrily, she also took out a packet of powder from her clothes, crushed it, and sprinkled it all over herself. Xiao Fan immediately used his inside eye to see that it was a sedative. This made him can't help but marvel. Mu Ziyuan had prepared quite thoroughly. It was clear this wasn't an impulsive decision but something she had planned before arriving at Pingyang Prefecture. The prince consort? Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Ling Yu immediately pushed open the door. Xiao Fan stood there in shock, while Mu Ziyuan was disheveled, her face filled with grief and anger, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Upon seeing Ling Yu witness the two of them, Mu Ziyuan was overcome with grief, her body trembling slightly. Even the aura emanating from her body had grown weak and listless. It was as if she had been drugged. I am your imperial sister-in-law. How dare you drug me and attempt to rape me? The 7th prince and the 9th princess will never forgive you. After speaking those 2 sentences with great emotion, Mu Ziyuan stumbled out, clearly intending to go find Lin Shirzhu and Lin Qingyan to accuse him of his crimes. This left Ling Yu looking completely at a loss. Prince consort, you. Ling Yu stammered, about to ask how the prince could do such a thing. But she suddenly thought better of it. Xiao Fan hadn't even touched her or Ling Xing, the twin sisters, last night. How could he be so desperate as to risk everything to rape the princess? Ling Yue immediately realized something was amiss and quickly changed her tone. Prince consort, hide quickly. The princess will handle this matter properly and clear your name. As she spoke, Ling Yu tried to pull Xiao Fan into the backyard. After all, the 7th prince has a volatile and brutal temperament, and he has an intense possessive desire for Lin Qingyan. He might take this opportunity to act impulsively and kill Xiao Fan. Why hide? Your prince consort is bold and decisive. How can you hide away from such an interesting situation? Xiao Fan heard this and smiled faintly. Not only did he show no fear, but he actually took Ling Yu by the hand and led her toward the front hall. This left Ling Yu so flustered that her little head was spinning. Daring and responsible? Could it be that the prince consort really intended to rape the 7th princess earlier? That's way too bold. Front courtyard hall. After the brother and sister had been talking for a short while, the atmosphere grew tense. Lin Shirka opened his mouth several times but couldn't think of what to say, only staring blankly at Lin Qingyan. This made Lin Qingyan even more disgusted. Lingxing, go check the backyard. Feeling that Ling Yu and Mu Zixuan had been gone for too long, Lin Qingyan put down her tea and spoke to Ling Xing. However, before Lin Qingyan could finish her sentence, Mu Zixuan rushed into the hall, her clothes disheveled. Your Highness, my brother-in-law has gone mad. He tried to drug and rape me. After speaking, Mu Zixuan skillfully fell to the ground, causing Lin Qingyan and Lingxing to both pause in surprise. Lin Shirka's eyes widened, and he smashed the table beside him with a single blow. What did you say? That good-for-nothing actually tried to drug and rape you? Upon hearing Lin Shiki's words, Lin Qingyan's expression turned icy. A chill spread from her body throughout the entire hall. Lin Shirka noticed the change in Lin Qingyan's expression and mistakenly thought she was disappointed in Xiao Fan, the worthless man, causing a surge of joy to well up inside him. He then shouted angrily at Mu Zixuan. What on earth is going on here? Your imperial sister's husband is nothing but a good-for-nothing. How dare he have the audacity to try to drug and rape you? After those words fell, Lin Qingyan's gaze also fell on Mu Zixuan, clearly wanting to hear her explanation. Mu Zixuan trembled upon hearing this and began to explain in a pitiful manner. Chapter 11. Your Highness, don't waste your breath on him. Just strike him down with a single blow. It's like this. Earlier, I found the prince's brother-in-law in the backyard with my younger sister's maid. I thought that since the Prince of the South and the Marquis of the South have always been at odds, I feared that the Emperor's younger sister's husband might harbor some prejudice toward the 7th prince and me because of this. I just wanted to talk to him alone. But before I could say 2 words to him, he erupted in anger, accusing the princess of not allowing him to touch her even with a single finger on their wedding night. Not only did she call him a good-for-nothing, but she also told him to go sleep outside. Hearing this, Lin Qingyan's expression grew even colder, and Ling Xing's face couldn't help but change. She wanted to speak up in defense, but was stopped by Lin Qingyan. Mu Zixuan, as if entering a trance, continued tearfully. My brother-in-law said he was so angry that he wanted to drug and rape the princess, and asked me to help him in secret. He said that once he rapes the princess and records it on video, he can use it to blackmail the princess, and even turn the tables on the 7th prince. In that case, using the 7th prince and the princess as bargaining chips, we could persuade his father and my father to join forces, and perhaps even take control of the southern region of the Great Qian dynasty. But I am loyal to the princess and the emperor. How could I agree to Xiao Fan's outrageous demand? I never expected that just as I was about to subdue him, Xiao Fan actually gave me a vial of poison. The toxin is extremely potent, just one whiff causes the body to go limp. If I hadn't risked my life to push Xiao Fan away and rush to the hall, I might already be his slave, at his mercy. After finishing his words, Mu Zixuan burst into tears, her heart broken, as if the events that had just unfolded still haunted her. Ahaha, good. As the son of the Prince of the South, he was recruited by the imperial court to become a prince consort. Yet this man not only lacks any gratitude, but even dares to plot rebellion and even attempt to rape the emperor's sister-in-law? He's nothing but a traitorous dog who can't be tamed. Lin Shirka sneered coldly, his body radiating murderous intent. It seemed as though he wanted to kill Xiao Fan immediately. Lin Qingyan frowned upon seeing this and turned to Mu Zixuan, asking, Are you certain that Xiao Fan really said that and even wanted to rape you? Mu Zixuan looked up abruptly, her face filled with grief and anger. Are you accusing me of framing Xiao Fan, Your Highness? Though I, Mu Zixuan, am but a lowly commoner, I cannot compare to Your Highness's unparalleled beauty. But as the daughter of a nobleman and your 7th imperial sister-in-law, how could I ever joke about my own virtue? As she spoke, Mu Zixuan tore open her clothes, exposing a large expanse of snow-white skin on her chest to Lin Shirka and Lin Qingyan. Look at these scratch marks. And these traces of the sedative on my body, they're all left by Xiao Fan. Do you think I could possibly fake these? Of course, if the princess still doesn't believe me, the imperial sister-in-law can confront Xiao Fan directly. Let the prince come and compare the scratch marks on my body to see if they were really left by Xiao Fan. Mu Zixuan trembled all over, her expression filled with grief and anger, as if she had suffered the greatest insult. This caused Lin Shirka's murderous intent to boil to the extreme. Oh, so the show has begun? Just as Lin Shirka was consumed by rage, Xiao Fan and Ling Yu entered the hall. Xiao Fan, you dare to incite the 2 great mansions to rebel and even attempt to rape this prince's concubine? Your crimes are heinous. Kneel before this prince at once. Before Xiao Fan could say another word, Lin Shirka coldly roared, his cultivation erupting uncontrollably, raising his hand to suppress Xiao Fan. Get out! Just as Xiao Fan's eyes turned cold and he was about to counterattack, Lin Xingyan suddenly appeared in front of him. Her true energy erupted as she struck out with a palm. The next moment, with a deafening explosion like thunder, Lin Shirka was sent flying by Lin Xingyan's palm strike. Although he was caught by the old man with vines, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Wang Wu realm? Empress, you're actually a Wang Wu realm cultivator? Feeling the aura emanating from Lin Xingyan, Lin Shirka felt as though he had seen a ghost. Although he knew that Lin Xingyan had extraordinary talent, he never imagined she would be this extraordinary. After all, with his own talent and the imperial family's cultivation, he had only reached the 6th level of the Tianwu realm at the age of 23. But Lin Xingyan had not revealed her true cultivation over the years and had not been singled out by the royal family for special cultivation, yet she had silently cultivated herself to the Wangwu realm? Thinking of this, a surge of intense jealousy erupted violently from Lin Shiki's heart. Such an outstanding imperial sister, yet she has been taken by someone else? Now, she has even injured her own imperial brother for the sake of a worthless man. Princess, why are you protecting this man? He's nothing but a worthless fool, and not only does he harbor rebellious intentions, but he even dared to attempt to rape the Empress. Such crimes deserve execution. Do you know what the consequences will be for protecting him? Lin Shirka raged like a mad dog, shouting at Lin Xingyan, then glaring at Xiao Fan with bloodshot eyes, his murderous intent completely uncontrollable. He is my husband. Even if he has committed a crime, it is my right to punish him or let the emperor decide his fate. If you dare to lay a finger on him again, I will not hesitate to strip you of your title today. Lin Xingyan responded coldly, enraging Lin Shirka so much that his face turned ashen. He could only glare at Xiao Fan with a menacing gaze. Xiao Fan, you dare to seduce the offspring of a nobleman to rebel, and even attempt to drug and rape the emperor's sister-in-law. Such heinous crimes. Don't think that having the princess protect you will save your life. By tomorrow morning, this prince will file a complaint against His Majesty. Even if you are the crown prince of the South and the son-in-law of the great Qian dynasty, you will still face certain death. Hey! What are you accusing me of? Seducing the prince to rebel? Drugging and raping the emperor's sister-in-law? These are lies. Don't slander me like that. Lin Shirka hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Fan interrupted him. Mu Ziyuan, who had been listening nearby, grew anxious upon hearing this. Xiao Fan, you still deny it? Look at these marks on my body, aren't they from your hands? After speaking, Mu Ziyuan stood up. She stumbled forward, even trying to grab Xiao Fan's hand to compare, but he stepped back a few paces to avoid her. Those were indeed my scratches. But it was like you're doing now, grabbing my hand tightly. What are you saying? The 7th prince has been abusing you every day, beating this area until it's swollen. Let me examine it properly for you. Before Xiao Fan could finish speaking, Lin Shirka roared angrily. Shut up! Are you implying that it was your imperial sister-in-law who seduced you first? This is utter nonsense, nothing but lies. Mu Ziyan hurriedly agreed, Your Highness is wise. I have been loyal to you all my life. How could I ever betray you and seduce another man? This is clearly Xiao Fan's doing. He couldn't rape me with drugs, so now he's trying to shift the blame onto me. Your Highness, don't waste your breath on him. Strike him down with a single blow. No, strike him down until he is half dead, then lock him in the dungeon to await the emperor's judgment. Although Mu Ziyuan desperately wanted Lin Shirka to kill Xiao Fan, Lin Shirka, though reckless, was not without sense. If he killed Xiao Fan here, it would mean breaking ties with Lin Xingyan and declaring war on the Jinan Wangfu. After all, no matter how useless Xiao Fan was, he was now the prince consort of Pingyang Prefecture and the heir apparent of the Jinan Wangfu. Even if he were a prince, no one dared to kill him so casually. But no matter what, as long as she can get Xiao Fan and Lin Shirka to fight and drive a wedge between Xiao Fan and Lin Xingyan's feelings and trust, her purpose for coming to Pingyang Prefecture will be achieved. The shameless older sister-in-law tried to stir up trouble, but Lin Xingyan lit a cigarette in disdain. Chapter 12, Do you think your own face is that big? Ha ha ha, what did you say? You're so loyal to this green-haired turtle that you'd never betray him or collude with others? Are you trying to laugh yourself to death so you can inherit this prince's inheritance? Do you want this green-haired turtle to kill me with one strike? If he doesn't want to kill you, I'll lie down and let you do whatever you want. Mu Ziyuan's words had barely fallen when Xiao Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. These words caused Mu Ziyuan and Lin Shirka's expressions to change, and Mu Ziyuan felt a surge of unease in her heart. Your Highness, look at him. He is so arrogant. Not only does he refuse to repent even as death approaches, but he dares to call Your Highness a green-haired turtle. Your Highness, kill him quickly. Mu Ziyuan was frantic with anxiety, desperate for Lin Shirka to lose his composure and charge forward to strike Xiao Fan dead with a single blow. However, Lin Shirka did not act impulsively. He simply stared intently at Xiao Fan. How dare you insult this prince by calling me a green-haired turtle? Xiao Fan, what do you mean? At that moment, Lin Shirka couldn't help but feel a surge of unease. He then shot Mu Ziyuan a cold glance, and a single look was enough to send her trembling in fear. I didn't mean anything. I didn't intend for you, you green-haired turtle, to know, but since you asked so earnestly, this prince will graciously enlighten you. You're nothing but a green-haired turtle. Your own woman was played by others, and you don't even know it. Yet you have the nerve to bring her to Pingyang Prefecture and bark like a mad dog? Xiao Fan, how dare you insult me like this? Don't think that just because you're the crown prince of the southern frontier and the prince consort of Pingyang Prefecture, you can slander me like this. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Mu Ziyuan exclaimed excitedly. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw Xiao Fan pull out a belly band, which left Mu Ziyan stunned as if struck by lightning. She froze in place, her pupils widening uncontrollably. You stole my belly band? In her emotional state, Mu Ziyuan blurted out the question instinctively, but the next moment she realized it was inappropriate and immediately covered her mouth. Lin Shirka, seeing this, his eyes widened in anger, as if he had thought of something. Xiao Fan, you actually have a relationship with Mu Ziyuan? Not only did you sleep with her, but you also stole her belly band? With that furious shout, Lin Shirka's face turned ashen, truly resembling a green-haired turtle. His cultivation erupted, and he was about to strike Xiao Fan with a palm strike. But he was stopped by Lin Qingyan. I've already said. If you dare lay a finger on him again, I won't hesitate to cripple you today. Hearing this, Lin Shiki's body stiffened abruptly, and a look of shame flashed across his face. Sister, he's done such a despicable thing, why are you still protecting him? Lin Qingyan, upon hearing this, also turned to look at Xiao Fan. She was clearly just as puzzled. Why did Xiao Fan have Mu Ziyuan's undershirt in his hands? Yesterday, he had clearly been with Queen Medusa, and before that, he had been a virgin. She could sense it through her imperial soul. This was indeed strange. Ha, did I not mention that this belly band was something I took after sleeping with her? You green-haired turtle, what are you getting so worked up about? Open your dog eyes and look clearly. What words are written on this belly band? Xiao Fan sneered upon hearing this, cursed Lin Shirka a few times, then unfolded the belly band. Ziyin Shiming, forever and ever. The large characters were clearly printed on it, causing Lin Shirtsu to widen his eyes in shock. Lin Qingyan and Ling Yue also changed their expressions. Shiming. Isn't this the 8th prince? Could it be? This belly band is the love token between the two of them? You dare to insult this prince? Lin Shirka glared at Mu Ziyuan with a murderous intent that made her tremble. This terrified Mu Ziyuan. Your Highness, please listen to my explanation. This belly band isn't mine. It must have been specially made by Xiao Fan to frame me. As for why there is my scent on it, it must be because Xiao Fan was trying to rape me earlier and secretly rubbed the belly band against me. Regardless of how the belly band ended up in Xiao Fan's hands, Mu Ziyuan could only deny it vehemently at this point. But just as she was shifting the blame, Xiao Fan produced another crystal stone. This made Mu Ziyuan feel as though the sky had collapsed in an instant. Her face turned ashen, and she trembled as she stared at Xiao Fan. No matter how you twist the truth remains unchanged. Seeing Mu Ziyuan's face as pale as paper, Xiao Fan showed no mercy on his face and immediately activated the shadow stone with his cultivation. No! Mu Ziyuan, overcome with fear, tried to rush forward to grab it, but she had been drugged and couldn't muster her cultivation. Just as she tried to rush forward, she stumbled and fell to the ground. At the same moment, a projection image also refracted out from the crystal stone. In the image, Lin Shuming grabbed Mu Ziyuan by the hair from behind, laughing maniacally as if he were galloping on a horse. Percent at amp amp. As various obscene words echoed from the projected image, Xiao Fan and Ling Yu couldn't help but widen their eyes, fearing they might miss any details in the projected scene. Lin Shirka stared at the still image in disbelief. The entire person was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, their face turning an ashen gray, almost green. Mu Ziyuan! You damn! You dare say you're innocent? In a loud roar, Lin Shirtsu erupted with his cultivation, kicking Mu Ziyuan with all his might. Your Highness, you can't. Your Highness, don't. Mu Ziyuan shouted in terror. Just as she was about to say that she was the daughter of a nobleman and Lin Shirka couldn't kill her, her words were cut off as Lin Shirka kicked her in the ribs. Her ribs shattered and collapsed instantly, sending her flying backward like a piece of trash, spewing a jet of blood from her mouth. Fortunately, the old man in the vine timely intervened with his true energy, protecting Mu Ziyuan's vital organs and preventing her from being killed by Lin Shiki's kick. Mu Ziyuan, no matter what, was the daughter of the Pingnan Marquis. If he killed her here, even as the 7th prince, Lin Shirka would likely face serious trouble. Damn it! As the concubine of this prince, you dare to consort with other princes? Do you really think that just because you are the daughter of the Pingnan Marquis, this prince dares not kill you? Lin Shirka glared at Mu Ziyuan with murderous intent, as if he wanted to kick her again. But Lin Shirka ultimately let reason overcome his impulse, forcing himself to suppress the murderous intent within him. He then turned his gaze toward Xiao Fan. Hand over the item. Lin Shirka extended his right hand, speaking in a cold and menacing tone. Whether it was the belly band or the photostone, both were crucial tools he needed to deal with the 8th prince, and he would not allow them to fall into anyone else's hands. Those items belonged to this prince. How dare you demand them so boldly? Do you think your face is big enough? Xiao Fan sneered at Lin Shirka, as if he were looking at a clown. You won't give it? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Shiki's killing intent boiled over. He immediately unleashed his cultivation and charged toward Xiao Fan. This caused Lin Xingyan's expression to grow icy, and she collided with Lin Shirtsu once more. However, Lin Shirka seemed to have anticipated this, and with a cold, harsh shout, he exclaimed, "Old vine!" At that startling cry, the old man in the vine armor understood Lin Shirtsu's intentions, and his cultivation at the 9th level of the martial king realm erupted, his figure darting toward Xiao Fan like a ghost. Lin Xingyan, don't panic in such situations. Let me have a cigarette first. Chapter 13, with a queen backing you up, why not be a little arrogant? Yun auntie. Almost as the old man in the vine moved to act, Lin Xingyan couldn't help but utter a low cry. The next moment, a figure shrouded in a terrifying chill appeared in the hall like a ghost, raising his hand to clash with the old man from the clan. As the true energy erupted, the hall was engulfed in a storm like chaos. Lin Shirtsu and the old man were both forced back, and a shadowy figure, veiled and gracefully curved, appeared before Xiao Fan and Lin Xingyan. The cultivation aura emanating from her body had reached the 9th level of the king martial realm. This person was none other than Lin Xingyan's guardian and also her aunt. Her name was Mu Rongyun. However, due to her cold and aloof nature, Mu Rongyun usually stays hidden in the shadows and rarely appears before others. Therefore, Xiao Fan, after becoming the prince consort of Pingyang Prefecture yesterday, did not encounter Lin Xingyan, this aunt. Ha ha ha, Lin Xingyan, your royal brother loves you so much that he would never harm a single hair on your head. But today, your royal brother has suffered such a humiliating defeat. I merely sought to retrieve some evidence from this man, yet you dare to injure your own imperial brother for him? You truly live up to being the imperial sister I have longed for. Lin Shirka clutched his chest, coughed up a mouthful of blood, then laughed coldly. But today, if I want this thing, he will have to hand it over. As the last words fell, Lin Shirka raised his hand and made a gesture. The old man in the vine burst forth with his cultivation and charged toward Meng Yunyun. Outside the courtyard, 2 figures burst out, one charging toward Lin Xingyan, the other toward Xiao Fan. And these 2 figures were both at the Wangwu realm. These 2 were known as the Ghost Shin Duo. They were the 2 great guardians under Lin Shirka, aside from the old man with the vine-covered body, and they had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for his orders. One was named Ghost Shin Tian, with cultivation at the 5th level of the Wangwu realm, and the other was named Ghost Shin Di, with cultivation at the 3rd level of the Wangwu realm. At that moment, Gui Shin Tian was holding Lin Xingyan in check, while Gui Shin Di went to suppress Xiao Fan. This was a piece of cake for them. So you're the one who called for reinforcements, huh? Seeing the scene before him, Xiao Fan couldn't help but sneer, then shouted out loud. Queen, someone is trying to kill me. Hurry up and save him. That shout caused the 2 old men of the Ghost Shin clan to pause, thinking there must be a hidden master within Pingyang Prefecture. However, after pausing for a moment and finding nothing unusual, both of them realized they had been tricked. Xiao Fan, seeing this, also froze for a moment. He immediately realized that if he hadn't truly been in a life-threatening situation, the Medusa Queen wouldn't have intervened so easily. With this thought in mind, Xiao Fan had no choice but to play his trump card. Boy, hand over the item to your Ghost Shin elder. As Xiao Fan's thoughts fell, the figure of Ghost Shin Di had already closed in, raising his hand to grab Xiao Fan fiercely. Seeing this, Xiao Fan could only retreat using his martial arts techniques while shouting once more toward the backyard. Yan Lin, if you step in, I'll take you shopping. I'll buy you clothes, shoes, anything you want. Hearing this, Gui Shin Di couldn't help but sneer. If even a powerhouse above the Wangwu realm could be so easily swayed, then wouldn't their loyalty to Lin Shirka be a joke? However, just as Gui Shin Di finished his thought and his right hand was about to grab Xiao Fan, a brilliant red light suddenly erupted before them. An indescribable pressure instantly enveloped the entire Pingyang Prefecture, causing the void to seem frozen in time, leaving the old man and the 2 elders of the Ghost Shin clan frozen in place. Boy, if you dare to deceive this king, I won't mind helping you loosen your bones. As the old man from the Vine clan and the others felt a chill run down their spines, a cold voice echoed through the air. A spatial fissure tore open beside Xiao Fan, and a stunningly beautiful figure with a cold expression emerged from the fissure. This caused Lin Shirtsu and the old man from the Tingmu clan's pupils to nearly explode from dilating so rapidly. Tearing open a spatial fissure with bare hands? This is a Zhongwu realm expert? Who would have thought that the heir to the Prince of Jinnan, who was rumored to be in the outside world, would have such a stunningly beautiful Zhongwu realm expert by his side? How is this possible? Fairy, I am the 7th prince of the Great Qian dynasty. If you are willing to follow me, this prince will buy you every piece of clothing and shoe in the imperial city, and even grant you the title of. Shut up. Lin Shirka looked at Yan Lin in surprise, then excitedly shouted out to recruit her. But before he could finish, Yan Lin's expression turned cold. A terrifying aura descended upon Lin Shirka, pinning him to the ground like a dead dog, and he couldn't help but cough up another mouthful of blood. This left Lin Shirka so frustrated he felt like dying. No. Xiao Fan, this good for nothing, just by saying he'd take the other person shopping for clothes and shoes, could get this Zongwu realm expert to act? He, a prince, promised to buy all the clothes and shoes in the entire imperial city. Yet he was knocked to the ground with a single glance from the other party. What gives him the right? Queen, rest assured. Once we've dealt with these few, you can buy whatever you want and go wherever you want to play. If you want to go to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion first, I absolutely want to go to the Spring Fragrance Pavilion. Seeing Yan Lin's gaze sweep over, Xiao Fan immediately swore solemnly in response. Oh? Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Spring Fragrance Pavilion? What kind of places are those? Yan Lin asked curiously upon hearing this, causing Xiao Fan's face to flush with embarrassment. I once heard the servants say. It's a place to cultivate one's character, listen to music, and enjoy tea. However, I haven't been there yet either. If the queen is interested in the future, we can go together. Fairy, he is talking nonsense. That's a place for men. Lin Shirka heard this and raised his head to retort, but before he could finish speaking, Xiao Fan stomped his foot on his face. This left Lin Shirka feeling a humiliation he had never experienced before. You worthless dog. You were calling me a worthless piece of trash just now, but now open your dog eyes and take a good look at who the real worthless piece of trash is. Xiao Fan knelt down, his foot still on Lin Shiki's head, completely trampling the dignity of a prince underfoot. This caused Lin Shiki's face to turn as red as a pig's liver. Xiao Fan, you're just a bully. Bang! Lin Shirka hadn't finished speaking. Before he could finish, Xiao Fan stood up and kicked him in the ribs, sending him flying like trash into the courtyard. He spat out another mouthful of blood. But the next moment, feeling the suppressing force on his body vanish, Lin Shirka glared at Xiao Fan with bloodshot eyes, roared in anger, and prepared to attack him. But as Yan Lin's fingers twitched again, the power of the Zongwu realm descended upon him once more. Lin Shirtsu immediately knelt on the ground. Xiao Fan, if you have the guts, kill this prince. Kicked flying by Xiao Fan and immediately restrained by Yan Lin, Lin Shirka snarled with a distorted face. He refused to believe it. Xiao Fan dared to let this Zongwu realm expert kill him. Rest assured, this prince will not kill you. Killing you would only cause trouble. Hearing Lin Shirka's words, Xiao Fan coldly laughed. This made Lin Shirka unable to hide a trace of joy. As expected. Even with a Zongwu realm expert assisting him, the other party dared not truly harm him. After all, he held a high position and wielded great power. The Great Qian dynasty wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. How could a worthless prince dare to harm his life? However, before Lin Shirtsu could celebrate for long, Xiao Fan's cold voice rang out again. Don't get too excited just yet. This prince will not kill you, but I never said I would let you go like this. As the words fell, Xiao Fan's body erupted with a scorching force. He then opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood while his hands continuously formed a series of seals. The blood merged with the power of the crimson sun, forming an odd talisman. It was then struck into Lin Shirka's body by Xiao Fan, triggering an excruciating pain that erupted violently, causing Lin Shirka to let out a furious roar. The queen is here to back you up. If you like it, remember to give a little gift to support us. Chapter 14, Dizziness is normal as long as you're dead, it's fine. Xiao Fan, what did you do to this prince? Feeling a force burning wildly in his heart, he had the sensation of his heart being pierced by needles and roasted by fire. Lin Shiki's face twisted in agony. Nothing. I left a blood seal imprinted with my life essence on your heart. Hearing Lin Shiki's words, Xiao Fan spoke in a cold tone. This blood seal was formed using my own blood and my life-bound true fire. Imprinted on your heart, as long as this prince wills it, you will feel the agony of your heart being burned to ashes, and I can also detonate it to take your life. What? Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Shirka's expression couldn't help but change. He hadn't expected the other party to have such a means. However, a mere earth martial realm cultivator dares to think he can control my life? I'll find a stronger cultivator to break it later. Furthermore, I advise you this thing can only be broken by someone who masters my techniques. Even some Zongwu realm experts would be unable to destroy it without harming your heart meridians. The slightest mistake, and you'll meet your end. As if sensing what Lin Shirka was thinking, Xiao Fan coldly reminded him, then continued in a tone reminiscent of a demonic cultivator. Of course, if you're willing to serve this prince as a dog from now on, perhaps I can remove this mark in half a year, allowing you to continue living as a prince. But if you refuse to be a loyal dog and keep trying to bite your master, this prince will not hesitate to let you die in the flames of the crimson fire. After speaking, Xiao Fan snapped his fingers lightly, allowing Lin Shirka to feel the sensation of being on the brink of death. As the blazing fire symbol erupted violently within Lin Shirka's body, Lin Shirka let out a piercing scream, his body twisting and writhing like an eel thrown into a pit of fire, curling into a ball and rolling uncontrollably. This scene caused Lin Qingyan and Yan Lin's eyes to involuntarily narrow. they never expected. Xiao Fan was quite skilled at torturing and controlling people. After letting Lin Shirka taste the fear of death, Xiao Fan walked toward Mu Ziyan with a cold expression. Xiao Fan, I know I was wrong. Earlier, the Empress wasn't intentionally trying to frame you. Please forgive her this once. From now on, she'll come to serve you every day. Seeing Xiao Fan approach, Mu Ziyan felt the shadow of death closing in, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably in sheer terror. Even though she was severely injured and coughing up blood, she pleaded desperately to Xiao Fan. These words made Lin Shirka, who had just regained his composure, nearly faint from anger. Even Yan Lin and Lin Qingyan couldn't help but give him a cold glance. They really wanted to say, what kind of person dares to even think of sharing one with them? Of course. They hadn't truly fallen for Xiao Fan yet, so the thought was quickly squashed. Ha, now you know you were wrong? This prince clearly remembers that you not only tried to frame this prince to ruin my reputation, but you even wanted your prince to slap me to death. Xiao Fan coldly walked up to Mu Ziyuan, then knelt down to help her sit up. That icy expression made Mu Ziyuan's eyes flicker. My imperial sister's husband, I truly know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Even if you mark me with some kind of seal, like the seventh prince, I would be willing. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Fan, Mu Ziyuan spoke again in fear. Her hands clutched tightly at Xiao Fan's collar. She never could have imagined coming to Pingyang Mansion today would lead to such a major unexpected incident. Xiao Fan wasn't just a useless, he had stolen her undergarment and the photostone, and there was even a Zhongwu realm expert by his side. This was a terrifying existence far beyond her ability to confront or outwit. Now, she was drugged and severely injured. Now, if she wants to survive, she can only rely on Xiao Fan's mercy. You're not admitting your mistake, you just know you're about to die. Xiao Fan grabbed Mu Ziyuan's shoulders, leaning close to her ear, causing Mu Ziyuan to widen her eyes in fear, driven by her desire to say something. But before she could speak again, she heard Xiao Fan continue. Breathe deeply, don't struggle. Dizziness is normal. Just die. In those two cold words, Mu Ziyuan felt as though a demonic hand was pressing against her chest, and a terrifying force surged through her wounds, shattering her heart meridians. She died instantly, her life force dissipating. Until death. Mu Ziyuan couldn't believe that Xiao Fan dared to kill her like this. After all, she was the beloved daughter of the Marquis of Pingnan and the legally wedded Empress of the seventh prince. Even if she had betrayed Lin Shirka, the other party wouldn't dare to kill her openly. But Xiao Fan had killed her right there in Pingyang Prefecture in front of so many people? This truly left Mu Ziyuan with unresolved grievances even in death. Xiao Fan, you actually killed Ziyuan? Lin Shirka struggled to his feet, staring at Xiao Fan in shock, unable to believe he had actually done it. If this news were to spread, the Prince of Jinnan's mansion and the Marquis of Pingnan's mansion might even go to war over it. Who said I killed her? She was clearly kicked to death by you. I even recorded it just now. Upon hearing Lin Shiki's words, Xiao Fan sneered. He then activated the recording stone from earlier. The scene of Lin Shirka having lost his mind, cursing Mu Ziyuan and then kicking her away with a single blow. It also appeared before the eyes of the others. Of course. The subsequent scene where the old man from the Fujiki clan intervened to save Mu Ziyuan's life was not recorded. However, this single scene was enough to prove that Mu Ziyuan might have been killed by Lin Shiki's kick, which sent a shockwave through Lin Shirka and the others' minds. Xiao Fan, you dare to scheme against this prince? Lin Shirka couldn't help but roar angrily. It was clear. When Mu Ziyuan falsely accused Xiao Fan earlier, Xiao Fan had already decided to kill him. Therefore, the other party had publicly released that recording to provoke him into attacking Mu Ziyuan. Even though the old man with the vine had intervened to save Mu Ziyuan's life. But unexpectedly, Xiao Fan had also kept a trick up his sleeve, secretly recording the video and then striking Mu Ziyuan again in the end, pinning her death on him. Next, if the Pingnan discovered that the one who killed Mu Ziyuan was Lin Shirka, he would undoubtedly direct all blame toward him, while Xiao Fan could remain unscathed and uninvolved. Damn it! Not only had he become a scapegoat today, but he had also become a complete and utter fall guy? Today, it was you who came to Pingyang Prefecture to cause trouble. This prince was merely an innocent victim forced into this situation. How can you say I plotted against you? Doesn't your conscience hurt at all? Xiao Fan sneered at the words, then smiled indifferently. However, you don't need to worry too much. The love-bound sash between Mu Ziyuan and the 8th prince, this prince can help you make good use of it. Additionally, I can provide you with a copy of the incriminating photos of their affair. Of course, the original photos and the scene where you killed Mu Ziyan will remain preserved in this photostone. You can use the belly band and the copy to confront your 8th prince brother, either to force him to ally with you against the other princes or the Pingnan Marquis. Or perhaps you want to extort some money from him. Those are all your decisions. Of course, you can also use this to force the Pingnan Marquis to help you deal with the other princes. How you use it is up to your own thoughts and actions. However, I advise you not to harbor any ill intentions or delusions of using them against me. I hold the original of this shadow stone and your life in my hands. If you provoke this prince, I cannot guarantee you'll live to see another day." Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Rushwang and Lin Xingyan, along with the others, were once again stunned by Xiao Fan's words. They never expected. In such a short moment, Xiao Fan had pointed out several paths for Lin Rushwang. Could this really be the worthless prince of the Zhennan Wangfu that the world knew? His cunning and depth were truly terrifying. Lin Xingyan, everyone watching the screen, you've successfully caught the attention of this emperor. Can you stay and work for love to help me regain my former glory? Chapter 15, what's this called? Those who recognize the times are the wise. Alright, today's matter, this prince admits defeat. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Shiki's expression flickered between anger and fear before finally submitting to Xiao Fan in humiliation. After speaking, Lin Rushwang moved forward to take the floating belly cloth and the photostone from Xiao Fan's hand. This caused Xiao Fan's gaze to grow cold. You just want to come over and take it like that? Hearing this, Lin Shiki's expression froze, and an ominous surged in his heart. He could only force himself to ask. Xiao Fan, this prince has already made you plant a mark on me, and you even killed one of my concubines. Now you're making me take the blame for your murder. What else do you want from this prince? Xiao Fan sneered coldly, his expression unchanged. Hand over all your possessions. Of course, and those three must be handed over as well. Lin Rushwang and the old man from the Tengmu clan turned pale upon hearing this. The former couldn't help but roar in anger at that moment. Xiao Fan, don't push it too far. I am, after all, the seventh prince of the Great Qian dynasty, and I have several martial kings under my command. We are men of honor and pride. We are only submitting to you out of necessity. This is all ready. Smack! Before Lin Rushwang could finish his words, Xiao Fan slapped him across the face, causing Lin Shiki's head to ring loudly. A sense of unprecedented humiliation, mixed with rage, raged wildly within him. Xiao Fan! The next moment, Lin Rushwang roared with fury, unleashing his cultivation, seemingly intent on fighting Xiao Fan. But before he could charge forward, Xiao Fan kicked him hard, sending Lin Rushwang flying through the air. At the same time, he activated the blazing fire symbol blood seal. A layer of transparent, eerie blood-red flames appeared on Lin Shiki's body. A sensation worse than death overwhelmed Lin Rushwang, making him feel as though he had been plunged into an endless fiery abyss. He writhed on the ground in agony, screaming in pain. If you're going to be a dog, you should have the mindset of a dog. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of your master? If it weren't for your special status, killing you now would cause trouble. You're already a corpse. Do you still dare to think you can be this prince's dog? Xiao Fan coldly stared at Lin Rushwang. That ruthless expression made Ling Xing and Ling Yu feel a sense of strangeness. This was a completely different person from the Xiao Fan they had seen yesterday. They even suspected that the prince before them had been possessed by a demon. Of course. Compared to Ling Xing and Ling Yu's strangeness and fear, Lin Xingyan and Yan Lin's eyes were filled with admiration. The strong. When dealing with enemies, one must be ruthless and merciless. No matter what connection one has with the other, if they cross one's boundaries, showing hesitation or mercy is merely a form of self-harm. Xiao Fan didn't notice that the gazes of the women around him had all changed. After coldly addressing Lin Rushwang, he turned his gaze toward the old man Tengmu and the two old men of the Ghost Qian clan. You three. Do you want to hand over the ring, or have your limbs severed? Upon hearing this, the elderly Fujiki and the two old men of the Ghost Qian clan paled, their gazes involuntarily turning toward Queen Medusa. It was clear. They wanted to see what this Zhongwu realm expert truly meant. However, as their gazes turned toward her, they noticed that Medusa hadn't even noticed the three of them. She was simply admiring and playing with her slender fingers. It seemed she was tacitly approving Xiao Fan's actions. It seems you value your own home more than your own limbs. Noticing their subtle movements, Xiao Fan spoke coldly. If that's the case, then please. Wait, we'll give it to you. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's intention to have Yan Lin sever their limbs, the old man from the vine tree and the two old men from the Ghost Qian clan were so frightened that they trembled, quickly removing the storage rings from their hands and handing them over. This left Xiao Fan feeling quite satisfied. As an outcast from the Zhennan Wangfu, he had no resources to speak of. Now that Lin Rushwang and these three martial kings had come to him, it would allow him to build up his wealth. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the means to take Yan Lin out to buy clothes and shoes. Big brother-in-law, have you made up your mind? Do you want to be a loyal dog or endure endless suffering? After accepting the rings from the old man and the others, Xiao Fan walked up to Lin Rushwang, knelt down, and asked him. This caused Lin Rushwang to stare at Xiao Fan in terror, his face twisted in pain and agony. I'll give it to you, stop. Lin Rushwang endured the pain, removed the ring, and tremblingly handed it to Xiao Fan. If you'd done this sooner, it would have been over. Seeing this, Xiao Fan took the ring, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. The burning crimson flames instantly extinguished, as if Lin Rushwang had been released from his torment. His body collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, and tears of humiliation streamed down the corners of his eyes. As a prince, being tortured like this was a first for him. Xiao Fan paid no heed to Lin Shiki's pitiful state. After taking the storage ring, he opened the spatial ring to inspect its contents. Inside, he found not only mountains of low-grade spirit crystals but also numerous rare treasures and martial arts techniques. These resources were more than enough for him to indulge himself freely and quickly enhance his cultivation. Enough. Stop lying here like a dead dog, making a spectacle of yourself. It's as if this prince is abusing you, your seventh uncle's brother. Next, you should make good use of this recording in this belly-bearing garment to vent the humiliation and anger you suffered today at my hands on the 8th prince or the Marquis of Pingnan. Watching Lin Shirka lying there like a dead dog, Xiao Fan searched through the other's storage ring and retrieved a recording stone, imprinting the image of Muzi Yuan and the 8th prince's affair onto it. He then tossed the photo stone and the belly cloth to Lin Shirka. This caused Lin Shiki's face to twitch involuntarily. In the end, he said nothing. He picked up the shadow stone and the belly cloth, his body swaying unsteadily, and left Pingyang Mansion. The old man from the vine and the two old men from the Ghost Xian sect saw this and looked equally aggrieved. They carried Muzi Yuan's body and hurriedly followed Lin Shirka. Ugh. This is a 4th grade premium spiritual herb, the earth yellow heavenly yang root? It can refine the physique and true essence of a heavenly martial realm cultivator. And this is a 5th grade, the ice cold snow soul pill? It can enhance the cultivation of an ice attribute cultivator at the king martial realm. And the low-grade spirit crystals from these few individuals combined are worth at least tens of thousands. Even some royal martial realm experts might not possess that many low-grade spirit crystals. After inspecting the storage rings of the old man and the others, even Xiao Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. Don't ask him how he recognized these heavenly treasures. Over the years at the Prince of Jinnan's mansion, he couldn't cultivate and refused to accept being so he thought of starting with alchemy to find a pill that could alter his physique. Though he ultimately found no effective method, his extensive reading of various classics had made him intimately familiar with the properties of most common celestial treasures and, of course, in his excitement, Xiao Fan didn't forget Yan Lin. He immediately took out his storage ring and approached him. Yan Lin, this time, it was all thanks to you for helping to keep things under control. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to handle those few guys. The items inside these storage rings are yours to take whatever you need. No need to be so formal. After speaking, Xiao Fan immediately handed the storage rings to Yan Lin, his face showing no trace of reluctance or regret. As if, even if Medusa were to claim these rings for herself, Xiao Fan wouldn't even bat an eyelid. After all, without Medusa, he wouldn't have obtained these items, and today would have been a humiliating ordeal. Therefore, it's only fair to let Yan Lin choose first. What is this called? Those who recognize the times are the wise. A man who is successful yet arrogant despite his lack of strength must have a powerful woman behind him, like a queen. If he doesn't grovel afterward, he won't be able to keep living off her in the future. Chapter 16, even the majestic Empress reborn as an icy princess can't help but feel jealous sometimes? You're pretty sharp. Yan Lin's gaze unexpectedly fell on Xiao Fan, surprised that this man would be so willing to let go. Though he used her, the queen, as a pawn, he didn't forget to give her a little attention afterward. This made her feel a bit more favorably toward Xiao Fan. I need to restore my cultivation and suppress the fire poison. I'll take half of the spirit crystals and some of the fire attribute medicinal herbs. The rest is up to you. Yan Lin didn't bother with any pretense. After taking half of the low-grade spirit crystals and a few fire attribute spiritual herbs from several storage rings, he returned the storage rings to Xiao Fan, which surprised him greatly. He had assumed Yan Lin would take 2/3, but instead, he only took half. After all, the low-grade spirit crystals contained only average amounts of celestial and earthly spiritual energy, making them a rare resource for cultivators below the Wangwu realm. However, for cultivators at the Zhongwu realm, their effectiveness was only barely sufficient. The other party needed to recover from injuries and enhance their cultivation, so consuming tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of low-grade spirit crystals in a single go was not unreasonable. However, Queen Medusa did not abuse her overwhelming strength to claim more resources. Instead, she left half for him. It seems that the other party has him in mind, cough cough. If you keep looking at this king with that kind of gaze, this king won't mind taking all the resources. Upon noticing that Xiao Fan's gaze had shifted from initial surprise to something else, Queen Medusa felt extremely uncomfortable all over her body. She immediately shot him a cold glance and spoke in a crisp, icy tone, causing Xiao Fan's lips to twitch involuntarily. He could only withdraw his gaze and accept the few storage rings. She really is a Medusa who doesn't understand romance. It seems like he'll have a long road ahead if he wants to relive Medusa's wild and passionate moments from yesterday. I'll go freshen up. Don't forget to take me shopping for clothes and shoes later. If you dare to deceive me, just wait and see if I'll beat you to death. Ignoring what Xiao Fan was thinking, Yan Lin coldly reminded him again. After speaking, before Xiao Fan could respond, a burst of flames erupted, and Medusa's figure vanished, clearly having returned to the backyard. She's pretty arrogant. She said she needed to freshen up, but she is just giving this prince time to comfort another woman. Xiao Fan couldn't help but mutter under his breath before turning his gaze toward Lin Xingyan. He then approached her with the few storage rings in hand. Earlier, thank you. Looking at the equally cold-hearted Lin Xingyan, Xiao Fan spoke with a composed expression. Although Lin Xingyan had refused to let him touch her on their wedding night, which had hurt his pride. But in front of outsiders, Lin Xingyan was also a devoted and responsible wife. Earlier, when Lin Shirka tried to attack him, Lin Xingyan feared he might be overpowered, so she immediately stepped in front of him without hesitation, which truly moved Xiao Fan. I was merely upholding the dignity and reputation of Pingyang Prefecture. Lin Xingyan said this calmly, causing Xiao Fan's lips to twitch. Ah, right. The so-called dignity and reputation of Pingyang Prefecture were nothing more than the dignity and reputation of the two of them. If they weren't so arrogant, they'd be the ones being humiliated by him, right? Here, take this storage ring. Inside is the remaining half of the spirit crystals, along with a 5th grade ice attribute pill, and several ice attribute heavenly treasures. I believe this should greatly aid in enhancing your strength. After muttering a complaint under his breath, Xiao Fan tossed the storage ring to Lin Xingyan. Lin Xingyan caught it casually, her expression filled with surprise. You're giving this palace so many low-grade spirit crystals and these precious pills and elixirs? Aren't you afraid your cultivation progress will fall behind mine? Or, you've already foreseen that you'll lose to me in 3 months, so you're giving up? Cut it out, don't act so self-righteous. Xiao Fan sneered disdainfully, his face betraying a hint of confidence. Woman, don't think your husband is a petty and insecure man. If I want to defeat you, I will do so fairly and squarely. I wouldn't stoop to such petty tactics. If even giving you a little resource makes you think you have no hope of winning, then what do I have to be your man? Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Xingyan's expression froze. Ling Xing and Ling Yu looked at Xiao Fan with admiration, clearly seeing his charm for the first time. The prince is so handsome. How dare he say that to the princess and claim to be her man? Ling Xing and Ling Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The next moment, they noticed Lin Xingyan looking over and quickly covered their mouths in fright. Since you're so confident, then I'll take this item. After giving Ling Xing and Ling Yu a stern glance, Lin Xingyan didn't bother with any pretense and took the ring. Then she changed the subject and said, as for today's matter, although you made Lin Shidi take the blame for Muzian's death, that man is vengeful and not someone to be underestimated. Even if you've already taken control of his life, there is no guarantee he won't turn on you. From now on, you and your so-called queen should be careful when entering or leaving the imperial city, lest you fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives and become their tools. Upon hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Xiao Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. How does that feel? When she mentioned the Medusa Queen, there was a hint of jealousy in her words? Could it be that the reincarnated ice princess, the Empress herself, can't help but feel a little jealous? Don't overthink it. I'm reminding you because I don't want you to get into trouble that might involve me and others. Seeing Xiao Fan's peculiar expression, Lin Xingyan added coldly. This made Xiao Fan shrug his shoulders involuntarily. 2 women. Either queens or empresses, each more arrogant than the other. Thankfully, his personality was decent, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle such a situation. By the way, who is this? After exchanging a few words, Xiao Fan turned to look at Meng Yu, unable to resist taking a closer look at her. This woman had completely shrouded herself in her robes, looking like an assassin lurking in the darkness. What an odd outfit. The latter merely gave Xiao Fan a casual glance. Her expression remained unchanged. In fact, she seemed rather cold. She is my guardian and also my concubine, named Mu Rongyun. Lin Xingyan, seeing this, introduced her briefly. Mu Rongyun, at the other's gesture, merely nodded at Xiao Fan. This caused Xiao Fan's brows to furrow. How come this woman seems even colder than Lin Xingyan and Yan Lin? There was even a sense of keep your distance? Curious, Xiao Fan activated his insight eye and studied Mu Rongyun once more. Mao Rongyun, originally the second young miss of the Mao Rong family in Yunyang City, she witnessed her older sister Mao Rongshua being raped and defiled by the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty at a young age, leaving an indelible psychological trauma in her heart. After witnessing the destruction of her family and her sister's suicide in the Great Qian imperial palace, she resolutely began cultivating an incomplete ice-attributed demonic art, causing her body to accumulate cold-blood demonic poison and endure the agonizing backlash. To avoid following her sister's path of being violated by men, Mu Rongyun willingly disfigured herself, becoming a guardian who protects Lin Xingyan's growth from the shadows. After seeing Mu Rongyun's background information, Xiao Fan immediately understood why this woman had become so cold. This is like having every possible advantage stacked on top of each other. Xiao Fan, why are you staring at the young mistress? Noticing Xiao Fan staring intently at Mu Rongyun, his expression shifting from initial surprise to complexity, Lin Xingyan immediately realized that he had noticed something. Nothing, I just noticed that your little aunt's situation is a bit complicated. She has accumulated cold blood demon poison in her body and has cultivated an incomplete ice attribute demonic technique due to an inner conflict. Not only does she have to endure the backlash of the cold blood demon poison, but she also risks losing control and turning into a demon at any moment. In this situation, forget about protecting you in secret, we might not even be able to save ourselves. Xiao Fan said this while looking at Mengyu. These words caused Mu Rongyun's expression to change drastically. She never expected that her situation had been so easily seen through by Xiao Fan. Was this guy really the worthless heir of the Zhen Nan Wanfu Queen, white-haired version? Chapter 17, she truly lives up to her name as the Medusa Queen, she spoils him rotten. You're truly extraordinary. As Mu Rongyun was stunned, Lin Qingyan looked at Xiao Fan with astonishment before unable to resist asking. Since you've identified the issue with the young mistress, you must have a solution, right? Lin Qingyan could also see the issue with Mu Rongyun. However, she was currently only at the first level of the Wangwu realm, and the cultivation technique she practiced was also ice-attributed, making it difficult for her to help Mu Rongyun suppress or remove the cold poison. Therefore, she wanted to help but had no idea where to start. She could only wait until the future to see if she could find suitable heavenly treasures and improve her cultivation before helping Mu Rongyun resolve her physical issues. However, judging from the current situation, Xiao Fan might have a more suitable method. There are methods, some quick and others slower. Of course, I can only address her physical issues. As for her emotional burdens, that's a bit more complicated. Xiao Fan shook his head upon hearing this. This left Mu Rongyun stunned as she looked at Xiao Fan. What does that mean? Could it be that Lin Qingyan, the prince consort, could actually discern the nature of her emotional turmoil? Don't keep us in suspense. If we can resolve the health issues of the young concubine and help her break through to the imperial martial realm, it would also benefit our Pingyang prefecture. Lin Qingyan urged curiously. Meng Yuyun had natural talent to begin with, but her cultivation of an incomplete ice attribute demonic art had caused her meridians to become chaotic and accumulated a terrifying amount of cold blood demonic poison. Otherwise, she would have already broken through to the imperial martial realm. If you want to resolve this quickly, have her come to my room. What? You mean have the young mistress practice dual cultivation with you? Before Xiao Fan could finish speaking, Lin Qingyan couldn't help but blurt out, clenching her fists tightly. This was the first time she had ever been so emotionally stirred. Though she was the reincarnation of an empress. But when she was young, she hadn't awakened her memories from her previous life. After her mother was executed in the Great Qian Imperial Palace, it was Mu Rongyun who had personally guarded her and raised her. Even the twin sisters Ling Xing and Ling Yu were brought into the palace by Mu Rongyun to accompany her. So, in Lin Qingyan's heart, Mu Rongyun, this aunt, was no less important than her own mother. If Xiao Fan were to harbor ill intentions toward this aunt, she would beat him to death with her own fists, even if she were his wife. What's the big deal? This prince is merely answering the question honestly. Didn't I say there were slower methods? Feeling the dangerous glances from Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun, Xiao Fan ignored them and spoke calmly. Since ancient times, the cultivation of both yin and yang has been complementary and mutually beneficial. As a pure yang type practitioner who cultivates the domineering supreme yang technique, I aim to purify the cold blood poison within her body despite the vast disparity in our cultivation levels. Yin-yang dual cultivation is the simplest and most direct method. It's also the fastest way to see results. Of course, this method requires mutual consent from both parties. Don't look at me like that. Even if all of you agree, I might not agree either. I have principles and dignity. Looking at Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun, Xiao Fan spoke confidently, causing Lin Qingyan's expression to stiffen. I really want to say. Could it be that you don't even think my concubine is good enough for you? However, Lin Qingyan still had some sense, so she didn't say those words. Instead, she changed the subject and asked, what about the slower one? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan gave Lin Qingyan a disdainful glance, thinking to himself, how can you be an empress? Has your brain regressed? However, considering she was his own wife, Xiao Fan ultimately held his tongue. Isn't the slow one the same principle? It just doesn't require dual cultivation. I'll use my qi to infuse her body with true essence, helping her refine the cold blood demon poison. But this method cannot achieve yin-yang complementation. Unless my strength improves or we have some rare treasures to assist, the efficiency will be extremely low. If she experiences a backlash from the demonic poison or loses control, I won't be able to suppress it with my current strength. He said. Xiao Fan's face took on an odd expression. Because Mu Rongyun's situation was very similar to that of the Medusa Queen. Yan Lin also needed someone like him to help purify the fire poison within her body. The only difference was that one was a blood poison from a divine flame, while the other was a demonic poison from cold blood, with slightly different attributes. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Qingyan fell silent. She then turned to Mu Rongyun. Even if they didn't practice dual cultivation to detoxify, she still needed to come into contact with Xiao Fan. Mu Rongyun, due to her mother's circumstances, had always been highly resistant to men. Asking Xiao Fan to treat her seemed a bit challenging. I will consider it. Meng Yu and Lin Qingyan exchanged a glance before whispering softly and disappearing into the hall. This left Lin Qingyan feeling somewhat helpless. Alright, since she hasn't made up her mind yet, this prince isn't going to bother. Next. I'm going out shopping with Yan Lin. Seeing Mu Rongyan leave, Xiao Fan didn't bother to stop her. He waved his hand at Lin Xingyan, causing her expression to stiffen. Telling his legitimate wife that he wanted to go shopping with another woman and saying it so boldly, this guy was really something else. If she wants to go, I don't mind her following behind. Just as Xiao Fan finished speaking, a seductive voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Fan immediately turned to look. He only then noticed that Yan Lin had somehow made her way to the pillar outside the hall. Her gaze was lazy and full of meaning as she looked at Lin Xingyan. No need. This palace has no interest in following others. Lin Xingyan replied indifferently. This caused Yan Lin's lips to curve into a smile. Is that so? Aren't you afraid that I might take you, a little man, out for a stroll and never come back? Hearing Yan Lin's words laced with a hint of provocation, Lin Xingyan's pride as the Empress was stirred. Poof. If a man goes out with another woman and gets so distracted he forgets to come home, then he is not worth keeping. As for you, sister. If you're interested in this so-called man of mine, shall I arrange a wedding for you too, so he can take you as his second concubine in Pingyang Prefecture? Yan Lin's eyes narrowed slightly at the words, and a dangerous aura emanated from his body. He then lowered his head and played with his slender fingers. For the sake of you calling me sister, I'll overlook your rudeness. However, I have no interest in being someone as concubine. If I truly take a liking to this so-called man of yours, I can have him divorce you and bring him back to the Snake Clan to make him their king. Upon hearing Yan Lin and Lin Xingyan's conversation, Xiao Fan's mind was filled with confusion. No. How did this happen again? How can these two women be so aggressive? Oh. Why are you so confident, sister? This filthy man would abandon me and willingly return to the snake tribe with you? Lin Xingyan sneered in response. Just because I slept with him. Yan Lin was just as bold, dropping a bombshell right off the bat. This caused Lin Xingyan's expression to change involuntarily, and her momentum was clearly overshadowed in that moment. So what if you slept with him? I've even gone through the proper rituals with him, including the wedding ceremony. I'm his legally wedded wife. If he wants to sleep with someone, it's not just me, even the two maidservants by my side are his. As Xiao Fan was stunned by Yan Lin's bold words, Lin Xingyan's next words made him widen his eyes in disbelief. At that moment, he really wanted to say one thing. You're full of bull. Last night you clearly didn't say that, and you even refused to let me touch a single finger of yours. How dare you twist the truth like this now? Is that so? Then why did I hear him say that you didn't let him touch you last night, and that you two aren't on the same level? But I'm different from you. If he is willing to return to the Snake Clan with me, any snake woman under the Snake Clan's banner, as long as he desires her and she consents, he can marry as many as he pleases. Before Xiao Fan could recover from the shock, Medusa Queen's words left him speechless once again. The snake women of the Snake Clan tribe he could marry as many as he wanted? Is this real or fake? I've never even dreamed of something this wonderful in my entire life. She truly lives up to her name as Queen Medusa. She's spoiling him rotten. Queen, this is something the author came up with on their own. If you like it, remember to give the queen 3 likes for love. Chapter 18. Your man is so eager to sleep with other women, aren't you going to stop him? It seems. Queen Medusa is challenging this palace to a showdown. Upon hearing Yan Lin's words, Lin Xingyan stared straight at him. The aura around her grew increasingly dangerous. Even Ling Xing and Ling Yu looked terrified. So what if she is? Yan Lin's gaze locked with Lin Xingyan's, and sparks seemed to fly in the void. The atmosphere grew even more tense in that moment. Or, how about this? I'll seal my cultivation to the first level of the King Martial Realm. Let's have a proper fight. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyan's expression suddenly hardened, and Xiao Fan's expression also changed. Both of them seemed to have realized something in that instant. Did you tell her about some things concerning this palace? Lin Xingyan was also sharp-witted. Just from Yan Lin's single sentence, she had already figured out Yan Lin's ultimate purpose. So that's it. The other party wasn't trying to compete with her for attention, but rather looking for an excuse to fight her. As for why the other party was interested in her, a weakling, it was obvious. It must have been from Xiao Fan that they learned about her background. Cough, I just mentioned it offhand. You're not as simple as you seem on the surface. The rest is all her imagination. Seeing Lin Xingyan looking over, Xiao Fan said nervously. Lin Xingyan, upon hearing this, became even more certain. Xiao Fan not only uncovered her background but also shared this information with Medusa. No wonder. This woman's hostility toward her was so intense. Among those of the same rank, you are no match for this palace. Lin Xingyan turned to Yan Lin and declared confidently. This wasn't arrogance on her part, it was simply the truth. As a reincarnated emperor-level powerhouse, her mastery of power and understanding of the laws of the universe had reached a level that few could hope to match. Yan Lin, even as one of the finest among the Medusas of all generations. But within the same tier, she would never stand a chance against her. Oh, if you put it that way, I'm even more eager to try. Upon hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Yan Lin's competitive spirit grew even stronger, and a hint of battle intent flared up on her body. As the Medusa of the Snake People tribe in this generation, Yan Lin had endured countless battles and had yet to encounter an opponent of her caliber who could defeat her. Therefore, Yan Lin was also a warlike individual, with her own pride. Of course, what she craved most was to encounter a powerful opponent, as that was the only way she could grow. Upon learning that Lin Xingyan was the reincarnation of an emperor-level powerhouse, she couldn't resist the urge to challenge him. Even if she were to lose, it would at least show her how vast the gap is between someone of that caliber and herself in terms of mastery and application of power. Since you insist on challenging this palace to a duel, then at midnight tonight, meet me outside the Imperial City. We'll find a place and have a private duel. Feeling the battle intent emanating from Yan Lin, Lin Xingyan thought of her former self and immediately replied with a sincere tone. This caused Yan Lin's eyes to brighten. A deal is a deal. Upon hearing this, Yan Lin suppressed the aura around him, and the hostility in his gaze toward Lin Xingyan softened. The atmosphere instantly grew more relaxed, leaving Xiao Fan feeling somewhat puzzled. Wait, you two. Weren't you just arguing because of me? Isn't challenging each other to a fight off topic now? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yan Lin and Lin Xingyan both turned to look at Xiao Fan, their eyes both carrying a hint of danger. Why would we fight over you? Are you that attractive? Xiao Fan was completely taken aback by the question. No. Though it's true that women can change their minds faster than turning a page, but not this fast, right? That's way too sudden. Xiao Fan couldn't accept it at first and immediately pressed on, but just now, one of you said I could sleep with you anytime, and the other said I could marry all the snake women. Don't tell me you were just making things up? Medusa and Lin Xingyan heard this and didn't show any change in expression. They just exchanged a glance before asking seriously. Did I say that just now? No. But I'm also curious, did I say that just now? No. Just moments ago, the two of them were on the verge of a confrontation. Now, their attitude toward this matter was unexpectedly harmonious. In just a few words, they had casually brushed aside what had happened earlier. This made Xiao Fan unable to hold back any longer. Damn it, are you two just trying to get out of it? Saying this, Xiao Fan immediately turned to Ling Xing and Ling Yu. Ling Xing, Ling Yu, you two come and judge, did they really say that just now? Ling Xing and Ling Yu felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this, and were about to speak up to defend Xiao Fan. But when they saw Yan Lin and Lin Xingyan's gazes sweep over them, the two sisters immediately spoke in unison. We didn't hear a thing. Put. Xiao Fan was nearly driven to the brink of losing his composure. Damn it, so heartless. So he stood there like a big man for all that time, only to be a pawn in a power struggle between queens? And the kind that's used and discarded? Your man is so desperate to sleep with other women. Aren't you going to stop him? Seeing Xiao Fan like this, Yan Lin spoke indifferently. Lin Xingyan smiled faintly upon hearing this. My status in his heart is already low, and our relationship is merely in name only. I've also promised not to interfere with his freedom. Even if I wanted to intervene, it wouldn't be proper. As for you, sister, you shared a marital bed with him. He should be closer to you. If you find it objectionable, you should discipline him properly on my behalf. Hearing Lin Xingyan and Yan Lin's words, Xiao Fan's expression suddenly grew solemn, and he looked at the two of them with caution. What do you mean? Are the two of you trying to use your superior strength to bully me? Let me tell you, this prince has dignity and a sense of honor. If either of you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll find a block of tofu and smash my head against it until I die. You'll regret losing me. Medusa. Lin Xingyan. Lingxing, Lingyue, you two should accompany the prince and Miss Yan Lin on their outing later. They're not very familiar with the Imperial City, so you can act as their guides. But remember, don't let the prince get out of hand. After giving Ling Xing and Ling Yu a final reminder, Lin Xingyan nodded at Yan Lin. I'll return to my quarters to meditate. If you're in the mood tonight, feel free to come find me. With that, Lin Xingyan left the hall. Yan Lin didn't say much either and also walked out of the hall. Let us go. Buy me some decent clothes. I need to dress properly tonight to compete with your bride. Watching Lin Xingyan and Yan Lin leave, both of them were so arrogant. Xiao Fan was so angry he could bite his teeth off. What goes around comes around. Don't look down on a young man just because he is poor. One day, this prince will make you all kneel before me, crying out, husband, don't stop. Hearing Xiao Fan's mutterings, Ling Xing and Ling Yu couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Xiao Fan immediately glared at the two women with hatred. You two fickle women, come back and I'll deal with you later. After speaking, Xiao Fan followed after Yan Lin's calls, admiring the pair of beautiful legs behind him. Ling Xing and Ling Yu couldn't help but blush slightly, then hurriedly followed Xiao Fan and Yan Lin. The shy Ling Xing and Ling Yu. Chapter 19, Why not use her essence to fulfill you? The Seventh Prince's Mansion. Xiao Fan, not only have you taken away this prince's dearest younger sister, but you also killed this prince's most beloved concubine, and even trampled this prince underfoot like a dog. From now on, if I can't wash away today's humiliation, I'll be nothing but a worthless dog. Upon returning to the mansion, Lin Shirka raged like a mad dog, smashing and throwing things in the living room. This scene caused the elderly men Tang Mu and Gue Xian to frown deeply. Your Highness, at this point, please calm down. What we should be considering now is not revenge against Xiao Fan, but how to properly handle the death of the 7th Empress. Seeing Lin Shirka in this state, the elderly Mr. Tingmu spoke in a solemn tone. This finally calmed Lin Shirka slightly, who then turned his gaze toward Mu Ziyuan's lifeless body. What else can we do? What else can this prince do besides taking this woman's body to settle accounts with the 8th prince? How else can we properly handle her death? Are you suggesting that this prince should tell the Pingnan Marquis the truth? That his daughter was killed by that worthless Xiao Fan, and that there's a Zhongwu realm expert by his side? At this point, Lin Shirka felt a sharp pain in his heart that made it hard to breathe. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Xiao Fan, that good-for-nothing known to the world, not only possesses the strength of the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but also has a Zhongwu realm expert by his side. This is utterly ridiculous. Your Highness, perhaps we could frame the 8th prince for the death of the 7th princess. As Lin Shirka finished speaking, the old man named Tingmu spoke in a chilling tone. This caused Lin Shirzhu and the 2 Ghost Qian elders to look up in shock. What did you say? Frame the 8th prince? The man is already dead, how can we frame him? Seeing the puzzled expressions on Lin Shirka and the 2 Ghost Qian elders, the old man named Tingmu shifted his gaze nervously and explained with a cunning smile. The 7th Empress is indeed dead. But the 8th prince doesn't know about this, nor does he know that there are incriminating photos of him and the 7th princess together. We can use this to our advantage. For example, today the 8th prince came to the 7th princess mansion to have an affair with the 7th princess, only to discover that she had secretly recorded the affair to blackmail and control him. In a fit of rage, the 8th prince drugged the 7th princess and attempted to seize the recording stone, but accidentally kicked her to death. At that moment, the 7th prince and we arrived just in time to witness the 8th prince's heinous act. Upon hearing the old man's words, Lin Shirzhu and the 2 old men from the Ghost Qian clan couldn't help but tremble, with the former unable to hide a look of wild joy on his face. Ha ha, you truly are this princess strategist. Old Master Tang is indeed cunning and calculating. Lin Shiki's eyes flickered, and his expression shone brightly. With this, as long as we can pin Mu Ziyuan's death on the 8th prince, this prince can also conveniently become the victim. And with such leverage, the old fool Pingnan will have to stand by my side to save face. At that point, with the support of the Pingnan Marquis, if this prince bides his time and takes down the other princes, we might even be able to secure the backing of a faction with a Zhongwu realm expert. Then it will be time for this prince to settle accounts with Xiao Fan. At this point, Lin Shirka couldn't help but burst into laughter, while the old man in the vine shook his head. The first part of his plan was still feasible, but the latter half was unrealistic. Zhongwu realm experts. They were extremely rare within the Great Qian Empire, and unless they came from external forces, it would be extremely difficult to encounter them. There is no time to waste, make arrangements immediately. Send Mu Ziyuan's personal maid to inform the 8th prince that this prince is not at the mansion and that she has urgent matters to discuss. Dare to seduce this prince's woman? Even if we don't kill him, we'll cripple him. As Lin Shirka finished speaking, the old man from the Tingmu clan and the others carried Mu Ziyuan's body away to make arrangements, and a murderous intent began to spread quietly throughout the 7th prince's mansion. On the other side, in the western district of the imperial city, in a certain tower. Mother, are we really going to do this? What if we provoke the imperial family's wrath? What then? A young man in purple robes looked at the beautiful woman before him, his expression still filled with worry and fear. If Xiao Fan were here, he would recognize them immediately. The 2 of them were the 3rd princess consort of the Prince of the South, Lu Yenyun, and the son of the prince in Xiao Feng, who was also Xiao Fan's 5th older brother. His name was Xiaoyi. He is one of the few remaining heirs of the Prince of the South's mansion. What is there to fear? This is an excellent opportunity for our Lu family to turn our fortunes around. Lu Yenyun said with a flickering gaze, since the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty agreed to allow Princess Pingyang to marry that good-for-nothing Xiao Fan as her prince consort, he must not place much importance on this daughter either. After all, Princess Pingyang's mother was kidnapped by the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty and eventually forced to commit suicide by him. Although Lin Xingyan is Princess Pingyang, she must harbor hatred toward the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty because her mother was forced to death. Therefore, despite her extraordinary talent, rumored to have reached the heavenly martial realm and even possess an ice-attributed special spiritual body, the Great Qian Emperor has always been wary of this daughter. This time, sending her to marry Xiao Fan is likely a calculated move to sacrifice her. Rather than letting this woman fall into Xiao Fan's hands, it's better to use her in essence to fulfill your destiny. Your innate talent is already quite good. Compared to the son of the Great Empress, he is indeed weaker, but he has also cultivated to the 4th level of the Tianwu realm. If you can use demonic arts to absorb Lin Qingyan's essence, you could seize a portion of her ice-attributed spiritual root talent, not only enabling you to quickly break through to the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm in the future, It would also greatly enhance your martial arts talent, giving you a sliver of hope to break through to the Zhongwu realm in the future. At that point, if your father, the king, were to see your talent, he would undoubtedly devote all his resources to cultivating you. The two of us, mother and son, could then suppress the other two branches and become the core of the Jinnan Wangfu. Once your father allies with the burning Yang Valley to overthrow the great Qian imperial family, we two mother and son might even have a chance to become empress and crown prince. After Xiaoyi finished speaking, Lu Yenyun spoke at length. Her face couldn't help but betray a hint of longing, as if she had already envisioned herself being crowned empress. But mother, what if that woman has already consummated her marriage with the seventh prince? All our plans would be in vain. Xiaoyi couldn't help but voice his concerns, but was immediately dismissed by Lu Yenyun. Fool! Xiao Fan is nothing but a worthless. Lin Qingyan is rumored to have a cold and aloof personality. The only reason she agreed to marry Xiao Fan is to seek peace and quiet, to remove herself from the imperial palace. Given her personality, she would never consummate the marriage with a worthless man. Moreover, she practices ice attribute martial arts, and maintaining a purine physique will make her cultivation progress twice as fast. Therefore, there is an 80% chance she is still a virgin. Upon hearing Lu Yenyun's words, Xiaoyi also showed signs of being moved. Lin Qingyan was the most stunningly beautiful princess among all the princesses, and countless noblemen and princes had longed to taste her beauty. Yet no one had been able to win her over. Now that she had paired up with Xiao Fan, it was like a flower being planted in cow dung. Even Xiaoyi felt a pang of envy. If he had the chance to taste her beauty, even as her older brother, he would find it hard not to be tempted. Enough, don't hesitate. Join your mother and head to Pingyang Prefecture. Follow my instructions to the letter. As long as you succeed in capturing Lin Qingyan's essence and use the Shadowstone to record her shameful acts, this woman will have no choice but to submit to our will if she doesn't want to ruin her reputation. Even if we end up causing a major scandal, we'll frame Xiao Fan and make that good-for-nothing take the fall for us. Upon hearing Lu Yenyun's words, Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with coldness. He followed Lu Yenyun to Pingyang Prefecture. Chapter 20, the Jade Feet best suited to protect the flaming scales. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan and Yan Lin, along with the others, were riding in a black-horned horse-drawn carriage, having already arrived at the eastern marketplace of Pingyang Prefecture, 100 miles away. We're finally here. The Starry Night Market in the eastern part of the Imperial City is the most bustling market district in the eastern region of the Great Qian Imperial City. It is home to pawnshops and inns operated by the major noble families of the Imperial City. There are also herbal medicine guilds, alchemy shops, gladiatorial arenas, entertainment districts, dining areas, and auction houses operated by foreign factions. Whether it's cultivation supplies or daily necessities, the Starry Night Market has everything you could possibly need. After getting off the carriage, Ling Xing and Ling Yu couldn't help but introduce the place to Xiao Fan and Yan Lin. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward the entrance of the market. A bustling street stretching as far as the eye could see lay before them, resembling a giant dragon lying dormant. Even Xiao Fan, who had seen such streets before, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in that moment. This architectural scene was far more grand and magnificent than the technological world of his previous life. The pavements were made of jade like gray-green rock, and the buildings lining both sides of the street were adorned with numerous crystals. Some emitted brilliant lights, while others could transform into various patterns, completely outshining the neon lights and holographic projections of his previous life. What's most astonishing is that these streets aren't just a few miles long, they stretch for dozens or even hundreds of miles. After all, the entire Great Qian Imperial City spans tens of thousands of miles, and a large marketplace covering hundreds of miles is quite common. No wonder it's the human race's imperial city. It's indeed more prosperous than the snake people's. Seeing the dazzling streets before him, Yan Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Let's go. First, show this king your human tribe's attire. Yan Lin landed on the street. As his delicate jade-like feet touched the ground tiles, a layer of true essence energy separated him from the dust on the ground. Therefore, even though Yan Lin was barefoot at the moment, her jade-like feet remained as delicate and fair as ever. Maybe. Let's go buy a pair of shoes first. Seeing Yan Lin barefoot, Xiao Fan couldn't help but suggest. Ling Xing and Ling Yu had originally wanted to give each other a pair of shoes, but this proud Medusa Queen refused to wear shoes that someone else had worn. Therefore, she'd been barefoot since yesterday. Yan Lin didn't respond, simply walking straight into the marketplace. This left Xiao Fan feeling helpless, so he followed along with Ling Xing and Ling Yu. Wow, what a beautiful woman. Such a cold and elegant aura. Who is she? With such beauty and poise, even the purple dream maiden of the Purple Cloud Merchants Guild or the 9th Princess Lin Qingyan of the Great Qian dynasty wouldn't be able to outshine this woman. And those legs, that waist, those breasts, she is truly a masterpiece. If my wife could look like that, I'd gladly become the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty and spend my days in the imperial harem with thousands of concubines. As Yan Lin entered the marketplace, some cultivators on both sides of the street couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, staring intently at the Medusa Queen. They had seen many beautiful women before, but one as beautiful and cold as this was a first for them. I have a feeling trouble is coming. Noticing the whispers around him, Xiao Fan felt an uneasy premonition. However, if they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If anyone dared to come looking for trouble, he wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson today. Holy crap, isn't that Xiao Fan, the seventh son of the Prince of Jinan? Didn't he just marry Princess Lin Qingyan yesterday? How could he be out shopping with such a cold and aloof woman on the day after his wedding? Could it be? Has he betrayed Princess Pingyang? Seeing Xiao Fan follow Yan Lin, laughing and joking as he bought a windmill and sugar-coated hawthorn for her, some merchants of higher status who recognized Xiao Fan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. To thrive in the imperial city and run a successful shop, one must keep tabs on the imperial family, such as princes and princesses, the offspring of nobles, high-ranking officials, and the direct descendants of prominent clans. These merchants would purchase basic intelligence from the Merchant's Guild to identify the appearance of such individuals. They feared that if they accidentally offended someone important, their lives would be in jeopardy. Despite being a worthless individual, Xiao Fan's identity was highly unusual. Even the major merchant guilds sold relevant intelligence. Therefore, although these merchants had never seen Xiao Fan before, by comparing the information in their minds, they were able to recognize him easily. In shock and confusion, some merchants began reporting back to their masters, causing many buildings in Xingyefeng to be filled with cold smiles. On the second day of his wedding, this worthless prince dares to bring a cold and beautiful woman to stroll through the marketplace? Interesting. Doesn't he know his status is special, and that so many people are hoping for his downfall? Inside a pavilion in Xingye Market, a man in green robes heard the report and curved his lips into a smile. Pass this information on to those spoiled brats. It would be best to provoke them into a confrontation with Xiao Fan. This prince is eager to see. If that good-for-nothing Xiao Fan is in the Starry Night Market and gets beaten to death by the other royal princes and nobles, will the old fox, the Prince of Jinan, use this opportunity to target the other princes and nobles, thereby staging a thrilling show of dogs fighting among themselves? Upon hearing the man's words, a guard kneeling ahead nodded and departed. It wasn't just this place. Even in other parts of the Starry Night Market, upon hearing that Xiao Fan had appeared in the market with a red-clothed woman, people from various backgrounds began gathering here with their own agendas. Wow, no wonder he's the crown prince. His taste is truly impeccable. These pair of red-winged crystal shoes are our store's prized possession, crafted from the crimson blood-red crystals extracted from the depths of the earth's veins, combined with the resin of a 1,000-year-old fire pear tree. For fire attribute cultivators, they are no less valuable than some fifth-grade treasures. Our guild only has this one pair. Inside a lavishly decorated shopping mall, Xiao Fan examined a pair of shoes displayed in a crystal showcase, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Because these shoes contained a trace of fire essence, a potential candidate for transformation into a spirit artifact. Though he didn't know how these shoes came to contain such a special treasure. But based solely on the trace of fire essence within, the value of these shoes far exceeded the 5th tier level. They can easily rival some 6th tier treasures. How much are these shoes? This prince will take them. Looking at the shoes before him, Xiao Fan spoke without hesitation. Yan Lin still didn't have a suitable pair of shoes. These shoes not only contained a trace of fire essence, but also possessed terrifying defensive power and flexibility, making them the perfect choice to protect Yan Lin's delicate feet. These shoes originally cost 20,000 lower-grade spirit crystals. However, considering the princess' favor, our store can offer you a discounted price of 16,888 low-grade spirit crystals. How much? 16,888 pieces of low-grade spirit crystals? After hearing the shopkeeper's explanation, Xiao Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath, almost blurting out that this was a rip-off shop. You see? One low-grade spirit crystal is equivalent to 100 gold coins. For some Yellow Martial Realm cultivators working as laborers, they could only earn one low-grade spirit crystal in a month under normal circumstances. That's enough for an ordinary person's basic living expenses for an entire year. But the pair of shoes before him cost over 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals, which, when converted to gold coins, amounted to over 160,000. A figure that ordinary cultivators can scarcely imagine. Consider this. A typical 5th grade treasure can be purchased for around 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Could the shopkeeper have discerned the special qualities of these shoes? Your Highness, this pair of shoes is a 5th grade treasure that the Purple Cloud Merchants Guild has made an exception to display in this store. It contains a fire attribute power that is difficult to discern, and even some Wangwu realm experts would find it hard to resist. I'm selling you over 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. This is definitely a bargain price. Seeing Xiao Fan looking a bit annoyed, the female shopkeeper couldn't help but speak up, then seemed to think of something and her expression grew hesitant. Your Highness, you wouldn't happen to be short on funds, would you? Just as the shopkeeper finished speaking and Xiao Fan was about to respond, a voice sounded out of place from the side. The pure-hearted Medusa Queen, also the cover queen of this book. Those who like her, remember to give a little gift to show your support. Chapter 21, That Prince. Breaking through to the heavenly martial realm. Ha ha ha, he is just a worthless prince from the Southern Guardian Princess Mansion. His father doesn't care about him, and his mother is gone. How could he possibly come up with over 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals? Even 100 low-grade spirit crystals would be overestimating this worthless good-for-nothing. As the harsh words echoed from the side, a young man in fine robes, exuding arrogance, walked straight up to Xiao Fan and the others. After casting a mocking glance at Xiao Fan, he waved his hand toward the female shopkeeper. "Wrap up these shoes, this prince wants them." Prince Ling Xiao of Dong'an? Upon seeing that figure, the female shopkeeper couldn't help but startle. A look of reverence involuntarily appeared on her face. Dong'an Prince Ling Baichen. One of the great princes of the Great Qian Imperial City, his strength matched that of Prince Xiao Feng of the southern frontier, both having reached the terrifying 7th level of the Imperial Martial Realm. And Ling Xiao. As the 6th son of the Dong'an Prince's mansion, his talent was not the most outstanding. He is still a renowned prodigy in the Great Qian Imperial City. At just 21 years old, he has already cultivated to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Martial Realm and was even chosen by Princess Yin Yang as her prince consort. Compared to Xiao Fan, this was the true heir of a powerful family in the Great Qian Imperial City. Prince Xiao Fan. After flashing a look of reverence on her face, the female shopkeeper looked at Xiao Fan with a troubled expression. Her eyes were filled with apology. It seemed as though she was urging Xiao Fan to avoid trouble and simply let Ling Xiao have the shoe. Wrap it up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's expression remained indifferent. He merely waved his hand casually toward the female shopkeeper, and over 10,000 pieces of low-grade spirit crystals appeared in the store like a small mountain. The intense fluctuations of spiritual energy and the dazzling glow caused the shopkeeper and Ling Xiao's pupils to contract instantly. Impossible. How could he possibly have over 10,000 pieces of low-grade spirit crystals? The Prince of Jinnan wouldn't give him that much in resources. Could these spirit crystals all be from Princess Pingyang? Ling Xiao couldn't help but speculate in shock. But before he could think further, Xiao Fan's cold voice rang out. "Kneel down and kowtow. This prince might grant you the opportunity to leave here with some dignity." Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, not only Ling Xiao and the female shopkeeper were stunned on the spot, but even the few young masters who had just approached nearby were also frozen in place. "Ha, interesting. I just heard that the worthless prince of the Jinnan Wangfu, on the 2nd day of his wedding, brought a stunningly beautiful woman in red to the marketplace to have some fun. I was planning to come over and see what kind of beauty she was. But I never expected that upon arriving, I would see Ling Xiao, the young master, in such a disgraceful state, being scolded and forced to kneel and apologize by a worthless man? This truly comes as a surprise to this young master." After a moment of stunned silence, among the group of young nobles behind him, the leader, a young man in purple robes, wore a mocking expression. He watched Xiao Fan and Ling Xiao with great interest. Strangely enough, the cultivation aura emanating from this person was merely at the 7th level of the Earth Martial Realm. Yet his arrogant and domineering demeanor showed no regard for the two young masters. The reason was simple. Because this man was the current national preceptor named Zhao Shiji. And the Grand National Preceptor of the Great Qian Dynasty, Zhao Guangxing, is one of the only 2 Royal Martial Realm 9th-ranked experts in the entire Great Qian Dynasty. Whether it be status or power, Zhao Guangxing is capable of overpowering even princes and nobles. Therefore, although Zhao Shiji's strength is not particularly formidable, he is renowned for his arrogance within the imperial city. He doesn't even bother to acknowledge the offspring of princes and nobles, let alone some princes and princesses. Another one. Xiao Fan cast a cold glance at Zhao Shiji before turning to Ling Xiao and saying in a chilling tone, "This prince has little patience. If you don't want to kneel, then don't bother keeping your legs." Ha. Am I hallucinating, or has this world gone mad? A worthless prince, abandoned by his father and orphaned by his mother, dares to tell this prince to kneel, and even wants to cripple my legs? Do you really think that just because you've been taken as a prince consort by Princess Pingyang, you have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with this prince? Before Xiao Fan could finish speaking, Ling Xiao interrupted him with a terrifying aura erupted from Ling Xiao's body, then surged toward Xiao Fan like a tidal wave. "Kneel before me." But the next moment, amidst the burst of aura, Xiao Fan felt a gentle breeze pass by, yet he remained standing still in his original spot. "Your aura is impressive, but unfortunately, your strength is lacking." Xiao Fan sneered, and a surge of energy erupted from his body, leaving Ling Xiao and Zhao Shiji speechless. "Earth Martial Realm, 9th rank? You're supposed to be a worthless who can't cultivate. How did you reach the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm? Could it be? Have you been hiding your true strength all these years?" Feeling the fluctuations in Xiao Fan's cultivation, Ling Xiao spoke with a hint of shock. Zhao Shiji's expression grew dark, even revealing a hint of jealousy. After all, originally, when facing Xiao Fan, he not only had the advantage of status and position but also possessed cultivation that was countless times stronger than his opponent's. But now, this man, whom the world had deemed had suddenly attained the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. In terms of cultivation, he was now completely outclassed. But what of the Earth Martial Realm? Before the Heavenly Martial Realm, you're still just an ant. A single realm of cultivation separates us, this prince, and you are as different as heaven and earth. You are nothing but a lowly ant. As the words fell, Ling Xiao darted toward Xiao Fan, a savage grin spreading across his face. He intended to break Xiao Fan's legs. Let this worthless fool know that, as fellow princes and imperial sons-in-law, he is nothing but a dog before him. Indeed. There is indeed an insurmountable gap between Earth Martial Realm and Heaven Martial Realm. But how do you know I'm just an ordinary Earth Martial Realm practitioner? As the words trailed off, Xiao Fan let out a cold smile. His cultivation erupted violently in that instant, and with a single punch, he struck toward Ling Xiao. With a deafening boom echoing through the shop, the true chi energy transformed into a devastating shockwave, sending Ling Xiao flying backward, narrowly avoiding colliding with the wall. This left everyone present speechless with horror. No, impossible. Using the power of the Earth Martial Realm to force back a Heaven Martial Realm expert? Is this guy really the as rumored? Whether it was the female shopkeeper or Ling Xiao and Zhao Shiji, everyone was speechless with disbelief. After all, even the current national preceptor or the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, in their youth, could never have faced a Heavenly Martial Realm expert with Earth Martial Realm cultivation. The power gap between each major realm is simply unimaginably vast. In the understanding of the countless cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty, no one had ever crossed realms to fight an enemy, yet Xiao Fan had dared to confront Ling Xiao, a Heavenly Martial Realm expert of the 3rd rank, with his Earth Martial Realm cultivation of the 9th rank. This completely shattered their understanding. Now, are you going to kneel down and kowtow on your own? Or do you want this prince to break your legs before you'll obediently kowtow? Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Xiao Fan looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered disdainfully, "Ha, this prince was merely careless earlier, giving you the opportunity to drive me back. If I had given it my all, it would be you kneeling." As his words fell, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Ling Xiao's body. "Xiao Fan, you've managed to unleash such power at the 9th level of the Earth Martial Realm. This truly defies the conventional understanding of cultivators. But the Heavenly Martial Realm and the Earthly Martial Realm are worlds apart. You absolutely cannot defeat this prince with such cultivation." As he spoke, Ling Xiao took one step after another toward Xiao Fan, his aura growing stronger with each step. However, Xiao Fan showed no sign of panic. Instead, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You are correct. The Earth Martial Realm is indeed no match for the Heaven Martial Realm. Even with my unique physique and unparalleled talent, I can only fight you at the peak of the Earth Martial Realm, but I cannot crush you. So what? Since the Earth Martial Realm is insufficient, then this prince will simply break through to the Heaven Martial Realm." Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Ling Xiao and Zhao Shiji were all stunned, and the next moment, a mocking expression appeared on their faces. Chapter 22, "These shoes are nice, I like them very much." Ha ha ha, break through to the Heavenly Martial Realm? Xiao Fan, do you really think this cultivation barrier is made of paper? Do you think just because you want to break through to the Heavenly Martial Realm, you can just break through? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Ling Xiao and Zhao Shiji couldn't help but mock him, but before they could finish speaking, they saw Xiao Fan spread his hands wide, clench his fists, and suddenly release a burst of energy. "Heavenly Martial Realm, open!" With this low shout, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Xiao Fan's body, and the violent Nine-Yang True Qi. The temperature around him skyrocketed. The might of this display was several times greater than before, and at that moment, Xiao Fan officially entered the 1st level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. This scene. It was as though an invisible giant hand had suddenly gripped the throats of everyone present. Ling Xiao and Zhao Shiji, along with the others, stared wide-eyed at Xiao Fan, their faces filled with disbelief, their mouths too shocked to speak. Is this real? This must be an illusion, right? The Heavenly Martial Realm can be attained so easily? There's no bottleneck? No, it's impossible. This prince broke through to the Tianwu realm by taking a breakthrough pill and spending an entire night in cultivation, only to barely break through. You just struck a pose and broke through like that? Looking at Xiao Fan, whose aura was even more terrifying than his own, Ling Xiao couldn't help but shout in frustration, clearly unable to accept such an absurd situation. But Xiao Fan paid no heed, merely murmuring coldly with a grim expression. "You refused to kneel when I told you to. Now your legs will be broken." As the words fell, Xiao Fan immediately charged toward Ling Xiao, raising his hand to grab him. There were no flashy moves. Only sheer brute force overwhelmed Ling Xiao, who, in sheer terror, swung a powerful punch, only to have his fist grabbed and twisted by Xiao Fan, who then delivered a devastating blow to his abdomen. With just that one strike, it sent Ling Xiao's body curling into a shrimp-like shape, his mouth wide open, and his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Before he could even scream, Xiao Fan executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. The gray-blue bricks of the storefront shattered on impact. Xiao Fan stomped down hard on Ling Xiao's thigh, shattering his right leg in an instant, and an agonizing scream erupted from his mouth. Before Ling Xiao could scream any longer, Xiao Fan delivered another kick. Ling Xiao's other leg was also crushed by Xiao Fan. Such a brutal scene. It instantly left everyone else in the shop speechless with fear. The esteemed crown prince of Dong'an, the prince consort of Princess Yen Yang, was defeated in a single exchange by Xiao Fan and had both legs crippled? Is this really the worthless prince of the Jin Nan Wangfu that everyone knows? This is way too brutal. Useless. I never expected that after breaking through to the heavenly martial realm, you, a worthless piece of trash, couldn't even block a single move of mine? Looking down at Ling Xiao writhing on the ground, Xiao Fan spoke with a hint of displeasure. He kicked Ling Xiao toward Zhao Shiji and the others. Xiao Fan, how dare you cripple my legs? I'll kill you. Fu Bo. After being kicked by Xiao Fan and landing near Zhao Shiji and the others, Ling Xiao roared with hatred and frustration, and a surge of energy erupted outside the pavilion. However, Xiao Fan remained unfazed and simply addressed the shopkeeper. Can you bring my shoes here? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, the female shopkeeper felt a headache coming on and could only nod nervously. Today's events. She felt it was beyond her ability to handle the situation and must immediately notify the higher-ups of the Purple Cloud Merchants Guild. With that thought in mind, after putting away over 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals, the female shopkeeper quickly walked to a counter inside the shop and sent a message to the elders of the Purple Cloud Merchants Guild. In the blink of an eye, an old man also rushed out to the corridor outside the shop. Seeing Ling Xiao lying on the ground like a dead dog, the old man's face immediately betrayed a mix of panic and anger. Young master, who injured you? This old man was none other than Fu Bo, the personal attendant Ling Xiao had mentioned earlier, and also Ling Xiao's former bodyguard, Li Fu. He possessed the cultivation level of the 8th rank of the Wang Wu realm. TSK, are you blind? Can't you see your young master glaring at that guy in front of him with such hatred? Who else could it be? Watching this dramatic scene unfold before him, Zhao Shiji sneered coldly from the side. Li Fu heard this and looked at Xiao Fan, his eyes widening in shock. That guy is the useless heir of the Jin Nan Wangfu, Xiao Fan? Are you kidding me? He had only been away for a moment and his own heir had already been crippled by a worthless fool? No, this cultivation aura Sai, first tier of the heavenly martial realm? Feeling the fluctuations in Xiao Fan's cultivation, Li Fu was so shocked he took a deep breath. When did this happen? That worthless heir has such cultivation now? What are you doing here, dawdling? Just as Li Fu was in shock, a red figure accompanied by 2 maids descended from a clothing store on the upper floor. It was none other than Yan Lin and Ling Xing Lingyu. Earlier, the group had been selecting clothes upstairs. Yan Lin was helping Ling Xing and Lingyu pick out and try on outfits, but throughout the entire process, Xiao Fan had been asked so many questions that his head was spinning. He ran downstairs saying he wanted to buy something. He then spotted a pair of red-winged crystal shoes in the store, which led to the series of events that had just unfolded. Wow, is that the red-clothed woman? Damn, she is so damn hot. When they saw Yan Lin, Ling Xiao and Zhao Shiji couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. The former was so stunned by her beauty that he forgot the pain he was feeling. Because of this woman. She was far more beautiful and sensual than the Yen Yang princess he had married the day before. If Princess Yen Yang had her looks in this figure, he wouldn't have envied Xiao Fan, that good for nothing, for marrying Lin Qingyan. There was a little accident. A mad dog jumped out and tried to bite me, but I broke both of its legs. Xiao Fan ignored Zhao Shiji and the others, simply glancing at Yan Lin with a faint smile before taking the pair of red-winged crystal shoes from the female shopkeeper's hands. These shoes are for you. They look good on you. He didn't say much else. Xiao Fan gently waved his hand, and the shoes, enveloped in true essence energy, slowly floated toward Yan Lin's eyes. Gazing at the dazzling red crystal shoes before him, Yan Lin couldn't help but let a strange expression flicker across his eyes. She couldn't help but speak her mind. The design, the material, the elegance, they were exactly her style. Of course. Although Yan Lin felt deeply satisfied inside, she did not show it on her face. She merely nodded slightly. Since this is a gift you've sincerely given to this king, I'll grant you the favor of accepting it. Upon hearing Yan Lin's words, Xiao Fan's lips twitched. This woman. She was still as arrogant as ever, even when accepting a gift. But it doesn't matter. The more arrogant and aloof she is. Once you conquer her, peel away that cold exterior, you'll finally feel the fiery warmth within. As the thought crossed his mind, Yan Lin couldn't wait to put on that pair of shoes. Though her fair, delicate feet were wrapped inside, only the toes with red nail polish peeked out. But the shoes only served to highlight the beauty of her legs, making them appear even longer and more rounded. This added an even more alluring charm to Yan Lin, causing Ling Xing and Lingyu, who were standing nearby, to gaze at her with envy. Zhao Shiji and the others were so captivated that they nearly couldn't tear their eyes away from the queen's legs. These shoes are lovely, I quite like them. Yan Lin briefly tested the comfort before whispering to Xiao Fan. Her attitude was noticeably softer than before. It was quite obvious. Xiao Fan's gesture of giving her the shoes had indeed earned him some favor with the queen. Let's go, let's explore other places. Feeling the subtle change in Yan Lin's attitude, Xiao Fan couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth into a smile. After saying that to the 3 women, he intended to leave the building. Such behavior unquestionably angered Ling Xiao and Zhao Shiji. The queen as sexy figure. If you like it, please show your support by giving some love. Chapter 23. This isn't some worthless prince, he's clearly a demonic tyrant. Xiao Fan, you injured the heir of the Dong and Wangfu, and you think you can just walk away like this? Zhao Shiji growled coldly at Xiao Fan, while the middle-aged man standing beside him suddenly unleashed his cultivation at that moment. That aura. It was even stronger than Li Fu's, clearly reaching the 9th level of the king martial realm. This man was none other than the personal bodyguard assigned to his grandson by the Grand Sage of the Great Qian Kingdom. His name was Qi Hu. His strength is almost unmatched in the Wangwu realm, and he is only half a step away from breaking through to the Huangwu realm. Xiao Fan, dare to beat the Lingxiao prince into such a state? Even if you are the heir of the Jinnan Wangfu and the son-in-law of the Pingyang prefecture, if you don't give me an explanation today, none of you will be able to leave safely. After Zhao Shiji finished speaking, Li Fu spoke in a cold and menacing tone. After speaking, Li Fu flickered aside. He blocked the path of Xiao Fan and Yan Lin, causing Xiao Fan's expression to grow icy cold. It was he who provoked us first. This prince merely crippled his legs. That was showing mercy and going above and beyond. And you still have the nerve to demand an explanation from this prince? Xiao Fan turned around with a cold smile, glaring at them with icy eyes. Xiao Fan, as the heir of the Jinnan Wangfu, you were just married to Princess Pingyang yesterday, yet you dare to have an affair with another woman within the imperial city, and even dare to injure the heir of the Dong and Wangfu in front of me. You have no regard for the law, not only despising the laws of the Great Qian dynasty, but also trampling on the dignity of the imperial family and the Dong prince's mansion. If you know what is good for you, hand this woman over to me immediately and kneel down to beg for mercy. Perhaps, if I'm in a good mood, I might even intercede on your behalf. As Xiao Fan finished speaking, Zhao Shiji spoke arrogantly. His gaze grew greedy and intense as he stared at Yan Lin, as if he couldn't wait to pounce and kiss her fiercely. This caused Xiao Fan's expression to grow icy, and Yan Lin revealed a hint of murderous intent. Where did you come from, you worthless piece of trash? Noticing Yan Lin's aura growing increasingly dangerous, Xiao Fan glared at Zhao Shiji and asked, causing Zhao Shiji to pause for a moment. You don't recognize this young master? Zhao Shiji's face turned bright red, as if he felt humiliated. I am the grandson of the current national preceptor, known as the White Dragon of the Waves in the imperial city of Deqian. How dare you claim not to recognize me? Indeed, you're a worthless fool. Boom! Before Zhao Shiji could finish his words, Xiao Fan suddenly unleashed his cultivation. His figure darted toward the opponent like a ghost, causing Qi Hu and Li Fu's expressions to change. How dare you! How dare you! The two great martial realm experts roared simultaneously, unleashing their cultivation to suppress Xiao Fan. However, as a flash of fire flickered in Yan Lin's eyes, a terrifying spatial force descended upon the two of them. The two great martial realm experts felt as though they were bound by an invisible giant serpent, their bodies instantly curling up and stiffening in place, their faces betraying terror and horror. In that very instant, Xiao Fan had already arrived in front of Zhao Shiji, ignoring the frantic punch the latter had thrown. With a sideways grab, he seized the other's neck, lifting him up like a chicken. Even his true essence was forcibly suppressed. Xiao Fan, if you dare touch a single hair on this young master, even if you are the heir to the Jinnan Wangfu and the prince consort of the Deqian imperial family, my grandfather has a million ways to kill you. If you know what's good for you, let go of this young master. Shut up! Before Zhao Shiji could finish his sentence, a terrifying surge of true energy surged into his body, causing his limbs to twist and fold. The excruciating pain caused Zhao Shiji to let out a piercing scream, but before he could wail for long, he was knocked unconscious by the unbearable agony. This scene left Qi Hu's pupils nearly bursting from their sockets. Young master! After roaring in anger, Qi Hu turned to Xiao Fan and shouted through gritted teeth, you dare to cripple the Grand Sage's grandson? Now, prepare to face the Grand Sage's wrath. Shut up! Upon hearing Qi Hu's words, Medusa's eyes grew cold, and she coldly snapped back. With a flick of her fingers, a red light struck Red Tiger, sending this king martial realm expert flying out of the building like a dead dog. That kind of might. Though it wasn't enough to take Red Tiger's life, it was more than enough to leave him severely injured and unconscious on the spot. This scene left Ling Xiao and Li Fu utterly speechless. Emperor? Emperor martial realm expert? Li Fu stared at the Medusa Queen with trembling eyes, unable to hide the horror and fear on his face. She could easily restrain them and deal a severe blow to a Wangwu realm expert with a single strike. This woman was undoubtedly an imperial martial realm expert and a late-stage one at that. It is highly likely. Like the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty and the national preceptor of the Great Qian dynasty, he has already reached the astonishing 9th level of the imperial martial realm, just one step away from breaking through to the ancestral martial realm. No wonder Xiao Fan, that worthless crown prince, dares to act so brazenly. It turns out there's a terrifyingly powerful figure backing him. Now, do you have anything to say? After casually disabling Zhao Shiji's limbs, Xiao Fan effortlessly stripped off his storage ring, then tossed the young nobleman onto the ground like a piece of trash. He then turned his gaze toward Ling Xiao. This scared Ling Xiao so much that he shook his head wildly. You don't want to confess? Seeing Ling Xiao like this, Xiao Fan coldly smiled. Since you don't want to explain, then it's my turn to explain. You dare to provoke this prince without cause, not only causing me great trouble but also inflicting terrible psychological trauma. Don't you owe me an explanation? Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Ling Xiao's expression changed. Xiao Fan, don't push it too far. This prince has already had both legs broken by you. What else do you want me to explain? Ling Xiao's face was filled with fear and resentment, regretting deeply that he had provoked this demon. Hand over the ring. Xiao Fan ignored his humiliation, speaking in a cold tone, which only made Ling Xiao even more enraged. Xiao Fan, you. However, before Ling Xiao could finish his sentence, Xiao Fan immediately lunged forward and pressed down on Ling Xiao, causing the legless Ling Xiao to look terrified. His instincts kicked in, and he unleashed a punch with all his strength. But with his legs broken, the punch couldn't reach Xiao Fan, who easily dodged it with a casual turn of his head. Immediately afterward, Xiao Fan struck Ling Xiao's head with a punch, not only knocking him unconscious on the spot. Several of his teeth were shattered, and his head slammed into the ground. Even if he didn't die, he would suffer a severe concussion. Xiao Fan showed no mercy and took the opponent's storage ring. This scene left Li Fu trembling in fear. Bandits. Thugs. This wasn't some worthless prince, he was clearly a demonic tyrant. Not only did he dare to beat up the grandson of the imperial preceptor and the offspring of nobles within the imperial city, but he also dared to openly steal their storage rings. This completely disregards the laws of the Great Qian dynasty. What about you? Will you hand it over voluntarily, or shall I take it by force? After Xiao Fan took Ling Xiao's storage ring, Yan Lin's gaze turned coldly toward Li Fu, causing Li Fu's body to tremble in fear. He hurriedly handed over the storage ring in his hand to Medusa. Let's go. We don't need any more trouble coming our way. After seizing the storage rings from Ling Xiao and the others, Xiao Fan addressed Yan Lin and the others. Upon hearing this, Yan Lin's expression grew solemn. We won't be able to leave. As those words fell, a terrifying aura far more powerful than that of a Wangwu realm descended upon the pavilion. Dare to cause trouble within the Great Qian Imperial City? You truly have the nerve. Don't you know that private duels are forbidden within the Imperial City? As the words echoed, a figure clad in armor appeared before them. Wang Ji's lazy charm, please support his fans. Chapter 24. Did you drink too much of that divine elixir last night? Are you feeling unwell today and just looking for trouble? Zhang Commander? Upon seeing the figure before him, Li Fu's face lit up with joy. But the next moment, thinking of the red-clothed woman before him, who was suspected to be a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Imperial Martial Realm, Li Fu's joy quickly faded. The person before him was named Zhang Mo. She was one of the 2 commanders of the Imperial City's garrison troops. Though her cultivation had reached the 3rd rank of the Imperial Martial Realm, she was still far inferior to those in the late stages of the same realm. Are you the ones causing trouble? Upon entering the pavilion, Zhang Mo immediately turned his gaze toward Xiao Fan and the others. A surge of pressure swept toward Xiao Fan and Yan Lin like a tidal wave, crushing them under its weight. It was clear. This was an attempt to intimidate Xiao Fan and Yan Lin. But the next moment, Yan Lin merely exchanged a glance with Zhang Mo, and an even more terrifying aura erupted, instantly shattering Zhang Mo's aura into pieces. A deafening roar echoed in their minds as they stared at Yan Lin in horror. How terrifying! This woman's single glance is more terrifying than the Emperor and the National Preceptor combined. Could she be a Zhongwu realm expert? At that thought, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Mo's forehead. Zhang Commander, quickly arrest them all. This man not only crippled this princess' legs but also disabled the Grand Sage's grandson, Zhao Shiji, and even stole our storage rings. Such lawless behavior must be arrested and thrown into the Imperial City dungeon to await the Emperor and the National Preceptor's judgment. Just as Zhang Mo's skull prickled with fear, Ling Xiao glared at Xiao Fan and the others with hatred, his words causing Zhang Mo's expression to change involuntarily. What? A rebellion has erupted in the mountain range outside the eastern gates of the Imperial City, with suspected beast hordes preparing to attack the Great Qian Imperial City? Damned demon beasts! With this commander here, you shall not set foot within the Great Qian Imperial City. As Ling Xiao finished speaking, Zhang Mo grabbed the communication jade pendant at his waist, muttered a few words with great urgency, then transformed into a streak of light and shot out of the building. This situation left Xiao Fan and Ling Xing stunned. Ling Xiao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. No. He said that Xiao Fan had broken their legs and stolen their storage rings. What on earth is this Zhang Mo talking about? The Great Qian Imperial City is heavily guarded, with Imperial City formations enveloping it. What kind of demon beast dares to attack the Imperial City? This is clearly someone who doesn't want to get involved. A coward. At least he's a smart one. Watching this commander come and go in a hurry, Xiao Fan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He then glanced at Ling Xiao and the others before leaving the building with Yan Lin and the others. Ling Xiao and Li Fu could only watch helplessly as Xiao Fan and the others departed. At that moment, they all felt like fools. Your Highness, Prince Ling Xiao of Dong'an and Zhao Shiji, the grandson of the national preceptor, received the message we sent and rushed over to humiliate Xiao Fan. But Xiao Fan not only possesses the cultivation of the first level of the heavenly martial realm, but the red-clothed woman by his side is an even more terrifying royal martial realm expert. Not only did they disable the limbs of the Crown Prince of Dong'an and the Grand Preceptor's grandson, but a single glance from them was enough to send Zhang Yimou, the commander sent to maintain order, fleeing in terror. In a certain building. Upon hearing the old man's report of the recent events, the third Prince Lin Hao crushed the cup in his hand, his face betraying shock and disbelief. A cultivation level of the first rank of the Tianwu realm, and the red-clothed woman by his side is actually a royal martial realm expert? Lin Hao released his right hand, narrowing his eyes slightly. Interesting, very interesting. Who would have thought that this so-called useless prince of the Jinnan Wangfu was the one hiding the deepest among all the princes and nobles? It seems. This prince must go and meet him. He had originally planned to use Xiao Fan as bait to see if he could provoke a conflict among the princes and nobles, but this move had unexpectedly uncovered a major threat. A single glance was enough to intimidate Zhang Yimou, the commander of the city garrison. That red-clothed woman must be a late-stage royal martial realm expert, whose strength might even rival that of his father, the emperor, and the grand preceptor of the Great Qian Kingdom. If he could recruit her, he would undoubtedly become the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty in the future. On the other side, Pingyang Prefecture. Stop right there. The princess is not receiving visitors today. Please come back another day. As Lu Yenyun and Xiao Yi arrived at the main gate of Pingyang Prefecture, they were immediately blocked by two guards, causing Lu Yenyun's expression to darken. How dare you? I am the princess, the wife of the Prince of Jinnan, and the third mother of your prince consort. Yesterday he was just married to Princess Pingyang as her prince consort. Today, as his senior, I came to pay a visit, and you two dare to block my way? Lu Yenyun snorted coldly. A terrifying aura erupted, sending the two guards flying. As the princess of the Prince of Jinnan, Lu Yenyun was no mere ornamental figurehead. She had once been the pride and joy of the Lu family of the Great Qian imperial city. Now, with her cultivation at such a level, she had cultivated her martial arts to the 7th level of the Wangwu realm, a realm far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. What a worthless thing! After casually sending the two guards flying, Lu Yenyun led Xiao Yi into Pingyang Mansion, where the guards inside immediately fell into chaos. Since Lin Qingyan was not favored and preferred a quiet environment, there were not many guards within Pingyang Mansion. Only a few maids remained. Upon entering, Lu Yenyun and Xiao Yi moved through the palace as if they were alone, directly heading to the main hall of Pingyang Mansion. Lin Qingyan seemed to sense something as well. She emerged from the back of the hall. Oh, Princess Pingyang. I am, after all, the mother of your husband's father, and now your senior. On the second day of your wedding, your elders came to pay a visit, yet you refused us entry. That seems rather disrespectful, doesn't it? Upon seeing Lin Qingyan, Lu Yenyun immediately adopted a haughty demeanor and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Xiao Yi, however, kept his eyes fixed on Lin Qingyan. The intensity in his eyes was almost impossible to hide. Yesterday was your wedding day, yet none of the three princess consorts showed up, except for the Prince of the South who merely made a token appearance. Either they were sick or injured. How come today, the three princess consorts have the time to pay a visit to this palace? Could it be that you drank too much of that divine elixir last night and are now feeling unwell enough to come here causing a scene? Lin Qingyan heard this and showed no change in expression. She merely replied coldly. These words immediately caused Lu Yenyun's expression to darken. You insolent young upstart. Though you are a princess, is this how you speak to your elders? Do you not fear that I will report you to the prince and the emperor? Lin Qingyan sneered coldly. If you've come here today just to pick a fight, then you'd better leave before I lose my temper. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to have you both thrown out. Upon hearing this, Lu Yenyun burst into laughter. The terrifying aura of a 7th-rank martial artist erupted from her body like a storm. Throw me out? I'm curious, you're just a few insignificant fish in Pingyang Prefecture, and though your natural talent is decent, you've only reached the Tianwu realm. Where do you get the nerve to speak to me like this? As these words fell, a terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave, crushing toward Lin Qingyan. However, just at that moment, a figure shrouded entirely in robes appeared beside Lin Qingyan like a ghostly apparition. An even more terrifying aura erupted, shattering Lu Yenyun's aura and crashing toward her like a tidal wave. The collision of these two auras immediately caused Lu Yenyun to grunt in pain, her body involuntarily retreating several steps. 9th rank of the Wangwu realm? Upon seeing the figure, Lu Yenyun stabilized her stance and spoke with an unusual expression. It was rumored that Princess Pingyang had a concubine who had been secretly protecting her all along. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out there really is such a person. And her cultivation has reached the astonishing 9th level of the Wangwu realm. This truly surprises me. Chapter 25, Beautiful Princess, today you are mine, hee hee hee. Yun auntie, drive them out. Before Lu Yenyun could finish speaking, Lin Qingyan coldly interjected. These words caused Xiao Yi's expression to change. He hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, we came here today just to visit Xiao Fan and discuss a few matters with him. Bring him here. We'll talk and then leave." Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Lin Qingyan sneered, "He's not here. He's out shopping with another woman. If you want to find him, go look for him at the Eastern Market District yourselves." Xiao Yi's expression darkened upon hearing this. Xiao Fan isn't here? How inconvenient. They had come here specifically to use Xiao Fan to poison Lin Qingyan, but now that he wasn't here, their plan was in jeopardy. They had no choice but to switch targets. On the second day of your wedding, the groom isn't with you, the bride, but is out shopping with other women? Lin Qingyan, do you really think I'm so easy to deceive? Could it be? You rely on your special status, despise Xiao Fan as a good-for-nothing, refused to consummate the marriage after the wedding yesterday, and now you've driven him out of Pingyang Prefecture? As Xiao Yi's thoughts raced, Lu Yenyun coldly confronted Lin Qingyan with these words, causing her expression to grow even colder. "Lady Lu, I respect you as an elder and have tolerated you in every way. But you'd better know your place. This Pingyang mansion isn't where you can lord it over others." As Lin Qingyan finished speaking, a cold gleam flashed in Mu Rongyun's eyes. Her cultivation erupted suddenly, and she raised her hand to strike Lu Yenyun. This caused Lu Yenyun's expression to change, but a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. "Lin Qingyan, how dare you? How dare you let your aunt attack me?" As she spoke, Lu Yenyun's body erupted with terrifying true energy, purine energy transforming into bone-chilling claws that shot out toward Mu Rongyun as she struck out with her palm. The next moment, as the two great martial arts masters collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted within the hall, forcing Lu Yenyun to retreat. A storm swept through the hall. As Mu Rongyun caught up to Lu Yenyun and attempted to forcefully suppress her, a black-clad figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, materializing in the courtyard of Pingyang Mansion before charging toward Lin Qingyan at an incredible speed. He raised his hand and struck out at Lin Qingyan with a palm strike. "Sister-in-law, be careful." Seeing this, Xiao Yi immediately unleashed his cultivation to confront the black-clad figure, but was struck by the latter's palm and spat blood. Lin Qingyan, seeing this, her expression darkened. She raised her hand and struck the figure, showing no sign of fear. Because the black-clad figure's cultivation fluctuations only reached the 9th level of the Tianwu realm. Though not insignificant, it was still no match for her. However, just as the two collided, a strange crimson mist erupted from their collision, filling the living room with a deafening explosion. The black-clad figure spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately retreated. "Trouble. That's poisonous mist? Ear?" In the void, Lu Yenyun and Mu Rongyun, who were engaged in combat, both paled at the sight. Both of them stopped fighting and rushed toward the hall. But just at that moment, another black-clad figure appeared within the Pingyang Mansion courtyard, and the fluctuations in their cultivation reached the terrifying 9th level of the King Martial realm. And at that very moment, the black-clad figure immediately unfurled several array flags and formed a series of seals with his hands. "Ghostly Demon Array, activate!" With that low shout, an array instantly enveloped the entire Pingyang Prefecture, and terrifying black misted into a ghostly shark, which roared and charged toward Mu Rongyun and Lu Yenyun. The fluctuations of true energy. At that moment, it was already on par with the attacks unleashed by a first-tier royal martial realm expert. Lu Yenyun and Mu Rongyun, seeing this, could only activate their martial arts techniques to confront the ghostly shark. With a deafening explosion, a terrifying storm erupted above the Pingyang Prefecture courtyard. Fortunately, the array sealed off the energy, preventing the prefecture from being reduced to ruins. Nor did it alert other cultivators 10 miles away to any abnormalities. In the midst of this collision, even Mu Rongyun, with her formidable strength, was knocked back by the strike. Lu Yenyun spat out a mouthful of blood and collided with the edge of the array formation. But strangely, when Lu Yenyun collided with the array's barrier, the purine true energy she hated actually merged into the array in a bizarre manner, making it even more solid. However, at that moment, Mu Rongyun did not notice this detail, as her mind was entirely focused on Lin Qingyan. Her mind was fixated on one thought: break through the array's constraints and rush to rescue Lin Qingyan. Although she knew that Lin Qingyan possessed the cultivation level of the first rank of the Wangwu realm, the strange crimson smoke that had appeared earlier was clearly not an ordinary poison. However, before Mu Rongyun could rush toward the location of the hall, the black-clad figure once again manipulated the array to attack her. In an instant, Mu Rongyun was confined to her original position. Meanwhile, in the hall below, as the crimson smoke spread, Lin Qingyan's eyes grew icy cold, and her gaze fixed on the black-clad figure with an unsettling intensity. But the next moment, Lin Qingyan seemed to be struck by a backlash, her face flushing red, and her body went limp as she knelt on the ground. What kind of poison is this? Why can't I gather my true energy? And I feel an intense heat throughout my body, as if there's a fire burning inside me. What poison did you give me? As she spoke, Lin Qingyan's breathing grew increasingly rapid, and her expression turned anxious and fearful. This is the crimson blood lust powder. It's an extremely rare lust poison. Even a Wangwu realm expert, if poisoned by this toxin, would die within half an hour if they don't engage in dual cultivation with the opposite sex to neutralize the poison. The fire will overwhelm the heart, causing the true essence to run amok, and one will be burned to death by the flames of desire. Beautiful princess, you are mine today. He he he. Hearing Lin Xingyan's words, the black-clad figure replied in a chilling tone, then burst into maniacal laughter. However, before he could finish laughing, Xiao suddenly sprang into action from the side. His cultivation erupted, and with a single palm strike, he sent the black-clad man flying backward, crashing through the hall's wall and burying him beneath the rubble. It looked as though he was dead. Damn it! How dare you attempt to assassinate the princess and use such a vile poison? Xiao, after slapping the black-clad man away, couldn't help but shout angrily before immediately turning to look at Lin Xingyan. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Lin Xingyan, upon hearing this, tried to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she collapsed to the ground, appearing to have fainted. This scene left Xiao momentarily stunned, his breathing growing increasingly rapid and a flush spreading across his face. He couldn't help but look up and burst into laughter. Ha ha, you truly are the mother of this prince. This plan is simply brilliant. I had planned to have that good-for-nothing Xiao Fan poison her, then knock her out and record the act, but it turns out that good-for-nothing isn't even in Pingyang Prefecture. We'll have to switch to plan B, use an assassination attempt as a cover to drug her, then trap her younger sister-in-law and let this prince take her as a concubine. Even if she tries to hold me accountable afterward, or even reports it to the emperor, there is nothing they can do to me. After all, I'm also a victim. Perhaps he had inhaled some of the poison. Xiao was also somewhat disoriented at this point. After seeing Lin Xingyan collapse, he stopped pretending. Oh? So that's how it is. I knew it. The Prince of Jinnan treats that man like a discarded pawn. Why would you two, mother and son, suddenly pay a visit today? It was all part of your plan to target me. As Xiao burst into laughter, Lin Xingyan's cold voice rang out. This caused Xiao's expression to freeze abruptly, and he looked at Lin Xingyan with horror. Lin Xingyan had already stood up, her face as cold as ice, with a floating shadow stone in her right hand. There was not a single trace of poisoning in her expression or demeanor. This caused Xiao's pupils to contract violently, and he looked as though he had seen a ghost. Lin Xingyan, you, of all people, dare to try to drain my energy? Don't you know who I am? I'm the main character of this story. Chapter 26. If you weren't poisoned, how would he have had the chance to pin you to the ground? No, it's impossible. How come you're not poisoned? Xiao couldn't help but shout in horror, a strong sense of unease exploding in his heart. Especially when he saw the floating recording stone in Lin Xingyan's hand, he instantly realized that Lin Xingyan had been faking it all along, with the sole purpose of leaving evidence of his and Lu Yanyan's crimes. This made Xiao feel as though the sky had collapsed. Damn it, grab the recording stone. In his panic, Xiao couldn't help but shout wildly. He then erupted with his cultivation and charged toward Lin Xingyan. At that very moment, the black-clad figure who had been struck into the ruins by Xiao's palm also erupted with a shout, sending rocks and debris flying. His true energy carried a terrifying might. Together with Xiao, they struck toward Lin Xingyan. Ice feather. Lin Xingyan saw this and a flash of blue light appeared in her eyes. A terrifying cold aura erupted from her body. As she gripped the shadow stone, icy blue feathers formed from condensed black ice immediately appeared around her, then shot out from Lin Xingyan toward Xiao and the black-clad figure. In the blink of an eye, Xiao and the black-clad figure were sent flying by the attack, their bodies and limbs pierced by the feathers, and they couldn't help but let out agonized screams. The two of them crashed into the pile of rubble in the courtyard. It seemed that, even if they didn't die, they were severely injured. Lu Yanyun, who was putting on a show in the courtyard of Pingyang Mansion, couldn't help but change her expression upon seeing this scene. She never expected this. Lin Xingyan wasn't at the heavenly martial realm after all, he was at the royal martial realm. Not even 20 years old. To have broken through to the Wangwu realm at such a young age, this woman is truly extraordinary. However, even if this woman is at the Wangwu realm, she couldn't possibly withstand that poison. How did she manage to block it? But at this very moment, Lu Yanyun had no time to think about it. Her cultivation erupted as she charged toward Lin Xingyan. She must destroy that recording stone. Otherwise, even if she were the princess consort of the Prince of Jinnan, she would have to endure the emperor's wrath, and there was even a possibility of losing her life. Xingyan, be careful. Seeing Lu Yanyun charging straight toward Lin Xingyan, Min Yuyun couldn't help but shout out in alarm. A flash of sword light, accompanied by a terrifying blizzard, immediately struck toward Lu Yanyun's back. But at the same time, the black-clad martial artist of the King Realm who was manipulating the array in the void also activated the array to attack Mu Rongyun. As the array erupted, ghostly energy coalesced into a terrifying ghostly claw, colliding with the sword light Mu Rongyun had slashed out, helping Lu Yanyun block the strike. Lu Yanyun ignored the storm raging behind her and instead used the recoil force to close in on Lin Xingyan in an instant. This caused a rare look of gravity to flicker across Lin Xingyan's face. A cultivation level of the 7th rank of the Wangwu realm surpassed her 6th rank by 2 levels. Even if she were a reincarnated Emperor realm powerhouse, it would be extremely difficult to match such a formidable opponent in a battle where the strength disparity was so vast. But Lin Qingyan did not back down. As an ice blue rune appeared between her brows, her hair turned ice blue in an instant, and an even more terrifying aura erupted on the spot. Behind Lin Qingyan, a phantom of an ice phoenix appeared, then collided fiercely with Lu Yenyun. In an instant, the true essence impact swept out like a storm, sending Lin Qingyan flying backward, but Lu Yenyun was also forced back by Lin Qingyan. This caused a look of horror and disbelief to flash across Lu Yenyun's face. You must understand. The difference in cultivation was 6 minor realms, even though both were at the king martial realm. The gap between them was as vast as that between an adult and an infant. But Lin Qingyan had managed to block the palm strike she had unleashed with only the first level of the king martial realm. What kind of monster was this woman? Lin Qingyan destroyed the recording stone. Let today's matter be settled. Without hesitation, Lu Yenyun once again charged at Lin Qingyan with all her might, and this time, her momentum was even more terrifying than before. If Lin Qingyan remained stubborn, she would have no choice but to resort to desperate measures and kill her to silence her. Let us put this behind us? Who do you think you are? Just as Lu Yenyun finished speaking and her body closed in on Lin Qingyan, a cold voice echoed through the void, and a spatial fissure tore open beside Lin Qingyan. A pale, slender hand emerged from the spatial fissure, swatting at Lu Yenyun as if she were a fly. A terrifying force descended upon Lu Yenyun. She was sent crashing into the ground like trash, leaving a deep crater in her wake. This scene left the black-clad martial artist in a state of shock. Tearing open a spatial fissure with bare hands? Zong Wu realm expert? Staring blankly at the red-clad woman emerging from the spatial fissure, along with a man and 2 maidservants, the black-clad figure couldn't help but let out a hysterical scream. The next moment, the black-clad man hesitated not a moment, clasping his hands together to form a seal, intending to detonate the entire array, in order to give himself a sliver of a chance to escape. But before he could trigger the array, Yanlin merely smiled coldly. As she pointed her finger, a crimson light rippled out like waves, instantly engulfing the entire Pingyang prefecture, rendering the array formation helpless. This caused the black-clad masked man's pupils to dilate, his eyes reflecting nothing but despair and terror. Although he knew Zongwu realm experts were far more terrifying than Huangwu realm experts. But he never imagined it would be this terrifying. With just a flick of his finger, he sealed off the void within a 10-mile radius, rendering even a 5th-tier array ineffective. It was as though a divine being had descended. Sir, old man. The black-clad man was about to speak, but Yan Lin didn't give him a chance to finish. He raised his finger and pointed downward at the void. A red light streaked down like a falling meteor, striking the black-clad man and sending him crashing into the courtyard of Pingyang Mansion. At that moment, Lu Yenyun and the others' plan was completely shattered, and they were captured like dead dogs. Princess, are you alright? Ling Xing and Ling Yu looked at Lin Qingyan with worried expressions, even running over to check her from head to toe, fearing that the princess might have been injured. I'm fine. Lin Qingyan smiled faintly upon hearing this, then released her combat state. She can even transform. She looks pretty decent. Xiao Fan examined Lin Qingyan, murmuring in admiration. But how come you didn't get poisoned? This less poison isn't just any ordinary toxin. It not only enters the body through breathing but also attaches itself to the pores and enters the bloodstream. You're not affected at all? By the time Lu Yenyun and the others had started their attack, Xiao Fan and the others had already returned to the mansion. However, seeing that Lin Qingyan hadn't been poisoned but had instead collapsed with symptoms of poisoning in the spatial fissure, Xiao Fan immediately realized what this woman was planning. He didn't rush to have Yan Lin intervene. Afterward, to test the combat prowess of this reincarnated Empress, Medusa also did not rush to act when Lu Yenyun made her first move. He had assumed Lin Qingyan would be soundly defeated. But unexpectedly, the opponent, relying on her cultivation at the first level of the Wangwu realm, was actually able to exchange a single palm strike with Lu Yenyun. This burst of combat power truly astonished them. Do you want me to poison you? Lin Qingyan heard this and shot a piercing glance at Xiao Fan, her face betraying a dangerous expression, as if she intended to strike him. Don't you understand his intentions? If you hadn't been poisoned, how would he have had the chance to pin you to the ground, tear apart your aloofness, and make you feel his burning heat? As Lin Qingyan finished speaking, Yan Lin coldly laughed beside her. This made Xiao Fan's expression grow solemn, his face filled with anger. Nonsense! Am I the kind of person who would do such a thing? I was merely curious. Put! Yan Lin sneered disdainfully, his face betraying his contempt. Then who was that just now? When I realized this woman hadn't been poisoned with the lust poison, I almost gave up in disappointment and forced the poison down her throat myself? Upon hearing Yan Lin's words, Xiao Fan's lips twitched. Had he really been that obvious just now? This woman was completely stubborn. However, he wasn't one to pick fights with women. He could only pretend to be outmatched by this Medusa Queen, then turned away with a cold expression and walked toward Lu Yenyun and the others. No one gave out free gifts, leaving Lin Qingyan in tears of sorrow. Today, only 3 who are willing to give for love will be taken home by the Empress. Chapter 27, Xiao Fan, you dare to step on this palace? Zhongwu Realm. How could there be a Zhongwu Realm cultivator in Pingyang Prefecture? As Xiao Fan walked toward the deep pit in the courtyard, the black-clad old man murmured with a deathly pale face. He had only been struck once by Yan Lin. He felt his bones shatter and his meridians snap, nearly turning him into a cripple. The power disparity was simply too terrifying. So it was that old dog from the Lu family. Upon seeing the true appearance of the black-clad man in the pit, Xiao Fan couldn't help but let a cold smile escape his lips. This man was none other than Lu Yenyun's father, the head of the Lu family of the imperial city. Lu Filong. Heavens! First tier Tianwu realm? Feeling the aura emanating from Xiao Fan, Lu Filong's pupils immediately contracted. He had been to the Prince of Jinnan's mansion countless times and had seen Xiao Fan on numerous occasions, but the latter had always been a good-for-nothing. How had he managed to cultivate to the first level of the heavenly martial realm without a word? And there was even a Zhongwu realm expert by his side. This young man had been hiding his true strength so deeply. Xiao Fan, this is all a misunderstanding. From now on, the Lu family is willing to submit to you and help you become the strongest prince of the royal palace. In utter shock, Lu Filong coughed up a mouthful of blood and spoke weakly to Xiao Fan. This caused Xiao Fan to couldn't help but let out a cold smile. Misunderstanding? Xiao Fan glared at Lu Filong with a cold gaze. You poisoned this prince's woman with a lust-inducing poison, intending to take her chastity, and you call that a misunderstanding? As his words fell, a murderous intent emanated from Xiao Fan, causing Lu Filong to feel a chill run down his spine. If it's a misunderstanding, then let this misunderstanding deepen a little more. Xiao Fan coldly stared at Lu Filong, his gaze shifting to the other side of the deep pit. There. Another figure lay there, none other than the mastermind behind it all, Lu Yenyun. Xiao Fan. This can't be possible, absolutely not. You're just a worthless. How could you possess such power, and have such a terrifyingly powerful ally by your side? As Xiao Fan approached her, Lu Yenyun struggled to stand up, but her injuries were too severe. She simply couldn't stand up. Ha, third princess, do you think I'm still the same worthless trash you used to trample on? Xiao Fan walked up to Lu Yenyun, towering over her. His expression grew increasingly icy as he coldly asked, does this posture feel familiar to you? These 2 sentences instantly gave Lu Yenyun a sense of foreboding, and a look of panic involuntarily flashed across her face. Xiao Fan, I am your father's third princess consort. If you dare to harm me, your father will never forgive you. Lu Yenyun dared not respond to Xiao Fan's words, instead shouting loudly with a feigned air of authority. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's gaze grew even colder. You're still as arrogant as ever. After speaking, Xiao Fan stepped on Lu Yenyun with one foot, instantly shattering the strength she had been quietly gathering. This caused Lu Yenyun to cough up a mouthful of blood. Xiao Fan, how dare you step on this palace? Lu Yenyun roared at Xiao Fan, seething with hatred and eager to rise and kill him. Ha, you finally know shame? Then, when this prince was 9 years old, how did you treat this prince? Not only did you allow your son to steal this princess' belongings, but after he severely injured this prince, you were the one who stepped on this prince like this. You even taught me a lesson, that lowly people should be treated like rats, trampled underfoot. If you had gritted your teeth and endured it, you could have lived a little longer. If you try to bite back while being trampled, you might end up dying a horrible death. As he spoke, Xiao Fan suddenly exerted force with his feet, crushing Lu Yenyun's chest. The third princess taught this lesson to this prince, and I have never dared to forget it over the years. How dare you forget it now? Xiao Fan. Hearing Xiao Fan's words and feeling his chest being stomped on, Lu Yenyun couldn't help but let out a furious roar, trying to forcefully activate her cultivation to fight Xiao Fan. A man may be killed, but he cannot be disgraced. She was, after all, the third princess of the Jinnan Wangfu, an elder whom Xiao Fan had looked up to for over a decade. Today, she had been severely injured by a Zhongwu realm expert with a single blow. And now she was being humiliated by a junior, which was even more unbearable than death. However, just as she was roaring, Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He casually took out a pill bottle, crushed it, and forced the pills into Lu Yenyun's mouth. Caught off guard, she swallowed the pill, and panic spread across her face. Xiao Fan, what did you give me? Xiao Fan smiled coldly upon hearing this. You wanted to feed my woman aphrodisiac so your son could defile and drain her, didn't you? I want you to taste the same. What? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lu Yenyun's expression changed, and she immediately roared in anger. Xiao Fan, you bastard. I am your mother's concubine. How dare you try to rape me? After speaking, Lu Yenyun tried to channel her cultivation to expel the pill she had swallowed. But just as she was about to gather her true energy, she was kicked by Xiao Fan. The next moment, Xiao Fan leaned down and grabbed the other person's neck, lifting Lu Yenyun up like a cauldron. With his other hand, he channeled his true energy and pressed it against her lower abdomen, helping her dissipate the potion's effects within her body. Don't think too much. This prince has no interest in you, you lowly woman. Wait. I'll give your father and your son a pill too, then go find a few wild beasts outside and feed them some aphrodisiac as well. That way, you'll finally understand what true ecstasy feels like. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lu Yenyun's mind was filled with a deafening roar, her pupils contracting rapidly as she stared at Xiao Fan with a look of terror and horror. At that moment, she felt that the man before her was a demon from the depths of hell. Otherwise, how could he come up with such a cruel and heartless method of revenge? Xiao Fan, I am your third mother. You can't treat me like this. When your father finds out, he will definitely kill you. Lu Yenyun said with a hideous expression. The next moment, feeling a surge of evil energy surging within her, Lu Yenyun completely lost control. In that instant, she burned her essence blood and forcibly reversed the true energy within her body. This allowed her, despite being severely injured and with all her limbs broken, to gather her strength and charge toward Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, seeing this, his expression turned cold, and he immediately raised his hand to block the attack. As his true energy erupted, Xiao Fan was forced to retreat, while Lu Yenyun stumbled and landed beside Lu Filong. This palace. I will never let you treat me this way. No one can insult or defile this palace. Feeling the fire within her body growing increasingly intense, Lu Yenyun's face twisted into a frenzy as she roared at Xiao Fan, then gathered the surging true energy within her body. A single kick struck Lu Filong's chest. This strike left Lu Filong, who was already severely injured, completely stunned, and also caused him to die instantly as he struggled to survive. Even in death, Lu Filong stared at Lu Yenyun's long legs crushing him, his eyes wide open in death. No. If you didn't want to be defiled by the other party, why didn't you just kill yourself? How dare you kill me first? You're truly a disgrace to your family. Despite knowing Lu Yenyun's plan and the risks involved, he still came to help without hesitation. If only he had known. He simply shot Lu Yenyun into the wall. With a sense of resentment, Lu Filong refused to close his eyes in death, which came as a surprise to Xiao Fan. He hadn't expected that either. That Lu Yenyun, provoked, would become so extreme. He kicked his own father to death with a single blow. It was truly a filial act that killed him. Xiao Fan, you want to torment and trample upon this palace's dignity. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. After killing Lu Filong, Lu Yenyun glared at Xiao Fan with hatred, then disregarded the consequences and burned her essence blood. She charged toward Xiao Fan. But the next moment, before Lu Yenyun could get close to Xiao Fan, Yan Lin raised his hand and pointed a finger, instantly eliminating Lu Yenyun. Chapter 28, You little woman is jealous. Aren't you going to go comfort her? Bad luck. Watching Lu Yenyun's head pierced by the sword chi and die instantly, Xiao Fan couldn't help but mutter. He turned around. He noticed Ling Xing and Ling Yu staring at him in horror, as if they had been deeply shaken by his previous actions. What's wrong? I was just helping your princess vent her anger, and now I've scared the two of you? Seeing the fearful expressions on Ling Xing and Ling Yu's faces, Xiao Fan walked over and immediately asked with a smile, which made Ling Xing and Ling Yu feel a bit embarrassed. That said, but Xiao Fan's actions and behavior earlier were simply too wicked. The prince consort just looked like a bad guy. Ling Yu couldn't help but blurt out. Before she could finish, Ling Xing tapped her on the head. Stupid, have you forgotten the princess's teachings? When dealing with villains, you have to be even more wicked, more evil, colder, and more ruthless than them. Only then will the bad guys truly fear us from the bottom of their hearts. Hearing Ling Xing's words, Ling Yu puckered her lips. You were just scared by the prince earlier, afraid he'd feed you love potion and then find you a few pig-like beasts. You're lying. The prince wouldn't dare. Ling Xing blushed upon hearing this and began arguing with Ling Yu. This scene made Xiao Fan can't help but smile. But the next moment, he turned his gaze coldly to the other side, where two other figures lay motionless. One was the black-clad assassin who had poisoned Lin Xingyan, and the other was his own good fifth brother. Xiao Fan, I was wrong. Don't kill me, give me a chance to live. Seeing Xiao Fan approach with a grim expression, Xiao Yi, who was barely clinging to life, was filled with fear, completely losing the arrogance of a prince. Kill him. Seeing that the other man's pants were soaked through, Xiao Fan lost all desire to settle the score at that moment. He immediately turned to Lin Xingyan and said, No. Xiao Fan, you can't. Xiao Yi, upon hearing this, spoke with a terrified expression. But before he could finish his sentence, Meng Yu waved her hand and slashed out a sword beam, ending Xiao Yi's sinful life. They all died within Pingyang Prefecture. This is likely to cause trouble in the future. Looking at the bodies of Xiao Yi and Lu Yenyun, Lin Xingyan spoke with a heavy tone, then turned her gaze to Yan Lin beside her. If the southern prince were to come looking for us next, the prince of Jinnan comes looking for us, the only one who can stop him is Yan Lin. The trouble doesn't end there. Today, the few of us encountered trouble in the marketplace as well. Xiao Fan briefly recounted what had happened in the marketplace. This left Lin Xingyan speechless, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of impending doom. Don't worry. As long as Yanlin is here, nothing will go wrong. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively, speaking casually. This made the Medusa Queen beside him feel displeased. Boy, do you really think of this queen as your bodyguard? Upon hearing Yanlin's words, Xiao Fan's face flushed with embarrassment. The queen is joking. Everyone here knows that although I, Xiao Fan, am handsome and charming, the future leader of the human race, I am currently nothing more than a lowly attendant by the queen's side. If it weren't for the queen protecting me, I would have been killed long ago. Xiao Fan had no limits, lavishing praise on Yanlin. This caused the corners of Medusa Queen's lips to curve into a smile. She cast a deliberate glance at Lin Xingyan. Since you're so good at flattery, I won't hold it against you. But, by praising me so much, aren't you afraid someone might get jealous? Upon hearing Yanlin's words, Xiao Fan and Ling Xingyu, along with the others, instinctively turned to look at Lin Xingyan. The latter showed no emotion on her face. She merely replied indifferently. Why are you staring at me? How could I possibly be jealous of a sycophant? Moreover, this sycophant was just hoping I'd be poisoned with a lustful toxin. Such a treacherous sycophant, some queen out there might get flattered a few times and end up losing her bearings and sacrificing herself. After speaking, Lin Xingyan turned and headed toward the backyard. It was clear. Lin Xingyan still felt a bit jealous of Xiao Fan's flattery toward Medusa. Although, she no longer felt any romantic feelings toward Xiao Fan. But this guy, he was still her nominal husband. Earlier, he kept talking about defiling and taking her woman's chastity, speaking so boldly and taking revenge on the other party. But after it was all over, he left her standing there alone, merely uttering a polite formality before going to kiss another woman right in front of her. Does this reincarnated Empress have no sense of dignity? Even if her current strength doesn't match Yanlin's, she could at least have complimented her a little, right? It made her feel like she was once again overshadowed by Yanlin. You're just a jealous little woman. Why don't you go comfort her? Upon hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Medusa didn't get angry. Instead, she curved the corners of her lips slightly and spoke with a teasing tone. Ever since she found out that Lin Xingyan was a reincarnated emperor-level powerhouse, she couldn't help but want to compete with her. Seeing the other person humiliated gave her a sense of accomplishment. Never mind her. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively, causing Lin Xingyan, who had just taken a few steps away, to stiffen suddenly. By the way, I've already broken through to the heavenly martial realm. My strength is now far greater than last night. I think the two of us can try to do what we wanted to do last night. Lin Xingyan took a deep breath and started to take a step forward, but upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, she froze in place as if struck by lightning. What did he mean by try what we wanted to do last night? Could it be that Xiao Fan wants to practice dual cultivation with Medusa? Like last night, to engage in passionate embrace? It wasn't just Lin Xingyan. Even Yanlin was stunned on the spot. Immediately afterward, Yanlin narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression turning dangerous. Boy, do you want to sleep with me? Upon hearing Yanlin's words, Xiao Fan was speechless. What? What I mean is that I want to help you extract the accumulated fire poison from your body. With my current strength, I can already withstand a small portion of the fire poison's corrosion. Once I extract some of it, your strength will increase. Then you won't have to worry about encountering opponents of your own level anymore. Don't think of this prince as so lustful. Even if you're a Medusa of the snake people, your beauty and figure are enough to make me swoon, but I have my dignity and principles. Xiao Fan retorted with righteous indignation. This left the usually aloof Medusa Queen feeling a bit awkward. It was all a misunderstanding. She had thought Xiao Fan had become bold enough to dare to say he wanted to sleep with another woman in front of his own bride. Lin Xingyan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but sigh in relief. Suddenly, she felt that Xiao Fan wasn't completely beyond redemption, at least he wasn't obsessed with sleeping with women. This so-called husband wasn't completely ruined after all. But the next moment, the two heard Xiao Fan clear his throat and continue. Of course. If Queen Medusa doesn't mind, I think the two of us could use dual cultivation to purify the fire poison in your body more quickly. Xiao Fan. Before Xiao Fan could finish speaking, Yanlin and Lin Xingyan gritted their teeth and shouted. At that moment, the Queen and the Empress had reached an understanding, and both of them raised their hands and struck Xiao Fan with a palm strike. A powerful gust of wind erupted violently. Though it didn't cause much harm to Xiao Fan, it sent the man flying backward, slamming him into the wall nearby. Lin Xingyan and Yanlin exchanged a glance. One turned and returned to the east courtyard, while the other turned and returned to the west courtyard. This made Xiao Fan's lips twitch involuntarily. Damn it, domestic violence. Male safety is of the utmost urgency within Pingyang Prefecture. Princess, wait for us. Ling Xing and Ling Yu glanced at Xiao Fan before hurrying to catch up with Lin Xingyan. Mon Yuyun gave Xiao Fan an odd look. She didn't say much else. She led her guards to begin handling the bodies of Lu Yenyun and the others, as well as repairing the collapsed courtyards and houses within Pingyang Prefecture. Seeing that no one paid him any attention, Xiao Fan felt a bit down and climbed down from the wall. Then he headed toward the west courtyard. Nothing else. He was going to lick Medusa. No, that's not right. He was going to suck on Medusa, using the fire poison on her body to enhance his own strength. After all, in his eyes, Yen Lin was not only an irresistibly alluring beauty but also a rare treasure containing immense energy. Not going up to suck a few breaths would be a shame. Here's another beautiful image of Medusa the Queen. If you like it, give it some support. Chapter 29, lying outside the door is so boring, why not come in and take a bath together? On the other side, at the Yin Yang mansion. What did you say? The worthless prince consort Lin Qingyan chose yesterday not only has the cultivation of the first level of the Tianwu realm, but also crippled your legs in a single exchange? Not only that, the red-clothed woman by his side could intimidate the city guard commander Zhang Yimou with just a single glance? Seeing Ling Zhao's pitiful state, after hearing Li Fu's account, Lin Yanqi couldn't help but reveal a look of shock on her face. Yesterday, the three princesses had their grand wedding together. She had been relieved that she had chosen the strongest among the sons of the great nobles, while Lin Qingyan had chosen the weakest one. But she never expected that on the second day of her marriage, the strongest prince she had chosen was beaten to a pulp by the worthless man chosen by Lin Qingyan, leaving Lin Yanqi feeling utterly humiliated. Yanqi, we can't just let this go. We must go to the emperor and report this. That damn Xiao Fan not only broke this prince's legs but also stole our engagement rings. Ling Xiao lay on the bed, grinding his teeth in anger, desperate to rush to the Great Qian Imperial Palace and have the Great Qian Emperor punish Xiao Fan severely. The emperor ordered the three of us sisters to marry the heirs of the three great princes simultaneously, intending to use this alliance to balance the power among the major princes. And he intends to cultivate one of these princes into a pawn for the imperial family. You went to provoke the prince consort of Pingyang and had your legs broken. It only proves you're a worthless fool. If our father emperor were to learn of this, he would only grow to favor the prince consort of Pingyang. How could he possibly stand up for you? Upon hearing Ling Zhao's words, Lin Yanqi sneered and spoke, her eyes betraying her disgust. If she really went to the palace to complain, she would only end up embarrassing herself. Yesterday, she had thought she had struck gold, but it turned out to be nothing more than a pile of covered in gold dust. Then my leg is ruined for nothing? Ling Xiao's face twisted in anger. Although the injury could heal, he would have to stay in bed for at least several days, and during that time, he couldn't even touch a woman. This was worse than death. I will go to Pingyang Prefecture to handle this. You should focus on recovering. After speaking, Princess Yin Yang ignored Ling Xiao and walked straight out of the room, instructing the maidservant by her side. Prepare the carriage. I must go to Pingyang Prefecture. This trip, she not only sought justice, she also wanted to see for herself how this worthless prince consort, Xiao Fan, had become so powerful. If possible, she must manipulate the situation to her advantage and obtain some leverage over him. Meanwhile, at the National Preceptor's mansion. What a ruthless move. Bones shattered, meridians severed. I never expected that within the imperial city of the Great Qian dynasty, someone would dare to inflict such cruelty on my grandson. After inspecting Zhao Shiji's injuries, Zhao Guangxing's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Grandmaster, it's not that I didn't want to help, but that woman is simply beyond my capabilities. Her aura is no weaker than yours or the emperor's. I even suspect that she is a Zhongwu realm expert. Additionally, due to the sudden incident at the eastern gate of the imperial city, I had no choice but to leave for a while. As Zhao Guangxing spoke in a cold, ominous tone, Zhang Yimou stood nervously in the hall, answering. In the territory under his jurisdiction, Zhao Shiji had been beaten into such a state. If he hadn't gone there at the time, he could have pretended to know nothing. But after going there, he was unable to punish Xiao Fan and the others. Now he had no choice but to come to the National Preceptor's mansion to apologize and seek forgiveness. Zhongwu realm? Upon hearing Zhang Mo's words, Zhao Guangxing narrowed his eyes. Though his expression seemed slightly surprised, there was little fear in his eyes. It seemed as though even a powerful martial artist at the Zhongwu realm was not beyond his capabilities. Enough. Go away. Next, keep a close eye on Pingyang Prefecture for me. If there's any movement there, report it to me immediately. Zhao Guangxing's eyes flickered briefly, but he did not press Zhang Yimou further, merely speaking in a cold tone. This caused Zhang Yimou to sigh in relief. After responding, he hurriedly exited the hall. Grandfather, what about me in the future? Am I going to be a useless? As Zhang Yimou had just left, Zhao Shiji opened his eyes and asked in a terrified voice. Earlier. Although he lacked natural talent, he could still cultivate to some extent. With the status of being the grandson of the imperial preceptor, coupled with his own cultivation, he could walk around the imperial city with great prestige. If he were to become even as the grandson of the national preceptor, he wouldn't be able to intimidate the princes and princesses of the royal family. Don't worry. With grandfather here, you won't be ruined. Zhao Guangxing waved his hand dismissively upon hearing this. Grandfather has recently obtained a rare heavenly treasure known as the immortal rebirth herb, an extremely rare 5th grade spiritual herb. Don't underestimate its low rank. It contains an extremely rare nirvana transformation power, comparable to the Phoenix clan's nirvana true fire. However, this nirvana transformation power is only effective on beings below the king martial realm, allowing them to be reborn from the brink of death. Not only can it easily heal one's injuries, but it can also unleash one's latent potential, causing one's cultivation to skyrocket. Once grandfather combines this immortal nirvana grass with other spiritual herbs and refines it into a batch of nirvana transformation pills for you, you will not only recover quickly but also use the pill to break through to the heavenly martial realm. Upon hearing Zhao Guangxing's words, Zhao Shiji's face lit up with joy. He never expected this. He wouldn't have to become but instead turn misfortune into fortune. Grandfather, hurry up and help me refine the pill. Once my injuries heal and I break through to the Tianwu realm, I will make that bastard Xiao Fan pay a terrible price. Zhao Shiji said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, he touched his wounds, and the pain made him wince. Don't worry, this debt, grandfather will definitely get it back for you. I am the grandson of Zhao Guangxing. No one can touch me. Seeing Zhao Shiji's pitiful state, Zhao Guangxing replied in a cold tone. He then walked out of the hall and headed straight for the alchemy room. As the Grand Sage of the Great Qian Kingdom, he had not only reached the 9th level of the Imperial Martial Realm but was also an Imperial-level alchemist. Even the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty had to rely on him, the national preceptor, for alchemy. Therefore, within the Great Qian Dynasty, he was second to none, above all others. Forget about the sons and daughters of nobles. Even some imperial princes and princesses would dare to kill him if they angered him. The scene shifts back to Pingyang Prefecture. Xiao Fan strode confidently into the western courtyard side hall, raised his hand, and knocked on the main hall's door. Yan Lin, open the door. This prince has something to give you. Call me Queen Majesty. Before Xiao Fan could finish speaking, Yan Lin's voice echoed from inside the hall. Wait outside for a moment. I need to take a bath. Hearing Yan Lin's words, Xiao Fan's lips twitched. No. You're given an inch and you take a mile? Are you making this prince call you Queen Majesty? And make him wait outside? Damn it. You're just a little snake woman. I didn't even make you kneel and call me father. That's already giving you enough face. Now you're so arrogant you can't even tell north from south. It seems he must give him a good lesson today. With that thought in mind, Xiao Fan wanted to kick open the door and go in to reason with Medusa. But then he remembered he was a gentleman, and doing that would be unbecoming. Therefore, Xiao Fan decided to let Medusa off the hook for now and instead peek through the door to assess the situation. After all, knowing your enemy is the key to victory. He needed to observe Medusa's daily behavior and identify any weaknesses. This way, he could use his strengths to infiltrate the enemy's lair. However, before he could crawl to the door to get a clear view of the palace interior, Medusa's cold voice rang out. What's the fun in peeking outside the door? Why not come in and join us for a bath? Medusa the Queen, lying outside is so boring. Why not sponsor 3 people to join us and wash together? Chapter 30. Do you want this king to make you break your spear and lose your sword? What? Xiao Fan heard this and immediately sensed trouble. But before he could step back, the palace doors suddenly swung open and a powerful suction force pulled Xiao Fan inside. Xiao Fan felt the world spinning. With a loud thud, his entire body plunged into a pool of water, sending a large splash flying everywhere. Damn it, I'm done for. Caught red-handed while peeking, this was going to cost him dearly. Xiao Fan felt that even if he was going to get beaten up, he couldn't let himself be beaten too humiliatingly. He had to satisfy his curiosity first. So, even after falling into the water, Xiao Fan immediately opened his eyes, intending to first admire Medusa's beautiful legs. But the next moment, Xiao Fan was left speechless. Because what was in the water wasn't a pair of beautiful legs, but a thick, multicolored python's tail. This startled Xiao Fan. What the hell? Where are the legs? Yan Lin had already broken through to the Zhongwu realm and successfully transformed into a human form, hadn't he? How the hell did it turn into a snake again? In a state of shock, Xiao Fan suddenly raised his head in the water. Upon surfacing, he discovered that Yan Lin hadn't completely transformed into a 7-colored swallowing serpent. The upper half of his body was still in the form of a sexy human, but the lower half had turned into a snake's tail. This was the most primitive snake-human form of the snake-human clan, causing Xiao Fan to involuntarily take a deep breath of cool air. Holy crap, that's so badass. Thrilling. Watching Yan Lin's upper body wrapped in a red corset, with her prominent features bobbing up and down on the water's surface. Her lower body, a long snake tail, had more than half of it exposed above the water. That allure, that form, caused Xiao Fan to feel an unusual sense of excitement, and a surge of lust began to burn within him. His blood began to surge through his veins. Is it beautiful? Noticing Xiao Fan's breathing growing increasingly rapid as his gaze fixated on her most alluring feature, Medusa asked in a soft, haunting voice. Beautiful. Xiao Fan didn't hesitate for a moment before answering firmly. Lin sneered upon hearing this, and his aura grew increasingly dangerous. That python's tail, resembling tentacles, reached out toward Xiao Fan. As it swept across the water's surface, it created ripples, like fingers lifting Xiao Fan's chin. Should I pounce on me, tear my clothes to shreds, and hold me down in the water like a slave, venting your beastly desires to your heart's content? Upon hearing Lin's words, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up, and his body surged with yang energy. The water temperature in the bath began to rise sharply. I want to. Xiao Fan nodded instinctively. But the next moment, he snapped back to his senses and declared resolutely, such thoughts are out of the question. I, Xiao Fan, may not be a beast, spit, though I am no gentleman, but I am certainly no beast. The queen is like a white lotus flower in my heart, something to be admired from afar but never defiled. Though I, Xiao, have a love for beauty and the 7 emotions and 6 desires, how could I ever defile the queen for such base desires? Xiao Fan was extremely agitated. As he spoke, he roughly pushed aside Lin's serpentine tail and stood up, gazing down at the queen. Very well. Dare to stand up and point a gun at this king? Do you want me to break your gun and shatter your spear? Seeing Xiao Fan like this, Lin was taken aback for a moment. Then, he shifted his gaze elsewhere and spoke in a voice that sent a chill down the spine. Upon hearing Lin's words, Xiao Fan finally noticed that his clothes were soaked through. Combined with his surging qi and blood, when he stood up, the clothes could no longer conceal his imposing figure. This left Xiao Fan feeling rather embarrassed, and he immediately crouched back into the bath. This king has noticed. In just 2 days, your respect for this king has grown increasingly disrespectful. Don't think that just because I accidentally lost my virginity to you and am now at your mercy due to the fire poison in my body, you can treat me like this. Seeing Xiao Fan crouch down, Medusa turned her head. As she spoke in a low, haunting voice. That snake tail swept across the water's surface once more, swaying before Xiao Fan like an arm. But before Lin could finish speaking, Xiao Fan suddenly reached out and grasped the snake tail. This caused Lin's body to tremble uncontrollably, as if he had been electrocuted. Xiao Fan, what are you doing? Let go of this king. Perhaps because of their one-night stand, Lin, startled by instinct, didn't think to unleash her cultivation and strike him away with her tail. Instead, she shouted like a frightened young girl in her panic. But as soon as her words fell, Xiao Fan suddenly channeled his cultivation energy and forcefully infused it into Lin's snake tail. I came here to help you purify the fire poison, not to watch you act like a queen. Holding your tail like that and pointing it at me, do you really think I have no temper at all? At that moment, Xiao Fan felt that his younger brother had stood up, so he had to be more assertive as well. Therefore, regardless of the consequences, he would first use the pretext of refining the fire poison to give the queen's snake tail a good rub. The snake scales felt icy cold but smooth and delicate, like touching a special kind of skin, giving Xiao Fan an unprecedented sense of novelty. Medusa had completely transformed into human form, with her lower body becoming 2 legs. If that's the case, then the sharp tip of the snake tail must be equivalent to the delicate feet of a human form. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan grew even more excited. However, to prevent Medusa from going berserk, Xiao Fan had to get down to business. As his true energy surged into Lin's body, following her meridians to constantly devour and refine the fire poison accumulated within her, Xiao Fan's aura grew stronger by the moment. Medusa, Xiao Fan. Don't move. Once the refinement of the fire poison enters a critical state, if you forcefully sever the connection with me, not only will I suffer backlash, but the fire poison within your body will also take the opportunity to run amok and backlash against you. So, please cooperate with me now. Just as Lin clenched his teeth to speak, Xiao Fan raised his head and spoke in a low, solemn voice. This serious tone immediately startled Lin. There were priorities to consider. As the queen of the Snake People tribe, Lin naturally understood the importance of the bigger picture. Therefore, at this moment, even if she felt utterly wronged and wanted to pounce on Xiao Fan and bite him to death, she had no choice but to endure the humiliation and cooperate with him. This made Lin's breathing grow. Her expression also grew unusual. Last night, though they had been wild, it had happened while they were unconscious, and Lin hadn't felt much at the time. But now, she was fully conscious, being manipulated and taken advantage of by Xiao Fan, which gave her a sense of being forcibly conquered. Moreover, as Xiao Fan held her snake tail, he continuously poured his true energy into it, causing a tingling sensation to spread from her tail throughout her entire body. This left Lin feeling utterly disoriented, clenching her teeth and staring intently at Xiao Fan. In this ambiguous atmosphere, the temperature between the two of them rose rapidly, and the water in the bath began to boil, turning into a mist that filled the hall. Fortunately, Xiao Fan and Lin were no ordinary individuals. Therefore, even though they were immersed in boiling water, they felt nothing at all. However, as time passed, the water in the bath was completely evaporated. Medusa's enchanting snake-like form was fully exposed before Xiao Fan's eyes, and in this process of refinement, Xiao Fan's cultivation had broken through to the second level of the heavenly martial realm. Having just broken through in the morning, he had broken through again now. Such a cultivation speed was absolutely terrifying. Chapter 31, This King. Must give you a small punishment. Princess, we've arrived at Pingyang Prefecture. While Xiao Fan was helping Yan Lin with his post-treatment to remove the fire toxins, Lin Yanqi also arrived at the outskirts of Pingyang Prefecture in a carriage. However, as soon as she stepped down from the carriage, Lin Yanqi felt something was amiss. The gates and walls of Pingyang Mansion had completely collapsed, and the inner courtyard had been reduced to ruins. Numerous guards and maids were busy repairing the damage. It looked as though a fierce battle had just taken place here not long ago. What's going on? Could it be that the national preceptors sent men to do this? Lin Yanqi furrowed her brows. But if it was indeed the national preceptors' men, the battle ended far too quickly. Feeling puzzled, Lin Yanqi led her people inside. But before she could enter the Pingyang Mansion courtyard, she was stopped by two guards who raised their hands. Stop right there. There's been an incident at Pingyang Mansion today. The princess and the prince consort are not receiving visitors. Before the two guards could finish speaking, they were interrupted by Lin Yanqi's loud shout. How dare you? Are you blind? I am Princess Yan Yang, the elder sister of Princess Pingyang. I have come to visit my younger sister, and you dare to block my way? Upon hearing Lin Yanqi's words, the two guards fell silent. Not long ago, there had been another arrogant person who had even injured both of them. The result? He had mysteriously died in Pingyang Prefecture, and the other party was the princess consort of the Prince of Jinan. Now another one has come, the Princess of Yan Yang. Could it be? Does this woman also want to follow in the footsteps of Lu Yenyun and the others? Get out of here! Lin Yanqi coldly snapped. She then stormed into Pingyang Mansion with her maidservant and bodyguards. She moved as if no one was there, walking straight into the courtyard of Pingyang Mansion. Young mistress, judging from the situation here and the lingering traces of true energy fluctuations, those who engaged in combat were all at the Wangwu realm or above. And they were at the late stage of the Wangwu realm or even at the peak. After surveying the surroundings, a eunuch by Lin Yanqi's side spoke in a low voice. This man was Lin Yanqi's personal bodyguard, who had raised her since childhood. His name was Wang Shi. His strength had reached the astonishing 8th level of the Wangwu realm. Peak of the Wangwu realm? Upon hearing this, Lin Yanqi's pupils contracted slightly, and she immediately quickened her pace, heading toward the back courtyard. At this level of combat, she couldn't help but wonder if anyone had died in Pingyang Prefecture. Princess Yan Yang, the rear courtyard of Pingyang Prefecture isn't somewhere just anyone can enter. Acting so recklessly, isn't that a bit much? Just as Lin Yanqi was about to lead her men into the backyard, Mu Rongyun appeared like a ghostly figure. Her voice carried a hint of a haunting tone. This caused Lin Yanqi and the others to stop in their tracks. Wang Shi stared at the other party with a solemn expression. Senior Mu Rong. Lin Yanqi looked at Mu Rongyun, her face showing no fear. I just want to know if Qingyan is injured? And what happened inside Pingyang Mansion? Qingyan is safe and sound. As for what happened within Pingyang Prefecture, there is no need for Princess Yenyang to know. Please return now. Ma Rongyun spoke coldly upon hearing this, causing Lin Yanqi's expression to darken. What if I insist on seeing Qingyan today? If you wish to see me, what is the matter? As Lin Yanqi finished speaking, Lin Qingyan walked out with a cold expression, her gaze indifferent as she looked at her older sister. This caused Lin Yanqi to pause slightly. She had come to see Lin Qingyan but was repeatedly obstructed. She had assumed the other party had been assassinated. But to her surprise, she was fine and well. Could it be that something had happened to Xiao Fan? Your prince consort, not long ago in the Eastern Market District, was with a woman in red. Not only did he cripple this palace's prince consort's legs, but he also beat the Grand Sage's grandson into a cripple. Such a major incident has occurred. Shouldn't you summon your prince consort to explain himself to me and the national preceptor? Lin Yanqi looked at Lin Qingyan and spoke in a cold tone. Although they were both princesses and sisters from the same father, she had little affection for Lin Qingyan, and their relationship had always been one of competition since childhood. Although her cultivation was higher than Lin Qingyan's, having already reached the 5th level of the Tianwu realm. Yet every time she faced Lin Qingyan, seeing the other's cold and composed demeanor, she always felt like the one being looked down upon. This made Lin Yanqi extremely annoyed. There's nothing more to discuss. If you feel humiliated or pity your prince consort, you're welcome to go to the palace and lodge a complaint. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Lin Qingyan spoke indifferently, leaving Lin Yanqi so furious she could barely breathe. I must see Xiao Fan. Thinking about the purpose of her visit to Pingyang Mansion to make contact with Xiao Fan and see if she could find an opportunity to gain leverage over him, Lin Yanqi could only suppress her anger. He is busy with women, he doesn't have time to see you. Hearing Lin Qingyan's words, Lin Yanqi couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then felt as though she had been humiliated. Ah, do you really think I believe such an excuse? With your personality, would you tolerate him playing with women? Lin Qingyan, believe it or not, it's up to you. Yun auntie, show them out. As these words fell, a terrifying chill erupted from Mu Ron Yun's body, startling Wang Shi so much that his expression changed drastically. He also unleashed his cultivation, staring intently at Mu Rongyun. Alright, it seems. You really don't want any sisterly affection at all. Then from now on, don't blame your elder sister for showing mercy when she should, and not sparing you out of sisterly affection. Lin Yanqi coldly snapped, then led the others away. With Mu Rongyun present, she couldn't directly confront Lin Qingyan. But this woman had better keep a close eye on her own man. Otherwise she would make sure Lin Qingyan knew what it felt like to be stabbed in the back by her own man. Lin Qingyan, of course, had no idea about Lin Yanqi's thoughts. Of course. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. Princess, steam is rising from the princess side chamber. It sounds like someone is being boiled inside. Should we go take a look? Just as Lin Yanqi left, Ling Xing and Ling Yu rushed over nervously, causing Lin Qingyan's expression to tighten involuntarily. Steam? Lin Qingyan looked toward Xiao Fan's side hall and noticed that steam was continuously rising from the main hall, making the west courtyard resemble a celestial palace shrouded in clouds. That guy. It seems he's not just playing with women, he's also coming up with new tricks. Lin Qingyan couldn't help but sneer. She had no intention of paying attention, but for some reason, she still walked over. Inside the main hall, Xiao Fan was unaware of the minor incident outside. As his cultivation had broken through to the second level of the heavenly martial realm, his ability to devour fire poison had become even more terrifying. However, in this process of absorption, his body was constantly enduring the scorching heat and backlash of the fire poison. This fire poison is too overwhelming. I can't absorb and refine too much at once, or my meridians will suffer severe damage. It seems this refinement must stop here for now. After attempting to devour another wave of fire poison, feeling that his meridians had reached their limit, Xiao Fan opened his eyes and spoke to Medusa Queen. But before he could finish speaking, he noticed that Yan Lin's eyes were flickering with red light, and his entire body was emanating a dangerous aura, as if he were a snake demon ready to devour someone. This made him feel a sense of foreboding. You've held me at bay for nearly half an hour. Now, it's my turn to hold you at bay, isn't it? As Xiao Fan felt a sense of foreboding, Yan Lin twisted his body like a snake and coiled toward him from the other end of the bath. His body loomed over Xiao Fan in a menacing stance, sending a chill down Xiao Fan's spine. What do you want? What do you want? Yan Lin licked his lips. Two slender arms gently pressed down on Xiao Fan's shoulders, and the terrifying force pinned him down tightly. This left Xiao Fan unable to move even an inch, his vision limited to two white figures swaying before his eyes. However, before he could even admire or get excited, Yan Lin's voice echoed softly, "Dare to touch this king's flesh and still dare to treat this king like this? This king must give you a small punishment." As she spoke, Medusa leaned in close to Xiao Fan's face, causing his heart to race wildly. Chapter 32, is this a snake demon mutation? This action, this expression, this posture. Could she be trying to force a kiss? At that thought, Xiao Fan immediately calmed down, his legs stopped trembling, and his little brother perked up. No wonder she's the Medusa Queen of the snake people. She wants to kiss someone and has to use force, yet she calls it a punishment? What the hell is she punishing him for? This is clearly affection. However, this does indeed have a certain charm to it, with the queen and male servant vibe being fully amplified. But just as Xiao Fan was filled with joy, Yan Lin suddenly stopped. Those vibrant red lips were less than 3 inches away from him. In this situation, Xiao Fan could even feel the heat of Yan Lin's breath. The next moment, just as Xiao Fan was about to shout "Don't stop" and lean in for a passionate kiss, Yan Lin suddenly sucked him in from a distance. Xiao Fan immediately felt his blood, yang energy, and even his true essence surging wildly within him, being drawn out by that suction. What the? Ghostly yang suction? Who would have thought that the Medusa Queen of the snake people would also know this technique? However, Medusa isn't a ghost. How can she also suck the life force and blood essence of others from a distance? This must be a snake spirit mutation. Feeling his vital energy and blood essence rapidly draining away, Xiao Fan desperately tried to suck them back, but he was completely immobilized and couldn't move an inch. This was driving him crazy. Creak! Just as Xiao Fan was frantically trying to figure out what to do, the doors to the grand hall suddenly swung open, startling both Xiao Fan and Yan Lin. Lin Qingyan and Ling Xing Lingyue, who were outside the door, also froze upon seeing the situation inside. Ah, princess! Medusa Queen has turned into a snake demon and is sucking the life force out of the prince. Ling Xing Lingyu couldn't help but scream in panic. This single sentence almost caused Yan Lin to lose his composure. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan took advantage of Yan Lin's momentary distraction when the pressure on him eased slightly and immediately unleashed his cultivation, fiercely kissing him. No, that's not right. He should have sucked hard. As if he were trying to suck back the yang energy and vital blood that had been drained by the Medusa Queen. This caused Yan Lin's mind to buzz like thunder had struck. His gaze fixed on Xiao Fan, who was mere inches away, sucking away others' young energy and vital blood. This was an ability she had obtained after awakening the 7-colored swallowing heavenly python bloodline. Of course, Under normal circumstances, she would never stoop to using such a method to absorb others' young energy and vital essence. However, Xiao Fan had angered her, so she didn't mind using this method to absorb a portion of his young energy and vital energy, ensuring he would be incapacitated for the next 2 days. Unexpectedly, the first time she used this ability, she ended up failing miserably. In a moment of carelessness, she was forcefully kissed by Xiao Fan in front of Lin Qingyan and the others. Princess! The prince is forcibly kissing the Medusa Queen. And he is doing it right in front of you. Ling Xing and Ling Yu froze for a moment before shouting in unison. This caused Lin Qingyan's lips to twitch involuntarily. She really wanted to turn around. Give these two girls a good rub on the head and tell them that she really isn't blind. Just watch once. But she had to listen to the maidservant beside her give an exaggerated explanation again. Isn't this just trying to kill someone with words? Xiao Fan. Amid the shrieks of the two maids, Yan Lin immediately flipped Xiao Fan out, sending him crashing into the crossbeam of the Grand Hall. He fainted instantly. Of course. Whether he was truly knocked unconscious or feigning unconsciousness, only Xiao Fan himself knew the truth. This guy. Seeing Xiao Fan lying unconscious on the ground, Yan Lin was so angry he could grind his teeth, wanting to punch him. However, outside the hall, Lin Qingyan and Ling Xing were watching. She couldn't afford to lose her composure now. After taking a deep breath, a burst of flames erupted from Yan Lin's body, and her snaketail transformed into a pair of legs. Her revealing top also transformed into a flowing dress, completely covering her graceful figure. Yan Lin, you sure have a taste for the unusual. In broad daylight, you're having an affair in the room and so rudely draining his young energy and blood. If this palace and Ling Xing hadn't come, this fellow would have been drained dry by you. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Medusa Queen before her, Lin Qingyan spoke in a faintly melancholic tone. Yan Lin heard this but did not grow angry. She merely said lightly, this fellow dared to make advances toward this queen. I was merely giving him a small punishment. What? You, who claim not to care about his bride, are you angry? Hearing the sharp exchange between Lin Qingyan and Yan Lin, Ling Xing and Ling Yue couldn't help but shrink their necks. These two women truly couldn't stand each other. Every time they met or spoke, it was like needles clashing against a blade. I'm not angry. I know. Given the connection between Medusa Queen and that man, she wouldn't do anything to end his life. But, in my mansion, the two of you were so intimate and I happened to catch you. It's bound to make people feel a bit uneasy. Lin Qingyan spoke calmly upon hearing this. Though her appearance remained unchanged, an intangible aura of imperial authority quietly permeated the entire courtyard. This made Yan Lin feel a sense of oppression and stirred the competitive spirit hidden deep within him. If it displeases you, why not settle this with a fight? Yan Lin looked at Lin Qingyan, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Having recently witnessed Lin Qingyan's astonishing burst of combat power, Yan Lin's desire to fight her grew even stronger. Even if they were of the same rank. She knew she wasn't a match for Lin Qingyan, but she wanted to have a good, all-out fight. Would greatly help her understand combat techniques. As you wish. Lin Qingyan didn't refuse this time. Though there were still a few hours left until the midnight she had mentioned earlier, since Medusa truly wanted to fight, they decided to find a secluded spot and have a proper battle. There was no need to worry about attracting attention during the day. Yan Lin's face lit up upon hearing this. He took a step forward and came to Lin Qingyan's side, then raised his hand and tore open a spatial fissure. The two said nothing more. They both entered the spatial fissure in perfect sync, then vanished from Ling Xing and Ling Yu's sight. This left Ling Xing and Ling Yu stunned. After exchanging a glance, Ling Xing and Ling Yu could only enter the Grand Hall to see if Xiao Fan had really fainted. Ling Xing and Ling Yue, this is a simpler art style, but I still can't tell which one is Ling Xing and which one is Ling Yue. The scene shifts back to when Xiao Fan and Medusa were strolling through the marketplace. The 7th Prince's mansion. 8th Prince, the 7th Princess is bathing in the main hall. You may proceed inside on your own. Xiao Chui will keep watch outside the courtyard. Xiao Chui looked at Lin Shuming with a tense expression. This kind of thing. She wasn't doing it for the first time. In the past, she had been a trusted confidant of Lin Shuming and Mu Zixuan, but now, to save her life and become the 7th Prince's concubine, she had no choice but to take the risk. Chapter 33, You've always been headstrong and reckless. When did you become so clever? Or maybe, why don't you come in with this prince? As Xiao Chui's face grew tense, Lin Shuming's lips curled into a lecherous smile, and he used his finger to lift her chin. This startled Xiao Chui. Your Highness, the 7th Princess said she wants to speak with you alone and ordered me not to disturb you. Please forgive Xiao Chui for disobeying. After speaking, Xiao Chui took a step back in fear but was suddenly pulled into Lin Shuming's embrace and even had her eel hole groped by him. This terrified Xiao Chui so much that her legs went weak and she collapsed into his arms. Your Highness. Wait until this prince has dealt with that woman, then I'll come back and pamper you properly. As Xiao Chui felt that today was her doomed day, Lin Shuming whispered something in her ear before releasing her delicate body and striding into the grand hall. This left Xiao Chui collapsed on the ground. She gasped for breath. Before Xiao Chui could stand up, several figures appeared before her like ghosts. Seeing this, Xiao Chui hurriedly stood up and bowed. Greetings, 7th Prince. Your servant has fulfilled her mission and lured the 8th Prince into the hall. The figures before her were none other than Lin Shirka and the old man Tingmu. Very good. You truly live up to your reputation as the 7th Princess's personal maid. Even that fellow is drooling over you. Lin Shirka said to Xiao Chui with a sinister smile, causing her face to pale. This servant is utterly loyal to His Highness. What happened earlier was. Before Xiao Chui could finish her sentence, Lin Shirtsu grabbed her by the neck. Your task is complete. It's time for you to go down and accompany your young master. He finished speaking. Ignoring Xiao Chui's terrified and struggling expression, Lin Shirka snapped her neck with a twist, then glared coldly at the interior of the grand hall. Inside the hall. As soon as Lin Shuming entered, he caught a faint fragrance in the air, and mist rose from the bath in front of him. Behind the sheer curtains, vaguely visible was a smooth, bare back lying diagonally in the bath. It seemed as though they were enjoying the comfortable soak. Lin Shuming witnessed this scene. He felt a surge of desire, immediately tore off his shirt, and rushed toward the figure. Ha ha ha, you little. This prince has come to favor you once more. With a loud thud, water splashed everywhere in the bath, and the palace doors were kicked open. This caused Lin Shuming's expression to harden. Mu Ziyuan, you damn whore. How dare you cheat on me behind my back? Amidst the furious shouts, Lin Shirka, accompanied by the old man with the vine staff, burst into the room. Upon seeing Lin Shuming, Lin Shirka immediately struck him with a palm strike. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, Lin Shuming immediately unleashed his cultivation, raising his hand to strike back. With a dull explosion, Lin Shirka was forced back by the strike, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fixed on Lin Shuming in horror. 8th rank of the heavenly martial realm? How is that possible? How could you have such cultivation? Lin Shirka was utterly speechless. It was bad enough that his imperial sister was stronger than him, but now even this imperial brother who had dared to betray him was 2 minor realms higher in cultivation than him? Your Highness, don't waste your breath on him. The 8th prince dares to conspire with the 7th princess consort. This is trampling your dignity into the ground. What we must do now is judge the two of them. Seeing that Lin Shirka had been stunned by Lin Shuming and had deviated from the original plan, the old man in the vine robe shouted urgently, then turned his gaze toward the bathhouse. 7th princess consort, the prince has been kind to you. Why would you something's wrong with the 7th princess consort? This is bad, the 7th princess is dead. After feigning a loud shout toward the bathhouse, the old man named Tingmu seemed to have discovered something. His pupils dilated, and his face turned pale with horror and panic as he shouted loudly. He then rushed into the bath. It seemed as though he was inspecting how the 7th imperial concubine had met such a gruesome end. All her ribs are broken, her internal organs are shattered. The one who did this was truly vicious. They must have taken advantage of the 7th imperial concubine's guard and struck her vital organs with a single blow, killing her instantly. After glancing at Mu Ziyuan's lifeless form, the old man named Tengmu spoke with labored breath. Just as he finished speaking, the 2 ghostly elders beside him seemed to have noticed something, their expressions filled with horror and disbelief as they exclaimed. Look at the 7th princess's undershirt. There's embroidery on it that reads, Ziyuan Shuming, forever without regret? Ugh, this belly band is the love token between the 7th imperial concubine and the 8th prince. It seems they've been involved with each other for a long time. Gue Xian Tian exclaimed in shock. Immediately afterward, Gue Xuandi also seemed to have discovered something. He took a crystal stone from Mu Ziyuan's hand. This seems to be a recording stone. Why is the 7th imperial concubine holding onto it? With a puzzled expression, Gue Xiandi infused it with his true energy, and a recorded image appeared. In the scene, Lin Shuming was holding Mu Ziyuan from behind, galloping wildly on horseback. Various obscene words and screams echoed throughout the hall, causing the old man and the 2 elders to once again reveal expressions of shock. Damn it, this is actually the secret affair between the 7th Empress and the 8th Prince. After a startled exclamation, the old man with the vine-covered body looked enlightened, slapped his thigh, and said, I understand now. The 7th Princess secretly recorded this video of her affair with the 8th Prince, intending to use it to blackmail and control him. I never expected that the 8th Prince, unwilling to be controlled by others, would feign submission and then, taking advantage of the 7th Princess's momentary distraction, strike her fatally with a single blow. What? Upon hearing the old man's analysis, the 2 old men from the Ghost Qian sect were once again filled with shock. They all turned their gaze toward Lin Shuming. 8th Prince, as your elder brother, the 7th Prince has always been kind to you. You disregarded morality and shame by committing adultery with your royal sister-in-law and betraying your elder brother. That was bad enough. Why did you go so far as to murder your own royal sister-in-law in such a brutal manner? Do you know that the 7th princess consort is the beloved daughter of the Marquis of Pingnan, the most cherished of his many children? And now you have killed her? Gue Xiantian spoke with a face filled with grief and indignation. At that moment, Lin Shirka could no longer contain his anger. Lin Shuming, you bastard. How dare you betray this prince and kill my consort? Even if the emperor were here today, this prince would still strip you of your title. After speaking, Lin Shirka erupted with his cultivation once more, ready to confront Lin Shuming. However, just at that moment, Lin Shuming burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. I never expected. Today, this prince came to your mansion and actually fell into a trap. First, you killed Mu Ziyuan, then used the so-called love-bound belly band in this recording stone to frame her death on this prince. If I haven't miscalculated, you should still be using the shadow stone to record everything that just happened, right? As long as this prince dares to admit it, you will come forward to cripple this prince, then take the shadow stone and Mu Ziyuan's body to go to the emperor in Pingnan to cry about your grievances. Thus, you will be completely exonerated of the crime of murdering Mu Ziyuan. At this point, Lin Shuming looked at Lin Shirka with a look of surprise. Your Royal Highness, you've always been impulsive and reckless. When did you become so cunning? This doesn't sound like you at all. You bastard. You're spouting nonsense. Lin Shirka was furious upon hearing this, feeling deeply insulted. Now there are witnesses and evidence, even photographs to prove it, and you still dare to argue here? Do you really think that just because your cultivation is 2 minor realms higher than mine, you can treat your own elder brother like a worthless fool? As he spoke, Lin Shirka suddenly waved his hand at the old man of the vine and the 2 old men of the Ghost Shin sect. Disable him for this prince. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Upon hearing Lin Shirka's words, the old man from the Tingmu clan and the 2 elders from the Guishan clan flashed cold glances in their eyes and immediately moved to directly strip Lin Shuming of his cultivation. But just then, Lin Shirka's face twisted into a cold smile as he opened his mouth and emitted a sharp, insect-like chirp. This caused the old man from the Tingmu clan and the 2 elders from the Guishan clan to pause for a moment. Upon hearing the insect-like cry, Lin Shiki's body stiffened involuntarily, followed by an agonizing scream. He clutched his groin and knelt before Lin Shuming. Chapter 34. Do you mean she's poisoned? The 7th prince? Seeing Lin Shirka clutching his lower body and kneeling down in agony, the old man Fujiki and the 2 old men from the Ghost Shin clan were both startled. A single insect chirp had severely injured Lin Shirka on the spot. What kind of evil magic was this? Damn you! What did you do to this prince? Why do I feel like there are millions of insects gnawing at my lower body? Lin Shirka raised his head. He roared in agony and disbelief. You must know. The yang bao is the most vulnerable and sensitive part of a man's body. Even a slight itch can be extremely uncomfortable. Let alone. At that moment, Lin Shirka felt as though millions of insects were gnawing inside him. This was far more agonizing than being roasted over a fire. You've had several encounters with Mu Ziyuan recently, haven't you? Upon hearing Lin Shiki's words, Lin Shuming sneered coldly. This made the old man Tingmu and the 2 old men from the Ghost Shin clan both pause in surprise. As for Lin Shirka, upon hearing those words, his pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly seemed to realize something, lifting his head with an expression of disbelief and exclaimed, "Are you saying she's poisoned?" The old man Tingmu and the 2 old men Gu Xian were both stunned upon hearing this. They couldn't believe it. They instinctively thought Lin Shirka had lost his mind. If Mu Ziyuan was poisoned, wouldn't the other party have already been poisoned to death? However, just as the old man from the Tingmu clan and the others were convinced it was impossible, Lin Shimi's words left them speechless. It's just as you thought. But it's not poison, it's insects. Lin Shuming's face broke into a sinister smile, then he continued with a shocking revelation. Your Royal Highness, you didn't know, did you? Over the years, I've been studying the art of insect venom. And by chance, I discovered a special insect parasite that can latch onto the yin-yang mystic treasures of any living being. Originally, I was still considering which prince would be the most suitable target for this insect-based poison. But I never expected Mu Ziyan, that seductive woman, to intentionally or unintentionally tempt this prince. So I had no choice but to use this woman's mystical blood to nourish the insect. To make you my puppet, he said. Looking at Lin Shirka writhing in pain on the ground, Lin Shuming's face twisted into a cruel and perverted smile. How about it? Does my royal brother find these little treasures he's raised to his liking? After Lin Shimin finished speaking, the old man Tingmu and the 2 old men Gu Xian both felt a chill run down their spines, completely unable to believe that such a diabolical thing existed in this world. Even more unexpectedly, the 8th prince had such a trick up his sleeve. They had thought he was the prey, but it turned out he was the hunter. Mu Ziyan probably didn't even realize until her death that she had been used by Lin Shuming. Damn it! How dare he betray me? Just a bunch of insects. This prince doesn't believe I can kill them all. Amidst the furious roars, Lin Shirka erupted with his cultivation, attempting to channel his true essence to eradicate the insect parasites. But the next moment, he let out an even more piercing scream. His face contorted, and his true essence dissipated instantly. Don't waste your effort. These insects can devour true essence, and with your cultivation at the heavenly martial realm, you have no chance of eliminating them. Unless You have the courage to sever your own second younger brother. Seeing Lin Shirka in this state, Lin Shuming burst into laughter. Of course, even if you cut yourself open, it won't work. Once these insect parasites have parasitized your body, they will lay their seeds in your bloodstream. Once these insect parasites die or leave the host's body, the seeds will hatch into new insect parasites and devour your internal organs and brain. By then, even a Zhongwu realm expert might not be able to save you. Hearing Lin Shuming's words, Lin Shirka was on the verge of breaking down. What on earth was happening today? Being humiliated by Xiao Fan in Pingyang Prefecture was bad enough, but now he had returned to scheme against the 8th prince and ended up being tortured by him instead. What had he done wrong? Seize him for this prince. If you don't remove this insect poison from this prince, I'll have his young treasure sliced into pieces. Feeling deeply wronged and filled with hatred, Lin Shirka spoke in a hysterical tone. The old man Tingmu and the 2 old men from the Ghost Xian sect snapped out of their trance and immediately unleashed their cultivation to suppress Lin Shimi. However, the latter showed no sign of panic on his face. He even gave a mocking smile. The next moment, a swarm of insect parasites surged in like a flood from outside the hall, colliding with the old man of the Tingmu clan and the 2 elders of the Guixian clan. Several of the strongest martial artists were forced back by the collision. Their faces couldn't help but reveal a look of horror and disbelief. What terrifying fluctuations of power! Is this a royal martial realm expert? Amidst the cries of horror, the old man with the vine-like body and the 2 ghostly elders finally noticed that standing before Lin Shuming was a gaunt figure, clad in a tattered black robe, with a swarm of insects crawling all over his body. It looked extremely terrifying. Like a living corpse that had been buried underground and then dug up, with insects beginning to crawl over its body. Of course. What truly sent chills down the spines of the old man from the Fujiki clan and the 2 elders from the Ghost Xian clan was that this person's aura far surpassed theirs by a wide margin. There was no doubt that this was a royal martial realm expert. And within the imperial martial realm, he was no ordinary existence. Greetings, master. Upon seeing the elderly man, Lin Shuming spoke with great respect. This was his master, the corpse worm elder. Though his cultivation had only reached the 4th level of the imperial martial realm, he relied on his bizarre insect-based techniques. Even some 5th or 6th tier royal martial realm experts would find it difficult to gain the upper hand against him. Is this the target you aim to control? The corpse worm elder glanced at Lin Shirtsu and the vinewood elder, a look of disdain flashing across his face. A worthless prince with no royal martial realm cultivator backing him, along with 3 old men who hadn't even reached the royal martial realm, he saw no point in wasting his insect poison to control them. Master, even a fly is still meat. If we control a few of them, we can use them as puppets to gradually devour and control the others. Then, not just the few great lords, even my own father, the emperor, will not escape your grasp. Lin Shuming spoke respectfully upon hearing this. This caused the pupils of the old man Tingmu and the 2 old men of the Ghost Xian clan to contract violently. The next moment, the 3 of them simultaneously unleashed their cultivation, attempting to break out of the grand hall. However, the corpse worm elder seemed to have anticipated this. With a mere flick of his hand, countless insects swarmed out from all around the hall, forming a terrifying insect array in an instant, sending the old man named Tingmu and the 2 old men named Guixian flying back. 8th prince, I dare tell you the truth, we also have a royal martial realm expert backing us. The 7th prince has already defected to Princess Pingyang's consort, and the consort has a royal martial realm expert by his side. This person can immobilize us with his mere aura alone. His strength is at least at the 8th level of the imperial martial realm. The 8th prince has been marked with a curse seal. If you dare to harm us, Pingyang's consort and that royal martial realm expert will definitely find out. In a state of panic, Ghost Xian Di shouted. This caused the expressions of the old man Tingmu and Gue Xian Tian to change involuntarily. Fools! Revealing such a thing at this critical moment is practically forcing the other side to strike ruthlessly. Oh? Interesting. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the corpse worm elder couldn't help but reveal a sinister expression on his face. Then I cannot let you off so easily. As he spoke, the corpse worm elder suddenly swung his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of true energy that crashed into the group. The vine-like old man and the 2 ghostly elders both spat blood and were sent flying backward. Their bodies crashed into the palace floor. In the next instant, one by one, the insects darted into the nostrils and ears of the group as their true energy dissipated, seemingly burrowing into their heads. This caused the Vinewood Elder and the Ghost Xian duo to experience excruciating pain in their heads. This is the 3-corpse brainworm parasite, an extremely vicious insect parasite. Once it parasitizes the brain, even a martial artist at the Imperial Martial Realm cannot escape its devouring. Of course, as long as you obey, I can provide you with 3-corpse brainworm pills every month, which will put these worms into a dormant state. It will not endanger your lives. But if you choose to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. As the old man spoke, he pulled out 3 pills from his robe and shot them into the mouths of the vine-covered old man and the others. As the potion took effect, the men gradually recovered from the excruciating pain in their heads, but their faces were ashen. Now tell me, Which of the imperial warriors by the side of the prince consort of Pingyang Prefecture is male or female? Upon hearing the old man with the corpse-like body speak, the old man with the vine-like body and the others could only recount everything that had happened in Pingyang Prefecture today. This caused the old man with the corpse-like body to grow increasingly excited. A woman? Interesting. Although she is a fire attribute cultivator, she should still be suitable for cultivating poisonous insects. However, both the Pingyang princess and her bodyguard are ice attribute cultivators. If they haven't been deflowered yet, they make even better bug-rearing hosts. Give me a double dose of the Empress. A mature woman's figure is so much better than those two little girls. Chapter 35. Isn't this just taking off his pants and making him wait impatiently? Regarding the sudden changes at the 7th prince's mansion, Xiao Fan was unaware of it, and even if he had sensed something, he didn't pay it much mind. After all, Lin Shirka, though his 7th uncle's brother, had no connection with him whatsoever. If it weren't for the fear that killing him would enrage the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, Xiao Fan would have already killed him. Prince consort, are you alright? The scene shifts back to Pingyang Mansion, where Ling Xing and Ling Yu enter the hall and ask Xiao Fan lying on the ground. However, their concern was merely superficial. The two young girls dared not get too close to Xiao Fan, as if they were afraid he might eat them. Oh my, this princess waist, and this princess legs, they won tea, listen to me. Hearing the two young girls' calls, Xiao Fan snapped out of his daze. He couldn't help but let out a painful groan, which made Ling Xing and Ling Yu look at each other in confusion. From the earlier conversation between the princess and Queen Medusa, it seemed that Queen Medusa hadn't used much force. Why did the prince look so badly off now? Oh my, weren't you just in the bathhouse? Why are you lying on the other side of the hall now? What's going on? So the prince flew over here from there. Can I still save him? Seeing Ling Xing and Ling Yu showing no reaction, Xiao Fan lay on the ground in agony. That look. It was as if he were truly about to die. Don't show mercy. The prince consort has been cheating on the princess with Queen Medusa, and in just a couple of days, he has already driven the princess to the brink of madness multiple times. He must be made to suffer a little. They exchanged glances. The twin sisters immediately understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Both of them snorted lightly, unwilling to help Xiao Fan. Who would have thought that this prince consort would have most of his young energy and vital blood drained by Queen Medusa, only to be struck down by her with a single palm strike, leaving him severely injured, and not even his two concubines are willing to help me. Truly, the world has gone to ruin, and people's hearts have grown cold. If I contract any chronic illness today, and am unable to fulfill my marital duties in the future, you two and your princess will have to live as widows. It will absolutely not be because you two refused to help me and caused me to fall ill. Looking at the two young maids, Xiao Fan spoke with a sorrowful tone. By the end, he couldn't help but cough violently, startling Ling Xing and Ling Yu. Prince consort, you aren't really going to die, are you? Ling Xing and Ling Yu, one on each side, as if in perfect harmony, supported Xiao Fan's arms while asking in unison. Ugh, it hurts. Just as Ling Xing and Ling Yu were about to help him up, Xiao Fan immediately grimaced in pain and couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. That expression. It was as if his waist had been broken. No, my young energy and blood are depleted by 80 to 90%, severely damaging my fundamental vitality. Plus, Medusa's palm strike earlier was too powerful, and my waist is now completely ruined. There is no way I can sit up. If this continues, I might end up as a cripple. After shouting in agony, Xiao Fan spoke with a face as pale as death, which truly frightened Ling Xing and Ling Yu. What should we do? The princess isn't here, and the two of us are only at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. How can we possibly help the prince? Though they were a bit angry with Xiao Fan, they were genuinely worried if he were to come to harm. It's simple. The two of you, take turns passing a few breaths of Xianin Qi to me. What? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Ling Xing and Ling Yu's expressions changed, and their faces grew tense. Transfer Xianin Qi to the prince? That's not. Are you telling us to share a room with the prince consort? After a startled cry, Ling Xing and Ling Yu exchanged glances and immediately spoke in unison. No way. The princess said you've been acting too recklessly with Queen Medusa lately. If we go along with you now, who knows what you'll turn into? You might end up running around seducing men left and right. So, the princess told us that under no circumstances should we share a room with the prince consort during this time. Otherwise, the prince consort will definitely become increasingly arrogant and reckless, with no regard for the law or morality. After saying that, Ling Xing and Ling Yu both took a step back, their eyes fixed on Xiao Fan with caution, which made Xiao Fan feel a bit uneasy. He almost jumped up to curse Lin Qingyan for meddling in other people's business. Last night he had said, from now on, she wouldn't share a room with him. If he needed anything, he could ask Ling Xing and Ling Yu to handle it. Now, he is telling Ling Xing and Ling Yu not to share a room with him either. Isn't that just taking off his pants and leaving him hanging? Actually, there is no need to insist on sharing a room. After silently cursing Lin Qingyan in his heart, Xiao Fan feigned weakness and said, as the crown prince, I was born with a pure yang constitution, and my self-healing abilities are quite strong. It's just that I've been drained of too much yang energy, causing my pure yang constitution to be unable to recover quickly. And the two of you are still virgins, so your xianyin energy is pure and untainted. So, all you need to do is kiss me kiss me normally, and you can transfer some of your yin energy to me. This won't harm your fundamental essence. Kiss? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Ling Xing and Ling Yu's delicate faces flushed red. The two sisters exchanged glances, seeing the panic in each other's eyes. What? Are you two unwilling to help your future husband in this way, even though you won't be sharing a bed? He said. Xiao Fan began to cough violently. He looked as though he were on the brink of death. We're willing. Ling Xing and Ling Yu couldn't resist Xiao Fan's pitiful plea. They were instantly under his control. Upon hearing the two girls' words, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether the girl in front of him was Ling Xing or Ling Yu, he immediately sat up and embraced her, kissing her passionately. Ling Xing saw this and was completely stunned. Wait. Just now, didn't you say you couldn't straighten your waist? How can you move so smoothly now? In an instant, Ling Xing felt like she had been deceived. Meanwhile, Ling Yu, who had been kissed by Xiao Fan, wasn't thinking about any of that. Because when Xiao Fan leaned in to kiss her, Ling Yu felt her head buzz like it was about to explode, and an odd sensation spread through her body, filling her mind completely. Her heart was racing like never before. She could only stand there, dazed and foolish, letting Xiao Fan hold her tightly in his arms and savor the delicate lip. This scene left Ling Xing, who was watching from the side, blushing and filled with tension. Of course, there was more anticipation. Although she knew that Xiao Fan had been pretending earlier, now Ling Yu had already been fiercely taken by Xiao Fan. She had tasted the sweetness of love between a man and a woman for the first time. As the older twin sister, she naturally couldn't let her younger sister outdo her. Therefore, regardless of whether Xiao Fan was pretending or not, now that Ling Yu had kissed Xiao Fan, as her older sister, she naturally had to kiss him too. That's how it is. Xiao Fan and Ling Xing were kissing passionately, while Ling Xing stood there dumbfounded, watching them. For over 10 breaths, they didn't stop, and his hands began to roam. This left Ling Xing feeling completely at a loss. But Xiao Fan wasn't human anymore, he had already transformed into his true form. After Ling Yu succumbed to his advances, Xiao Fan was no longer satisfied with her. He reached out with his other hand, grabbing Ling Xing and pulling her into his embrace as well. However, just as Xiao Fan was about to take control, a spatial fissure suddenly appeared, and two figures emerged within the hall. For a moment, eyes locked in a standoff, the atmosphere froze instantly. Add another illustration of Ling Xing and Ling Yu, with Ling Xing in red and Ling Yu in blue, one sister, one younger sister. Chapter 36, Indeed, a grown woman cannot be kept. Prince. Seeing Xiao Fan pull her into his arms but hesitate to make a move, Ling Xing raised her head in confusion. The next moment, she saw Xiao Fan staring stiffly at her back. She instinctively turned to look. When she saw Lin Qingyan and the Medusa Queen standing just ahead of them, Ling Xing was startled. Princess? As she spoke, Ling Xing immediately stood up and moved away from Xiao Fan. Meanwhile, Ling Yu, who was in Xiao Fan's arms, had a dazed expression on her face, and the corners of her mouth were slightly trembling. But upon hearing Ling Xing shout princess, she felt as though she had been stabbed in the back. She sprang up instantly. With a swift movement, she broke free from Xiao Fan's embrace and stood nervously beside Ling Xing, her eyes filled with shame as she looked at Lin Qingyan. Not long ago, they had just agreed with Lin Qingyan to help each other discipline Xiao Fan properly and not let him get the upper hand. But not even a day had passed, and the two sisters had already succumbed. This truly left them feeling deeply ashamed. All right. In just a few dozen breaths, you managed to handle those two sisters? You truly are her worthy husband. As Ling Xing and Ling Yu felt uneasy, Yanlin spoke softly. Obviously. Despite the fact that Xiao Fan had just kissed her moments ago, and now, not even half a minute later, he was kissing another woman, she still felt a bit upset. You too. Why did you come back so quickly? Upon hearing Medusa's words, Xiao Fan cleared his throat and said, No. These two went out to fight and only lasted a few dozen breaths? Are they playing around? Of course. Your strength, young lady, is far more terrifying than I imagined. Even among equals, I'm no match for her in 10 rounds. However, today, this battle has taught me a great deal. Perhaps in the near future, I can attempt to break through to the second level of the Zhongwu realm. I owe it all to you, young lady. Yanlin spoke these words with complete composure. There was no trace of defeat, jealousy, or resentment in his words. What there was a sense of awe and an even stronger desire to fight. Though she was proud, she was not arrogant. She was well aware that in this world, there were countless peers who surpassed her in strength. Let alone, she was facing a reborn emperor-level powerhouse. However, this battle had revealed her shortcomings, which would be enough to make her stronger in the future. Yanlin was already satisfied. Defeated in less than 10 rounds? Upon hearing Yanlin's words, Xiao Fan's expression grew serious. Clearly, He hadn't expected Lin Xingyan to be this strong among her peers. As everyone knew, with Medusa Queen's talent and combat experience, among all the royal martial realm experts in the Great Qian Empire, those who could match her in the same tier could be counted on one hand. And according to his estimation, Yan Lin should have been able to withstand at least 30 rounds against Lin Xingyan, but unexpectedly, she was defeated in less than 10 rounds. This woman truly lives up to her reputation as a top-tier Emperor realm expert who once stood at the pinnacle of the continent. To be honest, I still had a sliver of hope for your 3-month challenge against her. But now, I dare not imagine what you could possibly use to defeat her in 3 months, facing someone of her caliber. As Xiao Fan felt stunned, Yan Lin spoke in a tone. This caused Xiao Fan's eyes to narrow slightly. You don't think much of me? Xiao Fan glanced at Lin Xingyan, who was as cold as ice, then turned his interested gaze toward the Medusa Queen. How about this? Let's make a bet. In 3 months, if I can defeat this woman, you must grant me one request. If I lose, I will grant you one request. What do you say? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yan Lin's expression froze. Then a smile curved his lips. Interesting. You're the most arrogant human I've ever met. You dare to claim you can defeat a reborn emperor-level powerhouse in 3 months. I wonder if you're just ignorant and fearless, or if you have absolute confidence in yourself. As he spoke, Yan Lin glanced at Lin Xingyan, his eyes flashing with a hint of battle intent. If you can truly defeat this woman in 3 months, then what harm would it be for me to grant you a request? Seeing Yan Lin agree so readily, Xiao Fan felt utterly surprised. It seems this Snake Clan queen had truly been impressed by Lin Xingyan's equal combat prowess. He also believed he wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Xingyan in 3 months. However, the more this is the case, the more motivated he becomes, and the stronger his desire to conquer grows. If he can defeat Lin Xingyan in 3 months, then this Medusa Queen can also be defeated. In 3 months, don't regret it. After the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Fan looked at the Medusa Queen, who merely curved the corners of her lips in response. I look forward to your performance. I hope you can surprise me then. However, with your mind always on women, I don't think you'll be able to bring me any surprises. With that, Yan Lin did not linger in the hall but casually tore open a spatial rift and left the hall. The battle with Lin Xingyan had yielded immense benefits for her. Therefore, she now needed to find a quiet place to absorb and process the lessons learned from the battle. Just like that? Seeing Yan Lin depart, Xiao Fan was somewhat surprised. No. He had just assumed that the Snake People Queen would be at least a little jealous after seeing him surrounded by women, given that she had been seen by the Medusa Queen, and give him a taste of his own medicine. But he didn't expect that. After challenging him to a bet, she just left like that? This left Xiao Fan feeling a bit ignored. Why are you staring at this prince all the time? Want to fight me? After Yan Lin left, Xiao Fan noticed Lin Xingyan staring at him and couldn't help but ask. Who knows? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xingyan's face curled into a cold smile. I just want to know, earlier, how did you trick Ling Xing and Ling Yu into falling for you, making them willingly let you embrace them on both sides and kiss them to your heart's content? Upon hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Ling Xing and Ling Yu grew tense, about to speak up in defense. But they were abruptly interrupted by Xiao Fan's domineering voice. Of course it was this prince who forced them. Who told you, you woman, to act so arrogant and say that if this prince had any needs, he could just ask the two of them to handle it? Earlier, this prince was caught in the act by you, and was knocked unconscious by Queen Medusa's palm strike. I had to take it out on your maids to make up for it. So, I threatened them earlier. They had no choice but to submit to my authority. If you two hadn't returned so quickly, I could have taken them to my chambers. Xiao Fan said with righteous indignation. Taking all the blame onto himself, this moved Ling Xing and Ling Yu so much that they looked at Xiao Fan with teary eyes. Their sense of belonging and affection for Xiao Fan grew even stronger. This made Lin Xingyan feel a bit envious. Emotions. One plays the good cop, the other plays the bad cop. And she was helping Xiao Fan win over Ling Xing and Ling Yu, these two naive and innocent maids? You dare to speak so boldly after coercing my personal attendant? It seems, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll end up with your tail in the air. After speaking, before Xiao Fan could say a word, Lin Xingyan suddenly unleashed her cultivation and a terrifying icy chill erupted. And as she struck, her palm landed directly on Xiao Fan's body. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan was turned into an ice sculpture, terrifying Ling Xing and Ling Yu. Prince consort? Don't worry, I just made him reflect inside the ice. I didn't seriously injure him or take his life. Why are you so worried about him? Seeing Ling Xing and Ling Yu's expressions, Lin Xingyan spoke with a hint of resentment. These two naive fools. But they had grown up together since childhood, and now, in just a few days, they were almost being taken away by Xiao Fan. Truly, once a woman grows up, she can't be kept. Let us go. Go back and tell me everything he said to deceive you. I don't believe a word of his nonsense. Seeing Ling Xing and Ling Yu looking awkward, Lin Xingyan waved her hand and led the two of them away. Xiao Fan was left alone inside the ice sculpture, his eyes darting around. 2.5 hours later. The system notification suddenly sounded, causing Xiao Fan's eyes to light up. The Dark Empress's arrogant style. Those who like it, please give a little free gift to support us. Chapter 37, The Ups and Downs of Life. Zhao Shiji, who was so angry he coughs up blood. Ding! Fishing attempts have been refreshed. Upon hearing the prompt, Xiao Fan forcefully broke free from the ice's grip and couldn't help but sneeze. Damn it, this woman dared to freeze her own husband in ice blocks. Once I've strengthened my powers, I'll make her regret it and show her the true terror of a fire poker. Let her feel the terror of the pure young holy body at you. After muttering under his breath and sneezing, Xiao Fan recalled the notes in his little notebook and summoned the void fishing rod. Oh right, system. Is there a time limit for the daily fishing sessions? Just as Xiao Fan was about to swing his club, he seemed to think of something and immediately asked the system. You must understand. This is a fantasy world. As one's cultivation improved, each subsequent seclusion would last months or even years. During that time, once he entered the deeper stages of cultivation, he wouldn't have time to wake up and go fishing. If these fishing attempts can't be accumulated, wouldn't that mean losing so many opportunities for nothing? Ding! Daily fishing attempts can be saved for 30 days, and monthly fishing attempts can be saved for 1 year. Upon hearing the system's response, Xiao Fan's expression brightened. In that case, the loss wouldn't be too great. Although the retention period for fishing attempts is a bit short, it's better than nothing. In the future, even if he goes into seclusion for 2 or 3 years, upon waking up, he'll still have 30 fishing attempts within a 10,000-mile range and 12 fishing attempts with no range restrictions across the entire map. That adds up to 42 times. That's not bad at all. Thinking this, Xiao Fan picked up the void fishing rod and practiced a few swings before casting the void fishing hook. Confidently, the first cast. Wait, today he could only cast once. He hoped it would yield something useful. As Xiao Fan's thoughts fell, the space rippled and the void fishing hook disappeared into it. On the other side, at the National Preceptor's mansion. Within a massive palace, Zhao Guangxing sat cross-legged before continuously channeling his cultivation to control the furnace's flames. As one after another of the seals were imprinted into the furnace before him erupted with a series of humming sounds. It was as though a true dragon was colliding with the furnace, its might rivaling that of several Wanwu realm cultivators engaged in fierce combat. However, as a 6th-tier alchemist and a 9th-tier royal martial realm expert, Zhao Guangxing, he felt nothing at all in the face of such a scene. As he changed the seal in his hand once more, he surged with even more terrifying energy shocks, and the medicinal energies inside began to fuse at that moment. The medicinal cauldron erupted with even more intense vibrations. A dazzling 5-colored light, accompanied by a peculiar medicinal fragrance, immediately burst forth and shone brightly within the hall. In an instant, the celestial and earthly chi of the National Preceptor's mansion rushedly toward the alchemy chamber, and even a cloud appeared in the void, within which the illusory forms of a dragon and a phoenix could be seen. This caused Zhao Guangxing to pause for a moment before his face erupted into a look of wild joy. Ha 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 ha! Thee has appeared, and the dragon and phoenix bring auspiciousness. Who would have thought that after decades of alchemy, I, Zhao Guangxing, could actually refine a perfect grade elixir? The loud laughter shook the entire hall, sending shockwaves throughout the entire National Master's mansion. Everyone turned their gaze toward the alchemy chamber. Though they were not alchemists, they knew that the difficulty of refining a perfect grade elixir was akin to achieving enlightenment in cultivation. Pill quality is generally divided into inferior, good, excellent, and supreme grades, with the perfect grade being rare and hard to come by. And perfect quality. It signified that the potency of the pill had been condensed to its absolute peak, with not a single trace of toxin remaining inside, and even had emerged, containing a hint of the cosmic Tao's essence. Do not underestimate this trace of Tao essence for cultivators, it is a tremendous opportunity and blessing. Once consumed, a perfect quality pill not only allows one to fully absorb its medicinal power but also enables one to harness the trace of cosmic essence. Experience the marvels of the Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, even low-grade pills, once their quality reaches the perfect level, would make even powerful cultivators covet them. As everyone stood in awe, dark clouds suddenly appeared above the National Preceptor's mansion, and in just a moment, they obscured the silver moon in the sky. This terrifying pressure caused the expressions of everyone within the National Preceptor's mansion to change involuntarily, and many powerful individuals within the Great Qian Imperial City also opened their eyes. Dan Yun? Thunder Tribulation? What kind of pill has the National Preceptor been refining? How could it summon a pill cloud and a thunder tribulation? Just as the many powerful individuals were in shock, a bolt of thunder suddenly crashed down from the sky, causing Zhao Guangxing's expression to grow tense. But he dared not block it, nor could he. Instead, he moved away from the perfect grade elixirs contain a trace of the Tao essence of heaven and earth, and they must endure the trial of the Dan Dao thunder tribulation. Only those that survive this tribulation are deemed perfect grade elixirs, those that fail are mere waste. As the thunderous explosions echoed, Zhao Guangxing's alchemy hall was completely shattered, and the entire was buried under a pile of rubble, with streaks of thunder still flickering above it. However, Zhao Guanxing did not lament the destruction of the hall. Instead, he floated nearby, staring intently at the ruins. The next moment, a dazzling array of multicolored light erupted from beneath the ruins, causing Zhao Guanxing to burst into laughter once more. Ha! The pill has withstood the thunder tribulation refinement. A true perfect grade has finally emerged from my hands. The laughter echoed like thunder, causing many to salivate with envy. No one knew what grade the pill was or what its effects might be, but since it was a perfect grade pill, obtaining it would undoubtedly be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Grandfather has refined a perfect grade pill? In another grand hall, Zhao Shiji lay on his bed. Upon hearing the commotion, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. A perfect grade nirvana transformation pill. Unthinkable. If he were to consume this pill and undergo rebirth, how powerful would he become? Haha, Xiao Fan, you didn't expect this, did you? My grandfather actually managed to refine a perfect grade pill. Once I take this pill and complete my rebirth, I'll make you beg for mercy. Thinking of this, Zhao Shiji trembled with excitement, almost wanting to crawl out to eat the pill. At the same moment, as Zhao Guanxing and Zhao Shiji, grandfather and grandson, were overjoyed, the collapsed ruins of the alchemy room rippled with a spatial disturbance. A fishing hook emerged from the spatial ripples. It then hooked onto the ear of the alchemy furnace. The next moment, the alchemy furnace was effortlessly dragged into the spatial ripples by a powerful force, causing the collapsed ruins to collapse once more. This alerted Zhao Guanxing in the void, who immediately looked toward the ruins, his pupils involuntarily contracting. No way. He has disappeared? Unable to sense the alchemy furnace's presence, Zhao Guanxing was immediately overcome with panic. He swept his hand through the ruins. But below, it was already empty. Where was the? This left Zhao Guanxing completely stunned. No, it's impossible. The alchemy furnace was clearly still here just now. Why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Who was it? Who stole my perfect grade elixir and took my 6th tier alchemy furnace? Zhao Guanxing raged wildly amidst the ruins, causing chaos and destruction in his wake. It seemed as though he would dig 300 feet into the ground to find that person. Such a sudden turn of events left the other officials in the National Masteress mansion pale with fear, their faces betraying disbelief. Someone had actually steal a perfect grade elixir right under the Grand Sage's nose, and even take a 6th-tier furnace along with it? This is simply the work of a divine thief. Meanwhile, in the side hall, upon hearing the furious shout, Zhao Shiji felt as though the sky had collapsed. No, it can't be. My perfect grade elixir has actually been stolen? Zhao Shiji was so furious that he sat up in bed. The next moment, his movements were too abrupt. The wounds that had just begun to heal burst open again, causing him to let out a piercing scream of agony. Just moments ago, upon learning that Zhao Guanxing had refined a perfect grade elixir, he had begun fantasizing about defeating Xiao Fan. But before he could indulge in his fantasies for long, he plummeted from heaven to hell. Enraged, Zhao Shiji spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the bed. Ling Xing and Ling Yu, after running through so many photos, only one had limbs that looked normal. Just 3 power-ups for love, and this pair of top-notch sisters would be yours, gentlemen. Chapter 38. Even if this prince consort is truly no match for her, I'll tie a chopstick to myself and fight her to the death. Here they come. Bring the goods. Xiao Fan was completely unaware of the commotion at the National Masteress mansion. After all, Pingyang Prefecture was at least several dozen miles away from the National Master's mansion, and he only knew that there had been a sudden thunderclap outside earlier. However, as the fishing rod seemed to have caught something, Xiao Fan's mind was filled with thoughts of reeling it in and pulling whatever he had caught back to shore. After a burst of strength, a massive fell out of the spatial ripples. It crashed onto the floor of the hall with a loud clang, its body radiating intense heat and colorful lights flickering inside. This left Xiao Fan momentarily speechless. It's still hot? Damn it, did we accidentally pull up that some alchemist was just using? Looking at the well-crafted alchemy furnace before him, Xiao Fan couldn't help but mutter under his breath, unknowingly offending an alchemist in the process. However, after activating his inside eye, he immediately felt no shame. This is the 6th grade superior alchemy furnace of Zhao Guanxing, the grand alchemist of the Great Qian Kingdom, named the Crimson Cloud Fire Beast Cauldron. It is crafted primarily from crimson blood gold copper, enhanced with deep-seeing iron, earth mother red iron, and numerous other materials. So this is that old man's alchemy furnace. No wonder I didn't feel embarrassed. After checking the information about the alchemy furnace, Xiao Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself, a hint of satisfaction on his face. Daytime. This guy's grandson not only dared to provoke and humiliate him but also had designs on Yen Lin. He had merely crippled the old man's grandson, which was actually showing him some face. Now that he's got this old man's alchemy furnace, it should count as spiritual compensation. As the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Fan already felt that the was his. There are pills inside? Through the vents of he saw several floating inside, each emitting a rainbow-colored glow and containing a mysterious aura. Xiao Fan's face betrayed a hint of surprise. It seems that Zhao Guangxing, that old fellow, must have been refining pills just now, but after finishing, he hadn't had time to retrieve the pills before Xiao Fan had already snatched the furnace away with a single pull. After a moment of thought, Xiao Fan roughly deduced the situation and opened the furnace out of curiosity. He took out several pills. Nirvana Transformation Pill, a 5th-tier advanced pill of perfect quality. The Nirvana transformation power contained within it allows cultivators below the Wangwu realm to undergo a Nirvana transformation while on the brink of death. Upon successful Nirvana, both physical body and cultivation will undergo a leap-like enhancement. Due to the trace of heaven and earth Tao essence within the pill, cultivators can also gain insights into the Tao of heaven and earth during the Nirvana process. Due to the pill's unique nature, the Nirvana transformation pill can only trigger the Nirvana effect once per individual. Subsequent ingestion will not activate the Nirvana effect but will only rapidly heal injuries. Holy crap, is this pill that powerful? After discerning the attributes and effects of these pills, even Xiao Fan couldn't help but let out a curse. It can allow cultivators to undergo Nirvana in a near-death state and enhance their strength afterward. The effects of this pill are simply too powerful to be believed. Although it only has a significant effect on cultivators below the Wangwu realm and can only trigger Nirvana once, it doesn't diminish the pill's incredible power. Most importantly, his current cultivation level was precisely below the Wangwu realm, making these pills an unprecedented opportunity for him. Haha, it's truly a case of searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. I was wondering how to quickly enhance my strength to defeat Lin Xingyan in 3 months, but unexpectedly, Zhao Guangxing refined this pill, and it was snatched away by this prince with a single cast of my fishing rod. Now, I can't help but want to quickly enhance my strength now. Looking at the 3 pills before him, Xiao Fan felt extremely at ease. No wonder. Earlier, when he cast his fishing rod, there was a thunderous explosion outside. It turned out that Zhao Guangxing had refined such a powerful perfect-grade pill. That old man must be furious right now, probably about to spit blood. These pills had just survived the pill lightning trial and hadn't even been collected from the furnace yet when he snatched them away with a single rod. Just thinking about it was enough to drive anyone mad. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan's mood improved greatly. He immediately utilized the suppression of the void fishing rod to forcibly refine this crimson cloud fire beast cauldron. However, from now on, he'll have to be extra careful when using this. If Zhao Guangxing discovers it, that old man will probably come charging over like a mad dog. After giving it a mental warning, Xiao Fan put away the crimson cloud fire beast cauldron and turned his attention to the floating pills. Now that he had the pill in his hands, he had 2 options. One was to use it immediately, and the other was to keep it for later, perhaps to save his life in a critical moment. This dilemma left him torn. Damn it, what's there to hesitate about? With the Yanlin by my side, there's no way I'll face a life or death crisis anytime soon. If I don't use it now, it might not be usable later. With that thought, Xiao Fan strode confidently out of the hall and headed toward Lin Xingyan's courtyard. This pill requires entering a state of severe injury, nearly on the brink of death, to activate its rebirth effect. Therefore, he must now seek death. Directly reversing his true energy to self-inflict severe injuries was too boring. Why not take this opportunity to give it a proper try? Not long after, Xiao Fan arrived at the east courtyard and entered Lin Xingyan's courtyard. He then sank his chi into his dantian, took a deep breath. He shouted, "Lin Xingyan, you filthy woman, get out here immediately. Dare to freeze this prince for 2.5 hours, nearly freezing my pure young physique solid? I'll settle this with you today." A showdown between the east and west courtyards. As these words fell, the doors of the main hall in front of him suddenly swung open. Ling Xing and Ling Yu stared at Xiao Fan in shock. They never expected it. Xiao Fan had actually been frozen by Lin Xingyan for 2.5 hours? Just moments ago, Lin Xingyan had clearly told them it was merely a minor punishment for Xiao Fan, and the ice would melt in a short while. Unbelievable. Lin Xingyan's a moment turned out to be 2.5 hours. Now, Xiao Fan is clearly furious. This has Ling Xing and Ling Yu so nervous that they immediately ran out of the main hall. "Prince Consort, please go back. Don't argue with the princess. You can't beat her now. If the princess attacks you again, you'll only end up suffering for nothing." Ling Xing and Ling Yu grabbed Xiao Fan's arms, pleading with him in a pitiful tone. Though these words were true, they deeply hurt Xiao Fan. "Even the 2 of you look down on this prince?" Xiao Fan furrowed his brows, his face flushing with anger. "My strength is indeed no match for hers now, but a tree lives by its bark, and a person lives by their breath. A true man born under heaven cannot endure humiliation from his wife. Today, even if I'm truly no match for her, I'll tie a chopstick to my hand and fight her to the end." Xiao Fan spoke vividly. This scared Ling Xing and Ling Yue, the 2 young girls, half to death. They could only look at Xiao Fan with tear-filled eyes and plead, "Prince Consort, please don't do this. The princess did act a bit improperly, and her personality is a bit aloof, but her heart is truly kind. There is no intention to humiliate you. Why don't you go back first? Ling Yu is right, the princess isn't bad. We didn't mean to bully the prince. We can guarantee that." After Ling Yue finished speaking, Ling Xing also spoke up. Xiao Fan remained unmoved, still cold and indifferent. Today, no matter what you say, it won't matter. This prince consort is determined to see this through to the end. This made Ling Xing and Ling Yu even more anxious. Prince consort, the two of us will apologize to you on the princess's behalf. As long as you're willing to forgive her and not argue with the princess, we can compensate you. When the princess isn't around, we will come find you. In their desperation, Ling Xing and Ling Yu resorted to their final tactic, beginning to seduce Xiao Fan, causing his eyes to light up involuntarily. He cleared his throat and said, "What compensation can you offer the prince if you come find me?" These words made Ling Xing and Ling Yu blush, and their expressions began to relax. They exchanged a glance and whispered softly, "The prince can do whatever he wants." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan's breathing grew, and he couldn't wait to compensate her. But then he thought, he had come here tonight to be beaten up, no, to come face to face with death and comprehend the true meaning of rebirth. He immediately stiffened his expression and barked out, "Don't dare to tempt this prince consort. Am I the kind of person who can't resist the allure of beauty? You're insulting my dignity and honor." Another picture of Ling Xing and Ling Yu with such beautiful sisters as maids. "I'd gladly be a prince consort living in the grand courtyard and even keep a Medusa as a pet." Chapter 39, let this Empress see just how tough your little body really is. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Ling Xing and Ling Yu were both stunned. Isn't that the truth? Earlier, he had just wanted to take advantage of the two of them, pretending to be half dead, trying to trick them into sharing a room for three-way cultivation. Now he is back, pretending to be something he is not? What is the princess doing? Has she fainted inside? Seeing Ling Xing and Ling Yu looking awkward, Xiao Fan changed the subject and asked. He had been shouting outside for ages, yet Lin Xingyan, that woman, still hadn't come out. She clearly didn't think much of him. The princess is taking a bath. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's question, Ling Yu instinctively replied. This made Xiao Fan's eyebrows raise involuntarily. He immediately looked toward the inner hall. Still bathing? You're here, spit. You're here. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, Ling Xing and Ling Yu were completely flustered. Why does tonight's prince consort seem so arrogant? It feels like he wants Lin Xingyan to beat him to death? Could it be? Xiao Fan thinks he is protected by Medusa, so Lin Xingyan wouldn't dare do anything to him, which is why he is here tonight acting like a complete fool. Did you take the wrong medicine? As Ling Xing and Ling Yu sensed something was wrong, a cold voice echoed from within the hall. Lin Xingyan, dressed in a deep blue gown. She stood at the entrance of the hall, gazing at Xiao Fan. A chill spread from her body into the courtyard, causing the air to tremble as if snowflakes were about to fall. It was clear. Lin Xingyan, provoked by Xiao Fan's taunts, felt an urge to strike him. You're right. Tonight, this prince indeed deserves some medicine. But before taking the medicine, this prince wants to have a fight with you. Xiao Fan said with a cold smile upon hearing this. Less than 3 days into their marriage, this was the first time he had been so arrogant. This feeling was indeed unlike anything else. No wonder. Lin Xingyan and Yan Lin sometimes spoke in such a haughty manner. It seemed that this way of speaking truly brought them pleasure. Prince consort? Seeing Xiao Fan so determined to fight with Lin Xingyan, Ling Xing and Ling Yu were at a loss for words at that moment. There's just something about it. Xiao Fan's mind must have short-circuited tonight. You're no match for me. You'd better go back to bed. Lin Xingyan didn't get angry, she just gave Xiao Fan a casual glance. Her cold, ethereal demeanor made Xiao Fan feel like he punched a pillow. Damn it, is this what it feels like to be looked down upon by an emperor? Tell him to go wash up and go to sleep? That's utterly humiliating. At that moment, Xiao Fan couldn't hold back anymore. Lin Xingyan, I want to hashtag you. Boom. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's explosive words, Lin Xingyan, who had just turned around, suddenly spun back. Ling Xing and Ling Yu were equally stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Xiao Fan. They couldn't believe it. Xiao Fan dared to speak so bluntly to Lin Xingyan. This was going to make the princess completely lose her temper. As expected. The most heartfelt greeting between people is the decisive showdown between a man and a woman. After Xiao Fan spoke those words, even Lin Xingyan, with her extraordinary composure, was provoked by him at that moment. Her hair turned completely ice blue in an instant as she turned around. Her entire aura was even more furious and terrifying. Xiao Fan, don't think that just because you are my nominal husband and protected by Queen Medusa, you can act so brazenly and even dare to insult me to my face. Today, I will show you what family discipline means. As the words fell, Lin Xingyan raised her hand, summoning a blizzard of snowflakes. The terrifying aura of the first level of the Wangwu realm swept over them like a tidal wave. This caused Xiao Fan and Ling Xing Ling Yu's expressions to change involuntarily. Princess, don't. Wait, I have something to say. In their panic, Xiao Fan and Ling Xing Ling Yu both shouted loudly, causing Lin Xingyan to stop immediately. Of course. Xiao Fan wasn't afraid that Lin Xingyan would kill him, but rather that she would freeze him again with her ice-attributed intent, just like before. In that state, he wouldn't even be near death. How could he then undergo rebirth? Speak. Lin Qingyan was still a man of honor. After Xiao Fan shouted, she immediately stopped and glared coldly at him. However, if you wish to say that your earlier words were intentionally meant to provoke this palace, and you now wish to apologize and admit your mistake, this palace will not accept it. Today, I will make you understand the consequences of provoking me. The underlying meaning. It means I am very angry, and the consequences will be severe. How dare you say you want to hashtag me? If I don't make you eat your words today, I'm not the Ice Xian Empress who once stood at the pinnacle of the continent. You've misunderstood. I didn't mean to apologize. Everything I just said was the truth. Of course, you can hit me if you want, but don't use your Wang Wujing cultivation level use the same as mine. Suppress your cultivation to the second level of the Tianwu realm, then beat me to the brink of death. No, wait, as long as you don't kill me, even if you beat me to the point of near death, it's fine. Of course, don't use your ice freezing ability to freeze this prince. It's best to use your fists and feet to hit me, don't use ice attributed power. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Qingyan was about to fly into a rage. But upon hearing the latter part of his words, she froze in place, unable to believe what she was hearing. She thought she must have heard wrong. Even Ling Xing and Ling Yu stared blankly at Xiao Fan, feeling that he must be ill. And not just a little sick. He had actually come all the way here in the middle of the night to ask the princess to beat him up, and not just any beating one that would leave him near death. This was definitely a case of having one's head stuck in a door. Give me a reason. After silently observing Xiao Fan for a moment, Lin Qingyan suddenly spoke, then withdrew her true energy. It was clear. Something unusual must be afoot. Xiao Fan's bizarre behavior tonight must have a hidden motive. If he doesn't speak up, she won't intervene. No wonder she's the reincarnated Empress. She noticed something was off right away. Upon hearing Lin Qingyan's words and seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Fan muttered under his breath before speaking honestly. Alright, I won't keep it from you. Actually, I have a pill that can allow cultivators below the Wangwu realm to undergo rebirth in a near-death state, so I wanted to fight you. First, it would allow us to gauge the gap in our strength. Second, I could use the pill to enhance my cultivation. Third, I can vent my frustration and finally say everything you've been too afraid to tell me these past few days. Is that it? Before Xiao Fan could finish speaking, Lin Qingyan followed his words, clenching her teeth in anger at that moment. This left Xiao Fan feeling awkward, and he quickly responded with a righteous tone. I was just trying to provoke you. What if you're the type who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside? Even though you act indifferent toward me on the surface, you might actually care about me deep down. If I didn't provoke you, how would you have been so harsh? Hearing Xiao Fan's shameless words, Lin Qingyan was truly on the verge of laughing in anger. So you were just trying to provoke this palace? In my opinion, what you just said wasn't sincere. Deep down, you've probably wanted to crush me under your feet for a long time, but you've just been too weak to do it. As she spoke, Lin Qingyan grew increasingly furious, her blue hair beginning to dance in the air. Her true energy surged once more. Lingxing, Lingyue, step aside. Don't get hurt. After Ling Xing and Ling Yu were scared into stepping back, Lin Qingyan glared at Xiao Fan with a menacing gaze. You want to hashtag me, don't you? Well, tonight. I'll show you just how tough your little body really is. After speaking, Lin Qingyan's body was covered in icy blue patterns, instantly sealing her cultivation at the second level of the Tianwu realm. She was now on the same level as Xiao Fan. The next moment, her figure moved like a ghost, charging toward Xiao Fan with blinding speed. Stop. There's one more rule, you can't strike the lower body, and you can't strike the face. Seeing this, Xiao Fan shouted urgently. Empress Lin Qingyan could only be this sexy anymore would be too much. The Medusa model is done. I'll share it with everyone in the next few chapters. Chapter 40, Lin Qingyan, this prince is destined to conquer you in this lifetime. Shut up. Lin Qingyan coldly replied upon hearing this. A palm immediately reached out toward Xiao Fan's waist. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying sense of danger erupted within Xiao Fan's heart. Fortunately, although he had never experienced combat before, thanks to his pure young divine body and the cultivation of an emperor-tier martial art, his starting point was far superior to that of ordinary prodigies. Acting on instinct, he narrowly avoided the attack. However, the ice-cold energy by Lin Qingyan's 5 fingers still left wounds on his body. Damn it, the 19 icebone claw, you're grabbing my waist? Lin Qingyan, you're not a good woman. Seeing the tear in his clothes with 5 claw marks on it, Xiao Fan said angrily. If she wouldn't let him kick her lower body, she grabbed his waist instead. This empress really holds a grudge. She actually dodged it. Hearing Xiao Fan shout, Lin Qingyan looked at him in surprise, clearly shocked by her earlier mistake. You must know. Xiao Fan was just a worthless who couldn't cultivate a few days ago. It was only in the past 2 days that he had awakened his physique, received the inheritance, and officially begun cultivation. How could his reaction speed be so terrifying? Your talent is indeed far superior to that of ordinary people, but I didn't even use 50% of my strength just now. From now on let me show you what true combat and slaughter really feel like. As he spoke, Lin Xingyan erupted with her cultivation again, swirling snowflakes around her body, and immediately charged toward Xiao Fan. This assault was even more terrifying than before. This caused Xiao Fan's expression to darken. Immediately afterward, he quickly abandoned his carefree expression, his eyes growing sharp in an instant. In the next instant, terrifying true energy erupted from Xiao Fan's body like a volcano. A blue flame swirled around him, causing his aura to surge toward Lin Xingyan. Yin-yang, crack and explode. Xiao Fan roared as he punched forward, colliding with Lin Xingyan. As ice and fire collided, a terrifying surge of true energy instantly transformed into a storm that swept through the courtyard. Such a commotion. Immediately, Mu Rongyun was startled and ran from her own courtyard to Lin Xingyan's courtyard. Even many guards within Pingyang Mansion were startled by the commotion. Ah, that's refreshing. Is this the power of a cultivator? It's truly exhilarating. Having withstood Lin Xingyan's attack once again, Xiao Fan couldn't help but reveal a look of excitement on his face, and his battle intent grew even stronger. That move earlier. He had seen it while he was at the Prince of Jinnan's mansion, in the Hall of Scriptures. Though he couldn't cultivate them before, he had always been fascinated by martial arts techniques and had memorized several of them. He had tried to perform it just now, and to his surprise, it worked perfectly. Indeed. With the enhancement of his extraordinary intuition, his comprehension was simply terrifying. Even Lin Xingyan couldn't match him. This was also one of the reasons he dared to bet against Lin Xingyan. With his extraordinary. As long as he is willing to put in the effort, he definitely has a chance to match Lin Xingyan's strength within 3 months. This guy is definitely up to something. Seeing Xiao Fan block her move with his martial arts, Lin Xingyan's expression grew even more astonished. Xingyan, are you two just sparring? As Lin Xingyan stood in shock, Meng Yunyun spoke up. Before Lin Xingyan could speak, Ling Xing and Ling Yu immediately began explaining beside her, causing Mu Rongyun's face to betray her shock. She hadn't expected that. Xiao Fan had a pill that could allow someone on the brink of death to undergo a rebirth and transformation. And this guy. He even planned to use the pretext of a friendly duel to have Lin Xingyan help him undergo rebirth. That was truly. He doesn't even fear that it might escalate into a real fight and cause trouble. Aunt Yun, you must keep an eye on things. Don't let the princess kill the prince consort. Otherwise things will be truly unmanageable. As Mu Rongyun marveled, Ling Xing and Ling Yu worriedly said. Mong Yun nodded immediately. Don't worry. With me here, they won't really cause any trouble. She said. Mong Yun glanced around and silently instructed all the guards not to approach, while she cast a true energy barrier, isolating the entire courtyard. However, what puzzled Mu Rongyun was that she didn't see Medusa anywhere. Had that woman left Pingyang Prefecture? Come again. Today, this prince will see just how strong your combat prowess truly is, you arrogant woman. As Mu Rongyun was puzzled, Xiao Fan charged toward Lin Xingyan as if he had taken a stimulant, letting out a low growl. As the martial arts techniques he had seen in the Jinnan Wangfu flashed through his mind, Xiao Fan's footsteps became unpredictable, and his figure left behind a series of afterimages in the courtyard. Is that the swift swan step? Seeing Xiao Fan's movements, Mu Rongyun immediately recognized them as the martial arts techniques of the former prince of Jinnan. It was a high-grade martial art of the Xian realm, extremely difficult to master for ordinary cultivators. But Xiao Fan. When he first performed it, his movements seemed chaotic, as if he were doing it for the first time. However, after moving around for a moment, his movements began to grow ethereal. It was as if, in an instant, he had leaped from the beginner stage to the minor achievement stage, leaving her utterly speechless. As Mu Rongyun marveled, Xiao Fan once again collided with Lin Xingyan, and a terrifying surge of true energy swept through the entire courtyard. Had it not been for Mu Rongyun's true energy barrier sealing off the area, the courtyard of Pingyang Mansion, which had just been repaired, would have been devastated once again. This guy. Not only does his cultivation technique match mine in depth, but his intuition is also on par with mine. No, it should be above mine? As Xiao Fan's battle intent erupted, Lin Xingyan also wanted to gauge Xiao Fan's true strength and did not immediately unleash all her power. She started with less than 50% of her power, gradually releasing her true state. But as time went on, she grew increasingly alarmed. In this kind of battle, Xiao Fan's practical combat experience had undergone a transformation that couldn't be described as terrifying. It had reached an unparalleled level. Every time she suppressed him, Xiao Fan would mimic her moves to grow rapidly, and even adapt them to create new techniques. In less than half an hour, she was forced to raise her strength from 50% to 70%. Do not underestimate these two levels of strength. You must understand that this is the culmination of her past lives' accumulated foundations. Every 10% of her power released represents an extremely terrifying boost to her combat strength. Even the Medusa Queen. She had only used 85% of her strength at the same level and was able to defeat her within 10 rounds. This means Xiao Fan, in just half an hour, has grown from a novice to a terrifying existence nearly on par with Queen Medusa. Of course, this refers solely to her combat techniques, reaction speed, and her ability to adapt and control the situation during a fight. It does not refer to cultivation level. But even so, it's not hard to see how terrifying Xiao Fan is. Such a rapid rate of growth completely surpasses her understanding. Even the Emperor isn't as terrifying as this guy. Ah, that's so satisfying. That's satisfying. Lin Xingyan, this prince is destined to conquer you in this lifetime. As Lin Xingyan stood in shock, Xiao Fan felt the growth within himself and burst into a triumphant laugh. In just half an hour, he felt his combat power had risen by several whole levels. If his cultivation were compared to a pile of iron and stone, at first he could only use a small portion to strike others, but now he could channel the majority of a mountain to crush them. If he continued to grow, in the future, when he could forge this mountain of iron and stone into an unparalleled divine sword, he would be invincible among his peers. Even if an emperor were to be reborn, he would be soundly defeated. Xiao Fan, did I let you grow a bit by holding back, and now you're so arrogant you can't tell north from south? If that's the case, then go reflect on your actions properly. Hearing Xiao Fan's arrogant words, Lin Xingyan furrowed her brows and coldly snapped. Her own strength. She had also unleashed 80% of her peak power, even invoking her ice-attributed intent. A terrifying ice phoenix apparition appeared behind Lin Xingyan and swiftly swiped at Xiao Fan with a claw. The power of this move far surpassed anything before and was simply beyond what Xiao Fan could withstand at his current state. If he were hit, he would either die or suffer severe injuries. However, Xiao Fan, seeing this, showed no sign of fear. Instead, he charged toward Lin Xingyan with a look of excitement on his face. Only by coming face to face with death can one truly understand the essence of rebirth. Then, let's go all out. Just as the collision was about to erupt, a spatial fissure suddenly appeared, and Yan Lin's voice echoed through the void. Lin Xingyan, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to kill him? Lin Xingyan, the animated version, please give me a free gift. It's almost time for the premiere, so please support me so I can keep writing this book. Chapter 41, so big, I can't even grab it with one hand. As the voice echoed, a red light suddenly shot toward Lin Xingyan, causing Xiao Fan and the others to change their expressions. Xingyan, be careful. The energy contained within the red light was powerful enough to severely injure even some Wangwu realm experts. Lin Xingyan was still holding back her cultivation, not at her peak as a first-tier Wangwu realm cultivator. If she were hit by Medusa's attack, she would either die or be severely injured on the spot. As the shout fell, Mu Rongyun immediately acted. A blue light, accompanied by a chilling coldness, collided with the red light. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave erupted above the courtyard, shattering the ice phoenix illusion that Lin Xingyan hated into oblivion. However, Xiao Fan below was barely affected. Almost the moment the shockwave erupted above, he had already darted forward like a ghost, closing the distance to Lin Xingyan and delivering a powerful palm strike. This caused Lin Xingyan's expression to change involuntarily. She hurriedly activated her defenses to evade the attack. However, her martial arts techniques had just been shattered, and her true energy was in complete disarray. At that moment, she was in a brief period of stagnation, what is known as a vulnerable moment in battles between powerful opponents. To make matters worse, at that moment, as the collision above erupted, a colossal force crashed down, leaving her utterly unable to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan also realized this, but he was unable to stop himself at that moment. He could only frantically reverse his true energy, forcibly recalling the power in his hands. This felt as though a miniature sun had exploded within his body. In an instant, his true energy spiraled out of control, and his meridians were violently torn apart. However, he managed to forcibly recall 90% of the power gathered in his hands. And his entire body collided with Lin Xingyan, with his right hand pressing against her chest, causing Lin Xingyan's expression to change abruptly. However, before she could react, Xiao Fan, under the force of inertia, moved like two opposing poles of a magnet. He kissed Lin Xingyan's red lips with remarkable precision, causing her to fall onto the courtyard below. This scene caused Ling Xing and Ling Yu to widen their eyes in shock, their faces filled with disbelief and astonishment. As for Lin Xingyan, felt her mind explode like a thunderclap. Her entire body stiffened as she lay on the ground. She could feel Xiao Fan's domineering kiss on her lips, and one of his hands pressing against her chest. Although she and Xiao Fan had already gone through the wedding ceremony and become husband and wife. But in her eyes, they were merely a married couple in name only, with little to no physical intimacy. Even if there were, it would only happen after they had spent more time together and this guy had caught up in terms of strength. But now, on the third morning of their marriage, she was forcefully kissed by Xiao Fan, and even kissed and grabbed? This left Lin Xingyan's emotions in turmoil. To put it bluntly, Xiao Fan is the first person in her 2 lifetimes who has dared to kiss her so intimately, and also the first to grab her chest. Ha! What's going on? Yan Lin had just stepped out of the spatial fissure when he saw Xiao Fan pinning Lin Xingyan to the ground and passionately kissing her red lips. Lin Xingyan, however, looked as though she had been struck dumb. This left her face filled with confusion. Just moments ago, they were fighting to the death, as if trying to determine who would live or die, yet now the two of them were kissing? Yan Lin's sister, the prince is trying to get the princess to severely injure him so he can use the elixir to undergo a rebirth and enhance his cultivation. They're not enemies, don't interfere and hurt the princess. As Yan Lin felt confused, Ling Xing spoke to her. As if afraid she would act again, this caused Yan Lin's gaze to sharpen. Pills that can enhance cultivation through rebirth while severely injured. Xiao Fan actually has such a thing? Just as Ling Xing finished explaining the situation to Yan Lin, Lin Qingyan, who was beneath Xiao Fan, couldn't help but narrow her pupils at that moment. A terrifying chill erupted from her body. Because at that moment, she felt that Xiao Fan was not only sucking on her lips but also trying to pry open her teeth with his tongue. What was even more outrageous was that the demonic hand covering her body began to squeeze and twist at that very moment. This sent Lin Qingyan into a frenzy. The seal within her body suddenly shattered, restoring her cultivation to the king martial realm. A terrifying aura swept out like a storm, causing the surrounding void to condense into a blizzard of snowflakes. Xiao Fan shuddered violently and snapped back to his senses at that moment. He struggled to get to his feet and spoke weakly, "I swear, I didn't mean to. Will you believe me?" He swore. Everything that happened earlier was purely instinctive. His mind was consumed by a single thought. It was so huge, one hand couldn't even grasp it, so smooth. I wonder what it tastes like inside. Then, his hands couldn't help but want to measure it, and his tongue couldn't help but want to taste it. That's just human nature, right? You can't blame him. Ha, aren't you trying to get me to beat you half to death? I'll grant you your wish. Lin Qingyan heard this and merely gave a cold smile, her gaze sweeping over Xiao Fan's hand still pressed against her body. Even as she spoke, she couldn't bear to let go. Just this. And he dared to tell her it wasn't he on purpose? After speaking, Lin Qingyan raised her right hand and began to frantically gather her true energy. The energy fluctuations caused Ling Xing and Ling Yu to feel a chill run down their spines. This kind of power. If it were to hit the two of them, it would definitely shatter them into ice shards. Stop. I haven't taken the pill yet. Wait until I finish before you attack. Seeing Lin Qingyan about to act, Xiao Fan hurriedly shouted loudly, causing Lin Qingyan's raised right hand to stiffen involuntarily and a mark of restraint to appear on her forehead. Hurry up. My patience is limited. Out of consideration for Xiao Fan being her husband, Lin Qingyan forced herself to suppress her anger. This caused Yan Lin's face to involuntarily reveal an odd expression. No. He told them to stop, so they stopped? In just 2 days, this Empress has been trained into this? Where is the pride and temper of an Empress? If she were being trampled on the ground by Xiao Fan like this, she would have already lost control. She would have flipped him over and pinned him beneath her, voraciously sucking his young energy and vital blood. After all, a queen can only be on top. How could she be pinned down by a man for so long? Alright, I'll take the pill. Xiao Fan nodded upon hearing this, quickly searching his body with one hand, while the other remained pressed against Lin Qingyan's body. After all, he had to support his body, he needed a point of leverage. Hurry up. I can't stand it anymore, I want to beat you to death. Seeing Xiao Fan with one hand on her body, still fumbling around slowly searching for the elixir, Lin Qingyan's fists clenched tightly and a surge of power erupted beside her. This startled Xiao Fan. The hand pressing down on Lin Qingyan clenched involuntarily, while the other hand pulled out a pill. It was none other than a perfect grade nirvana transformation pill. Look, this is a perfect grade pill. I don't want to see it. Eat it quickly. Before Xiao Fan could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Qingyan. She sat up and knocked him to the ground. What a cold-hearted woman. Feeling that Lin Qingyan was on the verge of exploding, Xiao Fan muttered under his breath before quickly swallowing the pill. This caused a cold smile to appear on Lin Qingyan's face. Her true energy gathered once more, and she spoke softly to Xiao Fan, "Rest assured, I will spare you a breath. I guarantee you won't die here." After speaking, Lin Qingyan was about to strike with her palm, but Xiao Fan hurriedly said, "Wait. I have one more thing to say to you. Keeping it bottled up inside is truly unbearable. Let me finish before you beat me to a pulp." Upon hearing this, she recalled how Xiao Fan had just forced himself to reverse his true energy and withdraw his attack to avoid hurting her. Lin Qingyan's gaze flickered slightly, but she eventually stopped and said, "If you have something to say, say it." Another one of Lin Qingyan. The subtle curve echoes the title. Chapter 42, Lin Qingyan, Xiao Fan. I'll kill you. Xiao Fan didn't get angry when he heard this. He just leaned closer to Lin Qingyan and said, "Actually, what I meant to say was, you. It's really big and smooth." Boom. After Xiao Fan leaned in, Lin Qingyan thought this guy was about to say some cheesy love words. But she never expected. He was actually being a pervert and teasing her. This caused the anger that had been simmering inside Lin Qingyan to explode like a barrel of gunpowder. "Xiao Fan. I'll kill you." In the midst of her rage, Lin Qingyan couldn't help but let out a curse, then slapped Xiao Fan's chest with her palm. Xiao Fan was sent flying backward. A terrifying force instantly shattered his meridians and bones, but within it was a strand of ice Xian energy. It protected his heart meridians. Even with his bones shattered, meridians severed, and internal organs crushed, he did not die instantly. It was clear. Lin Qingyan, even though she was furious, still retained a shred of rationality. In other words, this Empress had always had Xiao Fan in her heart. Otherwise, if anyone else dared to speak to Lin Qingyan in such a manner, even if they possessed the nirvana transformation pill, they would be struck down by her with a single palm strike. Prince Consort? Seeing Xiao Fan being struck flying by Lin Qingyan and turning into an ice sculpture, Ling Xing and Ling Yu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Although they knew Xiao Fan had intentionally allowed Lin Qingyan to severely injure him, they still worried that he might be killed by her single strike. And that pill, did it truly have the effect of rebirth? If it didn't, or if the rebirth failed, even if Xiao Fan could be rescued in time, wouldn't he just become A again? Therefore, Ling Xing and Ling Yu were both extremely anxious at that moment. It's not just the two of them. Lin Qingyan and Yan Lin's gazes were also fixed intently on Xiao Fan. If Xiao Fan showed no signs of intending to undergo nirvana, they would immediately perform emergency rescue on him. With a loud bang, the ice sculpture that Xiao Fan had transformed into crashed onto the ground, and his aura rapidly weakened at that moment, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. What's going on? Could the elixir have failed? Or did you go too far? Feeling that Xiao Fan's life force was still weakening, Yan Lin furrowed his brows and asked Lin Qingyan in a low voice. And in her hands, flames began to gather. It seemed she couldn't resist the urge to act and save Xiao Fan. Let us wait and see. Lin Qingyan spoke softly in response, but her hands were also gathering true energy, ready to act at any moment. However, before Lin Qingyan could finish speaking, the two of them seemed to sense something, and their gazes once again fell upon Xiao Fan. Here they come. In that startled cry, Xiao Fan's previously feeble life force erupted like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Even his cultivation aura began to rise steadily. If one could see inside his body, one could see that as the potency of the nirvana transformation pill merged into Xiao Fan's limbs and bones, a mysterious force was repairing all his injuries. And this repair was not merely a simple restoration. Rather, it was like a phoenix rising from the ashes after being forged in the flames of inferno, with every cell in his body undergoing a fundamental transformation. To put it bluntly, after this rebirth, Xiao Fan's physical constitution will become even stronger. He may even have the potential to cultivate an even more powerful special physique. The next moment, with a deafening roar, a burst of flames erupted from Xiao Fan's body, as if nurturing a miniature sun. A violent force erupted from Xiao Fan's body, causing the surrounding ice to melt rapidly. This caused Lin Qingyan and Yan Lin to involuntarily reveal a look of astonishment on their faces. You must know, these ice blocks were no ordinary ice blocks. They were mystical ice imbued with a thread of Lin Qingyan's Ice Xian realm intent. Even a Wangwu realm expert sealed within them would struggle to break free within a day. After all, intentional energy is a special power that only those above the Zhongwu realm can master. However, since Lin Qingyan is a reincarnated empress, her soul is naturally imbued with a trace of imperial soul attributes. Additionally, she now possesses a special physique, allowing her to condense a thread of the Ice Xian intent even with her cultivation restricted. This is also one of the key reasons she can, at the first level of the King Martial realm, cross 6 realms to match Lu Yin. But now, the thread of Ice Xian intent she had sealed within the Xian ice has been broken by Xiao Fan. How on earth did he manage to do that? Even if he could undergo rebirth, it shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? You must know, Xiao Fan is only at the second level of the heavenly martial realm. The gap between them is enormous. Just as Lin Qingyan and Yan Lin were stunned, another deafening explosion erupted from Xiao Fan's body. Xiao Fan's cultivation broke through to the third level of the Tianwu realm. A mysterious aura of the Tao surrounded him, and a powerful suction force swept out, causing the surrounding celestial and earthly energies to rush toward him. This caused Yan Lin and Lin Qingyan's expressions to change drastically. Whoa, is this enlightenment? He actually achieved sudden enlightenment? Feeling the changes in Xiao Fan's body, Lin Qingyan and Yan Lin couldn't believe that Xiao Fan could achieve sudden enlightenment in such a state. Could it be? It was the trace of the cosmic Tao essence condensed from the perfect grade elixir, combined with this rebirth, that caused his physique and cultivation to undergo a metamorphosis. That's what allowed Xiao Fan to achieve enlightenment? I never expected this youngster not only to undergo rebirth but also enter this rare and coveted state of enlightenment. I'm increasingly eager to see his performance in 3 months. Watching Xiao Fan in his enlightenment state, Yan Lin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Earlier, she had not held much hope for Xiao Fan, but after he obtained 2 great opportunities today, perhaps in 3 months, he might truly have a chance to defeat Lin Qingyan. Do you think I'll lose in 3 months? Hearing Medusa's words, Lin Qingyan suddenly asked. This caused Yan Lin to tilt her head slightly. Originally, I also didn't think much of him, but in just 2 days, he went from being a worthless who couldn't cultivate to surpassing the vast majority of his peers. Now he has entered the state of enlightenment and is undergoing rebirth. Perhaps, in 3 months, he might truly create a miracle. Yan Lin spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Fan, his eyes now gleaming with an unusual light. If I lose, you'll have to agree to one of his demands. Given this man's shameless and lecherous nature, his demand is likely not a good one. Lin Xingyan spoke softly upon hearing this, causing Yan Lin's expression to freeze. But the next moment, Yan Lin's lips curled into a smug smile. Although I really don't want to grant him a request, I want to see the expression on your face when you, an extraordinary being, are defeated by him and forced to wash his feet for a month. I think, at that time, your expression should be quite amusing. Boring. These words caused Lin Xingyan's expression to stiffen. She muttered a faint reply before turning to leave the courtyard. It must be said. Seeing Xiao Fan's transformation, witnessing his sudden enlightenment, and the terrifying speed of his growth during their earlier exchange, Lin Xingyan felt a rare sense of danger. 2 days earlier, regarding Xiao Fan's bet, she hadn't taken it seriously and believed he couldn't possibly win. She had merely intended to use the bet as an excuse to have him wash her feet and take advantage of him. After all, only she knew how terrifying she truly was. For someone born in a place like the Great Qian Empire, she was no less than a deity from beyond the realms. They were simply not on the same level. But now, she felt a sense of crisis. This was simply unimaginable. Are you leaving already? Seeing Lin Xingyan about to depart, Yan Lin suddenly spoke up. Enlightenment is something that can only be encountered by chance. Those who attain enlightenment are surrounded by the aura of the Tao. For cultivators, it's an excellent opportunity to comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. Don't you want to stay by his side and soak up that enlightenment aura? A side profile of the queen without her crown. If you like it, remember to give the queen 3 likes for love, and share a few for the little fishes. Chapter 43, Xiao Fan's sudden enlightenment and the struggle of Medusa. Upon hearing Yan Lin's words, Lin Xingyan did not linger. No need. He cultivates the pure yang path of fire, while I cultivate the pure yin path of ice. The pure yang energy he emits doesn't have much effect on me. After speaking, Lin Xingyan's figure entered the grand hall, causing Yan Lin's lips to curve slightly. Even a demonic genius reincarnated from an emperor-level powerhouse can feel a sense of crisis. Interesting. Watching Lin Xingyan's figure disappear into the hall, Yan Lin's face betrayed a strong desire to win. Earlier, she had fought against Lin Xingyan and lost in just 10 exchanges. And the other party hadn't even exerted their full strength. But next time, she would force Lin Xingyan to unleash her full strength. With this thought in mind, Yan Lin's gaze fell upon Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan cultivated the pure yang path of fire, which was incompatible with Lin Xingyan's attributes but compatible with hers. This time, the opponent had achieved sudden enlightenment, and the pure yang Tao essence emanating from his body was a great opportunity for her. As the thought crossed her mind, Yan Lin landed beside Xiao Fan and said to Meng Yu and the others, "Leave him to me to protect. You all go do what you need to do." After speaking, Yan Lin raised his hand, enveloping both her and Xiao Fan within it, causing Ling Xing and Ling Yu to startle in surprise. "Sister, what do you think? Is the Medusa Queen trying to absorb the groom's yang energy and vital essence again? What if she drains the bridegroom dry?" Ling Yu said anxiously to Ling Xing, causing Ling Xing's fair face to pale instantly. I don't know what to do either." Ling Xing looked equally anxious. The two of them looked at Meng Yun together. "Don't worry. That woman is just as proud as Qingyan. She wouldn't do something that goes against her moral compass. Of course, once the state of enlightenment is interrupted, the Tao essence that permeates one's body will vanish. If she wants to sense the Tao essence by staying near Xiao Fan, she wouldn't absorb his yang energy or vital blood. Furthermore, if Queen Medusa truly intends to harm your prince consort, Qingyan will definitely intervene." Seeing Ling Xing and Ling Yu so tense, Mu Rongyan spoke in a cold, soothing tone, which left Ling Xing and Ling Yu a bit confused. The princess is only at the Wangwu realm, while Queen Medusa is at the Zhongwu realm. There is a gap of 2 entire realms between them. 18 minor realms. If they were to actually fight, could the princess handle Medusa? Meng Yu saw this and didn't explain further, her thoughts drifting back to 10 years ago. At that time, 2 Wangwu realm experts were trying to kill Lin Xingyan. She was forcibly held back by one of them, while the other attacked Lin Xingyan. However, just as that warrior was about to kill Lin Xingyan, she was instantly killed by Lin Xingyan with a single finger. That scene has left an indelible impression on her to this day. It's important to note that at the time, Lin Xingyan had only recently begun her cultivation and had only reached the 7th level of the Huangwu realm. The one who wanted to kill Lin Xingyan was a Wangwu realm's 6th rank powerhouse. There was a 4-tier gap between them, yet she had still been killed by Lin Xingyan. Although Lin Xingyan fainted on the spot afterward and remained weak for an entire month before recovering, it was clear just how terrifying she truly was. From that day onward, she realized that this niece was the reincarnation of a great terror. Now, the other party had already reached the king martial realm. If it ever came down to a life or death struggle, who knows how terrifying her power could become. She might even be able to kill a Zhongwu realm expert. Upon hearing Mu Rongyun's words, Ling Xing and Ling Yu fell into deep thought, but could only relax for now. Within the multicolored barrier, Yan Lin looked at Xiao Fan lying on the ground and did not touch him at all. Instead, he took out a pile of spirit crystals and crushed them. He filled the barrier space with spiritual energy, allowing Xiao Fan to absorb the heavenly spiritual energy to his heart's content. After finishing these tasks, Medusa transformed into a snake-like form, coiling her tail and sitting beside Xiao Fan. She then condensed a series of seals, dividing a portion of her own qi and carefully connecting it to Xiao Fan's breath. This secret technique was called qi resonance technique. It is similar to dual cultivation of true essence. It was also an innate secret technique she had obtained after awakening the seven-colored swallowing heaven python bloodline. Xiao Fan is currently in a state of enlightenment. Once she connects her qi essence with the opponent's through the qi resonance secret technique, she will be able to perceive the pure yang Dao essence on the opponent's body more directly. Of course, using this secret technique to connect qi is also risky. If it is forcibly interrupted, she will suffer backlash. As ripples spread out from Yan Lin's body, the two's qi gradually reached the same frequency. They then merged together. In an instant, Yan Lin felt a buzzing explosion in her mind, as if she had been enlightened, gaining an unprecedented clarity of the cosmic energy channels of the universe. Previous doubts about cultivation were suddenly resolved. Even the martial arts techniques and divine abilities she had been cultivating saw breakthroughs in her martial arts realm, leaving Yan Lin unable to hide her astonishment. Is this enlightenment? I merely connected my qi with this person and could perceive the patterns of the heavens and earth so directly. This person has truly attained sudden enlightenment. I dare not imagine the depth of his insights. Yan Lin stared at Xiao Fan in shock, unable to hide a flash of envy in his eyes. The state of sudden enlightenment is something that can only be encountered by chance. If she had no opportunity or divine favor in this lifetime, she would likely find it extremely difficult to enter the state of sudden enlightenment. However, to be able to briefly tap into another's enlightenment in this way was an unimaginable stroke of luck. I will protect him and help him grow. After all, it's just a matter of borrowing a bit of his Dao essence. It's not too much to ask. Taking a deep breath, Yan Lin comforted himself with those words and prepared to continue his meditation on the Dao's essence. But just then, a dull rumbling erupted from within Xiao Fan's body, as if a cosmic Big Bang were unfolding inside him. A far more terrifying suction force swept out in all directions. This caused Yan Lin's expression to change involuntarily. His eyes, which had just closed, snapped open, and he stared at Xiao Fan in horror. What's going on? He is absorbing this King's power and true essence power? Watching as the power and true essence energy on her body flowed through the newly established energy connection bridge, rushingly toward Xiao Fan's body, Yan Lin was filled with shock. Under Yan Lin's gaze, Xiao Fan, who was in a state of enlightenment, suddenly sat up as if in a trance, with an eerie crimson-green flame burning on his body. This was the pure young true fire that had been derived from Xiao Fan's absorption of a portion of Yan Lin's Qinglian Earthcore fire and his own life-bound beast fire, combined with his own pure young holy body. Though its intensity still fell short of Yan Lin's life-bound beast fire, its quality surpassed that of Yan Lin's flames. As this flame emerged, its devouring power grew increasingly terrifying. Xiao Fan's chest flickered with a single light point, as if nurturing some terrifying physique. His physique is undergoing a transformation, and the Dao essence is gathering in his chest. Could it be he's cultivating some kind of pure young supreme bone? Drawing on the bloodline memories of the seven-colored swallowing heavenly python, Yan Lin quickly identified Xiao Fan's condition, causing her heart to tremble once more. It was clear. Xiao Fan was devouring her power to cultivate the supreme bone in his chest, which sent a chill down Yan Lin's spine. She had come here hoping to gain some enlightenment, but instead, this unexpected turn of events had occurred. Now she had two options. One was to forcibly sever this qi connection, cutting off the power-devouring link between her and Xiao Fan. The second was to maintain the energy connection and allow Xiao Fan to continue devouring her power, aiding him in cultivating the supreme bone. The first option. Although it would subject her to backlash, it would halt the progression of events, though it would interrupt Xiao Fan's rare moment of enlightenment and sever his opportunity to cultivate the supreme bone. The second option. Although it would allow her to continue to benefit from a small portion of the enlightenment opportunity. However, the cultivation of the supreme bone requires an extremely massive energy supply. Though she is currently a Zhongmu realm expert, she cannot guarantee she can fully sustain such a consumption. If the supply falls short and her own foundation is damaged by the forced absorption of energy, she might plummet in cultivation from the Zhongmu realm. Considering these 2 points, Yan Lin's expression couldn't help but change. Just as Yan Lin was torn, Xiao Fan, enveloped in flames, saw his clothes turn to ash. Driven by instinct, even with his eyes closed in deep meditation, he crawled toward Yan Lin like a sleepwalker. This caused Yan Lin's pupils to contract involuntarily, and a look of panic appeared on his face. The Queen's model is done, but it's still unstable and prone to glitches. However, it does align with Xiao Yu's aesthetic preferences. I wonder what you all think. Chapter 44. This king might as well be training a male servant. This guy, could he be Watching Xiao Fan's actions, Yan Lin's mind was filled with a terrifying thought and his heart began to race wildly. His face contorted in intense struggle. However, Xiao Fan didn't care what Medusa was thinking. No, wait, he probably didn't even know what he was doing. At that moment, his consciousness had already entered a vast expanse of heaven and earth, observing all the changes in the world like a deity. His body was drawn toward Medusa solely because of the mutual attraction between yin and yang. The primary reason was that Yan Lin's aura was connected to his own. In his state of enlightenment, he sought to cultivate the pure young supreme bone, driving him totally devour any energy he could lay his hands on. After Yan Lin's aura connected with his, in Xiao Fan's perception, it was no less than a nuclear power plant, not something a small power bank could compare to. Therefore, he instinctively wanted to go and recharge. As time passed, Xiao Fan had already reached Medusa's side, with one hand pressed against her tail. It seemed as though he was searching for a charging port. This caused Yan Lin's body to tremble uncontrollably, and his expression grew even more intense. Finally, as Xiao Fan's hand reached upward, Yan Lin sighed deeply at that moment. Well, then. It's not the first time anyway. This king will just consider it training a male servant. After struggling internally for a while, Yan Lin ultimately chose to yield. He decided to give his all to help Xiao Fan cultivate the pure young supreme bone, forcibly interrupting Xiao Fan's enlightenment. Not only would it ruin the other party as once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but it would also destroy his own chance at a great transformation. Moreover, if they were to use the dual cultivation method to complement each other's yin and yang energies, she wouldn't be merely consumed and drained of her power by Xiao Fan. She might actually be able to help him cultivate the pure young supreme bone. Additionally, she could gain even more astonishing opportunities and transformations from this enlightenment. Most importantly, she had already had a physical relationship with Xiao Fan. Another time wouldn't be a big deal. After all, Xiao Fan is currently in a deep state of enlightenment, driven solely by his instincts, and he himself has no awareness of what is happening. Even if they did have a relationship, it would be as if nothing had happened for Xiao Fan. After forcing herself to find some comfort in her mind, Yan Lin felt a surge of flame rise within her, and her snake tail transformed into a pair of slender, beautiful legs. The clothes on his body were also reduced to ashes in the flames. Why has the energy suddenly become so chaotic? Manhwa was about to return after observing for a moment when she suddenly sensed the energy within the multicolored barrier growing increasingly violent, as if something was colliding violently inside. This caused her eyes to narrow involuntarily. Could she have miscalculated? Is Queen Medusa really planning to take advantage of this opportunity to devour Xiao Fan's yang energy and blood essence? It wasn't just Mu Rongyun who sensed something was wrong. Lin Qingyan inside the hall also noticed something amiss. In the next moment, she flickered and appeared in the courtyard. She joined Mu Rongyun in staring at the multicolored barrier. Don't disturb this king. I am helping him cultivate the pure young supreme bone. If there is the slightest mistake, all our efforts will be in vain. As if sensing the commotion outside the barrier, Yan Lin's voice echoed out immediately. This caused Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun's expressions to change involuntarily. Cultivating the pure young supreme bone? Xiao Fan, during this sudden enlightenment, actually intends to cultivate the supreme bone? This is the supreme constitution within the holy body. He just decided to cultivate it like that? Aunt Yun, please stay here and protect them. Lin Qingyan took a deep breath and instructed Manhwa Yun. However, her expression remained somewhat uneasy. Of course, it wasn't because she was jealous that Xiao Fan was about to cultivate the supreme bone, but because she had guessed how the Medusa Queen had helped Xiao Fan. This left her feeling a bit uneasy. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 days, her so-called husband had already accused her of infidelity twice. After speaking, Lin Qingyan turned to leave the hall. But the next moment, Lin Qingyan seemed to think of something, her footsteps halting involuntarily. She then tossed a storage ring toward the barrier. To cultivate the pure young supreme bone, even just to form its initial shape, requires an incredibly vast amount of energy. This storage ring contains some spirit crystals and rare treasures. It should help alleviate some of your pressure. As she spoke, the storage ring had already vanished into the multicolored barrier, and Lin Qingyan returned to the palace to continue her cultivation. This scene left Manhwa Yun somewhat astonished. Facing such a situation, Lin Qingyan not only didn't get angry, but actually offered resources to help the two. Such composure. Truly deserving of being the reincarnation of a peak-level powerhouse. At that thought, Manhwa Yun jumped onto the roof, sat down, and focused her mind, sensing the energy fluctuations below to protect Xiao Fan and Medusa. On the other side, at the 7th prince's mansion, eerie smoke filled the grand hall, with countless insects crawling around. The floor was already littered with several corpses. The bath in the front had long since turned a deep red, with strange insects still moving inside. It seemed as though the blood of all the corpses present had been drained and poured into the bath. Inside the bath, besides the insects swimming freely, there was a figure submerged in the center, none other than Mu Ziyuan's corpse. The old man with the corpse-like body sat cross-legged above the pool of blood, his hands forming seals as he continuously channeled energy into the pool. The pool of blood boiled like a cauldron, constantly bubbling, while the insects continued to crawl into Mu Ziyuan's 7 orifices and acupoints. Eerie patterns began to emerge on her body. This scene. It looked extremely eerie, like some kind of evil sorcery, causing Lin Rushwang and the old man with the vine to hold their breath in fear. Fearing they might be dragged over by the corpse insect elder to be sacrificed. The time has come, release the essence blood. Upon seeing the blood-sucking worms crawling into Mu Ziyuan's corpse from the blood pool, the corpse-eating old man immediately growled at Lin Rushwang. Lin Rushwang immediately went mad, raising his hand and slapping his chest. A jet of blood spurted out, landing on Mu Ziyuan's corpse. It was then absorbed by Mu Ziyuan's corpse, causing the strange patterns on his body to flash with an eerie red light. The body began to convulse. Ah, revive. My beloved concubine. In this an abstract scream, Mu Ziyuan's convulsing body suddenly opened its eyes. Her entire body twisted like a zombie as she rose from the pool of blood. Her bones creaked with every movement. This caused Lin Rushwang and the two old demons to widen their eyes in shock. Resurrection? Can the corpse worm elder really revive the dead? No, this isn't resurrection. It's more like turning the other person into a living dead puppet. As Lin Rushwang and the two old men from the Ghost Xian sect were stunned, the old man from the Vinewood clan noticed something amiss and spoke with a chill running down his spine. This technique. It feels reminiscent of the style of the Heavenly Demon sect. Could it be that this old man before us, the corpse worm elder, is from the infamous Heavenly Demon sect? That's correct. This is indeed a corpse puppet secret technique. By using the essence of a living person's blood to awaken the faint remnants of life still lingering within the corpse, then sealing that life force with the corpse rune secret technique, and controlling the body with corpse bone demon beetles. This allows the corpse to revive and its strength to surge dramatically. Of course, it's not easy to refine. The deceased must have died within 5 hours, and a cultivator must sacrifice their life essence to bind themselves to the corpse completely. Only then might it be possible to succeed. After the old man with the vine-like body finished speaking, the old man with the corpse-like body spoke in a cold and menacing tone. However, he did not reveal the entire truth. This method has another flaw. If the corpse puppetly perishes, the person who used their essence blood to refine it will be subjected to the corpse worm's backlash. In mild cases, they will suffer severe injuries on the spot. In severe cases, they will be transformed into a corpse worm puppet. Under no circumstances. He dared not refine his life-bound corpse puppet. Unless he encountered the corpse of a powerful being whose cultivation far surpassed his own. However, this time, the one being refined was his disciple Lin Rushwang, not the old corpse insect master himself. There was nothing to fear. Senior, you brought Mu Ziyuan's corpse back to life. What are your plans? After the corpse worm elder explained, the Vinewood elder asked in a deep voice. Lin Rushwang and the two old men, Ghost Xian, immediately looked over upon hearing this. The queen's profile. By the way, I'd like to recommend another book by Xiao, Medusa, Turning Waste into Treasure, starting with a fake dead Medusa, which is over 1 million words and already completed. You might want to check it out. Chapter 45, so refreshing, so smooth. Is this what enlightenment feels like? Haha, do I even need to say that? Of course. We must use this woman's identity to mobilize the forces under Pingnan's command and help this prince seize the position of crown prince. Even if we can't, we can still use this woman's identity to assassinate and frame the Pingnan. After the old man finished speaking, the deceased Mu Ziyuan suddenly let out a chilling laugh. This sudden sound caused the old man and Lin Rushwang to break out in goosebumps, their eyes fixated on Mu Ziyuan and Lin Rushwang. There is no need to make such a fuss. The corpse-eating insect is connected to this princess' mind. As long as the distance between us isn't too great, I can control the other person to do anything. With a little disguise and by mimicking the other's habits, I can act as if I were still alive. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Lin Rushwang use Mu Ziyuan's body and voice to explain to the others, and finally let out a chilling laugh, it made their scalps tingle. Your Royal Highness, do you want to try out this body with your younger brother? As the old man and the others felt their scalps tingle, Lin Rushwang twisted his sensual waist and approached Lin Rushwang, saying. This made Lin Shitty feel a wave of nausea. He had always thought himself to be sufficiently wild and perverted, but this younger brother was even more extreme. He actually wanted to try out Mu Ziyuan's body with him? Damn it! He wanted to castrate Lin Rushwang in his heart, but dared not show it on his face. Lin Rushwang looked at the corpse worm elder and said. Old worm, someone left a mark inside my body. Can you help me remove it? Your Royal Highness, you've overstepped your bounds. Before Lin Shitty could finish speaking, Mu Ziyuan suddenly slapped him across the face with such force that he was knocked to the ground. This caused Lin Shitty to abruptly lift his head, his eyes red with anger as he glared at Lin Rushwang. However, Lin Shini showed no change in expression. He merely coldly replied. A slave must act like a slave. From now on, in front of me and my master, remember to refer to yourself as a slave. Dare to overstep your bounds. This prince doesn't mind letting you experience the agony of having your young taken away. Lin Shirka was originally furious beyond control. However, upon hearing Lin Shuming's final words, he couldn't help but shiver, his eyes flashing with a look of horror. The old man with the corpse-like insects paid no heed to the brothers' mutual hatred and rivalry. He raised his hand and gently grabbed Lin Shimi, pulling him toward himself with a powerful suction force. As the true essence entered his body, the old man discovered a mysterious mark in the area of Lin Shiki's heart. What a mysterious mark! It's fused with your life force and can circulate with your true energy, constantly assimilating and spreading throughout your entire heart. This mark, though I can forcibly break it, you'll likely die a gruesome death. Do you want to try? After examining the mark left by Xiao Fan inside the other person's body, the corpse-eating old man gave Lin Shirka a chilling smile. This made Lin Shirka feel uneasy. With an 80% chance of dying horribly, he was asking him to try? Trying means certain death. Why would he even bother? No, this energy, it's pure yang energy. And it's of an extremely high level. As Lin Shiki's face twitched, the corpse-eating old man sensed the mark again and couldn't help but reveal a look of shock on his face. Immediately afterward, that look of shock turned into wild joy, and he grabbed Lin Shirka by the neck. Is this mark really left by that Pingyang prince consort? Yes. Lin Shiki's face turned bright red as he spoke with a look of frustration. This old man just keeps asking, and he's even choking me while doing it. This is ridiculous. Pure yang and pure yin constitutions, appearing together at the same time. With these two as the blood seeds for the insect parasites, and by sacrificing 999 pairs of young boys and girls, using their essence as nourishment, I might be able to cultivate young demon insect parasites capable of controlling Zhongwu realm experts. The corpse-eating old man couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter, then glared at the others with a cold, ruthless expression. Go. I'll give you a few days to find all these young boys and girls for me. Kill them and extract their essence blood to condense into a blood pool. Wait a few days. I've already bound that couple in Pingyang Prefecture. Once I sacrifice them, I can refine the yin-yang demon worms and control Zhongwu realm warriors for my own use. Hearing the corpse worm elder's confident and brutal words, Lin Shirka and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Old worm, there's a late-stage Huangwu realm expert in Pingyang Prefecture. We can't act rashly. I have my own methods to deal with them. Servants should just do their duty. Before Lin Shirka could finish speaking, he was slapped flying by the corpse worm elder, landing on the ground with a look of utter humiliation on his face. From a prince to a servant, it was worse than being killed. Lin Shirtsu suddenly realized that compared to the corpse worm elder and Lin Shuming, Xiao Fan was still too merciful toward him. Perhaps he can help this prince remove the insect poison and break free from the control of the old corpse-eating man and that dog-like scum. At this thought, a glimmer of hope surged in Lin Shiki's heart. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Xiao Fan had only spared his life to avoid trouble. There was no way he would help him remove the insect poison. Prepare a secret chamber for me. I will seclude myself for several days to refine the insect poison. Once I emerge from seclusion, it will be the time of turmoil in the great Qian imperial city. As these words fell, the hall was filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, on the other side, the national preceptor's mansion was also far from calm. Having lost a batch of perfectly refined nirvana transformation pills, and even the alchemist who refined them had been taken away, Zhao Guanxing's anger was enough to burn the entire great Qian imperial city to the ground. Who was it? Who stole and why? Is it the Prince of the South? Or the Prince of the East? Or the Marquis of Wu? Or perhaps an old villain from the Imperial Palace? Or could it be a demonic old ghost hiding within the Imperial City? No matter who it is. You stole both thee and the furnace from me. I will never forgive you, you thief. Amidst the furious shouts, Zhao Guanxing immediately mobilized all his forces to search the entire Great Qian Imperial City for anyone suspicious. And he went even further to seek out the major factions within the Imperial City that possessed martial arts cultivation at the Imperial Martial Realm or above, paying them a visit to test their intentions. In an instant, the Imperial City was in turmoil. Everyone learned that the National Preceptor had refined a perfect grade elixir, only to have it stolen along with the furnace. This meant that the commotion Xiao Fan had caused in the marketplace during the day did not attract much attention from the major factions. Of course, at that moment, Xiao Fan was completely unaware of the butterfly effect triggered by this unexpected action. He remained immersed in his enlightenment. Burning hot, soft, smooth, suffocating, tightly closed. A myriad of unfamiliar sensations surged through his mind. Xiao Fan felt as though he had entered a brand new world, completely immersed in this rare moment of enlightenment. Is this the feeling of enlightenment? How marvelous! It feels as though the entire universe is tightly enveloping me, like returning to the womb. Even each breath resonates with the cosmic harmony of the universe. But why does this feel so familiar? This is clearly my first enlightenment. Why do I feel so familiar with this? Though he was a bit puzzled. But Xiao Fan didn't dwell on it and continued to immerse himself in his enlightenment. For 3 consecutive days, Xiao Fan showed no signs of waking up, his body still frantically absorbing the energy of the heavens and earth. The single light point on his chest grew increasingly bright. Damn it, hasn't this guy cultivated the supreme bone yet? I'm really about to collapse. I feel like my body has been completely drained. Feeling the deep exhaustion in his body, with his true energy and energy nearly depleted, and the resources given by Lin Xingyan and her own resources all exhausted, Medusa couldn't help but grit her teeth. Her face, which should have been delicate and cold, was now flushed with an alluring red, and her proud chest rose and fell violently. It seemed she was truly exhausted. I made a slight adjustment to the model, with some minor differences from the previous one, but the overall look is still similar, just with a bit more flair. I also adjusted the Empress's model. Her shoulders are now smoother. If you like it, remember to give a free gift. Chapter 46, What did you feed me? My mouth tastes salty. Boom! Just as Yen Lin was struggling to hold on, a deafening roar erupted from Xiao Fan's body, as if the universe was being torn apart. A strange bone began to form within his chest. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted alongside a pure yang aura. It immediately forced Medusa to retreat slightly. Pure yang supreme bone has been born? And upon its birth, it has allowed this guy to comprehend the pure yang intent? Feeling the terrifying power contained within the bone in Xiao Fan's chest, and the pure yang intent emanating from the other's body, Yen Lin couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. The power of the realm. This is something only Zhongwu realm experts are qualified to master. Lin Xingyan is a reincarnated emperor-level powerhouse. Even if she managed to master it early, it's still astonishing. But now even Xiao Fan has mastered the power of the realm? This is truly someone who has only recently begun his cultivation journey? With the pure yang intent and the pure yang supreme bone enhancing him, even though Xiao Fan still lacks combat experience, he is not someone most prodigious geniuses can compare to. However, this isn't over yet. After the pure yang supreme bone began to take shape, Xiao Fan's cultivation aura erupted violently in an instant. In just an instant, he had advanced from the second level of the Tianwu realm to the third level, and was still advancing at an incredibly terrifying speed. After just a few breaths, he broke through to the fourth level of the Tianwu realm, and his momentum showed no signs of slowing down. This caused Yen Lin's breathing to grow slightly. It was likely that after this transformation, Xiao Fan's combat power among peers might no longer be inferior to that of her, the Medusa Queen. The psychological impact on her was unimaginably immense. Fortunately, this time, I haven't come away empty-handed either. As she murmured, Yen Lin gently raised her hand, and a ball of flame erupted from her palm, filling the entire barrier space with terrifying heat. The color of the flames was no longer blue, red, or crimson, but a dazzling seven-colored hue. It was clear. Yen Lin's life-bound beast flame had undergone a transformation. And this was the unique seven-colored swallowing skyfire of the seven-colored swallowing sky python. Of course. After her flames fused with the blue lotus earthcore fire and a portion of Xiao Fan's pure yang life-giving true fire, it has begun to show signs of transforming into the eight-colored swallowing heaven fire. However, without sufficient opportunity, she may find it difficult to take that final step. But this time, she has not only condensed the seven-colored swallowing heaven fire but also purified her blood vessels several times. Don't be fooled by her current state, where her true essence and beast firepower are depleted to the extreme. But once she recovers, her strength will break through to the third level of the Zhongwu realm. That's right. Not the second level of the Zhongwu realm, but the third level. With Xiao Fan as sudden enlightenment, she has also advanced her fire attribute realm, breaking through the cultivation bottleneck of two minor realms. That's equivalent to 2 or 3 years of normal arduous cultivation. As Yen Lin felt the seven-colored swallowing heavenly fire, the pure young supreme bone within Xiao Fan's chest suddenly erupted with a powerful vibration. One after another, golden runes, burning with crimson flames. They continuously flew out from Xiao Fan's chest, then swirled around him like butterflies. This caused Yen Lin's expression to change immediately. Is this the manifestation of a divine ability being nurtured, resonating with the Tao? Seeing this scene before him, Yen Lin exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it is the supreme bone. Even in its embryonic form, it can already resonate with the Tao and begin to cultivate a divine ability. You must know. Even after she had transformed into the seven-colored swallowing heavenly serpent bloodline, she had yet to cultivate her own innate divine ability, possessing only a few useless auxiliary abilities. Now Xiao Fan is already beginning to cultivate his own innate divine ability. This left Yen Lin feeling somewhat defeated. However, before Yen Lin could feel disappointed, the crimson gold runes swirling around her suddenly resonated with the seven-colored swallowing skyfire. They continuously flew into the seven-colored swallowing heavenly fire. This caused the flame to erupt with an even more dazzling light, and among the vibrant colors, a hint of crimson gold suddenly appeared. The entire cluster of flames seemed to undergo a qualitative transformation at the brink of a critical point, unleashing a terrifying flame-based power that erupted from within the flames. This caused Yen Lin's pupils to contract involuntarily. The seven-colored swallowing heavenly fire has advanced? Taking a deep breath, Yan Lin suppressed his shock and swallowed the flames into his mouth. As a surge of power erupted from Yan Lin's body, the seven-colored swallowing heaven serpent bloodline reached the eight-colored tier at that moment. This caused Yan Lin's previously weakened aura to recover significantly in an instant. Once fully recovered, she would not only be able to enter the third level of the Zhongwu realm but also have a chance to break through to the fourth level. Even if she couldn't, she would be able to break through in the near future. Her bloodline has already set one foot on the threshold of the eight-colored swallowing heavenly python. Given time, she can transform into the eight-colored swallowing heavenly python bloodline, at which point this king's talent will be fully on par with that of a saintly body prodigy. This guy. As the words murmured, Yan Lin looked at Xiao Fan with a complex expression. A few days earlier, when Xiao Fan said he could help her extract the fire poison to evolve her bloodline, she had thought that even if there was hope, bloodline evolution would still take a very long time before there was any certainty. But she never expected. In just a few days, her bloodline had already taken a step into the eight-colored realm, and even her life-bound beast fire had transformed into eight-colored swallowing heaven fire. Although it was still relatively weak among the eight-colored ranks, it had already broken free from the seven-colored realm. This was a transformation rooted in her bloodline. And all of this serendipity and fate stemmed from this man. At this thought, Yan Lin's gaze toward Xiao Fan also held a rare hint of tenderness. As time passed, Yan Lin quietly recovered his cultivation by his side, while Xiao Fan nurtured his innate divine abilities and broke through his cultivation. It was unclear how much time had passed. With another thunderous explosion, Xiao Fan's cultivation broke through to the seventh level of the heavenly martial realm, and the pure young supreme bone completely retracted into his body. This left Yan Lin unable to suppress his admiration. A near-death rebirth from severe injury not only gave birth to the rare pure young supreme bone but also allowed his cultivation to break through 5 minor realms in one go. Even the prodigies of some sacred lands in the Central Plains Saint Domain couldn't match that. I've already broken through to the 7th level of the Tianwu realm? Feeling his current cultivation realm, Xiao Fan could hardly believe it. Although he knew his cultivation would surge after the rebirth, but leaping 5 levels at once was simply too exaggerated. Whoa, is this the supreme bone? Before he could marvel at the sudden surge in his cultivation, he felt a bone in his chest containing an unimaginably terrifying power. Xiao Fan was once again stunned. The supreme bone. It was the supreme constitution within the holy body. It could also nurture innate divine abilities, and once unleashed, its power would be earth-shattering. However, this supreme bone was still in its embryonic stage, and the divine abilities it harbored were incomplete. Nevertheless, if it were to be fully unleashed, despite his current cultivation at the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm, he could effortlessly eliminate some experts at the king martial realm with a single gesture. The increase in power is simply terrifying. Yan Lin? Why are you by this prince's side? After marveling at his own transformation, Xiao Fan finally noticed Yan Lin standing beside him, and his aura was even more terrifying. But before Yan Lin could respond, Xiao Fan sensed something was amiss. Strange, what has that salty taste? Xiao Fan licked his lips, tasting a fishy odor, and looked at Medusa in confusion. Why does my mouth taste salty? What kind of heavenly treasure did you feed me? This single sentence caused Medusa, who had just been about to speak, to freeze in place. Her previously cold expression quickly turned red, but not from shyness, it was a blush of anger. Shyness mixed with anger, and anger mixed with a sense of being overwhelmed. Seeing Yan Lin like this, Xiao Fan felt even more uneasy. The other party must have given him something. What do you mean by staring at me? Humph. Answer me. What did you feed me? My mouth tastes salty. After hearing Xiao Fan demand an answer once again, Medusa could no longer hold back her frustration. New model, Medusa's shorter version. It doesn't look as good as the previous one, but this one feels more mature. Once again feeling the overwhelming aura of the Empress, fans who like it, remember to give it a like to show your support. Chapter 47, the majestic Medusa Queen would actually make such a request? Eat, eat, eat. I'll feed you until you're satisfied. Is that answer good enough for you? Yan Lin gritted his teeth. After snapping back with a furious expression, he flung Xiao Fan out with a single blow. Xiao Fan hung upside down on the multicolored barrier, staring intently at Yan Lin with a look of shock on his face. No way, no way. Looking at Queen Medusa like this, could it be he had just done something to Queen Medusa while in a state of enlightenment? So, not only did he do that, but he did it fiercely while doing it? How could this aloof Queen Medusa tolerate him doing something so utterly depraved? Could it be? Was it the other person who initiated it? Or was the other party truly forced into it at the time? If you keep staring at me like that, do you believe I'll shave you bald? Seeing Xiao Fan staring intently at her, as if recalling something, Yan Lin's expression grew increasingly flushed, and her breathing became incredibly rapid. She forced herself to adopt a queenly, aloof demeanor and issued a fierce warning to Xiao Fan. However, Xiao Fan wasn't the least bit afraid. He simply spoke with a gentle gaze. Yan Lin, you're so beautiful. Those few simple words, coupled with his deeply affectionate and gentle gaze, caused Yan Lin's heart to tremble for some unknown reason. She had every intention of beating Xiao Fan senseless, but deep down, she just couldn't bring herself to do it. Damn it! Could it be that this king has developed different feelings for this guy? In her rapid breathing, Yan Lin couldn't help but let this thought cross her mind, leaving her heart in even greater turmoil. She was a proud queen. How could she possibly develop romantic feelings for a man after sleeping with him twice? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be true. Xiao Fan had no idea what Yan Lin was thinking. Seeing that she had lost some of her ferocity after being praised by him, his expression began to change. She dared not meet his gaze. He suddenly felt. This queen might have already been conquered by him, but out of pride in her usual aloof personality, she was too embarrassed to confront him outright. Thinking this, Xiao Fan felt it was necessary to strike while the iron was hot and continue his pursuit of this Medusa Queen. So, he moved slightly, descending from the multicolored barrier and approaching Yan Lin. Clearing his throat, he said. About earlier. It should have been you who helped me cultivate the supreme bone, right? Thank you. Without you, I might not have been able to achieve rebirth. Hearing Xiao Fan unexpectedly express gratitude, Yan Lin's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained cold. I didn't do it for you. It was just a special situation at the time, and I didn't want to miss the opportunity. These words. Half true, half false. Though she did seek the opportunity for transformation, as the Queen of Medusa, her pride ran deep. If she had no feelings for Xiao Fan, even if this opportunity could allow her to transform into a 9-colored swallowing serpent, she would never trample on herself for such an opportunity. Xiao Fan heard this and didn't take it to heart. After all, she was the queen. Even if her entire body had softened under his assault, her mouth would still be as hard as ever. I sense that the cultivation of the supreme bone still has some flaws, and your bloodline seems to be evolving toward the 8-colored realm. So, can we try again? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Fan cautiously asked. Though he knew asking this might anger this Medusa Queen, as a man, he couldn't resist testing how deep a woman's boundaries truly were. How could he conquer this aloof woman? After all, the breaking of ambiguity, the warming of emotions. It required repeatedly testing the boundaries of morality, pushing the limits time and again, until two hearts collided with the most intense passion. What did you say? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yan Lin's expression froze. His fists clenched uncontrollably, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid. The emotions he had managed to suppress earlier were now erupting like a volcano about to explode. Xiao Fan, do you think this king has been too lenient with you? To the point where you now dare to openly tell this king that you want to sleep with me? Yan Lin's face twisted into a chilling grin, and a terrifying flame began to burn on his body. His right hand clenched tightly, gathering his strength. It looked as though he was about to punch Xiao Fan so hard he wouldn't know which way was up. This made Xiao Fan unable to suppress a sense of danger. He hurriedly said, "We're all civilized people. Gentlemen use their words, not their fists. If it's acceptable, it's acceptable. If it's not, it's not. Don't resort to violence so easily. That's not befitting of a queen." Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yan Lin narrowed his eyes. What did you say? You say I lack the grace of a queen? As if provoked by those words, Yan Lin's breathing grew more. Then, as if suddenly struck by an idea, he changed the tone of his voice and spoke softly. Since you say I lack the mindset, I'll give you a chance. Next, I will find a secluded place. Then I will seal my cultivation at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. If you can defeat me, I will reluctantly reward you. Sigh. Xiao Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath upon hearing this, staring at Yan Lin in disbelief, clearly unable to believe what he had heard. The mighty Medusa Queen would make such a demand? Could it be? Perhaps the other party hadn't had enough and actually wanted to try again. But out of respect for the queen's dignity, she couldn't bring herself to ask him outright. What if I lose? In a moment of impulse, Xiao Fan blurted out the question. Yan Lin, upon hearing this, looked coldly at him. Of course I'll punish you. For example, massage my back, wash my feet, ride me like a horse. Is that called punishment? What he's saying. He hadn't even started yet, and he was already thinking about losing. Wait, what do you mean a little? Why not just once? Xiao Fan was about to respond when he suddenly realized something was off and immediately asked. This made Yan Lin's expression freeze involuntarily. Is there a difference? How could there not be a difference? Xiao Fan's expression hardened upon hearing this, as if he had been insulted. One is one, and one is one. The former is an action, while the latter is a process. These two are completely different, aren't they? You must understand. That kind of thing, if it were a contest, with his current cultivation and physical condition, he could do at least 10,000, 8,000 times without even breaking a sweat. If he were only rewarded for doing it once. What could he do? Jump around at the door and come out? Isn't that pure torture? You man. Yan Lin clenched his fists so tightly they almost broke, gritting his teeth and saying, Didn't I say I was going to reward you? Are you really nitpicking over a single word? Xiao Fan widened his eyes. You didn't say that? We were just talking about the proposal I made earlier. If it's not about the reward, then forget it. Xiao Fan. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yan Lin was about to lose his temper, but he managed to hold himself back. Fine. Whatever reward you want, you'll get it. But Your Majesty, I don't think you can really beat me. Xiao Fan was completely shocked by his words. He couldn't believe that Yan Lin would be so generous. Was it mating season? If not, why would the other party dare to gamble with him? Before Xiao Fan could say another word, Yan Lin, after finishing his sentence, casually tore open a spatial fissure, grabbed Xiao Fan, and stepped into it together. They vanished together into the multicolored barrier within the courtyard of Pingyang Mansion. Take a look at the Queen's stunning photos. The next fishing trip should feature another female lead. I'm working on the model, guess who it is? Chapter 48, Why does this woman seem more anxious than him? Disappeared? Within the Pingyang Mansion courtyard, as the multicolored barrier vanished, Yan Lin and Xiao Fan were nowhere to be seen. Meng Yu's expression couldn't help but change. It was clear. The Medusa Queen had taken Xiao Fan away from Pingyang Prefecture. Xin Yan. Queen Medusa has taken Xiao Fan away. Mu Yuyun descended from the roof and addressed Lin Xingyan, who had just returned from outside. This caused Lin Xingyan's expression to grow solemn, while Ling Xingling's face couldn't help but change. What? Queen Medusa has kidnapped the prince consort? Ling Xing and Ling Yu were panicking. They had feelings for this prince consort, and Ling Yu had even been kissed passionately by him. Now, he had run off with Queen Medusa. What were they supposed to do now? And what about Lin Xingyan? He'll come back. Lin Xingyan said softly upon hearing this. This made Meng Yuyun and Ling Xinglingyu look over in surprise. They were clearly puzzled. Why was Lin Xingyan so certain? If Medusa had taken Xiao Fan back to the Snake People tribe, and it was true, as previously mentioned, that he would marry whichever snake woman the other party chose. Plus, with Medusa, such a tempting woman, why would he even return to Pingyang Prefecture? Don't let his usual carefree demeanor fool you, he still has a proud streak deep down. On their wedding night, I will not share the bed with him. If he has needs, he can seek out Lingxing and Lingyue. Though this approach already considers his dignity to the greatest extent possible. But in his eyes, as the bride refusing to share the bed with the groom is still a challenge to male dignity. Therefore, he will harbor resentment. Now he is like a dragon emerging from the depths, constantly undergoing transformation, and his inner pride will grow stronger day by day. Even if he can stand in my position or view this marriage objectively, the events of the wedding night will still remain a thorn in his heart. And to remove that thorn and eliminate the lingering resentment in his heart, he must defeat me fairly and squarely, suppressing me both in strength and status, so that I become a woman who submits to him on her knees. Only then will the resentment in his heart be eradicated, his thoughts will flow freely once more, and his resolve will be unstoppable in the future. Therefore, that day, he would make a wager with me, intending to settle the matter once and for all 3 months later. Before defeating me and making me submit, even if he were to leave Pingyang Prefecture for some time, he would eventually return to Pingyang Prefecture. Moreover, given his personality, even if I were to forbid him from touching me, he would still consider me his wife in name only. He would watch over me, preventing other men from attempting to lay a finger on me, or from me laying a finger on other men. Furthermore, he is a man with an extremely strong sense of possession. The two of you have already been involved with him, he won't let you slip away from him. Under the puzzled gazes of Mu Rongyun and Ling Xinglingyu, Lin Xingyan explained at length with a melancholy tone, leaving all three of them staring at each other in shock. Though they found it surprising, it seemed to make sense. In just a few days, Lin Xingyan had already seen through Xiao Fan so clearly. Had she been secretly observing him all along? Princess, since the prince is so determined to fight you because of this, will you go easy on him during the duel in 3 months? In her astonishment, Ling Yu suddenly asked in a low voice. This made Lin Xingyan unable to help but look over. She shook her head immediately. No. His pride won't allow me to go easy on him, and my pride won't allow me to go easy on myself either. Don't listen to what Lin Shirka said that day about an arranged marriage giving her a choice. It's all just this guy thinking he knows best. Though she is a princess, she is merely a pawn in the hands of the Emperor of Deqian. Before she fully matures, her own fate remains largely beyond her control. Even if she could, it would come at an enormous cost. Therefore, she became a marriage alliance candidate, but as a reincarnated empress, how could she willingly give herself to another man just because of a political marriage? Especially when there was no emotional foundation between them. In a situation where an arranged marriage was unavoidable, she chose Xiao Fan from among the 3 great noble families, and it was indeed because he had no cultivation. And he was the abandoned son of the Prince of the South. He would not typically get involved in power struggles among the heirs of the great princes or the imperial princes and princesses. But she did not look down on Xiao Fan. After all, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. After marrying Xiao Fan, she knew that if she did not share a bed with him, she would not be fulfilling her duties as a wife. Failing to bear children with him would be cutting off his lineage. Therefore, she discussed the matter with Lingxing and Lingyue, asking if they were willing to become concubines. After receiving their affirmative responses, she decided to allow them to share a bed with Xiao Fan and promised not to restrict their freedom. She even planned, in the future, if their cultivation reached a certain level, she would help Xiao Fan reshape his physique so that he could also cultivate. But human dignity is a sensitive matter. In the end, things turned out this way. Princess, if you happen to lose to the prince consort in 3 months, will you really wash his feet? As Lin Xingyan finished expressing her thoughts and feelings, Ling Xingling hesitated for a moment before asking. This caused Lin Xingyan's expression to pause slightly. Clearly, she hadn't considered this question before, but now she had no choice but to think about it. You win, you lose. If he can defeat me, it will prove his strength. It would also prove that my pride is nothing in his presence. At that point, whether he chooses to divorce me or have me wash his feet for a month, it will be entirely up to him. Lin Xingyan paused before answering. In her previous life, though she was heartless, she had cultivated to the emperor martial realm through clear-mindedness and an unobstructed Dao heart. Since she had agreed to duel with Xiao Fan, if she truly lost to him, she would naturally have to take responsibility for her actions. These words left Mu Rongyun and Ling Xingling looking at each other with complex expressions. On the other side, in a mountain forest, as a spatial fissure suddenly appeared, Yan Lin carried Xiao Fan and landed in the mountains. Where are we? Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, Xiao Fan asked Medusa. I don't know, but it should be tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial city where you were before. Yan Lin replied upon hearing this. This caused Xiao Fan's eyes to light up immediately. Being tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial city meant that his fishing range had shifted tens of thousands of miles in a certain direction compared to his original location. In that case, perhaps he could catch some good catches. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan seemed to remember something and asked Medusa again. By the way, how long did my enlightenment and rebirth last this time? In the state of enlightenment, consciousness was vague and ethereal. It was difficult to perceive the passage of time, feeling as though ages had passed yet only a moment had elapsed, leaving Xiao Fan somewhat disoriented. 3 days. Yan Lin replied, causing Xiao Fan's expression to change. Damn it, 3 days? That means we could have fished 3 times by now? At that thought, Xiao Fan felt a surge of excitement, eager to pull out his void fishing rod right now to see what treasures he could reel in. Come on, let this king see just how strong you've become after undergoing the nirvana enlightenment and cultivating the pure young supreme bone. What level of combat power have you reached at your current rank? Just as Xiao Fan was growing restless, Yan Lin changed the subject and spoke up. As his words fell, as a secret pattern emerged on her forehead, Yan Lin immediately sealed her cultivation at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. This made Xiao Fan's lips twitch. How does this feel? This woman is even more impatient than him? Is she really in heat? Lin Xingyan, this butterfly is huge, I can't even post the original image in the comments section. Ling Xing, Makabaka. Ling Yu, if you like this, remember to give a free gift. 3 for love, 3 female characters to take home. Chapter 49, Xiao Fan battles Medusa, unleashing true fire. Before Xiao Fan could think further, Yan Lin had already unleashed his cultivation, his figure darting toward Xiao Fan like a ghost. That speed even ordinary Wang Wu realm cultivators would struggle to match it. This caused Xiao Fan's eyes to narrow sharply. His body instinctively dodged to the side. The next moment, a burst of flames erupted, and the spot where Xiao Fan had been standing was blasted into a deep crater several zhang wide by a terrifying force. The terrifying energy shockwave, accompanied by flying rocks and dust, swept toward the surrounding mountains and forests. Not bad speed, but the accuracy leaves something to be desired. After dodging Yan Lin's attack, Xiao Fan landed on an ancient tree in the distance and immediately teased Medusa. This caused Yan Lin's gaze to grow even more fierce. Dare to mock this king? I hope your strength will be able to withstand my full force when the time comes. As the words fell, a burst of multicolored flames erupted from her body, and Yan Lin transformed into a blur, charging toward Xiao Fan. With a sweeping kick, it gathered terrifying force and swept toward Xiao Fan's face. This time, Xiao Fan did not dodge again. He simply raised his right hand, using his elbow like a shield to block Yan Lin's kick. The terrifying true energy collided, unleashing another wave of destruction. Xiao Fan instinctively glanced at the queen's skirt. However, Yan Lin was wearing black leggings under her skirt, so even when she lifted her leg high to attack his face, the mysterious area beneath her skirt remained completely covered. Of course, those 2 smooth, slender legs still shone with an alluring glow. As if noticing Xiao Fan's gaze, Yan Lin twisted her body and withdrew her legs, then clenched her hand toward the void. Instantly, the multicolored swallowing flames of fiery whip. With a sharp explosion echoing through the void, the fire whip darted toward Xiao Fan like a venomous snake. Xiao Fan, seeing this, showed no sign of panic on his face, but instead revealed a look of excitement. As the fiery whip closed in, Xiao Fan's fists gathered a furious force, without any flashy moves, colliding head-on with the whip shadows using only his fists. Dull explosions echoed continuously. Xiao Fan and Yan Lin's figures collided repeatedly within the mountains and forests, reducing the surrounding area within a radius of several miles to a chaotic wasteland. Some demon beasts were so terrified that they fled in panic. This guy. In just a few days, he's grown to this extent? After several rounds of collisions, Yan Lin's heart grew increasingly anxious. You must understand. She had also gained immense benefits this time. Her own strength was now clearly on a whole new level compared to just a few days ago. But even so, after unleashing 90% of her combat power, she still couldn't suppress Xiao Fan. What's even more absurd is, the man before her looked completely at ease, even flashing a hint of excitement. It was hard to believe. This was a worthless who couldn't even cultivate just a few days ago. Xiao Fan, I never expected you to grow to this extent in such a short time. But I have come through countless battles. Even among those of the same level, none can compare to your reincarnated Empress. But I'm not someone ordinary people can compare to. As the words fell, Yan Lin's body erupted with an even more terrifying force, the terrifying shockwave immediately forcing Xiao Fan back. 7 colored flames behind Yan Lin, forming the illusory form of a massive 7-colored swallowing serpent. Even the fire whipping Yan Lin's hand transformed into a long sword at that moment. As the sword light swept across, Yan Lin once again charged toward Xiao Fan. A storm of sword light, accompanied by the roar of the multicolored swallowing serpent, immediately descended upon Xiao Fan. That overwhelming might. It was on par with the attacks unleashed by some of the strongest warriors in the Wanwu realm. I know. But I am not someone you have ever seen who can match me. Xiao Fan, seeing this, also gave it his all. Pure yang energy surged continuously from his body, and behind him, a massive sun appeared in the sky. As the solar flames erupted in brilliance, Xiao Fan's hands also to crimson flame-colored giant sword, whose sword momentum swept across and collided once more with the Yan Lin. This was a moment of rebirth and enlightenment. Although only 3 days had passed, he relied on his terrifying intuition and the most direct understanding of the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, directly mastering the several martial arts techniques he had seen in the Jinnan Wangfu. He even grasped a single move or half a technique from the Nine Yang Slaying God technique, whose power far. He even gleaned a single technique from the Nine Yang God Slaying Sutra, whose power far surpassed that of ordinary advanced martial arts techniques. As the two collided, the deafening roar echoed like a thunderstorm, shaking the mountains and forests. A destructive storm swept across 1,000 feet in all directions, its might far surpassing the terrifying level of combat achievable by cultivators at the heavenly martial realm. The mountains and forests were reduced to a sea of flames. In the collision between the 7-colored swallowing heaven fire and the pure yang true fire, Yan Lin and Xiao Fan were both forced back by their opponents, with the former staring at the latter in disbelief. Completely unexpected. Even after she had unleashed all her strength, she was still unable to suppress Xiao Fan. In less than 6 days, the other had gone from an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivation to a demonic prodigy of the same level, capable of fighting her to a standstill. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Yan Lin would never have believed that such a prodigy existed in this world. As the thought crossed her mind, Yan Lin's body erupted with an even more intense battle intent. As a queen, her pride would not allow her to admit defeat. The next moment, Yan Lin soared into the sky once more. A multicolored swallowing skyfire surged behind her, followed by the illusory forms of 9-headed swallowing sky serpents emerging from the flames. This brought Yan Lin's aura to its peak. A domineering fire attribute intent also within the flames. The pinnacle of fire, Yan Meng swallows the heavens. As the cold words echoed, Yan Lin wielded his long sword in the flames, unleashing a torrent of swordlight that merged with the 7-colored swallowing flames, creating towering waves of fire. The 9-headed swallowing heaven serpent illusions let out savage roars, then charged toward Xiao Fan amidst the swirling swordlights. Seeing Yan Lin unleash such a terrifying martial art technique, Xiao Fan's face also betrayed a rare expression of gravity. His pure young physique was pushed to its absolute limit, and 9 great suns rose into the sky behind him. The next moment, as he formed seals with both hands, a domineering pure yang intent swept across the void. Pure yang Dao, 9 suns incinerate the world. With this low shout, Xiao Fan's eyes turned crimson gold, and a piercing cry echoed from the 9 great suns, revealing golden crows emerging from within. The golden crows spread their wings across the sky. As Xiao Fan pressed his palm into the void toward the 9 swallowing heaven serpents, the 9 golden crows, along with the heavenly yang suns behind them, plummeted toward the heavens like 9 suns falling from the sky. They collided violently with the 9 swallowing heaven serpents. In an instant, amidst blinding flames and deafening explosions, terrifying flames swept across the mountains and forests, once again sending Yan Lin and Xiao Fan flying in opposite directions. The battle had reached this point. Both of them were boiling with qi and blood, their true essence raging wildly within them, and they had both unleashed true fire. Yan Lin saw. Even when he unleashed his signature bloodline martial arts techniques and even tapped into the fire attribute intent power, he still couldn't suppress Xiao Fan. The pride and battle-crazed genes of the Medusa Queen caused her swallowing heaven python bloodline to boil to the brink, and a terrifying desire for victory surged within her. Xiao Fan, you're strong. In just a few days, you've transformed to this extent. This truly surprises me. But I won't give up so easily. Now, let me see if you, who has only recently cultivated the supreme bone, can suppress my true bloodline form? As these words fell, Yan Lin's hands formed a seal, and the seven-colored swallowing serpent bloodline boiling within her erupted completely. Her legs first transformed into a serpent's tail. Immediately afterward, amidst the swirling flames, Yan Lin's entire body completely transformed into a massive seven-colored swallowing serpent, and the pressure emanating from her body surged several levels higher. Even the flames on her body gained an additional color. Though still somewhat transparent compared to the other colors, it had now entered the realm of 8 colors. The coldness of a king. Chapter 50. From now on, when it's time to call the master, don't act like a queen. Bloodline true form. Looking at the massive seven-colored swallowing serpent before him, Xiao Fan's inner beast was stirred by a terrifying instinct. Before him was the reckless outlaw Su Xian, and behind him was the lucky survivor Xiao Huahua. Today, he too would follow in the footsteps of his 2 predecessors and conquer this snake woman through sheer strength. If others could be reckless outlaws, he could be one too. As the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Fan formed a seal with both hands and pressed it forcefully against his chest. Pure Yang Supreme Bone, open. As the low shout echoed, a small sun seemed to explode from Xiao Fan's chest, and even more terrifying pure yang energy surged forth from his body. His black hair danced wildly in the flames, even taking on a crimson gold hue at that moment. The upper half of his clothes instantly turned to ash, revealing a perfectly sculpted, muscular physique. On his skin were intricate crimson gold patterns, and a flame-like mark emerged between his eyebrows. At that moment, Xiao Fan seemed to have entered a transformation state, and his aura surged several levels higher than before. A terrifying aura of supreme power. It surged forward like a tidal wave, crushing the seven-colored swallowing heavenly serpent. This caused the seven-colored swallowing heavenly serpent to let out a savage roar, accompanied by its scales constantly shifting with flame patterns, and the 8-colored swallowing heavenly fire gathering on the diamond-shaped protrusions on its forehead. A destructive aura swept across the entire mountain range. Don't be fooled by the fact that both of them are currently only at the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm. The terrifying aura they emit would make even some king martial realm experts feel their scalps tingle. This is my ultimate form. Next, one move to decide the outcome. Feeling the terrifying powering on the seven-colored swallowing heavenly serpent, Xiao Fan spoke indifferently, then unleashed his divine technique without hesitation. Countless supreme symbols danced like fiery sun butterflies. They continuously flew out from Xiao Fan's chest, causing the Tao essence of this entire realm to resonate with them. The 9 celestial suns behind Xiao Fan merged together at that moment. Supreme technique, ultimate heavenly sun. As these words fell, Xiao Fan raised his hand and pressed it against the seven-colored swallowing heavenly serpent, causing the 9 great suns to completely fuse together. In the void, they transformed into a terrifying crimson gold black hole. Immediately afterward, a finger emerged from the black hole, pointing toward the seven-colored swallowing serpent. The entire world seemed to dim for a moment. As if a light had appeared, all the heat in the world were drawn toward that single finger. A destructive force crashed down upon the multicolored swallowing serpent, causing it to emit an even more savage roar. At that moment, Yan Lin did not speak. As if, having transformed into her bloodline essence, it was now the most savage and purest combat instinct within her body that was in control. Therefore, at this moment, even facing Xiao Fan's supreme technique, the seven-colored swallowing heavenly serpent showed no fear. The rhombus-shaped protrusions on its head gathered all the 8-colored swallowing heaven fire from its body, colliding with Xiao Fan's finger, plunging the entire mountain forest into another devastating flamestorm. However, in this collision, even with all its power gathered, the 7-colored swallowing heavenly serpent was unable to break through the finger extending from the black hole. The massive form struggled ceaselessly in the void, being pressed inch by inch into the ground by that single finger. The earth below continued to collapse and sink. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a 100-foot-deep pit. However, Xiao Fan did not hold back. Instead, amidst the 7-colored swallowing serpent's roaring struggles, he gathered all his strength and pressed down on it once more. Yan Lin, as the queen of Medusa, possessed an innate cold arrogance. In a duel, if one were to show mercy, hold back, or go easy on the opponent would not feel touched but rather humiliated. Therefore, if he wanted to conquer this Medusa Queen of the Snake People, he had to defeat her ruthlessly and completely shatter her pride. Only then, he might be able to shed his cold, fiery scales and fully experience the intense heat hidden within her heart. As the finger finally descended, the multicolored swallowing serpent was completely pinned to the ground by Xiao Fan's finger, causing the mountains and earth within 1,000 zhang radius to collapse. Amidst a series of unwilling screams, the 7-colored swallowing heavenly serpent was shattered into countless specks of light, reforming into a graceful red figure. However, its expression appeared dazed and disbelieving. I have actually been defeated. Yan Lin stood motionless in the deep pit, clearly shaken by the blow. If he had known that Xiao Fan was also a reincarnated emperor-level powerhouse like Lin Xingyan, then being defeated by him wouldn't have been so surprising. After all, the opponent had already accumulated an incredibly terrifying cultivation foundation in their previous life. It was only natural that they could defeat her even at the same level. However, Xiao Fan had only been cultivating for a few days, yet he was able to defeat her among peers. This was simply hard for her to accept. Don't feel discouraged. The reason I was able to defeat you this time is simply because my physical constitution is superior to yours. If your swallowing heaven python bloodline truly reaches the 8-colored realm, even if I cultivate the embryonic form of the supreme bone, I might not be able to defeat you among peers. Seeing Yan Lin slightly shaken, Xiao Fan spoke up to comfort her, causing Yan Lin to lift her head involuntarily. Defeat is defeat. Talent and physical constitution are also part of one's own strength. If one cannot control them and unleash their true power, they are nothing more than a worthless with empty potential. Yan Lin shook his head, his expression calm. The look he gave Xiao Fan was complex, but also softer than before. In just a few days, Xiao Fan had gone from being utterly useless to reaching this level. Given time, he would surely soar to the heavens and become a mighty warrior who could look down upon the entire Tsangyun realm. Therefore, at this moment, Yan Lin had already begun to acknowledge this man who had become involved with her by chance. You seem to see things pretty clearly. Upon hearing Yan Lin's words, Xiao Fan was somewhat surprised. Generally speaking, as a ruler, it is extremely difficult to accept being defeated by someone, let alone by someone once regarded as a mere insect. Such a sense of disparity can be immense. I didn't expect. Yan Lin accepted it so quickly. Kneel down, and I will reward you once. Just as Xiao Fan was marveling inwardly, Medusa suddenly blurted out a sentence that nearly made Xiao Fan spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. What did you say? Xiao Fan looked at Yan Lin in disbelief, clearly not expecting the other party to be so proactive. No, that's not right. He hadn't expected the other party to be so proactive while also daring to be so arrogant. Kneel? Is this the attitude you take when rewarding someone? Can't you hear me? Yan Lin tried to maintain a cold demeanor and continued to respond in a queenly tone. However, though she was putting on an act, but her evasive, flickering gaze and the faint blush on her cheeks couldn't hide the panic in her heart. Of course, there was also a strong sense of shame. Interesting, it seems. You've gotten too used to being a queen, you don't even know how to act like an ordinary woman anymore. Xiao Fan appraised the Medusa before him, a dangerous curve forming at the corners of his mouth. All right. Let's have another showdown. Without using our cultivation, let's see who will give in first and who will be the one to break down. If I give in first, I'll treat you like a queen from now on. But if you give in first, when it's time to call me master, don't dare act like a queen. What did you say? Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yan Lin's face was filled with disbelief. This man. Dare he speak to him in such a tone, challenging him to such a duel? And he actually wanted her to call him master at certain times? Does he really think that her queen had been completely outmaneuvered? Nothing, it's settled then. Ignoring Yan Lin's exclamation, Xiao Fan spoke domineeringly, then leaned in close. Woman. Since you've lost, this prince should take what's rightfully mine. After speaking. Before Yan Lin could respond, Xiao Fan forcefully kissed her, causing Yan Lin's head to spin as if struck by thunder. Completely unexpected. Xiao Fan would suddenly become so domineering. She wanted to resist. But thinking about how she had to accept the consequences of her bet, and feeling Xiao Fan's dominance, she didn't know why, but she held back. But in the next moment, a hint of competitive spirit flashed across her face. Man, don't think that just because you beat me once, you can treat me so recklessly. I'll show you that the innate strength of the snake clan is something the human clan can't compare to. As she spoke, Yan Lin flipped him over and pinned Xiao Fan beneath him. But the next moment, Xiao Fan flipped him back over. Since you're so confident, then, this prince will let you experience the true terror of the pure yang holy body, enhanced by the pure yang supreme bone, when its yang energy runs completely wild. As the words fell, Xiao Fan swiftly produced a large bed, while Yan Lin cast a barrier around them. A new showdown began. The queen is about to be trained. Fans of the queen, don't forget to click on the free gifts to show your support. Chapter 51. First, perk up your ears, this king is about to speak. It was unclear how much time had passed. Perhaps 2.5 hours later, the commotion within the barrier finally subsided, and Yan Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes in trembling. Do you admit defeat? Xiao Fan stood behind Yan Lin, grabbed him from behind, and asked with a heavy breath. This made Yan Lin, who was already exhausted, unable to help but sneer coldly. Is that all you've got? This king can hold on for another 2.5 days. It must be said. This pure young holy body was indeed powerful. Without resorting to her cultivation to devour the opponent's yang energy, she was unable to suppress this terrifying holy body. A queen of such stature. In the end, she was even ridden like a horse. This is nothing short of a disgrace. Very well. This prince will see just how long it will take for your mouth to become as soft as your snow-white skin. After growling lowly, Xiao Fan decided to suppress this snake clan queen once more. This caused Yen Lin to exclaim in shock. Bastard! You dare to try to open this king's forbidden gate? In that curse, Yen Lin could no longer hold back. He immediately unleashed his cultivation, turning around to restrain Xiao Fan. This left Xiao Fan completely speechless. Damn it, you're not playing fair. We agreed not to use our cultivation, only to fight with our bodies. You're cheating. Seeing Yen Lin use the power of the Zhongwu realm to effortlessly bind him, Xiao Fan immediately spoke with a look of dissatisfaction. The mighty Medusa Queen of the Snake People, having lost, was now resorting to underhanded tactics? Where was her queenly dignity? What do you mean, cheating? Yen Lin's face flushed red. She revealed a seductive smile that had never appeared before, then leaned down and whispered into Xiao Fan's ear. You just want me to call you master, don't you? I never said I wouldn't, so how is that cheating? In that cold yet seductive tone, Yen Lin extended her tongue and gently licked Xiao Fan's earlobe, causing him to shiver involuntarily in response. She's awakened. This woman's snake-like desires had fully awakened. As the saying goes, the longer something is suppressed, the more ferocious it becomes when it finally erupts. If Yen Lin fully unleashes her serpentine nature, he doesn't even know if he can withstand it. Don't be nervous, keep your ears perked up. I'm about to call. Master. As Xiao Fan's thoughts fell, Yen Lin's cold, lustful voice echoed in his ears, causing every bone in his body to go limp, yet his young energy surged like never before. That sound. I can't hold on. I can't hold on at all. I thought this woman was cold and emotionless, someone who didn't understand romance. But I never expected. After her serpentine nature awoke, she was actually so skilled at seduction? No wonder. In a previous life, people used to call some very seductive and lustful women snake spirits or fox spirits. The emotions are truly intense. How does it feel? Did you find it satisfying when I called you that? As Xiao Fan inwardly cursed, Yen Lin propped himself up and asked, causing Xiao Fan's blood to race once more, as if it were about to burst through his body's constraints and shoot out. Call me again. Xiao Fan stared intently at Yen Lin, his eyes burning so intensely they seemed ready to melt her. He realized he now preferred this Medusa Queen even more. Cold yet desirable, beautiful yet powerful. This was the first woman he had ever desired. Addicted? Yen Lin licked her lips at the words, then spoke in a dangerously seductive tone. If you want this queen to continue calling you master, then you'd better feed me first. I'm hungry. It's time to eat. Feeling the surging yang energy within Xiao Fan's body, Yen Lin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Earlier, he hadn't used his cultivation. She found it difficult to absorb such pure yang energy. Moreover, the previous Xiao Fan was too weak and hadn't awakened his pure yang supreme bone, but now, as his physique underwent a transformation, he had already surpassed her seven-colored swallowing heavenly serpent bloodline in terms of level. Now, absorbing Xiao Fan's yang energy would be highly beneficial to her. Eat? Seeing Yen Lin like this, Xiao Fan's eyelids twitched. Relax, you are now my man. I won't do anything to harm your foundation. At most, I'll just make you lose some yang energy and feel weak for a few days. Seeing Xiao Fan like this, recalling how she had been suppressed by Xiao Fan twice in succession, Yen Lin felt a surge of conquest in her heart and coldly said to Xiao Fan. He began to ravage Xiao Fan. This caused Xiao Fan to struggle uncontrollably. Don't! Damn it! On the other side, Pingyang Mansion. The Emperor's decree, 3 days from now, a distinguished guest will arrive for the sacred altar ceremony. All princes and princesses must be present. Please ensure that Princess Pingyang and Prince Pingyang do not miss it. As the palace eunuch conveyed the Emperor's edict and turned to leave, Lin Qingyan revealed a rare expression of solemnity. The sacred altar ceremony. It was a once-a-year prayer ceremony held by the great Qian imperial family. In the past, only princes were permitted to attend. Why are the princess and her consort also required to attend this year? Additionally, distinguished guests are set to attend the ceremony, which has alerted Lin Qingyan to an unusual atmosphere. Given her current cultivation level and that of Xiao Fan, if the emperor of the great Qian Empire were to find out, trouble would inevitably follow. Thinking of this, Lin Qingyan's heart grew heavy. Princess, the prince consort has been gone for several hours now. This time, we don't know how long he'll be away. If he doesn't return by the third day, won't we have to miss the sacred ceremony? As Lin Qingyan pondered her response, Ling Xing and Ling Yu spoke up with concern. Let's wait a few more days. Lin Qingyan waved her hand dismissively, feeling a bit melancholy as well. She had no idea what that guy was doing with Medusa. If he doesn't show up in 3 days, what then would she have to go to the palace and tell the Emperor of Dechen that he ran off with a woman? The scene shifted back to the mountains and forests thousands of miles away from the great Qian imperial city. It was unclear how much time had passed. Perhaps another 2.5 hours had passed. Xiao Fan lay pale-faced on the bed, staring blankly at the clear sky. His entire body felt like a blade of grass battered by a violent storm. He felt as though his spine might snap at any moment. At that moment, he finally understood that the Medusa who used her cultivation was a completely different entity from the Medusa who did not. Whether it was combat power or suction force, it was beyond his comprehension. Just moments ago, his yang energy was surging through his body, giving him the power to stand tall and shatter the heavens. But now, even if Medusa were to strip naked and crawl on top of him, begging him to be her master, he had no strength left. Just a little more, and the swallowing heaven python bloodline would have completely broken through to the eight-colored realm. I never expected the effects of this guy's pure young physique to be so powerful. Feeling his own condition, Yen Lin opened his eyes and murmured. Despite the moment, she had already returned to her usual cool demeanor, but a hint of alluring charm lingered at the corner of her eyes, resembling a peach blossom that had been overly nourished. What's wrong? Looking at your expression and demeanor, it seems as though you've grown tired of this king? Suppressing the joy in his heart, Yen Lin glanced at Xiao Fan out of the corner of his eye and asked in a faintly melancholic tone, as if he had more to say. This made Xiao Fan's lips twitch involuntarily. No matter how delicious the food may be, if one were to consume too much of it in a short period of time, there would inevitably be a phase where one grows tired of it. Men refer to this period as the sage state. At this moment, the most appropriate thing to do is to study martial arts techniques, not continue with what he was doing earlier. However, although his body had entered the sage state, Xiao Fan still refused to back down. If you're so confident, don't use your cultivation to absorb my yang energy. This prince will make you beg for mercy on your knees. Enough. In your current state, you should just go back and rest. Yen Lin spoke with a queenly demeanor upon hearing this. After speaking, she attempted to tear open the space to bring Xiao Fan back to Pingyang Mansion. However, just then, Xiao Fan seemed to think of something and jumped off the bed like a carp. Wait, we can't go back yet. This prince needs to cast a few lines first. Woohoo, the queen doesn't wear a crown when she turns her head. If you like it, remember to tap 3 times to show your support. Chapter 52, Because You're My Woman. You still want to swing it a few times? Yen Lin turned around in surprise upon hearing this, then glanced down at Xiao Fan's lower body. It's already limp. You can only swing it a couple of times. Can we go back now? Hearing Yen Lin's words, Xiao Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this prince wasn't he trying to shake this, I was trying to shake this fishing rod. As he spoke, Xiao Fan immediately pulled out the void fishing rod, causing Medusa's eyes to narrow. You can use this treasure now? She remembered. She had been caught by Xiao Fan using this very fishing rod. At that time, she had been curious about how Xiao Fan had done it, and after he explained the reason, she had intended to ask him to demonstrate it. But Xiao Fan said, "This fishing rod shouldn't be used carelessly. I didn't expect that after just a few days, he could use it again. This fishing rod accumulates energy every day, allowing me to perform a small-scale fishing session. Now that 3 days have passed, I can cast 3 times in a row." Seeing Yen Lin's puzzled expression, Xiao Fan casually explained. This made Yen Lin seem to think of something. A look of astonishment flashed across his face. So, the perfect grade pill you ate during your battle with that female emperor a few days ago, could it have been caught using this thing? Thinking back to that night, when she was returning to Pingyang Prefecture, she had sensed a pill thunder descending, as if someone had refined a perfect grade pill. However, the location was not above Pingyang Prefecture, but it was 100 miles away. Considering Xiao Fan's situation, Yen Lin couldn't help but suspect that the person had just finished refining the pill and was immediately intercepted by Xiao Fan. You're truly the woman of this prince. Your mind is sharp enough to immediately connect the dots and figure out the origin of my pill. Xiao Fan praised her generously, causing Yen Lin's face to twist with disdain. Are you praising this king, or praising yourself? Before Xiao Fan could respond, Yen Lin spoke again. From what you said, this thing is powerful, but it seems to carry significant risks. Once, you caught me, and another time, you caught someone else's pill, stealing their opportunity. These are all random. If next time you catch a being far stronger than you, and their temper isn't as good, aren't you digging your own grave? Last time, when she was caught, she had been struck by the backlash of the eruption of the snake's desires, leaving her in a severely weakened state. That's why she was taken advantage of by Xiao Fan. Under normal circumstances, if she had been sleeping in her bedchamber and Xiao Fan had hooked her with a single cast, she would have probably smacked him to death with a single slap. Don't worry, I have ways to protect myself. Xiao Fan smiled faintly upon hearing this. When I hooked you last time, didn't you feel your strength completely suppressed? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yen Lin's expression changed. Upon reflection, she had indeed felt as though a terrifying force had instantly sealed all her power. However, once she had left the spatial ripples, that force had vanished. She had assumed it was a backlash, causing her mind to grow fuzzy and creating an illusion. Now that Xiao Fan mentioned it, could it be caused by this fishing rod? As if sensing Yen Lin's suspicion, Xiao Fan spoke up to explain. Any creature or treasure caught by this fishing rod is forcibly suppressed, regardless of whether it's a living being or a treasure. Under this suppression, no matter how powerful the opponent is, they cannot exert even the slightest bit of their strength. At this point, their life or death is in my hands. Of course, you might think that some powerful creatures, even when their power is suppressed, still have incredibly strong bodies. With my current strength, I cannot harm them in the slightest. However, once this fishing rod hooks a being, it becomes linked to its life essence, allowing me to use my own soul blood as a source to implant a mark within their life essence. Once I detonate it, I can take their life. As long as they don't die. Unless the opponent possesses more than one life soul. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yan Lin's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately checked his own soul essence. You don't need to check, your soul essence has no markings. Noticing Yan Lin's expression change, as if he were checking something, Xiao Fan immediately spoke up. This caused Yan Lin to lift his head involuntarily. You're a coward? Yan Lin stared at Xiao Fan in astonishment. With such abilities, if he hadn't planted a mark in her soul to control her life and death, he must be out of his mind. No. I did plant it at first, but I already removed it for you. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Fan spoke the truth. This caused Yan Lin's expression to stiffen involuntarily, followed by his face changing constantly. Finally, he sighed and asked in a soft voice. Why did you remove it? Using such methods to control this king's life and death is a powerful tool you hold over me. Because you are my woman. Feeling that Yan Lin's emotions were off, Xiao Fan immediately reached out and grasped his hand, causing Yan Lin's body to stiffen once more. He tried to break free but couldn't. I know you're an extremely proud woman. If you knew someone could control your life and death, you'd naturally harbor deep hostility toward them. After I lured you here, I secretly implanted a mark in your soul, but that was only because I feared you might attack me, and I had no means to counter you. After that, we ended up in a relationship for no apparent reason. From that moment on, I knew you were destined to be my woman for the rest of your life. So regarding the matter of the soul mark, I haven't mentioned a single word about it in the past few days. I wouldn't use that to force you to stay. If that day comes and you insist on leaving, as long as you don't harm me, I will eventually let you go. Seeming to sense Yan Lin's emotional shift, Xiao Fan took a deep breath and explained at length. This wasn't flattery. Rather, he genuinely regarded Yan Lin as his own woman and didn't want this matter to become a source of resentment in her heart. You really are confident. You actually regarded this king as your woman from the very beginning and even planned how to win me over. Now, you removed the mark from my body and told me all these things. Don't you fear that I might fly into a rage and kill you, then take this precious treasure from you? After Xiao Fan finished speaking, Yan Lin's breathing became rapid. He immediately adopted a cold expression and spoke in a chilling tone. But Xiao Fan merely smiled faintly. You won tea. Because, you have me in your heart. Yan Lin, upon hearing this, immediately punched Xiao Fan in the chest. Stop being so sentimental, your majesty. The sins and darkness of humanity have no limits. If you're too naive, be careful not to end up dying at the hands of a woman. If you ever catch other beings in the future, as long as they pose a threat to you, you must mark them with the soul imprint. Even if they're women. Even if she is more beautiful than me, you must do the same and you must never remove it on your own. After punching Xiao Fan, Yan Lin spoke harshly. But deep down, couldn't help but feel a warm surge. She couldn't help but say it. Upon learning that Xiao Fan had imprinted his soul mark on her, she still felt uneasy and resentful. But with his explanation, and over the past few days, he hadn't mentioned it once, and had even taken the initiative to help her remove the mark. Yan Lin eventually let go of her feelings and grew to trust this man even more. It's not that easy to catch a powerful being, let alone a woman more beautiful than you. I don't think I have that kind of luck. Xiao Fan cleared his throat and rubbed his chest. Yan Lin narrowed her eyes upon hearing this. Oh? You think it's impossible to catch, not that you don't want to? It seems, even with this king and your Empress consort, plus the 2 maidservants by your side, you still aren't satisfied? As he spoke, Yan Lin's aura grew dangerous, causing Xiao Fan's expression to stiffen involuntarily. Let's see how lucky I am today. Can I catch a treasure? Xiao Fan immediately changed the subject, gripping the void fishing rod and casting out the hook, confident first cast. Yan Lin saw this and said nothing more. He simply focused intently on the ripples in the space, as if afraid something unexpected might happen. Added a patch, Queen's bathing scene. Don't ask why she's wearing clothes, I can't post the naked version. If you like it, remember to triple tap for love. Chapter 53, I want to touch you whenever I want? Meanwhile, on the other side. While Xiao Fan was talking to Medusa, in the underground chamber of the 8th Princess Mansion, dozens of corpses were piled on the ground, already reduced to bleached bones by insects. These bones emitted a jade-like glow. It was clear. Their bodies had been refined with true essence, and each of them should have been at the heavenly martial realm, but now they were merely nourishment for the insects. After devouring the flesh and blood of the numerous powerful beings present, the insects launched into a terrifying battle within the chamber. Countless insects devoured one another, their numbers dwindling by more than half in an instant. After a dozen breaths, Only a dozen or so insects remained in the chamber, each emanating a terrifying aura, as if they were kings who had emerged victorious from a battle against millions of insects. Even a single one could instill a strong sense of danger in even a powerful warrior who had just entered the Huangwu realm. However, these insects had not yet reached their full potential. The old man, surrounded by a powerful barrier, floated above the chamber, his gaze fixed intently on the insects. As he emitted a series of insect-like chirps, the remaining dozen or so insects once again launched into a fierce battle. Until the very end. Only one insect remained on the scene. Its body began to swell rapidly, then contracted just as quickly, finally transforming into a cocoon. A new form of insect, with prominent horns and golden red patterns covering its body, burst out of the cocoon. A brutal and terrifying aura swept through the entire chamber in an instant. It sent a chill down the spine of the old corpse insect. Ha 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 ha. My crimson demon worm pupa has finally been completed. With this little creature around, even a 7th-rank martial artist from the Imperial Martial Realm would be controlled by the Crimson Demon Toxin if it invaded their body. They will be controlled by the Crimson Demon Poison, driven into madness, and ultimately enslaved by the insect larva. Next. Once I successfully enslave a late-stage Emperor Martial Realm expert, I will be able to act freely in the Great Xian Imperial City. Gazing at the tiny creature below, the corpse worm elder seemed to have lost his mind. However, just as he trembled with excitement, the void in the secret room suddenly rippled, and a fishing hook flew out from the ripples. Coincidentally, it hooked onto the head of the crimson demon insect larva, causing the corpse worm elder to pause in shock. Where did that hook come from? But the next moment, the old corpse worm realized something was wrong and immediately lunged toward the crimson demon worm. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. The crimson demon worm larva seemed to have lost all ability to resist, and was instantly pulled into the spatial ripples by the fishing hook, disappearing from the room in an instant. This left the corpse worm elder grabbing at thin air, crashing heavily onto the floor. It's gone. The insect larva I spent so much effort refining is gone? Who is it? Who dares to be the one responsible? Come out immediately. The old corpse-eating worm swept aside the bones in the secret room with a wave of his hand, plunging into a frenzy of rage. The entire hall collapsed completely under the impact of the true energy, startling Lin Shirzhu and the Vinewood elder, who rushed over. The entire 8th Princess Mansion was thrown into complete chaos at that moment. Xiao Fan and Yan Lin were unaware of the commotion at the 8th Prince's mansion. Feeling movement on the fishing rod, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. Bring it in! Bring it in! As he spoke, Xiao Fan suddenly pulled the rod and reeled in the line. Yan Lin stood by, tense as if facing a formidable enemy, his gaze fixed on the ripples in the air, fearing that a massive creature might burst forth. But the next moment, as the catch was pulled out of the spatial ripples, Xiao Fan and Yan Lin both couldn't help but freeze in surprise. A bug? Looking at the insect with its sharp horns before him, Xiao Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips. The previous 2 times had been large creatures, but this time it was a bug. Feeling a bit frustrated, Xiao Fan activated his insight eye to examine the insect's information. Scarlet demon insect larva, crafted by the corpse insect elder using the blood and bones of 38 heavenly martial realm cultivators as a catalyst, combined with various highly toxic insect larvae and several royal grey treasures. Once it bites someone, it releases crimson demon venom to corrode their blood, causing them to fall into a state of madness and confusion. If it manages to enter a living being's body, it can control them through its toxins. Wow, what a powerful thing! After reviewing the information about this insect, Xiao Fan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, causing Yan Lin to raise an eyebrow in confusion. This insect is a good thing? Since the crimson demon worm was completely suppressed by the void fishing rod, Yan Lin, despite being a Zhongwu realm expert, couldn't sense anything extraordinary about the worm. But just by instinct and observation, she sensed that this thing wasn't anything good. This thing is called the crimson demon bug, a highly venomous insect that can release toxins and control others. Seeing Yan Lin's puzzled expression, Xiao Fan gave a brief explanation, which left Yan Lin utterly astonished. A bug that can control someone at the late stage of the Imperial Martial Realm? Unbelievable. This seemingly insignificant insect actually possesses such immense power. With this thing, Xiao Fan could now have a late-stage Imperial Martial Realm servant by his side, which would be a massive leap forward in enhancing his own foundational strength. This fishing rod of yours is truly incredible. Yan Lin couldn't help but stare in awe at the void fishing rod in Xiao Fan's hand. After a moment, he added, however, intercepting others' opportunities and treasures like this will inevitably offend many people in the long run. You should be more cautious in the future. Don't worry, I'll be discreet. Regarding this fishing rod, I've only told you about it so far. Xiao Fan nodded in response. Regarding the existence of the void fishing rod, if it weren't for the fact that Medusa had been caught by the rod and had now become his woman, he wouldn't have been able to keep it a secret from her. That's why he revealed part of the information to her. As for others, he wouldn't dare to show off this thing for no reason. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yan Lin's lips curled slightly, and a warm feeling welled up inside him. Like a major secret. This man had only told her alone, not even the female emperor who was his wife knew about it, which made her feel like she was the only one he favored and trusted. Even in certain aspects. She felt she had already surpassed Lin Xingyan. After all, even the reincarnated Empress, as powerful as she is, hasn't had a relationship with her man yet, and doesn't even know what his greatest secret or reliance is. Compared to her, she was far inferior. Xiao Fan had no idea what Medusa was thinking. After speaking, he did not release the fishing hook. Instead, he used the suppression of the void fishing rod, using his own essence blood as a catalyst, to forcibly refine the crimson demonic insect into a trump card in his hand. After completing all of this, Xiao Fan finally retrieved the fishing hook, and the crimson demon insect immediately flew toward him, finding a spot to burrow into his body. This made Yan Lin look disgusted. I don't like bugs. If it bites me when you touch me, I might just crush it. This made Xiao Fan look over in surprise. What do you mean? As long as this bug doesn't bite you, I can touch you whenever I want? Holy crap, is spring coming? Is that what I meant? Yan Lin heard this and raised her eyebrows angrily, saying in a fierce tone, without my permission, if you dare to touch me, I'll beat you up too. Pfft, if you're so brave, don't suck my young essence anymore. What did you say? Xiao Fan muttered under his breath, and Medusa reacted as if she had been hit in a sensitive spot, her voice growing louder. She even gritted her teeth and glared at Xiao Fan. She realized. This man was becoming increasingly bold. Did he even know she was a cold-blooded queen? Nothing. I just suddenly realized that a queen is truly a queen even when she's angry, she's still beautiful. Xiao Fan changed the subject with a single sentence, causing Yan Lin's expression to freeze instantly. The anger in her heart vanished completely under the force of his words. Stop being so smooth. Go catch your opportunity. I want to go back and take a bath. Hearing Yan Lin's slightly arrogant words, Xiao Fan's lips curled into a smile, and he immediately gripped the fishing rod and cast out the hook. Confident second cast. A queen with charm. Those who enjoy it, please give a little gift. Little Fish will aim for 3 updates tonight. Chapter 54, Sword Shatters the Mountains. Yan Xiao reappears. The western region of the Great Qian Empire. 10,000 miles away from the Great Qian Imperial City lies the sword-shattered mountains. It is said that thousands of years ago, a terrifying spatial collapse occurred here. It is speculated that an unparalleled powerhouse from the Central Plains Sacred Domain shattered the connection point of a spatial wormhole, striking from the Central Plains Sacred Domain across billions of miles to shatter this entire void. A residual sword energy wave sliced through the mountains below, creating a 10,000-mile deep abyss that completely split the mountain range in two. Thus, this mountain range came to be known as the Sword-Shattered Mountains by cultivators. There are even rumors. On the day the space collapsed, a powerful being witnessed a sword flying out of the spatial turbulence and plunging into this mountain range. And this abyss, stretching for 10,000 miles, was carved out by a sword beam emitted from that sword. This also led to, over the past few thousand years, many powerful beings from the Kungshuan realm have come to this place in search of treasures, hoping to find the legendary sword. But over the centuries, no one has ever been able to find this so-called legendary sword. However, within the 10,000-mile deep abyss of the sword-broken mountains, the ice-attributed and thunder-attributed energies are extremely concentrated, often giving rise to numerous ice-thunder-attributed treasures. Therefore, this place has become a place where many cultivators venture to seek adventure and treasure. At a certain location within the abyss, a group of figures transformed into streaks of light, constantly darting through the depths. If one were to look closely, one can discern that there are 4 people fleeing, 2 of whom are young women, one with purple hair and the other with blue hair. Each of them was a beauty of unparalleled grace, their appearance and figure rivaling even Lin Xingyan and Yan Lin. These 2. One was named Zimang, the daughter of the head of the Purple Cloud Merchants Guild of the Great Qian Dynasty, and the other was named Ling Rushwang, the most enchanting 11th princess of the Great Qian Imperial Dynasty. She is the second daughter of the Emperor and Empress of the Great Qian Dynasty. They are only 2 months younger than Lin Xingyan. Despite their young age of around 20, their cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the Tianwu realm, making them among the most prodigious talents in the entire Qian Imperial Dynasty. As for the man and woman by their sides, one is an elderly eunuch from the Qian Imperial Palace, and the other is an elder of the Purple Cloud Merchants Guild, both of whom have reached the astonishing 9th level of the Wangwu realm. They are also the protectors of Lin Rushwang and Zimang. However, at this moment, even under the protection of 2 Wangwu realm experts, the 2 beauties were still desperately fleeing through the abyss. As one can imagine, how formidable the pursuers must be. Ha, you can't escape. One is a Xianing ice spirit body, the other a Purine thunder Xian body. These are both prime furnace bodies. How could this young master allow the 2 of you to slip away from under my nose? A piercing voice echoed through the abyss. Shadows descended from both sides of the abyss, immediately unleashing martial arts techniques at the group. The next moment, as the storm raged and deafening explosions echoed through the abyss, Lin Rushwang and Zimang were all intercepted, and figures landed around them. Scum of the heavenly demon sect. Looking at the figures before them, Lin Shuiying and Zi Meng couldn't help but coldly snarl, their gazes fixed intently on a figure ahead. Under their gaze, a demonic figure emerged from the shadows ahead, its hair flowing freely in the still air. Though it had the form of a human, its horns were sharp and its limbs resembled those of a demonic beast. Compared to half-beasts, this person is not only enveloped in a strong aura of demonic energy, but also mixed with an eerie evil energy and demonic energy. And this is demonization. In ancient times, some cultivators sought to obtain greater power by creating demonic arts to forcibly fuse demon-beast bloodlines into human bodies. However, they accidentally lost control and fell into madness. They transformed into beings that were neither human, demon, nor demonic. Unexpectedly, in this state, these cultivators actually possessed greater power than others. Their cultivation speed far surpassed that of ordinary human prodigies. Therefore, after tasting the sweet rewards of their surging power, many cultivators chose to transform into demons, even forming alliances to establish their own factions. The Heavenly Demon Sect. This was one of the more powerful factions established by such cultivators during the founding of the Great Qian Empire. The person currently pursuing them is one of the young masters of the Heavenly Demon Sect, named Huang Xiaochuan, whose strength has reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. Of course, the greatest threat to them comes from the 3 Wangwu realm experts surrounding them. 2 at the 8th level of the Wangwu realm and 1 at the 9th level. Even the 2 demonic cultivators at the 8th level of the Wangwu realm alone have forced their 2 protectors into a desperate situation. If the 9th tier demon cultivator were to intervene, they would likely find themselves in a desperate situation in no time. Hold on a little longer. I've already sent a message to my father, the Emperor. General Huang Chao of the 5 Tigers of the Great Qian dynasty is on his way here. Wait for him to arrive. Those few will be the ones to die. Lin Shuiying spoke in a low voice to Zi Meng. The 5 Tiger generals of the Great Qian dynasty. Each of them is a royal martial realm expert, and all are at least at the 5th realm. Huang Chao, as one of the elite generals stationed in the southwest region of the Great Qian Empire, had already reached the 6th level of the imperial martial realm. Dealing with these few was as easy as crushing ants. I've already informed Elder Shang. Once he arrives, we'll be safe. Upon hearing Lin Shuiying's transmission, Zi Meng replied in kind. However, Huang Xiaochuan, as if he had overheard their conversation, sneered at that moment and said, "Do you really think this young master will give you the chance to stall until reinforcements arrive? You think you're so clever?" After speaking those chilling words, Huang Xiaochuan waved his hand toward the 3 demon cultivators. Attack together. Capture them all as quickly as possible. Today, this young master must have both of them 1 dragon and 1 phoenix and drain them of their life force until they die. As the words fell, the 3 demon cultivators erupted with their cultivation, causing Lin Shuiying and Zi Meng's expressions to change. The old eunuch and the old woman also erupted with their cultivation. They unleashed their martial arts techniques and divine abilities around Lin Shuiying and Zi Meng, colliding fiercely with the 3 demon cultivators. But 2 against 3. How could 2 possibly be a match for 3? They were immediately overwhelmed, spitting blood at the first clash. Miss Princess, this old servant will hold them off. You must find an opportunity to escape. As they spat blood, the 2 peak martial artists shouted simultaneously. As their voices echoed, the 2 once again frantically channeled their cultivation to unleash their martial arts techniques, seemingly aiming to create an opening for Lin Shuiying and Zi Meng. However, the 3 demon cultivators had already surrounded them completely. Even though Lin Shuiying and Zi Meng were prodigies rare even among their peers, breaking free from the encirclement of Wangwu realm experts was no easy feat. Master, should we intervene? As the battle erupted, hundreds of feet away on the battlefield, a young man asked the person beside him from within a rock crevice. This man was none other than Yan Xiao, who had recently attempted to seize the Qinglian earthcore fire in the endless death desert and had slept with Medusa. On that day, although he had failed to obtain the Blue Lotus earthcore fire in Medusa, he had discovered a stroke of fortune deep within the earth's veins, successfully nurturing a trace of the dragon blood supreme bone within himself. His cultivation had now surged to the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. Later, he discovered a teleportation array within his cave residence deep within the earth's veins, believing it would lead to some realm of transformation. Instead, he was transported to this abyss. After being identified by Xian Yuzi, it was discovered that this abyss harbored a trace of emperor-level law energy, suggesting the presence of some emperor-tier treasure. However, after searching the abyss for a day and night, he found nothing of significance, only some ice and thunder-attributed treasures, which were of little use to him. Just as he arrived here, intending to try his luck, he witnessed the scene before him. 2 stunning beauties were being chased by cultivators from the demon sect. If he could rescue the beauties, it would be a golden opportunity to win their hearts and enjoy a life of luxury. Not to mention, the 2 beauties before him were both pure Yin-type beings. Though one was ice attributed and the other thunder attributed, they would still greatly benefit his dragon blood supreme physique. However, to heroically rescue the beauties, he lacks the strength to do so on his own and must rely on the power of Xian Yuzi. Purple Dream's character design use this for now. Once there's a chance she might become the male lead's woman, Xiao will refine the model. Chapter 55, The Banner of 10,000 Demon Sealing Souls, Yin Xiao rescues at the critical moment. No rush. They haven't reached the brink of life and death yet. Acting too soon won't highlight your importance. Only when they are completely desperate, or even when those around them die protecting them, will your rescue from the brink of death maximize their gratitude toward you. At that point, taking advantage of their vulnerability to seize their own essence will be much easier. After Yan Xiao finished speaking, Xian Yuzi added from the side. This made Yan Xiao's eyes light up involuntarily. Indeed. Experience truly matters. If he didn't save her at the right moment, how would he demonstrate his importance, leave the most profound impression on the beauty, and gain access to her innermost depths? With that thought in mind, Yan Xiao took a deep breath and continued watching from the sidelines. He planned to wait until the old eunuch and the old woman were killed, and Lin Shuiying and Zimeng were being torn apart by Huang Xiaochuan, ready to pounce, before he would jump out to save the damsel in distress. If that were the case. If Huang Xiaochuan had given Lin Shuiying and Zimeng some poisonous drugs, that would have been perfect. After saving them, he could use the pretext of detoxification to directly absorb the essence of the two beauties, achieving his goal in one fell swoop. That way, he wouldn't have to go out of his way to please these two beauties. You two little beauties, do you want to know why this young master knows you would be in the sword-shattered abyss? Amidst the fierce battle between several powerful figures, Huang Xiaochuan spoke coldly. This caused Lin Shuiying and Zimeng's expressions to change involuntarily. Both of them seemed to have thought of something. That's right. Whether it's your Great Qian Imperial family or your Purple Cloud Merchants Guild, there are people from my Tianyao demon sect among you. So today, don't even think about anyone coming to save you. Better submit yourselves to this young master and become my loyal slaves. As Lin Shuiying and Zimeng's expressions changed, Huang Xiaochuan, as if reading their minds, burst into a laugh at that moment. These words caused Lin Shuiying and Zimeng's expressions to change involuntarily. Before they could say anything, a deafening roar erupted from the void, and the two guardians were simultaneously blasted away by the three demon cultivators. Not only did they spit out large mouthfuls of blood, but their bodies were also slammed into the mountain cliff. This left Lin Shuiying and Zimeng exposed within the attack range of the several demon cultivators. Take them alive! Huang Xiaochuan, seeing this, immediately shouted. The three demon cultivators revealed a savage grin on their faces and immediately pounced toward Lin Shuiying and Zimeng, causing the two beauties' expressions to change involuntarily. One held a jade pendant, the other pulled out a scroll. It seemed as though they were about to play their final, life-saving trump card. Do not harm the princess, miss. Sensing that Lin Shuiying and Zimeng were in danger, the old eunuch and the old woman, despite their severe injuries, rushed out from the cliff face and charged once more toward the three demon cultivators. However, this time, the three demon cultivators did not attack the two great martial realm protectors simultaneously. Instead, two of the demon cultivators at the 8th level of the king martial realm each took on one of the two, blocking the old eunuch and the old woman. The third demon cultivator, who was at the 9th level of the king martial realm, charged toward Lin Shuiying and Zimeng to suppress them. But just at that moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. With a deafening roar, a demonic beast emanating a terrifying aura burst forth from beneath the valley floor. Ice and thunder attributes swept through the void, and this bizarre two-headed python lunged toward Huang Xiaochuan, who was closest to it. This unexpected turn of events caused the expressions of the three demon cultivators to change drastically. Young master. Upon witnessing this scene, the demon cultivator at the 9th level of the Wangwu realm disregarded Lin Shuiying and Zimeng. He immediately turned and charged toward the two-headed serpent. And this demonic beast had reached the 8th rank of the Wangwu realm. The two collided instantly, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept across the depths of the abyss. Huang Xiaochuan was immediately knocked flying by the impact. His qi and blood surged violently, nearly causing him to spit out blood. Lin Shuiying and Zimeng, upon seeing this, their eyes lit up. After exchanging a glance, they both unleashed their cultivation, their figures charging toward Huang Xiaochuan without hesitation. The current strategy. To safely leave the sword-shattered abyss, simply fleeing was not an option. If the two guardian protectors were to fall while protecting them, they would ultimately be captured as well. The only way to break the deadlock now is to take advantage of the three demon cultivators being preoccupied and team up to take down Huang Xiaochuan first. Only by using him as a hostage can they escape safely. How dare you? With just the two of you at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm, you dare. Seeing Lin Shuiying and Zimeng's actions, Huang Xiaochuan immediately roared, but before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shuiying and Zimeng had already formed their seals. One crushed the jade pendant, and the other unfurled the scroll. In an instant, two attacks powerful enough to severely injure a Wanwu realm expert struck Huang Xiaochuan from left and right. Damn it! Huang Xiaochuan cursed angrily upon seeing this, then immediately activated a pendant on his chest. A burst of demonic light erupted from his body, blocking the two beauties' final attacks. However, the force of the attack from the Wangwu realm still left him severely injured, coughing up a mouthful of blood. This enraged Huang Xiaochuan completely. You two damn whores. Do you really think this young master wants your bodies and wouldn't dare kill you both? Now, all of you will be sent to the soul-binding banner to reflect on your sins. In a furious roar, Huang Xiaochuan formed a seal with both hands and summoned a blood-red soul banner from within his body. Terrifying demonic energies surged upward like rolling smoke. The terrifying fluctuations of soul energy immediately caused Yan Xiao and Lin Shuiying's expressions to change. This aura fluctuation is that of the 10,000 Demon Soul Sealing Banner. This item. It's the soul-stealing weapon used by Soul Clan cultivators to capture souls, but the Soul Clan typically only operates in the Central Plains Holy Domain and the Xianyao region of the Eastern Domain. It's extremely rare for it to appear in the Kungshuan realm. How did this person obtain it? Looking at the 10,000 Demon Soul Sealing Banner hanging above Huang Xiaochuan's head, Xian Yuji couldn't help but reveal a look of shock and fear on his face. He was currently nothing more than a fragment of a soul, and the last thing he wanted was to encounter the Soul Clan. The appearance of the 10,000 Demon Soul Sealing Banner here, could it be that the Heavenly Demon sect has the Soul Clan lurking in the background? No, this isn't an ordinary 10,000 Demon Soul Sealing Banner, it's a damaged, sealed soul banner of the sovereign rank. After recognizing the significance of this soul banner, Xian Yuzi immediately shouted at Yan Xiao, act quickly and seize the soul banner. This thing is a Zune-grade soul artifact. Because he wasn't certain whether this was indeed left behind by the Soul Clan or if there were any powerful Soul Clan members nearby, Xian Yuzi dared not directly possess Yan Xiao to seize it. He could only have Yan Xiao act first. A Zune-level soul artifact? Upon hearing Xian Yuzi's words, Yan Xiao was also utterly shocked. As everyone knows, in the surrounding imperial dynasties, clan weapons are extremely rare. Zune weapons are even more elusive, something ordinary people might never encounter in their lifetime, let alone the even rarer Zune soul weapon. You two whores, taste the power of this treasure I obtained in this ancient ruin. As Yan Xiao stood in shock, Huang Xiaochuan, in a cold, furious shout, clenched his hands into seals, violently unleashing demonic power, which he channeled into the soul banner on his head. This caused the 10,000 Demon Soul Sealing Banner to erupt with a terrifying black mist. A terrifying soul force pressure descended upon Lin Shuiying and Zi Meng, causing their minds to be violently shaken. Their bodies were unable to move. At that moment, one after another, demonic beings accompanied by chains surged out from the soul banner, overwhelming the two women in a torrential downpour. The sheer might of their onslaught. Even some Wangwu realm experts felt a chill run down their spines. This caused Lin Shuiying and Zi Meng's faces to pale involuntarily. Princess! Miss! The old eunuch and the old woman, seeing this, their eyes bulged with fury, each of them desperate to rush forward to block the attack. However, they were already severely injured and being fiercely suppressed by their respective opponents, making it impossible for them to come to the rescue. All they could do was let out a series of frustrated growls. How dare you! You demon cultivators dare to bully the two fairies right under my nose? Just as the situation grew dire, Yan Xiao timed his move perfectly and burst forward. The timing was perfect. He wouldn't have enough time to fully block the soul banner's attack, and Lin Shuiying and Zi Meng would still be severely injured. At that moment, the two beauties would cough up blood, and he would rush forward to embrace them, sparking a romantic encounter. However, things did not go as planned. Just as Yan Xiao roared and charged out, a spatial ripple rippled above the Wanma Jinhun banner, and a hook landed on it with a splash. The Wanma Jinhun banner, which had been so powerful moments ago, suddenly seemed to be sealed. Numerous demon lords in chains shattered simultaneously, leaving Huang Xiaochuan and Lin Shuiying stunned. Yan Xiao's pupils contracted violently in shock. Princess Lin Shuiying, the 11th princess. Well, let's use this image for now. After all, she's a princess, just like Zi Meng. When she becomes the male lead's woman, we can refine the model then. Chapter 56, the soul banner is obtained. The woman sealed within the soul banner. It's appeared. That fishing hook has appeared again? Yan Xiao couldn't believe his eyes. In the next moment, a torrent of rage surged within him, causing him to unleash his divine abilities in a roar. A dragon claw formed from his true essence instantly sliced through the void, reaching out to grab the fishing line. Last time. If it weren't for that damned fishing hook, the Blue Lotus Earthcore fire would have been his, and the Medusa Queen would have been his as well. This damn thing had taken his divine fire and his woman, and now it dared to try to take his 10,000 demon sealing banner? It was utterly unforgivable. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? You dare to seize this young master's soul-binding banner treasure? As Yan Xiao roared, Huang Xiaochuan also shouted furiously while forming a seal, attempting to awaken this Wanma Jinhun banner. But no matter how he channeled his energy, the soul banner remained completely unresponsive. Even at this very moment, the true essence dragon claw that Yan Xiao hated was shattered on the spot by a terrifying force just as it was about to touch the fishing line. This caused Yan Xiao to suffer a horrific backlash, his true essence boiling violently, nearly causing him to spit blood. The banner of 10,000 demon sealing souls was dragged into the spatial ripples. No! My soul sealing banner! Seeing the 10,000 demon soul sealing banner disappear into the spatial ripples, Huang Xiaochuan and Yan Xiao both roared and charged forward, but the two of them were still unable to catch the soul sealing banner. They could only watch it slip away. This left Huang Xiaochuan and Yan Xiao deeply shaken. Damn it, who is this upstart? Daring to play the hero and even covet this young masteress soul-binding banner? After losing their precious treasure, Huang Xiaochuan fixed his icy gaze on Yan Xiao, roared once more, and then unleashed his cultivation to charge at him. With just you? Yan Xiao shot Huang Xiaochuan a cold, arrogant glance before unleashing his cultivation to engage him in a fierce battle. Both were at the 9th level of the Tianwu realm. Even if his dragon blood supreme bone had only just begun to awaken, it was still far superior to this demonic cultivator who was neither human, demon, nor devil. Who saved us? As Huang Xiaochuan and Yan Xiao erupted into battle, Ling Rushwang and Zimeng both looked on in shock and confusion. No one was in sight. With just a fishing hook and a fishing line, he could suppress that soul banner out of thin air. And in front of the soul banner's master, he forcibly dragged it into the spatial ripples. Such ability. At the very least, it must belong to a Zhongwu realm expert. After all, even a royal martial realm expert struggles to control spatial power. Capture the demon sect air first. Without hesitation, Lin Shuiying and Zimeng exchanged a glance before erupting with their cultivation and charging toward Huang Xiaochuan, intending to take him down as quickly as possible. This way, they could use him as a hostage to protect the lives of the two guardian protectors and leave this place safely. However, Lin Shuiying and Zimeng's actions were interpreted by Yan Xiao as concern for his safety. The two of you need not interfere. With this worthless scoundrel, I, Yan Xiao, alone am more than enough to subdue him. Yan Xiao shouted loudly upon hearing this, attempting to display his dominance. However, Lin Shuiying and Zimeng ignored him, which left Yan Xiao feeling somewhat embarrassed. The banner of 10,000 demons, no, in my hands it is the banner of the human emperor. Fellow cultivators, please come inside the banner of the human emperor to discuss matters. On the other side. Feeling the fishing rod stir again, Xiao Fan quickly lifted the rod and reeled in the line, a look of surprise on his face. Strange, it feels like something tripped it. Could this be the big catch? Thinking this, Xiao Fan's expression couldn't hide his excitement as he immediately pulled the catch out of the spatial ripples. A demonic banner adorned with a skull design immediately appeared before Xiao Fan and Yan Lin, causing Yan Lin's expression to change instantly. This thing. I've seen this in the ancient texts of the snake people. This should be a soul banner capable of binding souls and sealing spirits. Typically, only demonic cultivators who master soul energy or those from the Soul Clan would know how to refine such an item. Did you just snatch this banner directly from a Soul Clan cultivator's hands? Looking at the object before him, Yan Lin spoke with evident caution. According to the records of the Snake People tribe, the Soul Clan is an exceptionally terrifying race, typically dwelling in the Central Plains sacred domain and the major realms of the Eastern domain where celestial and earthly energies are particularly dense. This race is inherently brutal and warlike, delighting in hunting and slaughtering creatures of all races. They then consume their essence and blood. Their souls are extracted to be used for refining soul banners or directly consumed to enhance their own soul power. This has caused other races to harbor deep hatred toward the Soul Clan. However, due to the Soul Clan's immense power and the presence of multiple emperor-level experts within their ranks, even when other races united to wage war against them, they were unable to annihilate this race. Now they control a significant portion of the Central Plains sacred domain, and their reputation is known even in some smaller regions of the Eastern domain, where people are well aware of how terrifying this race is. Xiao Fan had managed to lure a soul-sealing banner this time. Doesn't this mean that within a 10,000-mile radius centered on this location, there are hidden Soul Clan cultivators? I'm not sure. Let me take a look first. Xiao Fan replied, then immediately used his insightful eyes to examine the soul banner. 10,000 Demon Soul Sealing Banner, a soul banner forged by a Soul Clan saint-level cultivator. Over 200 years ago, during a great battle, it was severely damaged while sealing a fragment of an emperor-level cultivator's soul. This caused severe depletion of its primordial energy, causing its rank to plummet from high-grade saint level to mid-grade venerable level. It was later sealed by a human cultivator, and now it appears to be nothing more than a king-level soul banner. Whoa, this is actually a saint-grade soul banner? After examining the information about this soul banner, Xiao Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath, his face betraying a look of disbelief. The soul banner looked rather tattered, and he had assumed it was at most of the imperial tier level. Unbelievable. It was actually a holy soul artifact. What did you say? This thing is a holy soul banner? Yan Lin was startled by the words, his face filled with shock. You must know. In the surrounding regions of the endless death desert, even so-called holy grade treasures were practically non-existent, let alone sovereign grade treasures. In reality, even a Zhongwu realm expert would rarely encounter a Zun grade weapon, let alone the even more terrifying holy grade treasures. Yet Xiao Fan, he casually cast a line and obtained such a treasure? Don't get too shocked just yet. This is merely its former rank. After enduring a fierce battle, its essence has been severely depleted, causing its rank to plummet to the Zun level tier. Additionally, it was sealed by a powerful being, so its current power is only at the peak of the king level. To transform it back into a holy soul banner, we must not only break the seal left by that powerful being but also restore the soul banner's depleted primordial energy. For me at my current level, this is no less challenging than achieving sainthood on the spot. Seeing Yen Lin's shocked expression, Xiao Fan added. This left Yen Lin speechless upon hearing this. He then spoke in a low voice. Although the soul banner's rank has fallen and its power has been sealed by a powerful being, it does not alter the fact that this object is extremely special and has connections to the soul clan. In the future, when you use this item, you must be cautious and avoid drawing too much attention to yourself, lest you attract the attention of a powerful being and invite disaster upon yourself. Upon hearing Yen Lin's words, Xiao Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. He hadn't expected the mighty Medusa Queen to show such concern for others. This couldn't help but warm his heart. Don't worry, I'll be careful. After replying, Xiao Fan immediately activated the power of the void fishing rod, erasing the mark Huang Xiaochuan had left behind and imprinting his own essence blood onto the core of the soul banner. But the next moment, after fully gaining control of this soul banner, Xiao Fan seemed to sense something, causing his pupils to involuntarily contract. Ha ha ha, I never expected. Someone actually managed to bypass that old man's seal and imprint their essence blood on the core of the soul banner. This truly comes as both a surprise and a delight to me. As Xiao Fan's expression changed, a soft, seductive voice filled with demonic allure echoed in his mind. In a daze, Xiao Fan seemed to see, deep within the soul banner, chains binding a seductive woman, surrounded by terrifying soul flames that burned ceaselessly. It seemed as though someone was forcibly refining this woman, which left Xiao Fan deeply puzzled. He immediately guessed her identity. The queen in a white wedding dress. Those who like it, remember to triple tap for love. Chapter 57. First, I have imprinted my soul blood mark on you in this life. Second, I will slowly refine you. That is a fragment of the Empress's soul, sealed within the soul banner at the immense cost of a soul clan saint level expert. I had assumed that with the soul banner now in such a state, that fragment of the Empress's soul should have perished. But unexpectedly, this woman is still alive and hiding deep within the soul banner. Help me protect her. I'll handle this trouble. After saying that to Yen Lin, Xiao Fan immediately closed his eyes, and his soul essence entered the depths of the soul banner. This situation caused Yen Lin's expression to darken. He swiftly waved his hand, casting a barrier that enveloped both her and Xiao Fan. Within the soul banner, as Xiao Fan's soul essence entered, a space resembling a fiery inferno appeared before his eyes. Everywhere, eerie dark purple flames burned, and occasionally, a few demonic beings appeared and disappeared. Deep within this sea of flames, Xiao Fan saw a woman bound by soul chains in the void, surrounded by the same dark purple soul flames. However, her body was engulfed in crimson flames. It seemed to be engaged in a fierce battle with the dark purple flames. Lu Yinji's character design is based on the original model of the Chinese anime goddess Yanling Ji. You should be able to recognize it. The model for Yanling Ji is really difficult to create. Ah, you're quite a handsome young cultivator, but your soul power is pitifully weak. With your strength, you shouldn't be able to refine this soul banner. How did you manage to refine this thing? As Xiao Fan approached, the woman who had been lowering her head raised her gaze at that moment. A demonic and alluring face suddenly appeared before Xiao Fan, and red light flickered in her eyes, while the corners of her lips curled into a seductive smile. Xiao Fan felt a terrifying desire erupt violently in his mind. He desperately wanted to rush forward, embrace the woman, shatter the chains binding her, tear off her clothes, and release all the pent-up energy within his body onto her. But the next moment, as a deafening roar echoed in his mind, Xiao Fan's eyes turned icy cold. If you dare to seduce this prince again, I won't hesitate to make you suffer. Xiao Fan coldly warned the woman before him. He activated his inside eye. He examined the woman before him, who looked like a demon. Lu Yinji, on the surface, she is the 136th generation holy maiden of the Yaoguan Holy Land in the eastern domain's Xintian realm. However, in reality, she is the demon emperor of the Central Plains Holy Domain. Before being severely injured and falling into a deep sleep, she split her soul using a secret technique, and one of the split souls gave birth to this avatar. Before the age of 30, she had already reached the Holy Realm. Due to her every action exuding seductive intent, she was dubbed the Fire Demon Holy Maiden by the prodigies of the eastern region. However, over 200 years ago, she encountered a tragic turn of events and was sealed and imprisoned within the 10,000 demon soul sealing banner. Yet, she unexpectedly awoke her self-awareness and attempted to break free from the control of her emperor-level main body. As the basic information of this emperor realm soul fragment appeared before his eyes, Xiao Fan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Ha ha ha, you weak little cultivator, you dare to speak so arrogantly despite your weakness. Do you really think that just because I am imprisoned and sealed here, I have no way to act against you? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's threatening words, Lu Yinji laughed lightly and said. Though her expression appeared seductive, a dangerous aura emanated from her body. Lu Yinji, this prince has no time to waste with you here. This soul banner has already been refined by this prince. Now, there are only two paths before you. Either you submit to me and allow me to imprint my soul blood mark upon you, or you will be slowly refined by me. Xiao Fan ignored Lu Yenji's words and immediately coldly ordered her to choose. As soon as he spoke, Lu Yenji, who had been looking seductive moments ago, couldn't help but change her expression drastically. You recognize me? Although she was imprisoned deep within the 10,000 demon soul sealing banner, where no one could breach the seal to enter the core, she had no way to communicate with those outside the banner. However, she could still sense some things happening outside. And she had come to understand. She had been sealed away for over 200 years. And this place was not the Xiantian realm, but the Kungchuan realm, a low-tier realm where even Zunwo realm experts were rare. The cultivators here had no way of reaching the sacred lands of the Xiantian realm. Naturally, they had no knowledge of her existence. But the man before her had spoken her true name, which was simply hard to believe. I don't recognize you. But this prince can roughly deduce some of your circumstances. Xiao Fan spoke indifferently. He wrapped himself in an aura of mystery. As Lu Yenji's expression changed, he continued, on the surface, you are the 136th holy maiden of the Yaoguang Holy Land, but in reality, you are a clone born from a fragment of the soul of the demon emperor of the Zhengzhou Holy Domain. Boom! Upon hearing Xiao Fan reveal her greatest secret, Lu Yenji's pupils contracted violently. She stared at Xiao Fan in horror, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. This prince also knows. You accidentally awoke your self-awareness during that battle over 200 years ago, and your greatest wish now is to break free from the control of your main body and become a truly independent being. As Lu Yenji was still reeling from the shock, Xiao Fan dropped another bombshell. This left Lu Yenji completely speechless. Suddenly, she felt as though she were standing naked before Xiao Fan, with everything about her exposed to his gaze. Who are you? Anyone who can uncover my secrets cannot possibly be a weakling. Looking at Xiao Fan's soul image, Lu Yenji asked softly. You must know. She was not only a split soul of an emperor-level powerhouse but had once cultivated to the 7th level of the holy martial realm. Even now, with her physical body completely destroyed and her holy soul source severely injured. But as the split soul of an emperor-level powerhouse, her soul's core was surrounded by a layer of emperor-level law energy, making it impossible for even peak saint-level powerhouses to see through her true origins. Yet Xiao Fan had seen through her and knew her inside out. Lu Yenji even suspected that the man before her was the reincarnation of a peak emperor martial realm powerhouse. Who I am in this life is irrelevant. What matters is the choice you must make. Xiao Fan did not respond but pressed Lu Yenji further. This soul banner is my soul-bound treasure. I cannot leave a potential threat within it. If you are willing to be bound by me, I can form a contract with you. Once you fuse with my soul blood mark, your soul essence will also change. In that case, you won't have to worry about being sensed by the main body once you leave. Of course, even if you are bound to this prince, I will not force you to do anything you cannot accept. As long as you protect me until I reach the holy martial realm, I will naturally lift the restrictions and grant you your freedom. Furthermore, after releasing you, I will do my best to help you reconstruct your divine body. This is a highly advantageous deal. The goods caught by the void fishing rod can be suppressed through the system, allowing it to be easily refined or marked with a seal, but this applies only to items hooked by the fishing rod. Lu Yenji is sealed within the 10,000 demon soul sealing banner and is not part of the banner itself, so the void fishing rod cannot suppress her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to waste his breath arguing with Lu Yenji here. If she were suppressed, regardless of her willingness, capturing her would mean instant refinement. Of course. Given her current situation, the initiative still lies with him. There was no doubt about that. You're truly a domineering and arrogant little brat. Don't you fear that after binding yourself to this master through a contract, you might inadvertently offend this master's true form? After Xiao Fan finished speaking, Lu Yenji laughed lightly and said. This made Xiao Fan snort in derision. One of the emperors, severely wounded and plunged into a deep slumber, was forced to resort to a secret technique to split his soul and spirit, nurturing them into a clone to be reborn and trained anew. This was done to accumulate strength and repair the damaged foundations of his emperor-level cultivation. An emperor-level powerhouse in this state. Even a saint-level powerhouse would dare to confront it. When it will awaken is still unknown. Do you think this prince should fear it so much? Xiao Fan chuckled upon hearing this. Never mind that. This demonic emperor is now half dead and in a deep slumber, and the opponent has split its own soul, making it difficult to control its own power. Even if we ignore that, the holy domain of Central Continent is billions of miles away from here. By the time the enemy awakens and senses something amiss, this prince will have already grown stronger. This prince will give you some time to consider. When this prince returns next time, I hope you can give me an answer. If not, I will have no choice but to use force. Before Lu Yenji could respond, Xiao Fan left those words and his soul projection vanished from this infernal space, causing Lu Yenji's expression to flicker uncontrollably. There's also this one, which can't fully recreate the described scene. It's the best I can do. If you like it, remember to triple tap for love. Chapter 58. Do you think the Empress is just a cabbage by the roadside that I can pick as many as I want? What's going on? Seeing Xiao Fan open his eyes, Yan Lin immediately asked. Xiao Fan didn't hide anything and explained to Yan Lin the reason why this soul banner fell from the holy rank to the revered rank, and there's a terrifying seal on it. It's because a saint-level soul cultivator sealed the soul of another saint-level cultivator. And the sealed saint-level expert was a clone created by an emperor-level expert using a fragment of his soul. Moreover, the opponent is still alive and remains sealed within the soul banner. What? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's explanation, even the usually composed Medusa Queen was startled. Inside the soul banner. Sealed within the soul banner is the sacred soul of a saint realm expert, and the opponent is actually the split soul of an emperor realm expert? This is no less than a mortal picking up a bottle on the street, only to discover it contained a sealed demon god. Rest assured, this woman's sacred soul essence has been severely damaged, and she is currently sealed within the soul-binding banner, rendering her completely powerless. Even at her peak, she was merely a Saint Realm powerhouse, and even then, she was only a fragment of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Now she's just my prisoner. Seeing Yan Lin's shocked expression, Xiao Fan immediately reassured him. This made Yan Lin pause in disbelief. So the residual soul is female? Xiao Fan nodded upon hearing this. Yes, she is quite beautiful, just like you, a true beauty. However, before he could finish, Yan Lin spoke softly. So, you pervert has set your sights on her, planning to take advantage of her current weakened state to control her using special means. Not only can she become your ally, but she can also become your harem in the future. So you can vent your animal desires whenever they arise? Cough, I do want to make her my own, but only to use her strength to grow. I never thought of using her as a place to vent my animal desires. Don't try to slander me with such lies. Upon hearing Yan Lin's words, Xiao Fan spoke with righteous indignation. Although, after seeing Lu Yenji's seductive figure, he did indeed have such a thought. But she was currently just a soul, without a physical body. How could they possibly? Surely soul fusion wasn't an option? You must understand. Souls contain their own memories, and physical bodies require pure souls to perfectly merge together. Therefore, before the soul form has solidified into a physical body, attempting to merge souls with other cultivators, not only will it expose one's own memories, but it will also be tainted by the essence of another's soul, causing the soul to fail to achieve perfect harmony with the physical body. At best, this will impair one's innate talent. At worst, it may result in backlash. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would never be so foolish as to engage in soul fusion with others for personal gain. Of course, the soul clan and certain special soul entities are exceptions. Regardless of your motives, the other party is a Saint Realm powerhouse and a fragment of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Let alone whether you can control her. If her true self senses you, you wouldn't have enough lives to spare. Ignoring Xiao Fan's protests, Yan Lin spoke in a solemn tone. I don't know when it started. Perhaps it was because, whether in combat power or in some other aspect, Xiao Fan had conquered him this time. Yan Lin would unconsciously worry about Xiao Fan's safety without even realizing it. Don't worry. Her true form isn't in much better shape either. Xiao Fan smiled slightly upon hearing this. He immediately explained to Yan Lin about how Lu Yenji had developed her own consciousness, her attempt to break free from her host's control, and the current state of her true form. This left Yan Lin utterly shocked once again. Perhaps it might indeed be possible to control the other party, though the risks would be extremely high. Don't overthink it. That woman won't give in so easily. Let her think it over first. There is still one more chance. I'll try again and see if I can reel in something big. Seeing Yan Lin's uneasy expression, Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. Yan Lin, upon hearing this, immediately retorted coldly, I think what you're really after isn't some big catch, but another stunningly beautiful empress, isn't it? This made Xiao Fan's lips twitch involuntarily. He replied with a hint of irritation, do you think an empress is like a cabbage on the side of the road, that I can just catch as many as I want? After speaking, Xiao Fan ignored Yan Lin. Instead, he swung his void fishing rod and cast out the hook. Confident third cast. The scene shifted back to the sword-shattered abyss. As Xiao Fan reeled in the 10,000 demon soul sealing banner, refined the soul banner into its depths, and engaged in dialogue with Lu Yenji. Ling Rushwang and the others' fierce battle with Huang Xiaochuan had also reached a critical stage. Facing the combined attacks of Ling Rushwang, Zimeng, and Yan Xiao, Huang Xiaochuan had no chance to defend himself and was severely injured in just a few exchanges. This left the three great demon cultivators surrounding them completely panicked, rushing to come to Huang Xiaochuan's aid. However, the old eunuch and the old woman, seeing that Ling Rushwang and the others had a chance to defeat Huang Xiaochuan, they disregarded their injuries, unleashed their full power, and used their martial arts to hold back the two demon cultivators at the 8th level of the Wang Wu realm. As for the 9th rank demon cultivator, he was being relentlessly entangled by the Ice Thunder demon python and was unable to come to Huang Xiaochuan's aid. Two fairies, let me handle this. Seeing that Huang Xiaochuan was about to collapse, Yan Xiao didn't forget to make a grand entrance. After shouting at Ling Rushwang and Zimeng, he unleashed his full power and charged toward them once more. The dragon blood supreme bone within his body trembled violently, and dragon scales began to emerge on Yin Xiao's body. Immediately afterward, a massive illusory true dragon appeared behind Yin Xiao, and terrifying crimson flames erupted wildly amidst the dragoness roar. Swallow the flames and transform into a dragon. One claw to shatter mountains and rivers. As the shout echoed, Yin Xiao raised his hand and swung his claw, while the flame dragon behind him also swung its claw, unleashing a torrent of flames that crashed toward Huang Xiaochuan. Even giving his all, Huang Xiaochuan couldn't block Yin Xiao's claw, and his entire body was slammed into the ground by Yin Xiao. The impact created a deep crater in the abyssal earth. Ha ha, thinking you can take down this young master is not that easy. After being slammed into the ground, Huang Xiaochuan spat out a mouthful of blood, raised his head, and laughed maniacally. He then pulled out an ugly flesh tumor from his spatial ring. He smashed it into the ground. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he retrieved tens of thousands of corpses from another storage ring, causing them to pile up like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, covering the flesh tumor. This caused the tumor amidst the pile of corpses to seem as though it had discovered a delicious meal. Immediately, tentacles shot out, piercing into the corpses and devouring their flesh and blood, causing the creature to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, terrifying flesh and blood vines erupted from the deep pit, each one emanating an aura that had already reached the heavenly martial realm. And these flesh and blood vines, some continued to spread and burrow deeper into the earth, while others charged toward Yin Xiao and Ling Rushwang, seemingly searching for any living beings they could devour. This scene caused Yin Xiao and Ling Rushwang's pupils to contract involuntarily. What the hell is that? Feeling that this thing was too eerie, Ling Rushwang and Zimeng couldn't help but exclaim in shock, while Huang Xiaochuan laughed maniacally. This is the bloodthirsty demon meat vine, extremely rare 6th-tier demon vine. Once it consumes enough blood essence, it can grow to the king martial realm, or even the emperor martial realm, in a short time. Originally, this young master's mission was to bring it here to devour your main city. I never expected. Now you forced me to activate it prematurely. Amidst the chilling laughter, Huang Xiaochuan frantically channeled his demonic power, seemingly attempting to control this demonic creature. But he was severely wounded and couldn't control it, while the bloodthirsty demonic flesh vine continued to burrow deeper into the ground. Such actions caused the Ice Thunder Demon Python to let out a furious roar, as if it feared that this thing burrowing deeper into the ground might disturb some unimaginably terrifying entity. It immediately screeched and twisted its direction, charging toward the bloodthirsty demon flesh vine. Young master, be careful. The demon cultivator at the 9th level of the Wangwu realm couldn't help but shout in alarm. He followed suit and charged forward. But the next moment, a faint hum suddenly emanated from the depths of the abyss, as if something had been awakened, and an incredibly terrifying energy erupted from beneath the ground. Tie up the queen and bring the small whip. This is the mature version. If you like it, remember to give it a free gift. Chapter 59, The damned fishing hook has appeared again. Yin Xiao, get out of the way. There's something down there. Just as the faint sound echoed, Yin Xiao heard Xian Yuzi's roar and instinctively dodged to the side. Lin Rushwang and Zimeng also seemed to have been warned in advance. They hurriedly stepped back as well. The next instant, a terrifying sword chi erupted from beneath the ground, instantly shredding the bloodthirsty demon flesh vine into pieces. The earth was blown open, forming a 100-foot-wide crater. Ice-attributed energy and thunder-attributed energy swept out like a storm. Even the aftereffects of the sword chi were enough to kill Huang Xiaochuan. Even the ice and thunder-headed demon python and the demon cultivator who had charged forward were both swept away by the storm's aftereffects. They all spat out large mouthfuls of blood, their bodies covered in sword wounds. At that moment, everyone realized that where the bloodthirsty demon flesh vine had been, there now floated a dazzlingly cool long sword. However, it was covered in numerous terrifying cracks, as if the sword body would shatter and explode at any moment. But even so, the sword still emanated an incredibly terrifying aura. Terrifying ice and thunder sword chi surged out from the sword, turning the surrounding deep pits into ice caves, with bolts of lightning flashing continuously. The ice thunder divine sword, who do you think is inside? Ugh, this aura, it's the aura of the Emperor Realm's laws. Though it's very faint, but it is indeed the aura of the Emperor Realm's laws. As everyone marveled at the long sword, Xian Yuzi, who was inside Yin Xiao's storage ring, felt utterly shocked. He immediately addressed Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao, this sword is a severely damaged imperial weapon. It is very likely the legendary artifact from years past. I never expected. This imperial weapon has been lost here for thousands of years, and no one has ever found it. Today, you have come here, and this imperial weapon has emerged. It seems this artifact is destined for you. Upon hearing Xian Yuzi's telepathic message, Yin Xiao's face was filled with disbelief. His gaze was fixed intently on the long sword. An imperial weapon. This is an unparalleled treasure that can only be forged by those of the Emperor Martial Realm. Within the Kungshuan realm, it was undoubtedly the legendary treasure. Who would have thought that today, in this abyss, I would come across such a thing? It seems that Yin Xiao is truly the chosen one of heaven. Ha ha ha, I never expected. The treasure said to have been forged by the broken sword in the abyss has suddenly appeared here. It seems that I am truly destined by heaven. Just as Yan Xiao was filled with excitement, a voice rang out, and a purple-robed old man suddenly broke through the air, sweeping a terrifying aura across the void. Yan Xiao's expression changed involuntarily. Fifth Elder. Upon seeing the man before him, Meng's face lit up with joy, but the next moment, as if realizing something, his expression suddenly turned solemn. This purple-robed elder was none other than Xianyu, the fourth elder of the Yun Merchants Guild. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Imperial Martial Realm. Although Xianyu had always been loyal to the Yun Merchants Guild, the treasure that had appeared here was rumored to be of immense value. It was highly likely to have been left behind by an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Facing such a precious treasure, if the other party obtains it, unless they wish to keep it hidden from the rest of the Merchant Guild, the best course of action would be to eliminate all those present who know of its existence. Looking at Xianyu, whose gaze was fixed intently on the peerless long sword before him, Meng couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. The next moment, ignoring everyone else, Xianyu immediately unleashed his cultivation, reaching out to grab the sword. He, you dared to kill the young master of the Tianyao Mo sect and still dare to covet this treasure? Humph, a treasure that emerged in the Great Qian dynasty should rightfully belong to the Great Qian dynasty. Just as Xianyu moved to act, amidst a strange laugh and a cold snort, 2 figures appeared, accompanied by terrifying pressure, crossing the void and descending into the abyss. As their figures appeared, they simultaneously unleashed their cultivation to grab the long sword. These 2 individuals. One was an elder of the Tianyao Mo sect, named Wang Yi, and the other was a general of the Great Qian Imperial dynasty, named Huang Chao. Their cultivation levels had both reached the 6th rank of the Imperial Martial Realm. You're asking for death. Seeing the treasure about to fall into their hands, only to have 2 more people suddenly appear, Xianyu couldn't help but roar in anger. He immediately pushed his cultivation to its limit, and purple thunder and fire erupted from his body, transforming into 2 thunder and fire qilin that roared and charged toward the 2 men. This display caused Wang Xie and Huang Chao's expressions to grow serious. There was no room for complacency. The 2 also unleashed their terrifying divine techniques and martial arts, colliding with Xianyu's thunderfire qilin. With a deafening roar, terrifying shockwaves swept across the sky above the deep pit, forcing Xianyu and Wang Xie and the others back. Only the long sword, covered in cracks, remained standing motionless above the deep pit. Yan Xiao, attack! I will help you seize the imperial weapon. Seeing that the 3 were being forced back while struggling, Xianyao immediately channeled a portion of his own power into Yan Xiao, causing an eerie dark purple flame to erupt from his body. This was the 9 nether purple heart flame. It is an extremely terrifying celestial and terrestrial inferno, and also the true flame of life controlled by Xianyuzi. As the power of this celestial fire surged into him, the dragon scales on Yan Xiao's body were tinged with a dark purple hue. His cultivation surged wildly in an instant, reaching the Imperial Martial Realm in the blink of an eye. The next moment, as a pair of dazzling flames spread out from behind Yan Xiao, he instantly transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward the imperial weapon. You dare, you little thief? Seeing Yan Xiao attempting to intercept the long sword, Xianyu and Wang Xie all let out furious shouts. Several of them forced themselves to steady their bodies and prepared to charge toward Yan Xiao together. However, after their earlier clash, they were already a step too slow to close in on the sword again. They could only steady themselves and unleash their martial arts techniques at Yan Xiao. The imperial weapon is mine. Yan Xiao ignored the attacks from the 3 royal martial realm experts, his gaze fixed intently on the long sword before him. Despite its attributes being incompatible with his own. But whether it was to comprehend the imperial realm laws imbued within it or to use other methods to activate this imperial weapon, it was an unimaginable opportunity for him. This time, he would finally be able to reap some benefits. That damned fishing hook come out and try to take it again. Just as Yan Zhao's thoughts flickered and he was about to grab the long sword, it seemed to sense his call. A spatial ripple rippled above the sword. A fishing hook, accompanied by a fishing line, landed precisely on the hilt of the long sword and hooked it effortlessly. This caused Yan Zhao's pupils to dilate rapidly, nearly bursting from their sockets. Damn it, it's here! That damn fishing hook has appeared again. This thing. Could it be targeting him on purpose? However, the end of the fishing hook had no idea what Yan Xiao was thinking. Upon feeling the hook catch something, the fishing line suddenly tightened, pulling the long sword toward the spatial ripples. Damn you, you thief! A man may be killed but not disgraced. You first stole my divine fire and my woman, then you snatched my forbidden soul banner, and now you dare to try to take my imperial weapon? I'll fight you to the death. In a furious roar, Yan Xiao gathered the 9 nether purple heart flame and lunged at the long sword, but before he could grasp it, a terrifying force erupted. It instantly shattered Yan Zhao's divine fire. He was blasted away like trash, his body twisting backward as he couldn't help but spit out a jet of blood. The next moment, before Yan Xiao could steady himself, Xianyu and Wang Xie's attack struck Yan Xiao, sending him flying like a ball in the opposite direction. Had it not been for Xian Yaozi diverting some of his power to protect Yen Xiao would have been killed in that instant. Damn it, all of you just wait for me. Despite his severe injuries, Yen Xiao had no time to spare for Lin Shuiying and Zi Mang, the two stunning beauties, and after shouting at Zi Xianyu and the others, he transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the depths of the abyss. This scene left Zi Xianyao and the others with grim expressions. They never expected such a peerless treasure, newly emerged into the world, had been snatched away so easily. Who could this mysterious being be? Without even a glimpse of a figure, they had used nothing but a fishing hook and a fishing line to cross the void and snatch this treasure? Zi Meng, you're so stylish. Princess, you're beautiful. If you like it, remember to give a free gift. Chapter 60, you were actually right, I've caught another Empress. Here it comes, here it comes. Bring it on. Regarding what happened at the sword-shattering abyss, Xiao Fan was unaware of it at the moment and naturally didn't bother to care. After all, the treasures he had caught with his own strength were, after all, his own. Feeling movement on the fishing rod, Xiao Fan suddenly pulled the rod and reeled in the line, immediately pulling the catch out of the spatial ripples. The next moment, under the gaze of Xiao Fan and Yen Lin, a long sword covered in cracks appeared before their eyes. A broken sword? Due to the ice thunder divine sword being suppressed by the fishing rod, the ice crystals and lightning surrounding it had vanished. So at this moment, it truly looked like a broken sword. However, Xiao Fan felt that this sword was no ordinary weapon the moment he laid eyes on it. Without any hesitation, Xiao Fan immediately activated his inside eye to examine the sword's basic information. Ice Thunder Divine Xiao Sword, the divine sword of the divine Xiao Empress of the Taiyu Sacred Land in Zhongzhou. However, over 6,800 years ago, the divine Xiao Empress engaged in a life and death battle with the demon emperor of a foreign race. The divine weapon's core suffered horrific damage, and its divine essence was nearly annihilated. As the Xinxiao Empress was about to perish, she fused her life essence into the Ice Thunder Xinxiao sword, thereby preserving her last shred of hope. As wave after wave of information flashed before his eyes, Xiao Fan couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. An imperial weapon? He had actually caught an imperial weapon? Despite its severe injuries and the complete annihilation of its divine essence, it was little more than a broken, worthless relic. But it was still a genuine imperial weapon. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan felt a sudden tightness in his chest and immediately collapsed onto Yen Lin's body. What are you doing? Seeing Xiao Fan collapse into her arms, as if he were starving and seeking nourishment, Yen Lin furrowed her brows and immediately grabbed him. Cough cough, I'm just excited. I just wanted to find a place to lean against, inhale some spiritual energy to regain my composure, and make sure this isn't a dream. Xiao Fan replied with a dry cough. After speaking, he tried to crawl over to inhale the milk scent, but Yen Lin held him firmly in place. There's no need for that. I'll just give you a palm strike. Hearing Yen Lin's words, Xiao Fan was speechless. What a woman who doesn't understand romance. Is this thing so extraordinary? As Xiao Fan stood there speechless, Yen Lin couldn't help but ask again. Xiao Fan hadn't been this excited even when he caught that Wanma Jinhan banner earlier. Could it be? This sword is even more terrifying than the 10,000 demon soul sealing banner? This item is an imperial weapon. As Yen Lin made his guess, Xiao Fan spoke in a low voice. Those words was no less shocking than a thunderclap in a clear sky, causing Yen Lin's pupils to contract violently. What did you say? This sword is an imperial weapon? Yen Lin took a deep breath. His eyes widened in horror as he stared at the long sword covered in cracks, still unable to believe that it was truly an imperial weapon. Legend has it, imperial weapons contain the power of the imperial Dao laws. Even a single thread of its pressure was enough to shatter 10,000 miles of void. If this long sword is truly an imperial weapon, even if it is severely damaged, it would still be capable of unleashing terrifying pressure. Even a Zhongwu realm expert would struggle to approach it. But now, this thing doesn't have a shred of aura or pressure. It's just like some junk picked up off the side of the road. Could it be? Xiao Fan's fishing rod can even suppress an imperial weapon, right? At this thought, Yen Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Don't be too surprised. This thing may be an imperial weapon, but its imperial essence has been severely damaged, and its divine essence has been utterly annihilated. If it weren't for the sword's master, who, at the moment of his own imminent demise, fused his life essence into this imperial weapon would have long since become a heap of scrap metal. Seeing Yen Lin stunned to the point of trembling pupils, Xiao Fan explained further, causing Yen Lin to pause in astonishment. The master of this imperial weapon, at the moment of his own demise, fused his life essence into the long sword. Does that mean? At this point, Yen Lin seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze grew eerie as he stared at the sword. You're right. I accidentally caught another empress with this sword. Seeing the majestic Medusa Queen stunned into a state of horror, Xiao Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. But Yen Lin couldn't muster a single smile. There was no trace of joy on his face. Instead, he looked deeply concerned. A living empress. Even if he were to fuse his own life essence into the imperial weapon, becoming a sword spirit clinging to life within it, as long as he could restore even a breath of her vital energy, killing the two of them would be as easy as turning one's hand. A single sword chi could probably slice them into 108 pieces. This was far beyond what a reincarnated empress like Lin Xingyan could match. After all, Lin Xingyan is also an empress, but after her fall, reincarnation, and rebirth, even though she retained her previous life's memories, everything had to start anew. This situation, however, retains a certain level of imperial realm foundation, making its terror far surpass that of Lin Xingyan. Protect me. Next, I'm going in to confront this empress. Just as Yan Lin was worried and about to say something to Xiao Fan, he heard the other party speak excitedly. This caused Yan Lin's expression to change involuntarily. Xiao Fan, a living empress, and not a reincarnated one. Her terrifying power is not something your little wife can compare to. Apparently worried that Xiao Fan might do something reckless, Yan Lin hurriedly said to him. But Xiao Fan waved it off nonchalantly. Don't worry, there is nothing to fear. If she were merely hiding within this broken imperial weapon, this prince might indeed feel apprehensive and fearful. But now, her sliver of life essence has fused with the imperial weapon, becoming its very essence as the sword spirit. She is now one with this imperial weapon, so the initiative is in my hands. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yan Lin was deeply shaken, still finding it hard to believe. However, thinking about Xiao Fan, though he was a bit lecherous and had a carefree expression, he didn't seem like someone who was arrogant and ignorant. Yan Lin felt a little more at ease at that moment, but after hesitating for a moment, he still cautioned. Xiao Fan, all strong individuals possess pride and dignity. As long as the other party does not act overly arrogant, it is important to show them the necessary respect at the beginning. Xiao Fan paused for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled. I will. After speaking, Xiao Fan no longer wasted words. He gripped the fishing rod, closed his eyes, and let his soul essence penetrate deep into the imperial weapon. As his soul essence sank in, under the suppression of the void fishing rod, Xiao Fan smoothly entered the interior of the imperial weapon. This space resembled a sword too, with broken swords and blades scattered everywhere. The void was dim and gloomy. Bolts of lightning darted through the void like thunder snakes. And amidst the flickering lightning, snowflakes continued to fall. And at the deepest part of the space, a sword steel stands tall and majestic, resembling a pillar supporting the heavens, surrounded by the terrifying aura of ice and thunder sword techniques. Just a single glance. It caused Xiao Fan's heart to tremble. However, Xiao Fan did not dwell on the sword steel. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the figure standing below. The figure wore a silver white form-fitting dress that perfectly outlined the curves of their body. Even from behind, there was an aura of sacred beauty. As if sensing Xiao Fan's arrival, the figure slowly turned to face him. A cold yet breathtakingly beautiful face suddenly reflected in Xiao Fan's eyes. This caused Xiao Fan's eyes to narrow involuntarily, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. No wonder she's the Empress. Indeed, there was no one ugly among them. Her beauty, her aura, her figure compared to Yan Lin and Lin Xingyan, she was no less stunning, and even exuded a noble, ethereal elegance. Ling Rushwang's character design, based on Lu Sueki, ice and thunder attributes, Sword Dao Empress, spot on. Chapter 61, Will you bow before this prince in this lifetime? I never expected. I fused with the imperial weapon to become a sword spirit, but after awakening from my slumber, I was immediately suppressed. Who are you? As Xiao Fan appraised the other person, Ling Rushwang turned to face him and asked in a solemn tone. Today. Awoken from her slumber by a demonic creature, Ling Rushwang instinctively eliminated the attacker. She then sought someone to ask where this place was. But unexpectedly, someone from the outside immediately tried to seize her sword body. Just as she was about to act to suppress them, a fishing hook crossed the void and landed directly on her. Not only did it suppress her imperial weapon body, but it also suppressed her life-bound sword soul. She had assumed the one who had attacked her must be an incredibly powerful individual. Unexpectedly, it was this pitifully weak man before her, with only the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. How had he managed to suppress her? With just that fishing rod from the outside world? My name is Xiao Fan. Just a lowly cultivator who got a bit lucky. Upon hearing Ling Rushwang's words, Xiao Fan replied with a faint smile. As he spoke, he had already used his insightful eyes to begin examining Ling Rushwang. Ling Rushwang, originally a disciple of the Shaozhu Peak in the Taichu Holy Land of Zhengzhou, she possessed decent talent. At a young age, she witnessed her senior sister being brutally killed by demon cultivators while trying to save her. She then used a forbidden technique to sacrifice her 7 emotions and 6 desires, transforming her senior sister's sword into her own life-bound sword essence. From that point on, she inadvertently entered the merciless sword path of Xinshao. She became an emotionless sword cultivator. Out of loyalty to her senior sister's wish to protect the sacred land, she remained at the Taichu sacred land, eventually becoming the Xinshao Empress who struck fear into the major powers of Zhengzhou. However, over 6,800 years ago, during a fierce battle with an alien demon emperor, his physical body collapsed and his life-bound sword essence was destroyed. Only a thread of his soul fused with his life-bound imperial weapon, transforming him into an unconventional sword spirit. As the information flickered before his eyes, Xiao Fan's face immediately betrayed his astonishment. Because she witnessed her senior sister's death, she activated the forbidden technique, transforming the opponent's sword into her life-bound sword essence, thereby entering the path of the sword and becoming a legendary empress? Isn't this character's backstory a bit too melodramatic? She is practically a woman destined by heaven. Sacrificing loved ones to the heavens, offering emotions as offerings, becoming a sword seed, and sweeping through everything in her path. If this were in a novel from his previous life, she'd definitely be an emotionless female lead. But for him, it wasn't so great. Heartless. What's the point of that? No, her true sword essence is shattered. To return to her peak, she must either retrace her old path and use an external object as her sword essence, or use herself as the sword essence and forge a new path. But regardless of which path she chooses, before she can reform her sword essence, she won't be in a state of emotionless detachment. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan curved the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. People are meant to have emotions and desires. What's the point of being emotionless and desireless? He must help this fallen sword empress return to the right path. A lowly cultivator who just got lucky? Are you mocking this empress? As Xiao Fan's thoughts raced, Ling Rushwang's eyes narrowed slightly, and she calmly retorted. Though her power was suppressed, her discernment remained sharp. Never mind that. The fishing rod in Xiao Fan's hand, which could suppress her, and the very essence of Xiao Fan's soul alone contained an enigmatic aura. It seemed to contain the essence of the Tao of heaven and earth. A soul with such an aura must belong to a reincarnated great being. How could it be a lowly cultivator? This prince has no time to joke with you. Xiao Fan didn't want to dwell on the matter and spoke directly. Ling Rushwang, no matter how glorious you once were, standing at the pinnacle of the continent as a powerful cultivator. But now, your physical body has been destroyed, your sword seed shattered, and only a thread of your life soul has fused into this imperial weapon, becoming the new sword spirit of this imperial weapon. In other words, in a sense, you are no longer human but a sharp blade with terrifying growth potential. Even emperor-level powerhouses would covet you. Coincidentally, you have fallen into my hands, and I possess the means to keep you in check. However, since we have no past enmity or grievances, this prince can grant you the necessary respect. As long as you sign a soul-binding contract with me to become my guardian, I will not use force against you. Furthermore, I swear on the Tao that once you become my artifact spirit, I will treat you as a partner. I will not harm you or humiliate you in any way. I will never abandon you. Will you submit to this prince? After speaking, Xiao Fan stared silently at Ling Rushwang. Although he had already read Ling Rushwang's message and knew how she would respond. But since he had already promised Yan Lin, and they would have to spend time together in the future, Xiao Fan felt it was necessary to go through the motions. To show the other party the proper respect. Since you know who I am and what I am now, just a sword. Do you think a sword with such sharp edges would ever bow to anyone so easily? Ling Rushwang raised her head upon hearing this and spoke in a low, solemn voice. A terrifying sword chi began to emanate from her body. The surrounding space trembled violently, and icy and thunderous energies raged uncontrollably. It seemed as though she was about to confront Xiao Fan, causing him to shake his head involuntarily. As expected. Given her personality and experiences, she would rather die than surrender. Catching the Empress was a good thing. But subduing these women standing at the pinnacle of the continent is no easy task. Sigh, I didn't want to use force, but given your attitude, this prince has no choice. However, rest assured. I only intend to leave a countermeasure on you. I won't treat you like a servant in the future. Looking at Ling Rushwang's expression, Xiao Fan sighed softly and spoke. Those words alone fell into Ling Rushwang's ears like a brutal thug preparing to invade an innocent young woman, pulling out a recording stone to capture the moment. Then telling the other person, don't blame me. I'm just leaving a mark on you so I can control you in the future. But rest assured, even if I rape you today, I'll never treat you like a slave. Such words. Not even an empress would believe such words, let alone a weak woman. No matter who you are, if you want to control this empress, let me see what you're made of. Ling Rushwang glared at Xiao Fan with a fierce expression. As the words fell, her hand suddenly formed a seal, and a surge of sword intent erupted into the sky. The sword steel behind her began to tremble violently. Within this space, thunder-attributed energy transformed into thunder dragons, while ice-attributed energy became ice phoenixes. Countless sword chi coalesced into a storm. The sheer might was enough to send chills down one's spine. Xiao Fan, though his heart was slightly shaken by the sight, showed little fear on his face. He simply raised his hand and pressed it toward Ling Rushwang. Suppress. With just one word, just one gesture, under the enhancement of the system's power, Xiao Fan seemed like an all-powerful ruler. In an instant, he suppressed Ling Rushwang's momentum. The sword chi storm tore apart, and the surrounding thunder dragons and ice phoenixes exploded into pieces at that moment. Ling Rushwang's pupils contracted violently. A look of horror flashed across her face. Though she had sensed that Xiao Fan's power would be terrifying, she never imagined it would be this terrifying. Even within her sword spirit realm, the opponent remained as powerful as a god. She had no hope of standing against him. But Ling Rushwang had always been a sharp and formidable figure in her life, and the sword was the king of all weapons. Now that she had become a sword spirit, she could only be controlled by another if she willingly acknowledged their superiority. She could be controlled by another. If not, even if her sword were to shatter and destroy itself, even if she were to die and her path be extinguished, she would never surrender to anyone. As the thought crossed her mind, Ling Rushwang's eyes flashed with terrifying sword light, and a destructive aura spread from her body, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. In such a situation, caused Xiao Fan's expression to change involuntarily. Damn it, she actually wants to self-destruct? Damn it, you'd rather die than submit? You're still a chaste and virtuous woman? A chaste and virtuous maiden, the founder of the Ice Thunder Divine Xiao Sword Technique. I, Ling Rushwang, must forge a unique path in the way of the sword. 3 hits for love, right? Chapter 62, doesn't this mean she has to take the path of dual cultivation? Although he knew that Ling Rushwang's temperament would never allow her to submit. But he never imagined that this woman would break her sword and destroy herself. You'd rather die than submit? Then this prince will make you live. Just as Ling Rushwang was about to completely dissolve, Xiao Fan, after a moment of shock, growled, and the void fishing rod erupted with even more terrifying power, instantly descending upon this sword spirit space. And in an instant, it sealed the Ice Thunder Divine Sword, as well as Ling Rushwang's life essence and the power she had gathered with her opponent. The entire spacetime seemed to freeze in place at that moment, causing Ling Rushwang's pupils to involuntarily contract. She never expected. Xiao Fan's techniques were so terrifying that he could even stop her from dissolving her body. Such power. It must be a living emperor. Ling Rushwang, this prince admires your pride and respects your fearlessness in the face of death. But life is precious and can only be lived once. You suffered such a tragic fate 6,000 years ago, surrounded by the demonic emperor of a foreign tribe. After finally managing to preserve this thread of life, you were accidentally fused into the sword and became its sword spirit. If you were to die like this, would you be able to face your sword? Would you be worthy of the hardships and sacrifices you've endured along the way? Would you be worthy of the vengeful spirit of your senior sister who died tragically to save you? After restraining Ling Rushwang, Xiao Fan spoke coldly. These words fell on Ling Rushwang's ears like thunderclaps. Uncontrollably, she recalled all the hardships she had endured along the way, as well as the heart-wrenching scene of her senior sister's tragic death before her eyes. Despite the fact that later, she had avenged her senior sister, her life was indeed one that her senior sister had given her. She didn't know when it had started, but as she had stepped into the merciless sword path of Xinxiao, the memories of her past had grown increasingly blurry. Regarding my feelings for my senior and the feelings of others around me, they also grew increasingly indifferent. But at this moment, as Xiao Fan's loud shout echoed, past memories surged forth, and a long-forgotten emotion began to overwhelm her heart, causing her sword heart to tremble violently. Follow this prince. From now on, I will help you break free from the sword and reshape your physical form, allowing you to once again become a flesh and blood emperor-level powerhouse. Seeing Ling Rushwang's resolve wavering, Xiao Fan seized the moment to speak. The next moment, he formed a seal with both hands, forcing out a drop of soul blood from his soul, then condensed it into a soul imprint. Bind yourself to me in a contract, and accompany me on my path to growth. If you truly wish to die, or if this prince humiliates you, you are free to seek death once more. Let this contract severely wound this prince. After speaking, Xiao Fan pressed his palm toward Ling Rushwang, and the soul imprint formed from the drop of soul blood shot toward her like a streak of light. No! Seeing the drop of soul blood hurtling toward her, Ling Rushwang's expression changed drastically. But by the time her words reached her lips, the soul blood had already penetrated her brow. It formed a mark within her life soul. Finally inside. Feels so good. Feeling his soul blood imprint merge into Ling Rushwang's life soul, Xiao Fan couldn't help but let a smile of satisfaction spread across his face, accompanied by a surge of intense fulfillment. What of the Empress? She still had to be forced to bear his mark. Though this act was somewhat akin to that of a villain, which fool would pass up the chance to control the life of an empress who was within their grasp? If he could completely subdue her, wouldn't he be able to live off her for the rest of his life? Damn it, you bastard! Just as Xiao Fan was beginning to feel satisfied, Ling Rushwang let out a furious roar. A terrifying aura of sharpness erupted from her body, her black hair whipping wildly in the air, making her look as though she were about to devour someone. Calm down, this prince won't harm you. There's no need to react so violently. Seeing Ling Rushwang about to lose control, Xiao Fan shouted loudly at that moment. But Ling Rushwang didn't hear a word, charging forward with the intent to kill Xiao Fan. But the next moment, just as Ling Rushwang was about to charge forward, a strange force erupted within her, causing her soul to freeze mid-air. If one were to look inward, at that moment, one could see that as Xiao Fan's drop of soul blood imprinted itself on her life soul, a mysterious pure yang energy also erupted from the imprint, causing her life-bound sword soul to tremble uncontrollably. A pure yin energy erupted from her body. Then, like yin and yang attracting each other, it surged toward the soul blood imprint. This caused Ling Rushwang to let out a piercing scream. Terrifying sword intent swept out instantly, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, while ice and thunder energies rampaged wildly. This left Xiao Fan utterly baffled, forcing him to fix his gaze on Ling Rushwang, ready to act at a moment's notice to suppress her. The next moment, the yin-yang energies on Ling Rushwang's body seemed to resonate and reach a certain balance. A yin-yang tai chi pattern unfolded beneath Ling Rushwang, with thunderous energy merging into the yang pole and icy black energy merging into the yin pole. As they spun, they erupted into an even more terrifying sword intent. A mysterious yin-yang ice thunder sword mark also appeared on Ling Rushwang's forehead. Such a transformation. Finally, Xiao Fan caught a glimpse of what was happening. Holy crap, she must have used this prince's soul blood as a catalyst, combined it with her own purine soul blood, and fused it with the ice thunder energy she cultivated to condense a new sword seed, right? Upon realizing this, Xiao Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath, staring at Ling Rushwang with astonishment. At that moment, Ling Rushwang slowly opened her eyes, feeling the newly formed sword seed within her body. Her face was filled with disbelief. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yin-yang resonance, ice and thunder reaching perfection. I have spent my entire life channeling hatred into the path of the sword, condensing the sword seed, breaking free from the 7 emotions, and abandoning the 6 desires, all for the sake of pointing my sword toward the heavens in the martial arts. But now, why did a man leave a soul blood imprint within this emperor's life soul, causing this emperor's purine soul blood to enter the yin-yang ice thunder sword seed? Feeling the sword seed within her, Ling Rushwang spoke in a dazed and disoriented manner. This isn't because this yin-yang ice thunder sword seed is weak. On the contrary, this sword seed was far more profound than her previous one, with even more astonishing growth potential. But what she couldn't accept was that this was a yin-yang sword seed. It contained Xiao Fan's soul blood and even his primordial essence. Doesn't this mean she must embark on the path of dual cultivation? And over the past few thousand years, she had always followed the path of the emotionless sword, rejecting all 7 emotions and desires, dedicating herself solely to the sword path, until one day in the future she could attain enlightenment and break through the heavens. But now, the emergence of this new sword type is forcing her to take another path she had never imagined, the path of yin-yang, love, and emotion? How could Ling Rushwang possibly accept this? Since ancient times, solitary yin cannot thrive, and solitary yang cannot grow. The cultivation of both yin and yang harmonizes with the way of heaven. In the past, you sacrificed your emotions to enter the path of ruthlessness to avenge your senior sister. But after avenging your senior sister, you had no path to return. You could only struggle in the path of emotionlessness. Yet, all things in the world, all bonds and traditions, depend on the emotions between beings. In your pursuit of power, you have gradually abandoned your 7 emotions and 6 desires, and in the end, you are nothing but a cold, lifeless shell. The traces of your childhood, your family, your senior sister, and your loved ones in this world will eventually fade from your world as you abandon your emotions. Forgetting them is what truly means death for them. Once, you entered the path of the sword for your senior sister. Later, you abandoned emotions in pursuit of the sword path. Is this so-called emotionless sword path truly what you seek? Perhaps the emergence of this new sword type is your senior sister's spirit guiding you from beyond, urging you to return to the right path. Seeing Ling Rushwang's dazed expression, clearly struggling to accept this, Xiao Fan sighed softly beside her and immediately spoke in a profound tone. These words caused Ling Rushwang's body to tremble involuntarily. She then raised her head and stared intently at Xiao Fan. You're saying that the appearance of this sword type is my senior sister's spirit guiding me from beyond the grave? Dark version of Ling Rushwang. If you like it, please give a little free gift. Chapter 63. Do all these empresses have a persecution complex? Yes, it must be your senior sister's guidance. Xiao Fan nodded upon hearing this, speaking without a trace of embarrassment. Ling Rushwang sneered coldly upon hearing this. Oomph, that sounds nice. I can see clearly that you're doing this on purpose, trying to turn this empress into a yin-yang furnace to be used for your future cultivation or energy absorption. Upon hearing Ling Rushwang's words, Xiao Fan was speechless. Have these empresses lived too long? They've all developed a persecution complex. I think there's a misunderstanding between us. We need to have an honest conversation. Xiao Fan ignored Ling Rushwang's hostility and began to speak frankly on his own. The place you are currently in is not the Central Plains Holy Domain, but within a small empire in the Eastern Domain Escunctuan realm. The strongest individuals here might only be at the Zhongwu realm. I am the offspring of a prince in this empire, though I am merely a discarded pawn, a natural incapable of cultivation. However, on my wedding night, I unexpectedly gained a stroke of fortune, leading me to my current circumstances. Xiao Fan briefly recounted his experiences. If this empress no longer intends to take her own life, they will have to live together. Some things, even if left unsaid, the other party would inevitably find out in the future. It was better to be open and honest now, showing her his sincerity and goodwill. You, born a worthless, incapable of cultivation? Just because I happen to obtain some opportunities, I've not only reached the heavenly martial realm but can now effortlessly suppress this emperor? After hearing Xiao Fan's account, Ling Rushwang looked at him in disbelief, her eyes filled with suspicion. She seriously suspected he was mocking her. How could someone from a minor royal dynasty possibly know her? You must know. Xiao Fan had not only called her by name but also knew about her past, could discern the current state of her sword essence, and had spoken a string of profound and mysterious words. This couldn't possibly be someone from a small royal family. I was able to obtain some information about you because, when my physique awoke, I gained a special talent. As if sensing Ling Rushwang's thoughts, Xiao Fan immediately added, and don't think I'm trying to tame, no, I mean, subdue you just because you're an empress. Although you are an emperor-level powerhouse who once stood at the pinnacle of the continent. But by this prince's side, there are others like you, though not many, but there are two. One is my wife, and the other is my prisoner. What? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Ling Rushwang was immediately stunned. After all, emperor-level powerhouses are not like stray dogs you can catch by the dozen. Let alone an empress. But this guy. Despite being in a low-tier small empire within the Dongyukongshuan realm, he dared to claim that there were two beings similar to her by his side. One was his wife, and the other was his prisoner. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? If you don't believe me, I can take you to see one of them first. Who knows, maybe the two of you might even recognize each other. But you'd better behave yourself from now on and not keep trying to die. This prince truly has no ill will toward you. Seeing Ling Rushwang's disbelieving expression, Xiao Fan spoke in a gentle, persuasive tone. However, Ling Rushwang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but sneer. You came in and suppressed this emperor, imprinting your mark deep within my soul. You call that no ill will? Xiao Fan fell silent upon hearing this. This empress really held a grudge. Furthermore, even if this emperor does not choose to destroy ourselves along with you, do not dare to think that this emperor has surrendered to you. And don't even think about taming me into your furnace. Though I have renounced all emotions for thousands of years, I'm not some naive little thing who knows nothing about feelings. Don't think that by throwing out some mysteries to arouse my curiosity, coupled with the fact that my body contains the sword seed imbued with your soul blood, you can use threats and bribes to gradually mold me into your puppet. If you dare to insult me, I will fight to the death and destroy myself rather than let you go unpunished. As Xiao Fan remained silent, Ling Rushwang added. These words caused Xiao Fan's lips to twitch involuntarily. It's just that he was forcibly suppressed and had his soul imprinted with a mark of servitude, isn't it? Now it seems like he wants to humiliate the other party at every opportunity. Alright, if this prince ever dares to offend you, you must self-destruct your life-bound sword seed along with yourself, using that mixed blood imprint to severely wound this prince. With a hint of resignation in his heart, Xiao Fan nodded and replied. These words left Ling Rushwang speechless. She couldn't shake the feeling. Xiao Fan seemed to have her completely under his thumb, which made her feel uneasy. This prince is leaving. If you want to try a new path in swordsmanship, to live again for yourself and your senior sister, and seek revenge on the former demon emperor of another race, then come find me with the right mindset. This prince will introduce you to a sister, no, a friend, and take you to meet another empress. After speaking, Xiao Fan didn't bother to continue the conversation with Ling Rushwang. His soul projection vanished into the sword spirit space. This left Ling Rushwang frozen in place, her expression complex. If it weren't for the yin-yang ice thunder sword seed within her soul, the yin-yang ice thunder sword seed within her soul had been continuously emitting an enigmatic aura. Ling Rushwang would have thought that everything that had happened today was just a dream. A mysterious man who seemed weak yet powerful had suddenly barged into her world. Not only had he forcibly enslaved her, he also made her abandon the ruthless path of the sword and embark on the compassionate path of the sword. It was utterly absurd. Xiao Fan. This emperor will not be so easily tamed. I hope you truly mean what you say and will not casually cross this emperor's boundaries. As the words murmured, Ling Rushwang's figure also vanished from the sword spirit space, clearly still piqued by Xiao Fan's interest. How about it? Didn't cause any major trouble, did you? Within the mountain forest barrier. Seeing Xiao Fan slowly open his eyes, Yanlin asked anxiously. Earlier, the void fishing rod had erupted with blinding brilliance, leaving her outside in a panic, fearing something had gone wrong inside. What could possibly be so serious? Don't you know who this handsome man in front of you belongs to? A mere remnant soul of a female emperor. This prince merely made a slight effort, and she couldn't move an inch, forced to submit. Seeing Yanlin's anxious expression, Xiao Fan couldn't help but boast a little. For a moment, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Although he had relied on the system's power, the credit ultimately went to him. After all, he was the one who had suppressed her. Did you implant a soul imprint on her? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yanlin's pupils contracted, and he stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief, a look of concern on his face. A female emperor. If she was forcibly suppressed and had her soul imprint planted, she would undoubtedly harbor immense hatred toward Xiao Fan. Even if she were to submit outwardly for a time, she would inevitably seek an opportunity to turn the tables. This was a major. Thinking of this, Yanlin was about to speak up to warn Xiao Fan. However, just then, as the Ice Thunder Divine Sword flashed a bolt of lightning, a figure appeared beside Xiao Fan. In an instant, a terrifying sense of oppression spread throughout the barrier. Yan Lin's expression changed abruptly. His gaze instinctively fell upon Ling Rushwang, an emperor-level powerhouse. Even with his physical body destroyed and his soul wounded, with only a single thread of his life force fused into an imperial weapon to become a sword spirit, he was now merely clinging to life. But even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. Even in such a dire state, her strength was not something a mere early-stage Zhongwu realm cultivator like her could match. 7-colored swallowing heavenly python? No, it's the swallowing heaven serpent on the verge of evolving into an 8-colored form. Is this the Empress you spoke of? Or the prisoner you mentioned? As Yan Lin's expression changed, Ling Rushwang glanced at him and spoke in a cold tone. Ling Rushwang, milk rider, sexy black stockings. Queen in a sexy urban outfit. If you like it, remember to give the queen 3 likes for love, and you'll have a queen-like partner in the future. Chapter 64, Did he force you? No, she is my woman. As soon as Ling Rushwang finished speaking, Xiao Fan immediately replied calmly. This single sentence made Ling Rushwang's expression freeze slightly, while Yan Lin felt a warm glow in his heart. Your woman? Ling Rushwang looked at Xiao Fan suspiciously. You're actually sneaking around outside looking for women? Aren't you afraid your Empress wife will get angry? You must know. The Empress is a woman standing at the pinnacle of the Tsangyun realm. Every one of them must be incredibly proud. Once she marries a man, she wouldn't share him with others. This guy. Having an Empress as his wife and still keeping a mistress on the side, he's definitely not a good man. She asked me to find her herself. What is there to be angry about? Xiao Fan shrugged upon hearing this, then added, her name is Yan Lin. She's the Medusa Queen of the Snake People tribe and the first true woman in this prince's life. The first real woman? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Ling Rushwang's eyes narrowed. As if she had thought of something. Doesn't your Empress wife let you touch her? Yan Lin couldn't help but glare at Xiao Fan. She had already introduced her as a woman. Why emphasize that she was the first? Didn't she fear losing face? However, Yan Lin naturally knew that Xiao Fan had emphasized this point specifically to highlight her status. This made her feel a warmth in her heart. All empresses are proud at heart. When we were married a few days ago, I was just a worthless who couldn't cultivate. Her not letting me touch her is only natural. Xiao Fan heard this and waved his hand dismissively. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ling Rushwang's expression changed abruptly. Wait a moment, what did you say? A few days ago. You were just a worthless who couldn't cultivate. As the Empress. Ling Rushwang's experiences were truly astonishing. From Xiao Fan's single sentence, she gleaned a wealth of information. She had just married into the Empress's family and become her consort, and that was in such a small empire. A true Empress. How could she possibly marry a worthless who couldn't cultivate? It was clear. The Empress mentioned by Xiao Fan must have also experienced a tragic turn of events and is likely a reincarnated being. And she is currently in a very weak stage. Otherwise, how could she possibly accept an arranged marriage? However, what shocked Ling Rushwang the most was that Xiao Fan, who was just a worthless a few days ago, could now easily suppress her? As her expression changed, Ling Rushwang realized at that moment that Xiao Fan's cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm, which made her expression even more fascinating. Didn't I say that earlier? I'm just a lowly cultivator who got a bit of luck. If it weren't for that stroke of fate, I'd still be a worthless. Seeing Ling Rushwang's expression, Xiao Fan poured oil on the fire, his words filled with malicious intent. He wanted Ling Rushwang to experience the immense sense of inferiority of being manipulated by a weaker cultivator. This would also help temper her arrogance. However, Ling Rushwang's mindset was not ordinary. She took a deep breath and said calmly, human weakness is only temporary. Even if you were a worthless just a few days ago, you can now suppress this emperor. That alone proves your potential and abilities are extraordinary, and you will never be weaker than me in the future. Hearing Ling Rushwang's words, Xiao Fan felt frustrated. He had intended to strike her down with a few words, but instead, this woman had ended up praising him. Without dwelling on the topic, Xiao Fan turned to Yan Lin and said, her name is Ling Rushwang. She is the divine Xiao Empress of the Taiyu sacred land in Zhongzhou's holy domain. But from now on, she will be your guardian, just like you are mine. Yan Lin greets the senior. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, Yan Lin bowed respectfully. Ling Rushwang didn't put on airs either. She nodded at Yan Lin and said, you may call me Ling Shuang from now on. I am merely a fallen sword cultivator who has been taken advantage of. I don't deserve the title of senior from you. Yan Lin was taken aback by her words. Though the words carried a hint of self-deprecation, they also lowered herself to the same level as him. He had assumed that Xiao Fan had forcibly controlled the other party, and that the other party must harbor some resentment. But now it seemed. Although Ling Rushwang still harbored some reservations, her resentment toward Xiao Fan seemed to be minimal. As the thought crossed his mind, Yan Lin also addressed her as Sister Ling Rushwang, which was the first time she had ever bowed her head to another woman. However, she had no intention of fawning over him, she was simply showing Ling Rushwang the basic respect due to her. The Emperor's realm. Though it was still far beyond her reach now, one day in the future, she too would be able to reach it. Now that we've met, it's time to introduce you to another person. After Ling Rushwang and Yan Lin exchanged glances, Xiao Fan turned around and pulled out the 10,000 Demons Soul Sealing Banner. This soul banner contains the split soul of an Empress, but she refuses to sign a contract with me. You come in with me and persuade her properly. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Ling Rushwang immediately understood that Xiao Fan intended to use her as a sword servant. But the next moment, her brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. If she refuses, won't you use the same method you used on this Empress to forcefully imprint her and control her? So you use force on her, but when it comes to another Empress, a mere fragment of her soul, you're going to use gentle persuasion? Could it be that the woman is more beautiful than her, making Xiao Fan reluctant to use harsh methods? If I could use force, this prince would have done so long ago. Xiao Fan said helplessly, only able to briefly explain his ability to use the void fishing rod, which left Ling Rushwang's heart in turmoil for a long time. A fishing rod that can reel in opportunities and easily suppress imperial weapons. Unbelievable. She was actually subdued in such a way, which was hard for her to accept. You weren't also caught by him, were you? As her thoughts raced, Ling Rushwang turned to Yan Lin and asked. The latter nodded slightly. This left Ling Rushwang both shocked and with an even more complex expression. If Yan Lin had been lured by Xiao Fan, then the two of them had only known each other for a few days, yet this woman had already become Xiao Fan's concubine. And she was the Medusa Queen from the Snake People tribe. She must have some pride, right? How could she fall so quickly in just a few days? Did he force himself on you? In her astonishment, Ling Rushwang immediately sent a mental message to Yan Lin, causing him to look over in surprise. He quickly realized that Ling Rushwang must have misunderstood. No. If we're talking about coercion, it was actually this king who coerced him. Ling Rushwang, don't worry. Although this guy sometimes seems unreliable, he is not a despicable person who would resort to any means. He treats the women around him with respect. This king was also marked with a soul imprint by him at first, but he never mentioned it or used it to threaten me. Even now, when I genuinely treated him well, he voluntarily removed that soul binding mark without informing me. Noticing Ling Rushwang's unusual expression, Yan Lin immediately began to explain, briefly recounting the events between her and Xiao Fan. This left Ling Rushwang even more confused. A queen of such stature had been completely captivated by this man in just a few days. Could she have been drugged with some kind of love potion? Thinking of this, Ling Rushwang's breathing quickened, and her heart was also a little unsettled. What are the two of you whispering about? Seeing Yan Lin and Ling Rushwang seemingly exchanging whispers, Xiao Fan asked curiously. Before Yan Lin could answer, Ling Rushwang immediately replied, Nothing, I was just asking her about some matters concerning this place. This made Xiao Fan's expression grow peculiar. Asking such a question requires whispering? Does she really think he's stupid? However, Xiao Fan didn't press the matter further. He turned to Yan Lin and said, Yan Lin, you stay here to protect us. I'll go in with her to deal with that little demoness. After speaking, Xiao Fan crossed his legs and sat down, forming hand seals to activate the 10,000 Demon Soul Sealing Banner, signaling Ling Rushwang to follow him inside. Ling Rushwang furrowed her brows but didn't say much. Her figure flickered and she entered the Soul Sealing Banner, though her heart was filled with mixed emotions. A queen of such stature. In just a few days, she had fallen and become this man's woman. And though she was an empress, she had been imprinted with his soul blood mark and even developed a yin-yang sword seed. If Xiao Fan were to gradually manipulate her in the future, wouldn't she end up like Yan Lin, ultimately becoming this man's woman? No. As an empress, she must remain dignified, ruthless, and self-respecting. She would never allow herself to become a man's concubine. Ling Rushwang, you've caught this empress's eye. Hand over the 3 power for love items and submit to my purification ritual. Chapter 65, Ling Rushwang vs. Lu Yenji. Enemies meet and sparks fly? Within the 10,000 Demons Soul Sealing Banner. The moment Ling Rushwang entered, Xiao Fan merely moved his thoughts and arrived at the depths of the soul banner. Have you made up your mind? Do you wish to be marked with my soul imprint of this life voluntarily, or do you prefer I use force to make you comply and form an alliance with me? Looking at the woman before him, who exuded an alluring aura, Xiao Fan spoke coldly. This caused Lu Yenji to lift her head involuntarily, a seductive smile appearing on her face. Little one, are you trying to scare your elder sister? It's not that I look down on you, but with your current cultivation and soul power, even if you wanted to be forceful, you couldn't. The 10,000 Demon Soul Sealing Banner is indeed a sacred artifact. But now that its source has been damaged, it has fallen to the Zune level realm, and the seal left by that old man has also weakened. Given more time, she would certainly break the seal and escape. As for Xiao Fan, although he is the master of the soul banner, his own strength is still too weak. Even if he activates the soul banner, he cannot threaten her. Therefore, she has no reason to submit. All she needs to do is wait for the right opportunity, and she will eventually break free. Oh? Are you sure? Xiao Fan smiled faintly upon hearing this. With a flick of his thoughts, he began guiding Ling Rushwang in the right direction, allowing her to tear open a breach in the seal, enabling her to enter the deepest part of the soul banner. Little one, we have no grudge against each other. Why are you so relentless? Or, you can work with your sister from the inside to help her escape, and she will definitely reward you. As long as your demands aren't too unreasonable, your sister will do her best to fulfill them. Lu Yenji remained silent upon hearing this. Instead, she seduced Xiao Fan with a charming expression and voice, blowing him a gentle breeze. This prince wants you. Xiao Fan smiled broadly upon hearing this, speaking without hesitation. These words caused Lu Yenji's expression to stiffen, but she continued, alright, as long as you help your sister escape, I promise you'll be mine. Alright, as long as you let me imprint my soul mark on you, your younger brother will definitely help you escape as well. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lu Yenji lost her composure. You little brat, don't push your luck. This seal won't hold me for long. If you persist in your folly, when I break free, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Fan heard this and showed no change in expression, merely looking at Lu Yenji with a faint smile. Are you that angry? But since you refuse to submit willingly, this prince will have no choice but to use force. After speaking, Xiao Fan snapped his fingers, and just as Lu Yenji was about to speak, a deafening roar echoed through the air. The seal enveloping the core of the soul banner was suddenly torn open. A sword beam pierced into the depths. This caused Lu Yenji's pupils to contract violently. It wasn't because Xiao Fan had called for reinforcements, but because she sensed a familiar aura. This aura it can't be. She should be dead. Just as Lu Yenji's thoughts fell, the sword lighted into a human figure in the void, and a terrifying soul pressure instantly enveloped the entire space. It's really her? Seeing Ling Rushwang before her, Lu Yenji's expression changed drastically, and her pupils betrayed a hint of panic. I thought you were the split soul of some empress, but it turns out it's just you little. As Lu Yenji felt panic, Ling Rushwang, having appeared, couldn't help but sneer coldly. As she spoke, a terrifying intent to kill, accompanied by sword intent, erupted from Ling Rushwang's body. Since you're still alive, this emperor will first eliminate your soul fragment and then find an opportunity to kill your true form. After speaking, Ling Rushwang formed seals with both hands. Ice and thunder energies rampaged through the void, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, while streaks of sword lighted behind Ling Rushwang. This caused Xiao Fan's expression to change involuntarily. Wait, don't kill her. Although she is the split soul of that so-called Chime Demon Emperor you mentioned, she is now herself, and the Chime Demon Emperor is the Chime Demon Emperor. They are two different beings. Just as Ling Rushwang was about to act out of hatred, Xiao Fan rushed forward to block her, causing the latter to look over in confusion. What do you mean? Although a soul fragment can exist independently from its original body, from their fundamental origin, they are still the same person. Ling Rushwang glanced at Xiao Fan before turning her gaze back to Lu Yenji. If it weren't for her wanting to obtain the primordial Holy Spirit Pearl and colluding with the demon emperor of the foreign race to ambush this emperor in the Emperor's Fall Mountains, this emperor wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Moreover, this woman founded the demon cult to corrupt the prodigies of the human race, plunging the major regions of the Central Plains holy domain into chaos. Such a woman. Even if she is powerful, keeping her alive is a threat. We should eliminate her sooner rather than later. Hearing Ling Rushwang's words filled with murderous intent, Xiao Fan felt a bit annoyed. Though he had a hunch these two should know each other. But he never imagined that not only did they know each other, they actually had such a grudge. She has awakened her self-awareness. In a sense, although she is a fragment of the Chime Demon Emperor's soul, she has now broken free from his control and evolved into an independent personality. Therefore, the Chime Demon Emperor you know is not the same person. With a hint of surprise in his heart, Xiao Fan explained further. This caused Ling Rushwang's face to betray a look of astonishment. As a fragment of a soul. Yet she has developed self-awareness and begun to break free from the main entity's control? That sounds a bit far-fetched. How do you know she developed self-awareness? Did she tell you? Ling Rushwang clearly couldn't accept such an explanation. After all, at the Emperor realm level, everyone knows that cultivating a clone has certain drawbacks and understands the need to employ certain methods within the soul's origin. The separated soul entities require the development of independent consciousness. It is even more challenging than breaking through the limits of a great emperor. Therefore, Ling Rushwang believed that Xiao Fan had been seduced by Lu Yenji. After all, this demoness is most skilled in seduction and manipulating hearts. Of course, this prince saw it for himself. Xiao Fan shook his head upon hearing this, speaking in a low voice. She cannot coexist with the demon emperor of the underworld. In the end, she is also the demon emperor of the underworld's enemy. Therefore, this prince cannot allow you to kill her. Lu Yenji is a fragment of an emperor-level powerhouse and is now a Saint Martial realm expert. If we could subdue her, it would definitely be more beneficial than harmful to him. Ling Rushwang heard this and her expression darkened. Even if she has truly awakened her self-awareness, her memories and heritage all originate from the demon emperor of the underworld. At her core, she is still the same. If she chooses to do evil, she will inevitably become a future threat. A rotten orange is still a rotten orange. Even if this orange is a seed sprouted from another orange, in her eyes, it still carries that aura. It will still become a rotten orange in the end. Ha ha ha, what a fitting description, corrupt to the core. No wonder you're the renowned Xiao Empress of the Central Plains. Your aura is so intimidating it makes my heart race. Just as Ling Rushwang finished speaking, Lu Yenji suddenly let out a soft laugh, causing Ling Rushwang to glare at her with murderous intent. Do you want to die? Oh my, what a terrifying gaze, such chilling intent. When I saw you appear earlier, I was genuinely startled. But now that I look at you, while you managed to save your life, your situation isn't much better. Your soul essence is strong on the surface but weak at its core. Your actual combat power won't exceed the Zunwu realm. Plus, your aura carries the scent of slaughter. You must have fused your soul essence with an imperial weapon before your fall, right? Though I am merely a fragment of her soul and currently sealed, you still cannot kill me. Seeing Ling Rushwang's expression, Lu Yenji smiled lightly and said. This caused Xiao Fan's brows to furrow involuntarily. He hadn't expected this. Lu Yenji would be so arrogant. Had she forgotten that he was the master of the soul banner? Of course, if you include the young man beside you, the two of you do indeed have the potential to kill me. But I won't give you that chance. As Xiao Fan furrowed his brows, Lu Yenji spoke to Ling Rushwang before turning to look at Xiao Fan with a tender expression. Little brother, I never expected. You were able to subdue the renowned Xiao Empress of the Central Plains, and I never imagined that when this woman wanted to kill me, you would step forward to speak for me, not succumbing to her tyranny. This brings great comfort to your elder sister. Therefore, I am willing to follow her example and have you imprint your soul mark upon me, becoming your guardian. The Demon Emperor, huh? That's how it is. Chapter 66, What's wrong with a female slave hugging her master? If only we had done this sooner. Upon hearing Lu Yenji's words, Xiao Fan's face lit up with a smile, but Ling Rushwang remained as cold as ice. Xiao Fan, my suggestion is still to kill her directly. This woman isn't as easy to control as you imagine. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Before Ling Rushwang could finish her sentence, Lu Yenji interrupted her. What do you mean she is not as easy to control as I imagined? It sounds like you're easy to control. Don't tell me you're willingly following this little brother? Based on my understanding of you, you must have either been forced to have your soul mark implanted or were compelled to accept reality for some reason. If we're talking about controllability, I'm far more controllable than you. Boom! After Lu Yenji finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from Ling Rushwang's body, and a Tai Chi pattern appeared above the space. Ice and thunder energies transformed into two poles, spinning endlessly. This caused the entire space to transform into a terrifying ice and thunderstorm. It was clear. Ling Rushwang had no intention of wasting any more words with Lu Yenji. She intended to kill her outright with her sword. That fiery temper made Xiao Fan's lips twitch. Little brother, hurry over here to protect your sister. Look at this crazy woman, she's ready to kill at the slightest provocation. How can she compare to your sister? Seeing Ling Rushwang's actions, Lu Yenji immediately spoke in a sweet voice. That expression, that tone. She truly lived up to her reputation as a seductive woman, exuding not only a provocative aura but also an unashamedly flirtatious charm. Demoness. As a prisoner, you dare to act so arrogantly? Just wait and see how this prince will subdue you. Before Ling Rushwang could unleash her killing move, Xiao Fan coldly snorted and charged forward. He then forced out a drop of soul blood, condensing it into a soul imprint, and with a flick of his wrist, sent it hurtling toward Lu Yenji. Giggle giggle, little brother, come quickly to subdue your sister. I can't wait any longer. Ah, it's in. Sister will be yours from now on. As she watched Xiao Fan's soul imprint hurtle toward her, Lu Yenji, unusually, showed no resistance. Instead, she smiled seductively and lewdly. That expression and posture made Xiao Fan's face flush red. He didn't know. I thought they were doing something too shameful to mention. You shameless whore. Ling Rushwang coldly snapped before finally unable to resist attacking again. A sword beam containing terrifying ice and thunder energy immediately slashed toward Lu Yenji. This time, Xiao Fan didn't stop her. He merely flickered his body to avoid the sword light. At the same time, he released the Wanma Jinhan banner's suppression on Lu Yenji, causing her to involuntarily flash a smile. The next moment, as flames erupted around her, a terrifying force burst forth. It collided fiercely with Ling Rushwang's sword light. In an instant, within this terrifying force, the chains binding Lu Yenji shattered abruptly, and she emerged from the flames with a seductive figure. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Your sword light still carries the ice and thunder attributes I remember, but what's different is that you now possess an additional yin-yang aura. If I'm not mistaken, it was when your younger brother imprinted his soul mark on you that his pure young soul blood resonated with your pure yin soul blood. This caused your already shattered sword essence to undergo a phoenix-like rebirth in this unexpected turn of events, transforming into the rare yin-yang sword essence, and allowing you to ascend from the ruthless sword path to the yin-yang sword path. No wonder, given your personality, you would never submit to others. It was because of this upheaval. It's truly fascinating. After completely breaking free, Lu Yenji ran her fingers through her hair and teased Ling Rushwang with a smile that was almost infuriating. As if recalling something amusing, her gaze toward Ling Rushwang grew excited. What's the best way to torment a cold-hearted empress? Not to kill her, but to tear apart her pride bit by bit, turning this cold-hearted empress into a man's plaything. Now, seeing Ling Rushwang transform from a ruthless path to one of compassion, she couldn't wait to see how she would gradually submit to Xiao Fan's control, ultimately revealing an expression even more seductive and alluring than her own. This scene, just thinking about it makes her tremble with excitement. What of the yin-yang sword path? What of the merciless sword path? As long as this emperor wields the sword, whether it be the yin-yang sword path or the merciless sword path, they are all but the celestial path that leads to the heavens, pointed by this emperor's sword. Ling Rushwang, upon hearing this, was not provoked by Lu Yenji but instead restrained her sharpness and spoke in a cold tone. Now that Lu Yenji has broken the seal and been branded by Xiao Fan, continuing to confront him head-on is pointless. Is that so? Even if, in the future, you have to serve the same man alongside me, does that not bother you? Lu Yenji heard this and curled the corner of her mouth slightly, continuing to speak in a way that was sure to drive someone mad. This single sentence was like a heavy hammer, instantly causing Ling Rushwang's expression to freeze. Demonis. Ling Rushwang clenched her fists tightly, the suppressed killing intent boiling up once again. What demonis? That's your old enemy, not me. She is she, and I am I. My name is Lu Yenji. Others prefer to call me the Fire Demon Holy Maiden, but I'd prefer to be called the Fire Demon Demonis. Hearing Ling Rushwang's cold address, Lu Yenji spoke seductively. However, Ling Rushwang didn't care about that. She raised her hand and once again a sword light. Whether you're the demon emperor or the fire demon princess, you're all demon women, your true nature is equally repulsive. After speaking, Ling Rushwang was about to act. Lu Yenji immediately adopted a frightened expression and darted to Xiao Fan's side. Little brother, look at her, she is so brutal. I was just using a metaphor. This woman is already drawing her sword to kill me. If she's not disciplined, she'll end up drawing her sword on you next. What do you mean, little brother? Call her master. Xiao Fan frowned upon hearing this and coldly snapped. Of course. He was just putting on a show, trying to discipline Lu Yenji. However, Lu Yenji didn't get angry. Instead, she gave him a seductive smile. Yes, master. This woman wants to kill me. Master, you must protect me from now on. Otherwise, how will I serve you alongside her in the future? After saying that, Lu Yenji looked seductively and tried to throw herself into Xiao Fan's arms. This made Xiao Fan unable to resist taking a deep breath of cool air. She truly is a demonis. She was simply too seductive, every word and action brimming with allure. However, he must admit he loved hearing it. Which man wouldn't want two empresses kneeling before him to serve him? Of course. Xiao Fan was enjoying it, but Ling Rushwang exploded. If you dare touch him, I'll kill you. Seeing Lu Yenji about to throw herself into his arms, Ling Rushwang raised her hand, a sword-like flashing out, aiming straight for Lu Yenji. At the same time, she summoned a chain to pull Xiao Fan toward her. He, didn't you hear me call him master? I'm just a slave girl hugging my master, what's wrong with that? Are you meddling too much, you woman? If you don't like it, you can throw yourself into his arms too. Lu Yenji flickered out of the way. Dodging Ling Rushwang's sword strike, she spoke in a seductive tone, causing Ling Rushwang's expression to grow icy. Enough, stop arguing. This prince is taking you two under my wing to use your strength to grow quickly, not to watch you two fight each other. From now on, we'll all get along. I hope you two can step back a bit. Besides, you two don't really have any real grudges against each other. There's no need to act like you have a blood feud. Remember, your enemy is the demon emperor, not each other. Seeing Ling Rushwang and Lu Yenji about to start again, Xiao Fan frowned and couldn't help but coldly snap at them, causing the imprints deep within their souls to tremble slightly. It was as if the two were once again facing off against each other. He had no choice but to activate his soul imprint to suppress them. The demonis exhaled mist. Chapter 67, you can be just like her, tempting this prince to your heart's content. Giggle giggle, master is so domineering, your servant loves it. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lu Yenji paused for a moment before breaking into a seductive smile. That expression. It seemed as though she had truly been captivated by Xiao Fan, ready to become his flesh slave. As long as this woman doesn't come to provoke me, I naturally insist on fighting her to the death. But if she thinks that I am that woman's soulmate, that I'm not a good person at heart, and that she's trying to drag her grudge with the demon emperor into my life, then I'll have no choice but to fight her to the death. With a seductive laugh, Lu Yenji suppressed the seductive aura on her body and spoke in a low voice to Xiao Fan. This caused Ling Rushwang, standing beside her, to sneer coldly. You'd better have nothing to do with her. If you dare to play any tricks to seduce him in the future, or use him to manipulate this emperor, then this emperor will not hesitate to draw my sword and cut you down. Master, look, she's threatening me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinji immediately pouted, causing Ling Rushwang's temples to throb with fear that Xiao Fan might succumb to Lu Yinji's charms. After all, Xiao Fan currently held her life soul in his hands. If this woman is truly a demonic emperor or inherently a corrupt being, the best way to eliminate her would be to seduce Xiao Fan into crushing the imprint, ensuring her certain death. Of course, she isn't afraid of death. But to die in the hands of an enemy split soul would be truly humiliating. Enough. You're all empresses, yet you act like children. If your descendants see you like this, your empress's authority will be completely ruined. Seeing that Lu Yinji and Ling Rushwang were still at odds, Xiao Fan spoke helplessly. Then before the two women could say anything else, he activated the 10,000 demons soul sealing banner and teleported both of them away. Meanwhile, outside, Yan Lin. Upon sensing the movement of the 10,000 demon soul sealing banner, his eyes immediately narrowed. The next moment, as Xiao Fan opened his eyes, the soul images of Ling Rushwang and Lu Yinji appeared before him, causing Yan Lin to instinctively look at the unfamiliar Lu Yinji. First impression, this woman is so eerie. Second impression, this woman is so approachable. Of course, this warmth wasn't due to blood ties, but rather the nature of her cultivation. Like her, she also followed the path of the special flame. Such fresh air. I haven't breathed the outside air in over 200 years. This feeling is truly nostalgic. After Lu Yinji emerged, she couldn't help but stretch lazily, showcasing her figure to its fullest. This caused Ling Rushwang to involuntarily flash a look of disdain. She doesn't even have a physical body. Just a lingering soul. What's the point of breathing air? There's another woman? After stretching lazily, Lu Yinji immediately noticed Yan Lin, her face lit up with interest. I never expected to encounter a young member of the Swallowing Heaven Python clan here. It seems that I have a connection with your clan after all. Do you know any other members of the Swallowing Heaven Serpent clan, senior? Upon hearing Lu Yinji's words, Yan Lin's expression changed. As everyone knows, the reason why the Medusa Queens of the Snake People clan possess the bloodline of the Swallowing Heaven Serpent clan is because the first Medusa Queen of the Snake People clan. In fact, she was conceived by the Snake People's high priest at the time and a 7-colored Swallowing Heaven serpent that had taken human form. The bloodline of the Swallowing Heaven Python clan is highly unique, always passed down through the maternal line, and all their descendants are female. If they were to procreate with members of other races, and their offspring were unable to refine and purify their bloodline, the bloodline of that branch would gradually grow weaker. This also indirectly led to the Swallowing Heaven Python clan is extremely rare. Throughout the generations of the endless death desert, the Medusa Queens have inherited the lineage for so many generations without encountering another branch of the Swallowing Heaven Serpent clan. Little did they expect to learn about the Swallowing Heaven Serpent clan from Lu Yinji today. I once encountered members of the Swallowing Heaven Python clan in the Yunmeng swamp of the Central Plains sacred domain. At the time, we fought over a fire-attributed sacred herb. The woman's bloodline concentration had reached the 9-colored level. Her talent was slightly superior to mine, but her temperament was just as fiery as this woman beside me. She would shout and threaten violence at the slightest provocation, acting like a madwoman. However, although she managed to take the sacred herb from me at the time, she was also targeted by the true dragons of the 4 Dragon Islands. Whether she is alive or dead now, I have no idea. Lu Yinji nodded upon hearing this, speaking lazily. Yan Lin's eyes narrowed involuntarily as he remembered the name Yunmeng Marsh. Your bloodline concentration is nearly at the 8-colored realm. In the future, you may still have a chance to reach the 9-colored realm. As fellow fire attribute cultivators, the cultivation techniques and divine abilities we practice share commonalities. In the future, if you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to come and seek my guidance. I will certainly help you find your way. As Yan Lin was taken aback, Lu Yinji spoke again. Additionally, since this is our first meeting, I have no gifts to offer. I will bestow upon you a fire attribute soul technique I obtained from the ruins. If you can cultivate it to perfection, it will bring you immense benefits in controlling your bloodline power and fire attribute power. After speaking, Lu Yinji raised her hand and pointed a finger at Yan Lin, sending a red beam of light hurtling toward him. This scene caused Xiao Fan and Ling Rushwang's eyes to narrow in astonishment. Even Yan Lin was greatly surprised. He never expected it. This female emperor's soul fragment, imprisoned within the soul-sealing banner, had not only sought to establish a connection with her upon emerging but also casually offered to bestow a secret technique upon her. It was almost too good to be true. Xiao Fan, where there's smoke, there's fire. Be careful, this woman is up to something. Ling Rushwang fixed her gaze on Lu Yinji and whispered to Xiao Fan in a low voice. Of course. Without Ling Rushwang's reminder, Xiao Fan had already activated his insightful eyes to observe every move Lu Yinji made. Especially the red light she had pointed out, which he examined carefully several times, but found nothing unusual. It indeed contained a fire attribute secret technique, which would be of great benefit to Yan Lin. Thank you, senior. After sensing the secret technique in his mind, Yen Lin bowed respectfully to Lu Yenji. Don't call me senior. I am currently just your little man's maid. If you don't look down on me, you may address me as Yenji's sister. Also, this woman harbors great hostility toward me. If she ever tries to draw her sword against me in the future, remember the kindness I've shown you and help me subdue her. Lu Yenji heard this and waved her hand, causing Ling Rushwang's expression to darken. So that's how it is. No wonder this woman immediately tried to curry favor with Yen Lin. She must have realized that he was Xiao Fan's woman and held a significant position in his heart. Therefore, she wanted to win her over in advance so that she would be on the same side in the future. Once they turn against her, they can outnumber her. This seductive, scheming woman is full of tricks. Xiao Fan, I think. This woman will use every trick in the book to seduce you. Don't let yourself be swayed by her manipulative tactics. Otherwise, once she gains the upper hand, you may find yourself in a situation with no way out. After discerning Lu Yenji's intentions, Ling Rushwang took a deep breath and warned Xiao Fan in a low voice. This caused Xiao Fan to glance over with a strange expression. If you're afraid, you could do the same as her and freely tempt this prince. As long as there is competition to broaden my horizons, I don't think I'll get lost in such tricks. Before Xiao Fan could finish speaking, Ling Rushwang grew as cold as ice. Do you think? Would this emperor be as shameless as this little? Hearing Ling Rushwang's words, Xiao Fan couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. She really is a woman without any sense of romance. Since we've already met, let us go back first. This prince wants to eat some delicious roast chicken. After Lu Yenji and Yen Lin had introduced themselves, Xiao Fan stretched lazily and spoke. Of course. Craving delicious roast chicken was just an excuse. His true purpose for returning this time was to show off to Lin Xingyan. What's so great about the Empress? He had gone out with Yen Lin for a wild battle and casually brought back 2 empresses. This would surely drive Lin Xingyan into seclusion. Ling Rushwang emerged from the bath. Chapter 68 Lin Xingyan, ancestor, you're still alive? At sunset, Pingyang Mansion. Sister, it's almost dark. Do you think the prince might come back today? Ling Yu sat on a stone bench outside Xiao Fan's courtyard, her hands resting on the stone table as she propped up her chin, gazing at the setting sun with a dazed expression. That expression. It was just like a young wife who hadn't seen her husband in a long time, waiting for him every day in the courtyard. I don't know. Ling Xing shook her head upon hearing this, also resting her chin on her hands, but the princess said the prince consort would come back, so he must come back. You wouldn't have been kissed by the prince once, and now you're so anxious just because he's been gone for a day, would you? No way. Hearing Ling Xing's words, Ling Yue's face turned red, and she immediately began to defend herself. But her shy expression and her big, watery eyes, which dared not meet Ling Xing's gaze, gave away the truth. This made Ling Xing roll her eyes. We're twins. We have a special telepathic connection. When you clench your legs, I don't even need to guess, are you desperate to use the restroom, or is your body reacting because it's that time of the month? Sister, what are you saying? Before Ling Xing could finish speaking, Ling Yue rushed over to cover her mouth, her face flushing red with embarrassment. Then tell your sister, what does it feel like to be forcefully kissed by the prince? Ling Xing pulled Ling Yu's hand away and asked curiously, her face also flushing slightly. A few days ago. She had been so close to being kissed by Xiao Fan. Unfortunately. Lin Xingyan and Yen Lin suddenly appeared, preventing her from being kissed by Xiao Fan. Every time she thought about Ling Yue being kissed by Xiao Fan, she couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and excitement, making her restless heart flutter with anticipation. I can't really explain it. Hearing Ling Xing's words, Ling Yu blushed and tried to recall the moment, her face growing even more alluring. At that moment, I felt like I was about to suffocate. The prince's chest was so broad and sturdy, giving me such a sense of security. His arms were so strong, and that kiss. I only felt the prince's domineering and greedy desire, as if he were trying to suck my soul right out of me. At this point, Ling Yue seemed to be transported back to that moment, her face glowing with a look of ecstasy. Ling Xing listened intently, feeling envious beyond words. Her heart grew increasingly yearning. She too wanted to experience Xiao Fan's domineering nature and sense of security, and feel what it was like to be taken, her soul almost being sucked out. Ling Yue, why don't we wait until the prince returns, and the two of us secretly serve the prince in bed? In her chaotic state of mind, Ling Xing blurted out without thinking. This made Ling Yue widen her eyes in shock. What if the princess finds out? She's still jealous of Medusa Queen and doesn't want us to get too close to the prince too soon. If the princess finds out, she'll think that the two of us have betrayed her? Upon hearing Ling Yue's words, Ling Xing immediately lost heart. It seems like we'll just have to endure it for now. Just as Ling Xing was feeling downcast, a spatial fissure suddenly appeared ahead, and Xiao Fan's familiar figure emerged from within. This left Ling Xing and Ling Yu momentarily stunned, before they couldn't help but leap toward Xiao Fan. Prince Consort, you're back. We thought you had been kidnapped by Queen Medusa and would never return to Pingyang Mansion. In their joy and excitement, Ling Xing and Ling Yue threw themselves into Xiao Fan's arms, leaving him feeling what it was like to be hugged from both sides. I've only been gone for a few hours, and you're already worried I kidnap your prince? It seems in your minds, I'm a wicked demoness who steals men. Watching Lingxing and Lingyue being held in Xiao Fan's arms, Yanlin glanced at the two of them and asked casually. The queen's aura instantly filled the room. Lingxing and Lingyue were so scared that they couldn't help but shrink deeper into Xiao Fan's embrace. Enough, stop scaring them. They're just timid. Seeing Yanlin put on a fierce expression, Xiao Fan affectionately patted Lingxing and Lingyue, causing Yanlin's lips to twitch involuntarily. As expected. Women are always sweeter when they're not fully within your grasp. Even this queen can't handle a little scare? What adorable little girls. They're both still virgins. Could they be the personal maids of the Empress lady the master mentioned? I never thought the master hadn't taken them yet. Could it be the master plans to capture that Empress's young concubine first, then savor these two cute little girls slowly? After Xiao Fan finished speaking, Lu Yenji glanced at Lingxing and Lingyue and teased them with interest. This made Xiao Fan glance at Lu Yenji. That sweet little mouth of hers, he really wanted to find something to stuff it with. Let us see if this woman can still talk so much then. Prince Consort, who are these two? Lingxing and Lingyue finally noticed that besides the Medusa Queen, there were actually two other stunningly beautiful women following Xiao Fan. One looked cold and aloof, with a demeanor similar to their own princess. The other exuded an overwhelmingly seductive aura, like a demoness from a brothel who could steal a man's soul. But regardless of which one, their beauty and figures were no less stunning than their own princess, though their bodies seemed slightly ethereal. Where did the prince consort find these two beauties? Who are they? Xiao Fan was about to answer when he heard the question. However, at that moment, perhaps sensing Xiao Fan and Medusa's return, Lin Xingyan and Mu Rongyun also appeared in the courtyard. Upon seeing Ling Rushwang for the first time, Lin Xingyan's originally cold expression underwent a drastic change. Ling Rushwang also seemed to sense something and looked at Lin Xingyan as well. Old ancestor? You're not dead? In disbelief, Lin Xingyan blurted out the title, nearly causing Xiao Fan to stumble. Even Yanlin and Lu Yenji were taken aback. Ancestor? Ling Rushwang is actually Lin Xingyan's ancestor? If that's the case, wasn't Lin Xingyan's previous life also the Empress of the Taiyu Sacred Land? Are you a disciple of the Bingyun Peak lineage? Feeling Lin Xingyan's aura, Ling Rushwang furrowed her brows and asked hesitantly. Due to Lin Xingyan's reincarnation, coupled with the fact that half of the fragments of the yin-yang reincarnation mirror were still concealing her soul's aura within her spiritual sea, Ling Rushwang was unable to immediately identify who Lin Xingyan truly was. She could only recognize the aura on Lin Xingyan's body, which was very similar to that of the Ice Cloud Peak lineage of the Taiyu Sacred Land. This disciple is Mu Bingning, the 583rd generation Holy Maiden of the Ice Cloud Peak of the Taiyu Holy Land. When I became the Holy Maiden of the Ice Cloud Peak, I was once instructed by the ancestral master. Upon hearing Ling Rushwang's words, Lin Xingyan immediately replied. These words caused Ling Rushwang's expression to freeze in surprise. She vaguely recalled. She seemed to have once guided such a disciple, whose talent was among the strongest disciples at the Taiyu Sacred Land at the time. However, not long after, she was ambushed and killed by the Demon Emperor of the Chimei and the Demon Emperor of the foreign race. Therefore, she hadn't had much contact with Lin Xingyan's previous incarnation. Mu Bingning? You're actually the Ice Xian Empress? Ling Rushwang, who wasn't very familiar with Lin Xingyan's previous incarnation, was merely surprised. However, Lu Yenji, a saint-level powerhouse who had perished over 200 years ago, was a different matter entirely. She was well aware of her. The name Mu Bingning, in her era, represented something that was second only to Ling Rushwang in the Taiyu Sacred Land. Another ruthless empress had emerged. In terms of both innate talent and combat power, she was no weaker than Ling Rushwang after becoming an empress, and it was she who, after Ling Rushwang's demise, upheld the entire Taiyu Sacred Land. She was the one who enabled the Taiyu Sacred Realm to rise from its century-long decline and intimidate the Central Plains Sacred Domain for thousands of years. Who would have thought? Xiao Fan's Empress consort is actually that legendary Empress? Lin Xingyan was bathing, but the bath was a bit small. Chapter 69, Master, your Empress consort is so fierce. You don't have a grudge against her too, do you? Seeing Lu Yenji so shocked, Xiao Fan had a bad feeling. No. She is one of the 7 strongest peak emperor-level experts in the Central Plains Sacred Domain in the past 2,000 years. Compared to Ling Rushwang before she fell, she was even more powerful and prestigious. I've been avoiding her all this time, why would I provoke her? Looking at Lin Xingyan, Lu Yenji took a deep breath and replied solemnly. Although she was a fragment of the soul of the Demon Emperor, she had only been conceived 1,000 years ago. By the time she had fully matured, Lin Xingyan had already become an emperor-level powerhouse. Therefore, during her years of growth, she had done her best to avoid her. She was afraid that Lin Xingyan would recognize her and strike her down with a single blow. Unexpectedly, over 200 years after her demise, this Ice Xian Empress, renowned throughout the Central Plains Sacred Domain, also perished alongside her. Who could possibly be so powerful as to force her to perish? You're the demonic witch? As Lu Yenji exclaimed in astonishment, Lin Qingyan's gaze fell upon Lu Yenji. After a moment of hesitation, she immediately recognized her. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Lin Qingyan. As the second empress to rise after Ling Rushwang, she also had some knowledge of the events of the past. If it weren't for this demoness, Ling Rushwang would not have fallen, the status of the Taiyu sacred land would not have plummeted, and her master and numerous elders would not have perished in battle. She wouldn't have had to abandon her emotions and cultivate the ruthless ice technique in the midst of the Taiyu sacred land's turmoil, following in Ling Rushwang's footsteps. Although this technique allowed her to break through to the Emperor realm within less than a century, but some of its drawbacks caused her considerable suffering. Who would have thought? Today, she not only encountered the long-dead ancestral patriarch of the sacred land but also saw the demoness she had been obsessed with for thousands of years. Oh my, such intense killing intent. You truly live up to your lineage as an empress. Each of you erupts with killing intent the moment you see me. What's the matter? Do you think you can kill me now? Seeing Lin Qingyan's icy glare fixed on her, Lu Yenji's face betrayed a look of fear. She muttered a few defiant words to Lin Qingyan before immediately hiding behind Xiao Fan. Master, look. You're such a fierce little empress. You looked at me with such malice the moment we met, as if you wanted to harm me. I'm just someone who happens to look exactly like the demon emperor they speak of. They all hate me so much, attacking me without distinction, trying to kill me. You must protect me well. Upon hearing Lu Yenji's words, Xiao Fan's lips twitched. Shut up if you're scared. Still acting so provocatively toward others. Master? Lin Qingyan heard this and her eyes narrowed, staring at Xiao Fan in astonishment. She was a bit confused. Why is this demoness calling Xiao Fan master? Could it be? Had she been subdued by Xiao Fan? There's no need to look. I am now the same as you, an old ancestor, both of us forcibly subdued by this young master and marked with the sole imprint of his will. If you want to harm me, you'd better ask your master if he'll agree. Seeing Lin Qingyan look at Xiao Fan with a shocked expression, Lu Yenji said in a slightly coquettish tone beside her. These two sentences fell into Lin Qingyan's ears like thunderclaps. Xiao Fan had been out with Medusa for several hours, not only bringing back two empresses, but even taking them as servants? A demoness is one thing, but this woman has no limits. Being imprinted with a mark was also possible. But based on her understanding of Ling Rushwang, the latter would never submit to a weaker opponent, let alone allow herself to be branded and have her life controlled by another. Yet, she never expected that even Ling Rushwang had been subdued by Xiao Fan? Don't listen to this woman spreading her lies. I was forced to bind myself to Xiao Fan for certain reasons. Upon hearing Lu Yenji's words, Ling Rushwang coldly replied. She then transmitted an explanation to Lin Qingyan, which nearly caused Lin Qingyan's mind to explode again. Wanting to self-destruct but being forcibly suppressed? After being imprinted with the soul blood mark, she unexpectedly gave birth to the Yin-Yang Ice Thunder Sword Seed, directly transforming from the merciless sword path to the Yin-Yang Sword Path. Her husband, whom she had only been married to for a few days, possessed such terrifying, heaven-defying abilities? No, that's not right. The crux of the matter isn't that. It's that Ling Rushwang is now following the yin-yang path of emotion, and the person she has bound to is still her nominal husband. What about the future? The family hierarchy will be completely thrown into chaos. Xiao Fan, I wish to discuss something with you. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyan looked at Xiao Fan and spoke in a low voice. However, before she could finish, Xiao Fan interrupted her. Stop. This prince knows what you want to discuss. Are you asking if I can remove the soul imprint from this elder ancestor? I'm sorry, but the answer is no. Although she was once an ancestor of the sacred place you belong to, she is not my ancestor. Moreover, she currently harbors significant resentment toward me. If I were to remove the soul imprint, you would suppress me at the slightest disagreement. Then wouldn't I be shooting myself in the foot? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Qingyan fell silent. Ling Rushwang's expression didn't change much, as if she also knew that Xiao Fan wouldn't easily release the soul imprint. She just glanced at Xiao Fan and Lin Qingyan with a puzzled look. Do the two of you have a conflict? Lin Qingyan was startled by the question and immediately told the other party everything that had happened between her and Xiao Fan. This left Ling Rushwang speechless after hearing everything. Not allowing the other to touch them on their wedding night, no wonder the atmosphere between them was so tense. However, if it were her, she might have done the same as Lin Qingyan. This was the result of their personalities and life experiences. You should stop calling me old ancestor from now on. As the thought crossed her mind, Ling Rushwang suddenly blurted out to Lin Qingyan. This left Lin Qingyan feeling puzzled. In terms of lineage, you were indeed my disciple's disciple in your previous life. However, since you later broke through to the Emperor realm and even led the Taiyu sacred land to intimidate the Central Plains sacred domain for thousands of years. In terms of both strength and achievements, you are no inferior to this emperor in the past. You are also an ancestor of the Taiyu sacred land. Therefore, from now on, let us treat each other as equals. I cannot accept the title of ancestor from you. Seeing Lin Xingyan's face filled with astonishment and confusion, Ling Rushwang glanced away and transmitted her voice. However, while she said this, but Lin Xingyan didn't think the same way. Even if her strength and achievements had matched Ling Rushwang's, she had only joined the Taiyu Sacred Land later, so by both custom and reason, she was still Ling Rushwang's junior disciple. It had little to do with strength or achievements. The real reason Ling Rushwang wanted to treat her as an equal was likely because of Xiao Fan. She felt that since they had cultivated the yin-yang sword seed together, there was a high likelihood that they could become Dao companions in the future. If she continued to refer to herself as an elder ancestor, she might not be able to overcome that mental barrier and could end up harboring inner demons. That's why she decided to take the initiative now and sever all ties. Master, look at those two. They're glancing at each other. I wonder what they're whispering about. Do they think I'm a fragment of the demon emperor's soul and are planning to secretly take me as their own? I'm so scared. What if? Seeing Ling Rushwang and Lin Xingyan exchanging glances in secret, Lu Yenjie looked terrified as she spoke to Xiao Fan. However, before she could finish speaking, Ling Rushwang and Lin Xingyan both turned to look at her. You demoness! If you dare to speak nonsense again and try to sow discord, don't blame this emperor for taking action against you. Ling Rushwang spoke coldly to Lu Yenjie. Lin Xingyan remained silent, but her gaze spoke volumes. Master, look. Threatened by Ling Rushwang, Lu Yenjie turned to Xiao Fan with a weak expression, her demeanor and posture making Lin Xingyan and Ling Rushwang grind their teeth in frustration. Enough, stop arguing. You've been causing a scene since earlier. Can't you all just calm down for a moment? Xiao Fan looked at the group, his expression clearly annoyed. I don't care what grudges you have with each other from the past, but from now on, while you're by my side, don't start any trouble. This prince stands by the truth, not by blood. No matter who starts it first. Once the conflict escalates, don't blame this prince for being ruthless. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Ling Rushwang remained silent, while Lin Xingyan merely furrowed her brows. Lu Yenjie, however, wore an expression of enjoyment and intoxication, as if being scolded by Xiao Fan made her feel a sense of security. Xiao Fan, even if we can coexist peacefully with this demoness, but the old ancestor but senior Ling Rushwang and this demoness both have sensitive statuses, and they are both in soul form. In the small realm of the Great Qian dynasty, it's not a big issue. But once we leave the Great Qian dynasty, if we're detected by the Soul Clan, or some powerful demon cultivators, it might attract even greater trouble. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, Lin Xingyan posed a question. This caused Xiao Fan's brows to furrow involuntarily. Ling Xinglingu, if you like this, remember to tap 3 times to show your support and take the little girl home. Chapter 70, the prince they've been longing for wants them to be possessed by others? It must be said. What Lin Xingyan had mentioned was indeed a major. Although the residual souls or split souls of emperor-level powerhouses sound intimidating on paper. However, in the eyes of powerful cultivators, especially those who specialize in soul cultivation, they are nothing more than walking soul treasures. Although the soul blood imprint he planted could blur the 2's aura fluctuations to some extent, there was still a chance that some powerful beings could sense it as the remnant soul of an emperor-level powerhouse. Isn't that easy to handle? Simply possess another person's body, use their physical form to conceal your aura, and rely on the master's soul blood imprint to further confuse the traces. Even if an emperor-level cultivator's soul essence sweeps over us, unless they examine closely, it would be hard to detect anything amiss. As Xiao Fan furrowed his brows, Lu Yenjie gave a light chuckle. Her words caused Lin Xingyan and Ling Rushwang's brows to furrow involuntarily. As expected of a demoness from the demon sect, your ideas are indeed extreme. Ling Rushwang glanced at Lu Yenjie and said coldly, but even an emperor-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to randomly possess someone else's body unless their physical body and soul were highly compatible. Otherwise, if one forcibly takes over another's physical body, not only will they be unable to fully control it, but once the original soul generates resentment and perishes, it will cause backlash that contaminates one's own soul. This would prevent one's soul from achieving its purest state, and might even create a bottleneck in future cultivation. Who are you planning to use this technique on? In the Tsangyun realm, souls and physical bodies are inherently one-to-one pairs, and there are significant differences between different beings. Even identical twins have some differences. Perfect compatibility is impossible. This leads to a rejection reaction between the physical body and the soul, which intensifies as the soul's cultivation and the physical body's strength increase. Therefore, even emperor-level powerhouses would not lightly attempt to possess another being. Of course, some races with special soul-related innate abilities are exceptions. I merely mentioned it in passing. If you do not wish to possess another, you may instead possess their body. Additionally, I must correct you both. I, Lu Yenjie, am a pure maiden far younger than the two of you. Stop calling me a demoness. My entire body is tender and supple, and my prominent features are also towering. Where does that look like a woman? Upon hearing Ling Rushwang trying to label her, Lu Yenjie rolled her eyes and replied. After speaking, she couldn't resist thrusting out her proud features and gave Ling Rushwang a defiant and contemptuous glance. As if to say, If you're not satisfied, come with me to the room and take off your clothes. Let's compare and see if mine are more upright than yours. Shameful witch. Provoked by Lu Yinji's challenge, Ling Rushwang coldly snapped, nearly drawing her sword. However, before Ling Rushwang could say anything else, Xiao Fan suddenly nodded in agreement. I think Yinji has a point. If we can find suitable hosts for both of you, you can then move about freely by this princess side. Hearing Xiao Fan's shocking words, Ling Rushwang and Lin Qingyan's expressions changed. Xiao Fan, the souls of the strong have certain limitations when possessing others. If the cultivation techniques and power attributes of the two are inconsistent, it could cause severe harm to the host. Who do you plan to find for them to possess? Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyan spoke urgently, fearing that Xiao Fan might be swayed by Lu Yinji. However, just as she finished speaking, she noticed that Xiao Fan was examining Ling Xing and Ling Yu beside him, which caused an ominous to surge in Lin Qingyan's heart. You wouldn't be thinking of using Ling Xing and Ling Yu as their possessed bodies, would you? You're so smart. Xiao Fan glanced at Lin Qingyan with a hint of admiration. This single sentence sent Ling Xing and Ling Yu into a panic, their faces turning pale. The prince they had been longing for was actually going to have them possessed by others? Whoa, we made a mistake. I refuse. Lin Qingyan immediately snapped. Ling Xing and Ling Yu's cultivation is too weak, and their physical constitution isn't that great. How could they possibly withstand the possession of the residual souls of two emperor-level powerhouses? What are you getting so worked up about? These two little girls are so cute, and they're all infatuated with me. How could I possibly harm them? Seeing Lin Qingyan so tense, Xiao Fan didn't keep them waiting any longer and pulled out 2 pill bottles. As the 2 pill bottles shattered and exploded, 2 pills emitting multicolored floated before the group. This caused Ling Rushwang and Lu Yinji's eyes to narrow sharply. These are perfect grade pills? Feeling the celestial and earthly energies contained within, Ling Rushwang and Lu Yinji were both taken aback, never expecting Xiao Fan to possess such treasures. I understand now. You intend to use the nirvana transformation pill as a foundation, allowing the two elders to possess their bodies, then shatter their meridians, bones, and flesh. To activate the nirvana effect of the pill and, with the power of the two elders, reshape their flesh and blood foundations. In this way, these two young girls will not only gain the power attributes shared by the two elders but also achieve an extremely high compatibility between their physical bodies and the remnants of the two elders' souls. They may even undergo a transformation to develop a special physique. For them, this will be a transformative opportunity that could completely change their lives. Looking at the 2 pills and recalling how Xiao Fan had previously undergone rebirth to cultivate the pure young supreme bone, Yan Lin immediately guessed Xiao Fan's plan. These words also startled Lin Qingyan. She hadn't expected that Xiao Fan still had 2 more nirvana transformation pills on him, and that he was willing to use them on Ling Xing and Ling Yu. She had been a bit too nervous. You truly are this princess woman, you understand my thoughts perfectly. Xiao Fan immediately praised Yan Lin with a glance, realizing that those who had entered the deepest depths truly understood one another. This made Yan Lin's lips curve slightly, and she gave Lin Qingyan a slightly arrogant glance. Being able to outshine Lin Qingyan gave her a sense of accomplishment. Of course, doing this, it will cause you both immense suffering, but if you can endure it, your physical constitution and innate talents will undergo a significant transformation. After praising Yan Lin, Xiao Fan turned to Ling Xing and Ling Yu, causing their eyes to turn red. We're not afraid. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fan would be so willing to sacrifice so much for them. Perfect grade elixirs, capable of inducing a rebirth-like transformation, were simply handed to them without hesitation. They had just thought. They thought Xiao Fan intended to use the 2 sisters as tools. He didn't really care about them. How frustrating. If this transformation succeeds, the 2 sisters will serve Xiao Fan with utmost devotion. They wouldn't just be tools, they'd even be willing to become his flesh and blood. He, as expected of the master. You treat those around you so well that it's beyond words. It makes this servantess heart burn with desire, willing to sacrifice everything for you. However, those 2 little maids are the personal attendants of that cold-hearted woman. Would she agree to let one of them be given to me as a host body? You must know. If you want to use my power for reincarnation, you'll have to inherit my teachings. Those 2 call me a demoness, so they probably won't agree to let their personal mates become little demonesses either. As Ling Xing and Ling Yu were moved, Lu Yinji smiled lightly beside them. These words left Ling Xing and Ling Yu momentarily speechless, while Lin Qingyan's expression grew stiff. Ling Xing and Ling Yu, the adorable twin maids, everyone, hurry up and take them home for some love. Chapter 71, She really is a shameless and self-obsessed demoness. I'm not that petty. After her expression stiffened slightly, Lin Qingyan spoke softly. Most martial arts techniques and power transmissions are neutral in nature, without inherent good or evil. How they are used in the future depends on the inheritor. The fire illusion path you cultivate is a combination of the fire attribute path and the illusion path, and it's not some despicable, lowly inheritance. As long as Ling Xing or Ling Yu can uphold their true nature and refrain from using the illusory power to commit shameful acts in the future, I will not oppose either of them becoming your successor. This is their own destiny. Upon hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Ling Xing and Ling Yue were deeply moved. Lu Yanji, however, sneered disdainfully, "Oh, I gave you a way out, and you actually think you can take it? What do you mean my fire illusion technique is nothing but a despicable, lowly inheritance? Compared to your heartless ice technique, which has left you so emotionally detached that even your husband feels nothing, how can that be considered a proper cultivation technique for a woman to inherit? Demon. Spirit. Witch." Before Lu Yanji could finish her sentence, Lin Xingyan heard the contempt in her voice toward her cultivation technique, and a chill erupted from her body. The temperature in the hall plummeted sharply. However, now, unless she uses the fragments of the yin-yang reincarnation mirror in her mind, she poses no threat to Lu Yanji. In terms of aura, she is clearly still inferior. Of course, Ling Rushwang won't just stand by and do nothing. They are of the same lineage. And both have cultivated the absolute emotion ice technique. Ling Rushwang stands firmly by Lin Xingyan's side without hesitation, and a terrifying aura erupts from her body. Oh my, you can't win in a fair fight, so you want to gang up on me? I'm truly terrified. Seeing Lin Xingyan and Ling Rushwang's actions, Lu Yanjia let out a seductive scream before immediately hiding beside Xiao Fan. Master, look. Shut up. Your mouth is always causing trouble. One day, I'll find something to stuff it with. Seeing Lu Yanji provoke Lin Xingyan and Ling Rushwang's anger, then immediately turn around and adopt a weak expression to pout at him, Xiao Fan immediately interrupted her spell with a displeased expression. However, these words caused Lu Yanji's eyes to sparkle, and a blush spread across her face. Master, isn't this inappropriate? Your bride, whom you haven't even touched since the wedding ceremony, is still here. Such a sensitive topic, how could you say that? Wait for an opportunity when both of those women are gone, and I will gladly accept your punishment. Hearing Lu Yanji's words, Xiao Fan's lips twitched. Truly a seductive concubine. Her seductive and provocative words came one after another, leaving him utterly captivated. Shameful demoness. You shameless. Lin Xingyan and Ling Rushwang didn't react at first, but the next moment, seeing Xiao Fan's peculiar expression, the two women realized what he was trying to say. A chill. No, two even more unsettling chills erupted from Lin Xingyan and Ling Rushwang's bodies. Enough. All of you, calm down immediately. You're making my head spin. Just as the three were about to clash, Xiao Fan bellowed in a domineering voice. Of course. It wasn't the heads below that were about to explode, it was the head above that was on the verge of exploding. Though they say three women make a drama, no one said three empresses couldn't put on a show, and one after another, they were ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Is there no law? Is there no reason? This single shout instantly drew the attention of all the women present to Xiao Fan. Lin Xingyan and Ling Rushwang both froze, clearly not expecting Xiao Fan to scold them. Yan Lin, Ling Xing Lingyu, and Lu Yanji all looked at Xiao Fan in astonishment, with the former even revealing a look of admiration. He dared to scold even the Empress. He truly lived up to the man they had all fallen for. His words and actions were utterly domineering. Ling Xing, Lingyu, which one of them do you want to inherit from? The two of you should discuss it and choose one. Before Lin Xingyan and the others could say anything, Xiao Fan immediately addressed Ling Xing and Lingyue. Ling Xing and Lingyu exchanged glances, then both raised their arms simultaneously. I choose her. The two of them spoke in unison, pointing at Lu Yanji. This scene left Lu Yanji and Xiao Fan and the others momentarily speechless. Ha ha ha, I never expected. You two have been calling me a demoness, yet these two young girls are so perceptive they know that my martial arts are what women should practice. Seeing Ling Xing and Lingyu's choice, Lu Yanji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ling Xing and Lingyu immediately looked embarrassed and flustered. It seemed as though they wanted to defend themselves. However, Lin Xingyan didn't get angry, she just spoke softly, don't flatter yourselves. They just want the other to inherit the better lineage, while they take on the pressure of inheriting your demoness lineage. Such a choice is merely out of fear that if the other party were to choose your lineage, it would cause this palace to feel resentment and grow distant in the future. Hearing this, Ling Xing and Lingyu both looked at Lin Xingyan in surprise, clearly not expecting her to understand them so well. Lu Yanji stiffened upon hearing this, but she wasn't discouraged. Oh? If that is the case, then one of them will undoubtedly feel incredibly fortunate and proud for having chosen me. Lin Xingyan and Ling Rushwang snorted derisively, you really are a shameless and self-obsessed demoness. Xiao Fan ignored the banter between the female emperors and simply told Ling Xing and Lingyu to discuss it further before deciding. After some deliberation, the two young girls made their choices. Ling Xing chose Ling Rushwang and Lingyu chose Lu Yanji. Under Xiao Fan's reminder, they began the ritual of paying respects to their master. Disciples pay respects to their master. Ling Xing and Lingyu were also intelligent and immediately performed the ritual of bowing to Ling Rushwang and Lu Yanji, regardless of which master they chose. Even though Lingyu chose Lu Yanji, she would not look down on her in the future, even if she might face pressure, simply because Ling Rushwang and Lin Xingyan referred to Lu Yanji as a demoness. Their clear eyes also held respect. An interesting little girl. As the reincarnation of a former empress. Lu Yenji possesses most of the memories and heritage of the demon emperor and thus could discern whether Ling Yu was genuinely seeking her as a master or merely feigning obedience. After seeing the sincerity and respect in Ling Yu's eyes, Lu Yenji's face also broke into a smile. Good disciple, rise. From now on, I promise to cultivate you into a woman of unparalleled charm so that the master will find you even more irresistible. After speaking, Lu Yenji gently waved her hand, lifting Ling Yue to her feet. This caused Ling Yu's delicate face to flush red. To make her charming, was she teaching her the art of seduction? Your name is Ling Xing, right? From now on, I will treat you as my own. Though I cannot guarantee you will become as outstanding as Qing Yan, I will ensure you never fall short of your sisters. As Lu Yenji lifted Ling Yue, Ling Rushwang gave Ling Xing a gentle smile and also waved her hand to lift the other girl. Ling Xing appeared somewhat reserved in front of Ling Rushwang. After all, this was once Lin Qingyan's ancestor. Although the other party now demanded to be treated as Lin Qingyan's equal, it still put immense psychological pressure on her. Oh, you dare to speak so boldly, claiming that the disciples you've trained won't be any worse than mine? Are you so confident that you want the two of us to have a duel? Upon hearing Ling Rushwang's words, Lu Yenji immediately objected. This caused Ling Rushwang to glance over calmly. How will we compare? Upon hearing this, Lu Yenji perked up with interest, giggling excitedly like she'd been injected with adrenaline. Let's each train these two girls for a while, and then have them compete against each other. If your disciple wins, I'll call you sister from now on and never speak harshly to you again. If my disciple wins, you'll be my servant. Boring, no interest. After Lu Yenji finished speaking enthusiastically, Ling Rushwang replied coldly. This made Lu Yenji feel like she had punched a pillow, and she couldn't help but show a look of gritted teeth on her face. Old woman, you're such a coward. Lu Yenji muttered angrily, but Ling Rushwang didn't bother to respond. She simply took the pill from Xiao Fan's hand and led Ling Xing to undergo the nirvana transformation. This left Lu Yenji speechless. He immediately took the pill from Xiao Fan's hand and, with Ling Yu in tow, underwent the nirvana transformation. The hall was instantly left with only Xiao Fan and Lin Qingyan and the others. The cold and aloof Empress. Chapter 72. You finally have a hint of a married woman's charm now. I'll return first to cultivate my cultivation. Feeling the awkward atmosphere, Yan Lin glanced at Xiao Fan and Lin Qingyan before speaking in a faint tone. With Xiao Fan's assistance, her cultivation had already broken through the bottleneck to the third level of the Zhongwu realm. Now, all she needed was to condense her true essence to elevate her cultivation to the corresponding level. This made Yan Lin feel somewhat impatient. Earlier, she had felt that her strength at the first level of the Zhongwu realm was still quite formidable by Xiao Fan's side. But now, with the appearance of Ling Rushwang and Lu Yenji, she felt a rare sense of crisis. If she didn't quickly improve her cultivation, she feared that Xiao Fan might not need her anymore in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, before Xiao Fan and Lin Qingyan could say anything, Yan Lin casually tore open the space and left the hall. Lin Qingyan's gaze fell on Xiao Fan. I just heard Senior Ling Rushwang say that she was caught by you with a fishing rod and forcibly subdued and subjugated within the sword spirit realm. I assume that, aside from her, whether it's the Medusa Queen or that demonic sorceress, you also caught them with that fishing rod and forcibly subdued them, right? After her gaze flickered for a moment, Lin Qingyan couldn't help but speak up and ask Xiao Fan. This caused Xiao Fan's lips to curve slightly. You have your secrets, and I have mine. The questions you've asked have already touched upon my deepest secrets. Before you have fully earned my trust, this prince will not reveal such secrets to you. Lin Qingyan's expression froze upon hearing this. Complete approval? Does that mean defeating her, shattering her pride, and then using special methods to train her into an obedient little slave? It seems that the resentment you harbor toward this palace has not diminished in the slightest. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Lin Qingyan spoke softly. This made Xiao Fan unable to help but chuckle. No, you've misunderstood. Actually, this prince understands your behavior on your wedding night. There is no real grudge or hatred in my heart now. After all, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of kindness. Let us set aside the unpleasantness. You are still my bride, and I'm not the kind of person to hold a grudge. But when a man faces a wife who is proud and comes from an extraordinary background, he inevitably wants to prove that he, as a man, is no less than his wife. So, I just want to prove to you one day that I can make you truly submit to me through my own efforts. Xiao Fan heard this and waved his hand, answering with complete sincerity. This caused Lin Qingyan's expression to stiffen once more. She took a deep breath and said in a low voice, since you're so confident, this Empress will wait for that day to come. If, by then, my pride is truly trampled under your feet, I will no longer be the Ice Xin Empress Mubingning, but merely your wife, to be commanded at your whim. So self-aware? Have you changed your nature? Hearing this, Xiao Fan looked at Lin Qingyan in astonishment, a look of suspicion on his face. In the past, this Empress was someone who valued her pride above all else and had unwavering confidence in her own abilities. Now she actually thought she might lose? Why are you staring at me like that? Seeing Xiao Fan staring at her in astonishment, Lin Xingyan asked with a fleeting glance, then added casually, "In your eyes, I'm not as beautiful as Queen Medusa, am I? You're staring at me like that. Aren't you afraid Medusa will come back and get jealous?" Hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Xiao Fan's eyes widened. For the first time, he felt that Lin Xingyan was a bit unfamiliar. "Are you out of your mind? Or did you practice the wrong technique? This doesn't sound like you." "What do you mean? This prince is afraid that Medusa will get jealous if I look at you. Don't you forget that you're the one who married this prince?" Xiao Fan's words pierced Lin Xingyan's heart like needles. Her expression froze instantly. "Xiao Fan." Lin Xingyan clenched her fists. She glared at Xiao Fan with clenched teeth. She had finally mustered up the courage to try to change her temperament and speak to Xiao Fan in a more conciliatory manner, only to be dismissed as if she had lost her mind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xingyan suppressed her emotions and spoke in a cold tone. "By the way, there is something I need to inform you about. In 3 days, the Imperial Palace will hold a blessing ceremony. Not only will all the princes be in attendance, but all the princesses and their consorts will also be present. If you don't have anything important to do in the coming days, it's best not to go out. Otherwise, once the ceremony begins, we won't know where to find you." Xiao Fan looked surprised upon hearing this. A blessing ceremony? As the 7th prince of the Jinnan Wangfu, he had heard a little about this event during his time at the prince's mansion. But in previous years, it seemed to be merely a symbolic formality. Why the sudden grand scale this year? It is said that a distinguished guest will be attending this year's blessing ceremony, which is why the Emperor of Deqian has ordered all princes, princesses, and their consorts to be present. Though we don't know who the distinguished guest is, anyone who is so highly regarded by the Great Qian imperial family must come from an extraordinary faction. It is highly likely that they come from outside the Great Qian Empire, and their faction may very well include martial artists of the Zhongwu realm or higher. When we enter the palace, we should still keep a low profile. Although you have Queen Medusa by your side, along with Senior Rushwang and that demoness, you shouldn't fear some Zhongwu realm experts. But Senior Rushwang and Queen Medusa have sensitive status, as acting rashly could still attract even greater trouble. As Xiao Fan felt a sense of astonishment, Lin Xingyan spoke again to give further instructions. Xiao Fan's expression grew even more peculiar. This prince suddenly realized. "You've started to develop a bit of a married woman's aura." "What did you say?" Hearing Xiao Fan's sudden remark, Lin Xingyan nearly choked on her words, her usually composed face flushing with a rare blush. Married woman's aura? She has the scent of a married woman? Throughout her 2 lifetimes, Xiao Fan was the first person to dare use the term married woman's aura to describe her. What needs to be said, I've already told you. In 3 days, when you accompany me to the palace, don't cause any trouble. Taking a deep breath to suppress the strange emotions welling up inside her, Lin Xingyan finished speaking and prepared to leave. "Wait." Just as Lin Xingyan was about to leave, Xiao Fan suddenly called out to her. This caused Lin Xingyan to turn back in surprise. "Is there something else?" Xiao Fan nodded upon hearing this. "Yes, this prince is hungry. Go cook me something to eat." "What? You want me to cook for you?" Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Xingyan thought she had heard incorrectly and looked at him in disbelief. However, Xiao Fan looked completely unfazed. "I'm just asking you to cook. I'm not asking you to serve me while I bathe, change clothes, or wash my feet. Is that really such a big deal? Besides, not only did I help you reunite with your ancestor, but I also generously granted you 2 maids as a blessing. You're actually feeling wronged for having to cook a meal for me?" Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Xingyan's face turned bright red, and her fists clenched tightly at that moment. She knew. Xiao Fan was using various methods to discipline her, aiming to gradually smooth out the sharp edges of her pride. But one must admit, what he said was indeed reasonable, and she couldn't find a single word to counter it. "Alright, I'll go cook for you." Gritting her teeth, Lin Xingyan could only agree to the request and headed to the kitchen in the backyard to cook for Xiao Fan. Meng Yuyun, standing nearby, couldn't help but shake her head. She immediately got ready to follow her, intending to help Lin Xingyan cook. However, just as she was about to follow, she was stopped by Xiao Fan. "Aunt Yun, you don't need to come alone. This prince has something to discuss with you." Those words. Not only did it leave Mu Rongyan speechless, but it also made Lin Xingyan pause in her steps. Lin Xingyan made a heart shape with her hands. "I made a model of the Empress myself. I'll test it tomorrow and replace the previous images." Chapter 73, It's begun. "You must strive to please me. You have something to tell me?" Meng Yuyun looked at Xiao Fan in surprise, as if she had suddenly realized something. However, her face was covered by a veil, and her head was shrouded in her robe, so there was nothing unusual about her appearance. "Yes, the cold poison accumulated within your body has reached the brink of eruption. If you don't purify some of it promptly, within 3 days this cold poison will undoubtedly inflict terrible backlash upon you." Xiao Fan nodded upon hearing this, speaking with a solemn tone. These words caused Lin Xingyan's expression to darken slightly. Mu Ruyun's condition was indeed not looking good. She had intended to find an opportunity to help suppress the cold poison, but suppressing it would not address the root cause. If it erupted again in the future, the consequences would be even more severe. However, now, with Ling Rushwang's arrival, if she could use her imperial soul power to help Mu Rongyun eliminate the cold poison, it might be possible to completely purify it. But now, Ling Rushwang had already gone to assist Ling Xing in her nirvana physique transformation, which would undoubtedly cause significant depletion of her imperial soul power. It would be difficult to assist Mu Rongyun in removing the cold poison from her body in the short term. You want to help Aunt Yun remove the cold poison? As the thought crossed her mind, Lin Qingyan looked at Xiao Fan and asked, but her gaze held a hint of caution. After all, Xiao Fan had mentioned earlier that the fastest way to remove the cold poison was through dual cultivation. She was genuinely worried that Xiao Fan might have designs on Mu Rongyun. Of course. After all, Yun Auntie is a member of Pingyang Prefecture. As her husband, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Xiao Fan, upon hearing this, waved his hand at Lin Qingyan. Of course, there is no need for you to get involved in this matter. Go to the backyard and help this prince prepare dinner. As for Aunt Yun, come with me to the room. I'll help you extract some. Suck it out? Hearing Xiao Fan speak as if he were the head of the household, Lin Qingyan's expression couldn't help but change. Xiao Fan, Aunt Yun is an elder of this palace. She's not Medusa the Queen, nor is she that demonic sorceress. If you dare to show any disrespect toward Aunt Yun, this palace. Enough. Stop meddling. This prince is just trying to help. What do you take me for? Before Lin Qingyan could finish her sentence, Xiao Fan interrupted her. What you should be doing right now is going to the backyard to cook for this prince. Stop meddling in other people's business. This prince is upright and virtuous. How could I possibly offend an elder? Besides, if this young master truly had such wicked intentions, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to capture your ancestor and force her? After all, this young master has already imprinted my soul blood mark on her soul. If she dares to resist, she'll have to fight to the death with this prince. You're really overthinking things. After being scolded harshly by Xiao Fan, Lin Qingyan's face turned bright red. In just one day, she had been humiliated by Xiao Fan twice. This guy is really starting to look down on her, the Empress. You must know. They hadn't even formally faced off yet. It's unimaginable if they were to face off in the future and Xiao Fan were to emerge victorious, how arrogant would he become? It might come down to a single word. She'd come over and force her head down. Alright, it was I who spoke out of turn. I'll go cook for you right away. With her expression shifting, Lin Qingyan could only grit her teeth and say those words, refusing to continue arguing with Xiao Fan. After all, she was a bit afraid that if she continued to argue with Xiao Fan, his beastly nature might be provoked. He might charge at her and say, my wife, you don't want your sacred ancestor to be held hostage by your husband and subjected to harsh discipline, do you? If that were to happen, the scene would be completely uncontrollable. Cough, Aunt Yun, she's a suspicious person who speaks her mind. I couldn't help but snap at her a few times. Don't take what I said earlier seriously. Seeing Lin Qingyan sulking off to the backyard to cook for him, Xiao Fan cleared his throat and spoke to Mu Rongyun, causing Mu Rongyun to look at Xiao Fan in surprise. To be honest, you're the first person I've seen who dares to speak to Qingyan like that without making her truly angry. Lin Qingyan had been made so angry by Xiao Fan that her face turned red twice today. She was starting to worry that the other person might lose control of their temper. But she never expected. Lin Qingyan actually managed to hold back. This completely shattered her understanding. Could it be? Is this what they mean by marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog? That's just because this prince is in the right. How could she not be reasonable? Xiao Fan replied casually. With his current potential and abilities, coupled with his control over Ling Rushwang and his capture of Ling Xing and Ling Yu, no matter how powerful or arrogant Lin Qingyan was, she could only hesitate to act. From now on, Pingyang Prefecture will be under his sole control. Aunt Yun, shall we go inside? After the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Fan spoke again. Of course. He wasn't in a hurry to take advantage of Mu Rongyun, but rather intended to devour the cold poison within her body and use the yin-yang assimilation technique to enhance his own true essence. Earlier, upon returning to Pingyang Prefecture, although Lin Qingyan was concealing her cultivation fluctuations, he could still tell at a glance that her cultivation had broken through to the third level of the Wangwu realm. In just a few days, the other party had advanced from the first level of the Wangwu realm to the third level. This breakthrough speed left him feeling somewhat astonished. The reason he was able to break through so quickly was because he had the nirvana transformation pill, combined with sudden enlightenment and the relentless assistance of Yen Lin. This allowed his cultivation to undergo an explosive increase in such a short time. However, Lin Qingyan remained silent, yet he had also broken through so quickly, which made him feel a sense of urgency. Mong Yuyun nodded upon hearing this. This time, he didn't hesitate any longer and followed Xiao Fan into the side room. Such a decisive and swift action left Xiao Fan somewhat surprised. Aunt Yun, aren't you afraid? That I might act on any improper intentions toward you, as that woman Lin Qingyan said? Looking at Mu Rongyun, who was covering her face and head, Xiao Fan asked with a peculiar expression, causing Mu Rongyun to look at him in surprise. Aunt Yun trusts your character. Besides, Aunt Yun is just an ugly woman whose beauty has been completely destroyed. Beneath the veil lies a terrifying face. You already have Qingyan and the Medusa Queen, who are both stunningly beautiful women. Aunt Yun doesn't think you'd have any improper thoughts toward an ugly woman. Mon Yuyun shook her head and spoke in a calm tone. This made Xiao Fan's lips twitch involuntarily. How could he trust him so much? After all, food and sex are basic human instincts. Sometimes, after indulging in delicacies for too long, one craves something simple and unfamiliar. Could it be that Mang Yun doesn't understand this principle? Moreover, Mu Rongyun's face is disfigured, but her graceful figure is no less stunning than Lin Qingyan's. If she were to cover her head, cough cough. Damn it, what kind of nonsense are these thoughts? Thank you for your trust, Aunt Yun. From now on, I will use the dual cultivation method of true energy to gradually transfer the cold poison in your body into mine for refinement. However, this method requires us to sit facing each other with our legs crossed and our hands interlocked. Though it may seem disrespectful, it cannot be avoided. Aunt Yun shouldn't mind, right? He shook his head. Xiao Fan suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his heart and spoke to Meng Yuyun, causing her body to tremble slightly. Because of her sister's matter. She had always been averse to men and had little contact with them in her life. Now, having to interlock her fingers with Xiao Fan's made her want to step back. No. However, when she thought about the pain caused by the cold poison erupting and the fact that if she really collapsed, she would become a burden to Lin Qingyan. Mao Rongyun took a deep breath and replied in a low voice. This made Xiao Fan smile. Then let us get into bed together. After speaking, Xiao Fan climbed onto the bed first and sat cross-legged. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongyun's heartbeat quickened, and she eventually climbed onto the bed as well, sitting cross-legged opposite Xiao Fan. Following Xiao Fan's gesture, Mu Rongyun extended her slender, bare fingers and intertwined them with Xiao Fan's fingers. As their fingers and palms touched, a strange sensation, like a tidal wave, continuously surged through Meng Yunyun's senses, causing her body to tremble violently. This came as a surprise to Xiao Fan. He hadn't expected it. Meng Yuyun would be so sensitive. Just interlocking her 10 fingers could cause such a strong reaction? However, Xiao Fan still had some moral integrity at this point and didn't secretly provoke Mu Rongyun. He simply focused his mind and began to circulate the Nine Yang slaughtering god technique, activating the boundless yang energy contained within his pure yang holy body and pure yang supreme bones. Aunt Yun, it's begun. You must strive to harmonize with me. This is the only way to achieve the ultimate resonance between yin and yang, transfer the cold toxins from your body into mine, and then assist me in gradually refining them. After speaking, Xiao Fan channeled all his cultivation energy. The vast yang energy surged into Mu Rongyun's body like a true dragon diving into the depths. This caused Mu Rongyun's body to tremble even more violently, and she let out a faint groan. Mao Rongyun's face covering illustration used this one for now. We'll decide on a model later when her face is revealed. Chapter 74. Aunt Yun, if you can't hold on, I'll stop for a moment. Aunt Yun, how do you feel? Is it too deep? Hearing Mu Rongyun's soft moan and feeling her body tremble even more violently, Xiao Fan immediately slowed down the pace of his true energy infusion. Then he asked Mu Rongyun. This caused Mu Rongyun to involuntarily open her eyes, her gaze growing slightly ashamed in that moment. She took a deep breath to suppress the unusual sensation. I'm fine, Aunt Yun can still endure it. Feeling that the cold poison within her body had been drawn out a little, Mu Rongyun whispered to Xiao Fan, then immediately circulated her cultivation to him. Alright, if you can't hold on, I'll stop and take a break. Hearing Mu Rongyun's words, Xiao Fan spoke in a low voice. After speaking, before Mu Rongyun could respond, Xiao Fan erupted with his true energy once more. A torrent of yang energy surged into Mu Rongyun's body like a flood, coursing through her meridians like a pure yang dragon. This caused Mu Rongyun, who had just managed to suppress some unusual sensations, to suddenly feel those sensations surging back like waves. Her body reacted even more violently, and the cold toxins within her began to stir once more. Aunt Yun, I should be the first man to have such intimate contact with you, right? Feeling the pure yang essence seeping into the depths of Mu Rongyun's meridians and dantian, Xiao Fan suddenly asked her, causing Mu Rongyun to nearly lose her composure. Don't ask such strange questions. Although I resist men, I'm not a little girl anymore. Saying such things? Are you indirectly flirting with an elder? Meng Yu opened her eyes and glared at Xiao Fan. This made Xiao Fan blush uncontrollably. He cleared his throat and focused his mind once more. Then I will first draw out a portion of the cold poison from your body. You must use all your strength to suppress the cold poison in the other parts of your body, to prevent the cold poison from erupting and backfiring. After saying this, Xiao Fan didn't hesitate. As the pure yang true energy flowed backward, a Tai Chi yin yang pattern appeared beneath the two of them, and a terrifying suction force erupted from within Xiao Fan's body. The cold poison lurking deep within Mu Rongyun's body was actually peeled away by this suction force. And as the pure yang true energy flowed back into Xiao Fan's body, the pure yang holy body erupted with dazzling might, and the supreme pure yang bones emitted a supreme Tao aura, completely devouring and refining that portion of the cold poison. This caused Xiao Fan's pure yang true essence to grow slightly stronger through this refinement. Though the increase was not particularly dramatic, a steady stream can eventually form a river. Having tasted the benefits, Xiao Fan once again activated the yin-yang absorption technique, frantically absorbing the cold poison from Mu Rongyun's body. This was the first time Mu Rongyun experienced the pleasurable sensation of being drained. As the cold toxins in her body gradually diminished, she felt her body grow lighter. She no longer felt as stiff as before, and her true energy flowed more smoothly, causing Mu Rongyun to become somewhat addicted to the sensation of being yin-yang balanced by Xiao Fan. However, as time passed, under Xiao Fan's forceful extraction, the cold poison within Mu Rongyun's body seemed to sense the danger. Just as Xiao Fan was gathering his true energy to perform the technique again, the cold toxins hidden within Mu Rongyun's body suddenly erupted violently. A terrifying cold aura erupted from within her body. A layer of ice immediately formed on Mu Rongyun's body, and Xiao Fan's expression couldn't help but change. How terrifying! Such a violent cold poison? You must know. Meng Yuyun was at the 9th level of the Wangwu realm, yet she was frozen solid in an instant by this cold poison. One can only imagine how terrifying the backlash of this cold poison must be. Even some royal martial realm experts couldn't easily suppress it. Cold, so cold. Feeling the cold poison rampaging within her body, Mu Rongyun let out a muffled groan before murmuring involuntarily, gripping Xiao Fan's hands even tighter. And at that moment, Mu Rongyun felt as though Xiao Fan were a massive heater, causing her to instinctively want to draw closer to him, even wanting to merge him into her own body. Seeing Mu Rongyun in this state, Xiao Fan couldn't help but furrow his brows. At this point, to completely eliminate the cold poison within Mu Rongyun's body, there were two options. The first was to forcefully engage in dual cultivation with her, infusing pure yang essence into her body to utilize the yin-yang duality to neutralize the cold poison. The other method was to rely on external forces, using pure yang true fire and pure yang blood to forcibly refine the cold poison. Xiao Fan and Yun is so cold. Whether it was due to the mutual attraction of yin and yang or because she had been influenced by Xiao Fan, her willpower had grown weak. Under the full force of the cold poison, Mu Rongyun actually threw herself onto Xiao Fan's body. This startled Xiao Fan. A surge of heat erupted from within Xiao Fan, causing an irresistible urge to well up inside him. However, in this lingering moment, as the veil on Mu Rongyun's face fell, a face scarred with gruesome wounds came into view, instantly snapping Xiao Fan back to his senses. No, he couldn't practice dual cultivation with Mu Rongyun now. Of course. It wasn't that Xiao Fan found Mu Rongyun's disfigured face too hideous. Rather, he couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability. Meng Yuyun had disfigured herself after her sister was forced by the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty to give birth to Lin Qingyan, and she now harbored a deep aversion toward men. Although she doesn't feel as extreme as she does toward other men, but if he were to take advantage of her and force himself on her, it would undoubtedly rip open the wound in her heart. She would inevitably come to hate him, and might even resort to extreme actions. Moreover, Mu Yuyun's relationship with him is sensitive, and she is not yet ready to accept him. Xiao Fan, I've prepared dinner for you. I want to ask if it's good or not. Just as Xiao Fan's thoughts were racing, a cold voice echoed through the room, and Lin Qingyan pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as she entered, she saw Mu Rongyun lying in Xiao Fan's arms in an ambiguous position, with both her hands tightly grasped by Xiao Fan. It seemed that if Xiao Fan were to push her away, he could easily pin Mu Rongyun down on the bed. This left Lin Qingyan stunned, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. The next moment, Lin Qingyan couldn't help but rush over. Xiao Fan, what are you trying to do to Aunt Yun? Meng Yuyun had been disfigured, and she was an elder in this lifetime. If Xiao Fan really couldn't control himself, he could go find Queen Medusa or Ling Xingling. I never expected this. The other party actually set their sights on Mu Rongyun. Is this to take revenge on her? Yun's aunt's cold poison has erupted and is backfiring. I must suppress it immediately. Next, stay by our side and protect us. Upon hearing Lin Qingyan's words, Xiao Fan raised his head and glanced at her, leaving Lin Qingyan speechless on the spot. What does that mean? Could it be that Xiao Fan intends to use the yin-yang dual cultivation technique to help Meng Yu suppress the cold poison, and even watch over her while doing so? However, Lin Qingyan had clearly overthought it. Before she could say anything, Xiao Fan moved his mind and summoned an object none other than the Crimson Cloud Fire Beast Cauldron. As a 6th-tier superior grade, this thing could also be considered a genuine fire attribute treasure. With this item to assist him, Xiao Fan's pure yang true fire would be greatly enhanced, and completely suppressing Mu Rongyun's cold poison would be no problem at all. After summoning the Crimson Cloud Fire Beast Cauldron, Xiao Fan brought Mu Rongyun into the furnace, and the pure young true fire erupted from his body, surging into the Crimson Cloud Fire Beast Cauldron, causing the patterns on its surface to glow one after another. As the was activated, The pure young true fire inside became even more ferocious, transforming into a terrifying sea of flames that completely engulfed Xiao Fan and Mu Rongyun. The terrifying flames. Not only were they frantically refining and devouring the cold toxins within Mu Rongyun's body, but they also completely burned her clothes to ashes. This caused Lin Xingyan, who was outside the furnace, to widen her eyes in shock. Her gaze fixed intently on the two of them, fearing that Xiao Fan might do something beastly. Lin Xingyan, Black Stockings. Chapter 75. Does your conscience really not hurt? As time passed, the pure young true fire within the fire beast cauldron grew increasingly violent, and Xiao Fan's cultivation aura broke through to the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm. This left Lin Xingyan feeling utterly terrified. Her cultivation had improved so rapidly because she had the foundation of an Emperor realm expert, allowing her to break through without any bottlenecks. Additionally, the fragments of the yin-yang reincarnation mirror were gathering the power of heaven and earth, allowing her to freely enhance her cultivation without restraint. But Xiao Fan, he was truly relying on his own cultivation. First, he achieved sudden enlightenment and broke through to the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm in one go. Now, while helping Mu Rongyun suppress the cold poison, he was able to break through his cultivation again. Such talent and cultivation progress are simply too extraordinary. As night fell, a more violent surge of power erupted from the crimson cloud fire beast cauldron. However, this force did not originate from Xiao Fan, but from Mu Rongyun. After Xiao Fan had removed 7 or 8/10 of the cold poison from her body, Mu Rongyun's bottleneck at the 9th level of the Wangwu realm was also broken through, and her cultivation officially entered the 1st level of the Huangwu realm at that moment. The sheer force of her breakthrough caused the pure young true fire burning within the crimson cloud fire beast cauldron to be instantly extinguished by the icy cold energy. Xiao Fan was forced to retreat. Emperor Martial Realm. I've actually broken through to the Huangwu realm? Feeling the surging power within his body, Meng Yu slowly opened his eyes, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. Due to flaws in her cultivation technique, she had been stuck at the 9th level of the Wangwu realm for years and had suffered greatly from the cold poison within her body. She never imagined that today, not only had she escaped the torment of the cold poison, but she had also broken through to the 1st level of the Imperial Martial Realm. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "And Yun, you're exposed." Just as Mu Rongyun was still dazed, Lin Xingyan's voice rang out from outside causing Mu Rongyun's expression to change instantly. Looking down, she realized that her clothes had turned to ashes at some point. As the flames around her were extinguished by her own power, her stunning figure was exposed within the furnace. As for the front, Xiao Fan stared wide-eyed, showing no sign of embarrassment as he admired her graceful form. "Xiao Fan, are you still looking? Do you think I won't teach you a lesson?" Seeing that Xiao Fan showed no signs of avoiding her gaze, Lin Xingyan clenched her teeth and shouted angrily. If it were any other woman, even if she were naked and lying in front of Xiao Fan, posing for him, she wouldn't care how long he looked. But Mu Rongyun was different. Mao Rongyun was her stepmother. After her mother passed away, it was Mao Rongyun who raised her. She was the elder she respected most. If she were truly defiled by Xiao Fan, she couldn't bear it in her heart. "Xingyan, don't be impolite." As Lin Xingyan finished speaking, Mu Rongyun did not blame Xiao Fan. Instead, she took out a set of clothes from her storage ring and with a flash of blue light, she put them on. The disfigured face was once again covered by a veil. After her figure flickered out of the crimson cloud fire beast cauldron, she whispered a sentence to Lin Xingyan, which left Lin Xingyan momentarily speechless. She was rude? Earlier, Xiao Fan had been staring at Mu Rongyun with wide eyes, yet when she warned him, it had somehow become her being disrespectful? Suddenly, Lin Xingyan began to feel that Mu Rongyun was a stranger to her. "Did you hear that? No disrespect." Xiao Fan leaped out of and said to Lin Xingyan in a calm tone, "Earlier, Yun's cold poison erupted and backfired. I had to exert tremendous effort to suppress the cold poison for her. And I also helped Aunt Yun break through to the 1st level of the Imperial Martial Realm. You, as a woman, don't even bother to show some gratitude. You dare to accuse me of wrongdoing? Does your conscience not prick you at all? Xiao Fan, you." Hearing Xiao Fan turn the tables on her like this, Lin Xingyan's face turned bright red with anger. The proud curve of her chest rose and fell rapidly. However, just as Lin Xingyan was about to confront Xiao Fan, Meng Yunyun interjected, "Xingyan, it was just a special situation earlier. Xiao Fan didn't mean to offend you. Let's just let this matter drop." Lin Xingyan was at a loss for words upon hearing this, feeling a bit choked up inside. She agreed with the first part, but the second part was a different story. What Xiao Fan did earlier was called unintentional offense. Did Mu Rongyun misunderstand the term? Or in the short time they had spent together, less than an hour, Mu Rongyun's feelings for Xiao Fan had already reached a new height, making the other person unable to resist leaning toward them? Alright, it was I who spoke out of turn. Thinking this, Lin Xingyan glanced at Mu Rongyun, then couldn't help but look at Xiao Fan again, ultimately managing to force out only those words. She couldn't shake the feeling. After Ling Xing and Ling Yu were captured by Xiao Fan, her younger aunt was next in line to suffer. Is dinner ready? Seeing Lin Qingyan's embarrassed expression, Xiao Fan's lips curved into a smile. He then asked. In the side hall, 4 dishes and a soup. Upon hearing Lin Qingyan's words, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. The Empress had prepared the meal. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even taste it, let alone know how it tasted. They arrived at the side hall. As soon as Xiao Fan entered the room, he saw the dishes on the table. At first glance, they looked quite appetizing, and there was a rich aroma of food in the air. Scallion stirred tofu, spicy kung pao fish, jade abalone fish with whip sauce, 9-turn dragon intestine, steamed snow dragon fish. These seem to be signature dishes from the Imperial City's drunken immortal inn. I never expected you, Your Highness the Princess, to be able to cook them yourself? After quickly glancing at the dishes in front of him, Xiao Fan spoke with some surprise, then sat down to give them a try. However, the next moment, he looked at Lin Qingyan with a suspicious expression. You wouldn't go so far as to tamper with the food just because you're angry, would you? What do you think? Lin Qingyan retorted upon hearing Xiao Fan's words. Though her expression remained unchanged, she was furious inside. She never expected Xiao Fan to be so suspicious of her. Was this really how a married couple behaved? Well, they weren't truly married yet. Come here, my wife. You've worked hard cooking. Try a bite first. Xiao Fan felt a pang of emotion upon hearing this. He immediately smiled and picked a piece of spicy stir-fried fish for Lin Qingyan, causing the veins on her forehead to twitch involuntarily. The next moment, Lin Qingyan didn't bother to argue with Xiao Fan. She grabbed the piece of spicy fish and shoved it into her mouth. The first bite was bursting with juice, but her expression remained unchanged. Seeing this, Xiao Fan felt a little relieved and immediately thought that Lin Qingyan probably wasn't playing a trick on him. He then picked up a piece for Mu Rongyun and another for himself to taste. The moment it entered his mouth, smooth, juicy, spicy, and chewy, a myriad of sensations exploded in Xiao Fan's mouth, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Lin Qingyan. Damn, this is actually pretty good. I never expected it. You look so cold and aloof, and you're a reincarnated empress. You don't seem like someone who can cook, but this meal is delicious. In some novels from his previous life, wasn't it said that the more beautiful a woman was, the worse she cooked? This is completely different from what they said. The author is misleading me. Is cooking harder than cultivation? Lin Qingyan merely asked softly upon hearing this. This left Xiao Fan speechless. Indeed. Cooking is infinitely easier than cultivation. It is the most basic of life skills. Someone who can dominate others in cultivation wouldn't possibly struggle with cooking, let alone make meals that taste awful. That's nonsense. From now on, you'll be in charge of preparing my meals. After tasting a few other dishes and finding them all quite delicious, Xiao Fan said to Lin Qingyan. This made Lin Qingyan clench her chopsticks tightly. Xiao Fan, I'm only cooking this meal for you out of respect for Senior Rushwang and Ling Xinglingu. Don't get too carried away. Fine, if you don't want me to, then don't. You're saying it with such a grim expression, like a wronged woman in a harem. If others hear you, they'll think I'm abusing you, the princess. Xiao Fan retorted with a remark that was enough to drive anyone mad. This made Lin Qingyan even more furious. Xiao Fan. Enough, stop arguing. Seeing that Lin Qingyan and Xiao Fan were at odds again, Meng Yuyun quickly interjected, Qingyan's cooking skills were taught by me. If you ever want to eat anything in the future, Aunt Yun will personally cook it for you. Upon hearing Mu Rongyun's words, Lin Qingyan was struck speechless. She couldn't help but stare at the other person with wide eyes. She has changed, she has really changed. The current Mu Rongyun felt somewhat unfamiliar to her. What kind of charm did Xiao Fan possess that could cause the usually aloof Mu Rongyun to change so much? Your Highness, the 7th prince has arrived and requests an urgent audience with the prince consort. Just as Mu Rongyun finished speaking, a guard hurried over, and his words caused Lin Qingyan and Xiao Fan's eyes to narrow. The previous chapter wasn't reviewed overnight, and I thought I didn't write anything sensitive. This is frustrating. Chapter 76, you want to be my dog now? I'm not interested at all. The 7th prince? What does he want? Upon hearing the guard's report, Xiao Fan felt a bit surprised, then spoke casually, this prince is still dining. Have him wait in the parlor. However, despite his words, Xiao Fan furrowed his brows. After Lin Shirka was controlled by him, he should have taken Mu Zian's body and that photograph to settle accounts with the 8th prince. If things had gone smoothly, the other party should already have the 8th prince in their grasp, and the next step would be how to deal with the Pingnan Marquis. There shouldn't be time for him to come here, so could something have gone wrong in the meantime? However, Xiao Fan wasn't in a hurry. After all, he now had not only the Medusa Queen by his side, but also Ling Rushwang and Lu Yinji, whose combined strength was several times greater than before. To put it bluntly, his current level has far surpassed that of the Great Qian dynasty. Unless a late-stage Zhongwu realm expert appears, a few insignificant foes wouldn't pose a threat to him. But for now, eating was the priority. Pingyang Prefecture Hall. Lin Shirka had been pacing restlessly, his body trembling slightly. Where is my imperial sister's husband? How much longer must this prince wait? After waiting for a while, Lin Shirka slammed the teacup he was holding onto the ground and immediately roared at the guards in the hall. This time, he had secretly found an opportunity to escape from the 7th prince's mansion. Xiao Fan had managed to control him so easily. That mark was even beyond the ability of the old man with the corpse worms to remove. Perhaps he had the power to break the insect curse as well. Compared to being infected with the insect curse by the corpse worm elder and Lin Shimi, Lin Shirka would rather be controlled by Xiao Fan. After all, the feeling of being devoured by 10,000 insects, consuming his vital essence, was so horrifying that he would rather cut off his own genitals. The prince is still dining. Please wait patiently, Your Highness. Seeing Lin Shirka like this, the guard spoke in a low voice. This made Lin Shirka unable to contain himself. Damn it, didn't you tell him this concerns the life of this prince? No, it concerns the safety of Pingyang Prefecture. How dare he still have the nerve to dine so leisurely? As the angry shout echoed through the living room, the expressions of the few guards present changed. After exchanging glances, they prepared to go and inform him again. However, just at that moment, Xiao Fan and Lin Qingyan also entered the living room. The person hasn't arrived yet. All I hear is you barking like a mad dog. Have you forgotten that in Pingyang Prefecture you're not some noble 7th prince? You're just a worthless traitor under this prince's command. Xiao Fan entered the living room. Seeing Lin Shirka so furious, he coldly warned him. Lin Shirka, upon hearing this, did not fly into a rage but instead rushed toward him as if he had seen a savior, his emotions running wild. Brother-in-law, save me. My dog is ruined, betrayed by the 8th prince. Before Lin Shirtsu could finish his wailing and grab onto Xiao Fan's leg, Xiao Fan furrowed his brows and kicked him flying across the room. Spit it out. Dare to touch a single toe of this prince, and I won't hesitate to kill you right now. Earlier, he had to consider the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty, but now, if Lin Shirka really provoked him, he would not hesitate to kill him. It's like this. That bastard old 8 actually colluded with an old poison master from the heavenly demon sect. Not only did he implant a mysterious insect parasite into this prince's young treasure, but he also refined Mu Ziyuan's corpse into a puppet. He even planned to hunt down 999 pairs of young boys and girls, using Yuren the princess's pure yang and purine blood as a catalyst to refine a yin-yang insect parasite capable of controlling even Zhongwu realm experts. And, upon learning that there was a late-stage imperial martial realm expert in Pingyang Prefecture, that old monster planned to refine a demonic insect parasite to control him, but for some reason, it was snatched away by someone using a fishing hook. Now that old man must be hatching another evil scheme. As Xiao Fan coldly warned, Lin Shirtsu hurriedly explained. These words caused Xiao Fan's expression to grow solemn, while Lin Qingyan looked at Xiao Fan in astonishment, as if she had suddenly realized something. Refining a bug poison? To control a late-stage royal martial realm expert, yet it was snatched away by someone using a fishing hook? That person. Could it be Xiao Fan? So the crimson demon insect parasite was crafted by that old man. Xiao Fan understood upon hearing this. The crimson demon worm pox he had caught earlier was actually crafted by the demon cultivator behind the 8th prince. He never expected that the other party had set their sights on him and Lin Qingyan, and even intended to use the crimson demon worm pox against them. Unfortunately, before the other party could use the thing against them, he had already intercepted it with a single strike, effectively clashing with them without a fight. So you came to Pingyang Prefecture in the middle of the night to ask this prince to help you remove the insect poison? Suppressing his thoughts, Xiao Fan looked at Lin Shirka. Your Imperial Highness, I have been disrespectful in the past and harbored improper intentions toward your sister. You must have wanted to kill me. But I have realized my mistakes and have already received the punishment I deserve. As long as you can help me break free from the insect curse's control, I will swear allegiance to you and my sister from now on. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Shirka crawled over, his face filled with fear. He even knelt down and bowed his head to Xiao Fan. That humiliating sight was so shocking that the guards standing nearby could hardly believe their eyes. This was the same arrogant and violent 7th prince they had known. To be honest, even if you want to be my dog now, I have no interest at all. However, the insect parasite on your body does pique my interest. Looking at Lin Shiki's humiliated state, Xiao Fan spoke indifferently, then knelt down and grabbed Lin Shiki's wrist, channeling his pure young true energy into the other's body like a torrent. He intended to give it a try. Just how powerful were the insect parasites within Lin Shiki's body? But the next moment, as the pure young true energy entered his body, Lin Shirka's entire body convulsed violently, as if he had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. He let out a piercing scream, and his body trembled uncontrollably. As if the countless insect parasites within his body sensed the fatal danger and began to frenetically tear into Lin Shirka in an instant. Empress's husband, stop. In the midst of immense pain and fear, Lin Shirka tried to break free from Xiao Fan's grip, but before he could finish speaking, his pupils suddenly dilated. A look of horror spread across his face. Because at that very moment, he felt as though something within him was awakening, and an intense pain erupted from his internal organs. Immediately afterward, he witnessed the most terrifying sight of his life. One after another, bizarre insects burst through his chest in an instant, surging out and landing on Xiao Fan's body. Such a bizarre sight caused Lin Qingyan and Meng Yuyan's expressions to change drastically. However, Xiao Fan seemed surprisingly calm. Save me. Lin Shirka, looking terrified, pleaded with Xiao Fan for help. But before he could finish his words, his entire body collapsed into countless insects, which swarmed toward Xiao Fan. A prince of the imperial family met his tragic end. This scene was so bizarre it sent a chill down one's spine. Such a strong pure yang energy. It's indeed a pure yang body. And this little girl also seems to be a pure yin body. It wasn't in vain that I followed this fool all the way here. As Xiao Fan's body was covered in insects, countless bugs suddenly emerged in the courtyard. A withered figure emerged from the swarm of insects, floating in the courtyard. It was none other than the corpse insect elder. Old man, did no one tell you that coming here would mean certain death? Gazing at the corpse worm elder outside the courtyard, Xiao Fan, enveloped by the insects, revealed a chilling gaze. In the next instant, a terrifying burst of pure young true fire erupted from his body. Countless insects screamed and turned to ash. This caused the old man's expression to darken abruptly. Queen, send a heart. If you like it, please give it a like to support the content. Chapter 77, In the Dead of Night, with ghostly wails echoing, are you asking this king to send you on your way? What a terrifying pure young true fire. You little brat, you've got some skills. But my insect parasites aren't so easy to kill. As his voice grew ominous, the old corpse-eating insect didn't miss this opportunity to control Xiao Fan. With a flick of his hands, he formed a strange seal. The numerous insect parasites on Xiao Fan's body, which had been burned to ashes, suddenly turned into a wisp of eerie black smoke. The smoke instantly coalesced into a translucent, eerie spider, which lunged toward Xiao Fan's forehead with a screech. This creature. Not only could it ignore the pure young true fire on Xiao Fan's body, but it also emitted an evil soul-shaking vibration, causing Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun's expressions to change. Be careful, this is a bug soul parasite seed. It can invade the spiritual sea of living beings, parasitize their soul bodies, and either consume or control them. Lin Qingyan shouted at Xiao Fan. Meanwhile, she formed hand seals, and a terrifying soul fluctuation erupted from her spiritual sea. As for Mu Rongyun, she glared at the zombie insect elder with murderous intent. Her cultivation erupted violently at that moment, a sword-like carrying terrifying icy power, cutting through the swirling ice spears, and descended toward the corpse worm elder with a terrifying force. The corpse worm elder, seeing this, grinned, completely disregarding Mu Rongyun's attack. As he thought this, countless insects swirled around him, emanating a terrifying demonic aura, and transformed into a torrent that surged toward the swordlight. With a deafening explosion, a terrifying storm erupted in the courtyard. Meanwhile, the eerie spider-like shadow was about to dive into Xiao Fan's forehead. At the same time, Lin Qingyan had already a cluster of ice lotus petals and fired them toward the soul spider's illusory form. But before the two could collide, Xiao Fan's lips curled into a sinister smile, and a terrifying surge of soul energy erupted from his mind. Immediately afterward, a chain with hooks erupted from Xiao Fan's forehead. It landed directly on the soul spider's illusory form, forcing the soul spider's illusory form into his mind like a piece of trash. This scene. Not only did it cause the old corpse insect's expression to change, but it also caused Lin Qingyan's pupils to suddenly contract. At that moment, she finally remembered. When Ling Rushwang had told her about how she had been suppressed by Xiao Fan, she had mentioned that Lu Yenji had been subdued by Xiao Fan within a soul banner. And this soul force fluctuation, was it from that soul banner? A soul artifact? You actually have a soul artifact on your person? Watching the soul spider larvae, he hated being forcibly dragged into Xiao Fan's spiritual sea. The corpse worm elder could hardly believe his eyes. But the next moment, a look of burning desire and greed flashed across his face. A pure yang physique and a pure yin physique, plus a powerful soul artifact, you two are truly my destiny. As his words echoed, the corpse worm elder emitted a sharp, insect-like chirp, and countless worms swarmed like an army of millions, instantly sealing off the courtyard. And a significant portion of them charged toward Mu Rongyun. As for the old corpse-eating insect, his form transformed into a blur, ruthlessly lunging toward Xiao Fan. However, before the old man could get close, a sharp insect chirp erupted from Xiao Fan's body, causing all the surrounding insects' formations to collapse instantly and nearly causing the zombie insect elder's true energy to erupt uncontrollably. Before the corpse worm elder could react, a red insect burst forth from Xiao Fan's body, emitting a sharp sonic boom as it charged toward the zombie insect elder. In the briefest of glances, the insect's shadow caused the old corpse insect's pupils to contract violently. Scarlet demon insect parasite? The old corpse insect couldn't believe he had encountered the crimson demon insect parasite he had lost during the day, and that this thing was attacking him like a madman. In a panic, the corpse-eating old maintained a protective barrier in front of him, completely enveloping himself within it. He knew all too well how terrifying this thing was. If it were to bite him or burrow into his body, Even with his cultivation at the 4th level of the Imperial Martial Realm, he would be controlled by it or turned into a lifeless corpse. As the Crimson Demon Worm larva collided with the True Yuan protective barrier, the corpse worm elder was blasted flying backward. This enraged him, causing him to let out a furious roar. "You brat, so it was you. It was you who used that fishing hook to steal my insect parasite? Today." He had spent a great deal of effort and time raising the Crimson Demon Worm larvae, intending to use it to subdue the late-stage Imperial Martial Realm experts of Pingyang Prefecture. But he never expected that the Prince Consort of Pingyang Prefecture would steal it from him, and now he was being used against him with his own weapon. This is utterly outrageous. You've refined this insect quite well. Today you'll die by its hand. Xiao Fan heard this and revealed a cold smile, once again issuing an order to the Crimson Demon insect. The insect suddenly emitted a series of chirps, and its body began to rapidly expand. A terrifying demonic energy fluctuation erupted from the Crimson Demonic insect. The surrounding insect larvae reacted as if they had encountered their natural enemy, emitting piercing chirps and even beginning to break free from the control of the zombie insect elder. This caused the old corpse insect's expression to change drastically. The reason he could confront some Royal Martial Realm 6th rank experts with his Royal Martial Realm 4th rank cultivation was because of this endless army of maggots. However, maggots are a species with a strict bloodline hierarchy. Lower tier maggots instinctively submit to higher tier maggot kings under the pressure of their bloodline hierarchy. Now, Xiao Fan, armed with this single Crimson Demon insect, could suppress his vast insect army, rendering his tactics ineffective. "You brat, you dared to steal my insect king's seed. This grudge, I will remember." Realizing the situation was turning dire, the zombie insect elder clenched his hands into a seal, causing countless insects to suddenly burst into flames, coalescing into the terrifying form of a demonic insect. It collided with the Crimson Demonic insect larva. The corpse insect elder then unleashed a terrifying body technique, bursting toward the outskirts of Pingyang Prefecture. However, Xiao Fan and the others weren't about to let the old corpse insect escape. Meng Yuyun soared into the sky, her hands forming a series of seals, activating the grand array of Pingyang Prefecture to immediately seal off the void, intending to trap the old corpse-eating insect within the array. This caused a ruthless expression to flash across the old corpse-eating insect's face. "With just you? A mere first-tier cultivator of the Imperial Martial Realm dares to think he can stop me from leaving here?" In a roar of anger, the corpse worm elder activated the insect-like bloodline within his body, and in that instant, his entire form began to transform into that of an insect. This caused his cultivation fluctuations to surge wildly. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 5th level of the Imperial Martial Realm. It seemed he intended to kill Mu Rongyun forcefully and then retreat from Pingyang Prefecture. After all, according to Lin Shiki's words, there was still a late-stage Emperor Martial Realm expert hiding within Pingyang Prefecture. If that person were to emerge and join forces with Mu Rongyun, the old man would likely meet his end here today. But just as the old man with the corpse-like insects roared and unleashed his martial arts techniques, intending to severely wound Mu Rongyun, a cold voice echoed across the skies above Pingyang Prefecture, causing the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius to suddenly stagnate. "Who are you, old man? Making such a commotion in the middle of the night? Do you want this prince to send you on your way?" As the voice echoed, a spatial fissure suddenly split open above the old corpse-eating insect, and a gigantic serpent's shadow, shrouded in terrifying 8-colored flames, burst forth from the fissure, charging straight toward the old corpse-eating insect. Tearing open a spatial fissure with his bare hands? Is he a Zhongwu realm expert? Seeing this scene before him, the old corpse-eating insect felt a chill run down his spine, followed by an overwhelming sense of fear. "No! Spare me, master!" In the midst of his terrified screams, the old corpse worm's pleas for mercy were cut short as he was bitten and wrapped by the swallowing serpent's illusory form, completely engulfed in the 8-colored swallowing flames. He didn't even have time to struggle before being killed by the fiery serpent. He couldn't believe it even as he died. The other hidden powerful figure within Pingyang Prefecture was not a late-stage Imperial Martial Realm expert, but a genuine Zhongwu realm expert. And within the Zhongwu realm, he was no weakling either. He really died a tragic death. The domineering queen, if you like her, please give her a little free gift. Here is another one. The author will just draw more anyway, so why not? Chapter 78. Do you want to see your husband's precious treasure? No wonder she's the Medusa Queen. Her temper is truly fierce. Watching Yan Lin tear open space and instantly kill the zombie insect elder without even showing his face, Xiao Fan couldn't help but marvel below. He had planned to use the same tactic against the corpse worm elder, employing the crimson demon worm to kill him. However, now, the opponent was dead and gone. With the death of the corpse worm elder, the demonic insect illusions formed by the numerous insect larvae sacrificed by the enemy were also ruthlessly torn into pieces by the crimson demon insect larvae. As for the remaining insect larvae in the courtyard, they all became food for the crimson demon insect larvae. Yan Lin did not make an appearance. After casually dispatching the corpse-eating old man, he sensed that Xiao Fan was unharmed. He continued his cultivation at a deeper level. I never expected the 8th prince to collude with the demon cultivators of the heavenly demon sect. Now that this old man is dead here, that fellow must be planning something. Looking at the chaos in the courtyard, Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Though he had yet to face the 8th prince directly, the man had already been added to his list of targets. You wouldn't be thinking of storming the 8th prince's mansion, would you? Feeling the icy killing intent emanating from Xiao Fan, Lin Qingyan spoke up in a low voice. The imperial city is nearing the blessing ceremony, and with this incident, there will be important guests arriving. The Great Qian Imperial City is currently teeming with hidden dangers. The other princes and princesses, as well as other factions, may all have connections to the heavenly demon sect. If we act rashly. Relax, this prince isn't an idiot. I'm not planning to storm in right now. Before Lin Qingyan could finish speaking, Xiao Fan waved his hand to interrupt her. At that moment, Ling Rushwang and Lu Yenji were assisting Ling Xing and Ling Yu in their rebirth, while Yan Lin was still fully focused on enhancing his cultivation. Attacking the 8th prince's mansion rashly could escalate the situation and lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, Xiao Fan also knew that caution was necessary. He plans to wait until Ling Rushwang and Lu Yenji have successfully helped Ling Xing Ling Yu reincarnate and recover their strength, and Yan Lin has also improved his cultivation, before settling old scores and new grudges. Apart from the 8th prince Lin Shimen, anyone from the Jin Nanwang mansion who had ever oppressed him would not be spared. You know what to do. Seeing that Xiao Fan wasn't acting impulsively, Lin Qingyan finally let out a sigh of relief. But the next moment, she realized something was amiss. No, why had she felt so tense for Xiao Fan in the first place, fearing he might do something impulsive? Could it be that she had developed feelings for Xiao Fan without even realizing it? Impossible. That is absolutely impossible. It must be because she had practiced a new cultivation technique, causing her mental state to become unstable. Plus, he was her nominal husband, so she had unconsciously become tense around him. That must be it. That is it. What are you muttering about? What is impossible? Have you lost your mind? After seeing Lin Qingyan mutter to herself, she suddenly shook her head vigorously, repeatedly saying it was impossible. Xiao Fan looked at her with a peculiar expression. This made the usually composed Lin Qingyan look startled, with a faint blush appearing on her face. But the next moment, Lin Qingyan forced herself to calm down, her expression immediately returning to its usual composed state. Nothing. I was merely marveling at how you managed to achieve such a level of cultivation in just a few days with nothing but a fishing rod, and how you've mastered so many foundational techniques. But you will never be able to catch up to me, let alone defeat me in a battle between equals. That is absolutely impossible. Under Xiao Fan's gaze, Lin Qingyan answered solemnly, causing Xiao Fan to raise an eyebrow. Then we'll just have to wait and see. Xiao Fan's lips curled into a confident smile, as if he had already sealed Lin Qingyan's fate. If he hadn't caught Ling Rushwang and Lu Yenji yet, he would have at most a 90% chance of defeating Lin Qingyan in 3 months. But now, he was completely certain he could defeat Lin Qingyan in 3 months. He wouldn't even need 3 months, he was certain he could defeat Lin Qingyan. This guy. Seeing Xiao Fan's confident expression, Lin Qingyan couldn't help but feel a pang of unease in her heart. It was as if she could already see herself becoming Xiao Fan's defeated opponent, then holding a basin to wash his feet. Then, as she was washing, she was grabbed by the hair and forced onto the bed, and then unspeakable scenes immediately flashed through her mind, causing Lin Qingyan's breathing to grow in that moment. Xiao Fan, that strange insect you caught earlier with your fishing rod was also caught by you, right? Suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, Lin Qingyan asked Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan nodded in response. He had originally intended to keep the matter of the void fishing rod a secret from Lin Qingyan, but now that she had learned about it from Ling Rushwang, and since several others were also aware of it, there was little point in keeping it from her anymore. Could I? Let me see that fishing rod? Or, let me see how you use that fishing rod to catch others' opportunities and treasures? Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyan plucked up the courage to ask again, then looked nervously at Xiao Fan. Although she knew that asking this might offend Xiao Fan and could lead to a refusal. But Lin Qingyan couldn't resist her curiosity. The fact that he could lure Ling Rushwang from somewhere and effortlessly suppress her strength was truly something she couldn't resist wanting to see for herself. Do you want to see your husband's prized possession? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow at the question, his gaze lingering on Lin Qingyan with a hint of mischief. He took her in from head to toe. That aggressive gaze made Lin Qingyan feel extremely uncomfortable. Just as Lin Qingyan could no longer endure the gaze, Xiao Fan curved his lips into a slightly evil smile. If you want to see, it's not impossible. But you must show your husband sufficient sincerity. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Qingyan's expression changed. Manhwa also looked at Xiao Fan with disbelief. Was he forcing Lin Qingyan to please him with her body before he would show her the treasure? Xiao Fan's intentions were way too cruel. Shameful. Don't even think about it. Xiao Fan, I'm not some lowly woman. Do you think I'll fight you right now? Hey, what are you getting so worked up about? This prince didn't specify what kind of sincerity I meant. You wouldn't have imagined that I want you to be my flesh furnace, using your body to please me to your heart's content, would you? Seeing Lin Xingyan clenching her teeth in anger before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Fan immediately interrupted her, leaving Lin Xingyan speechless. But his gaze remained highly skeptical. Damn it, look at that expression. You really think that of me? So in your eyes, this prince is such a vulgar and depraved person? But you're wrong, Lin Xingyan. You may look down on my strength now, but you must never underestimate my character. Don't think that just because you're irresistibly charming, with a face as beautiful as a flower and a figure that's the envy of the world, a rare beauty indeed, this prince would drool over your body. I'll be honest with you, I have no interest in your body. Whatever you have, Yan Lin has too. Even if you strip naked and tempt me now, I won't touch you with a single finger. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try. Xiao Fan scolded the other person with a stern expression. These words first left Lin Xingyan speechless, then her face turned bright red with anger. Xiao Fan? If it weren't for that last sentence, she would have genuinely believed he had no interest in her at all. But this guy actually told her to take off her clothes and tempt him? His true intentions were as clear as day. Don't get so worked up. I was just using a metaphor. If you really want to see it, well, just give this prince a shoulder massage and I'll show you my little treasure. Seeing that Lin Xingyan was about to explode, Xiao Fan quickly threw out another bait, causing the erupting Lin Xingyan to suddenly calm down. Lin Xingyan's blue hair is a model crafted by Xiao Yu. I'll replace the previous image when I have time. This one has a light makeup and no tattoos. Chapter 79, Lin Xingyan forced to accept training step by step. Let me massage your shoulders? Lin Xingyan stared blankly at Xiao Fan, not expecting that when he said he wanted to see her sincerity, he just wanted her to massage his shoulders. She thought she had to be skilled at everything, from playing musical instruments to singing and dancing. What's wrong? Don't you want to? Seeing Lin Xingyan's dazed expression, Xiao Fan immediately stretched lazily. If you're not happy, then this prince will go back to rest. You can handle the cleanup here. After speaking, Xiao Fan prepared to leave the hall, which caused Lin Xingyan's expression to change. Wait, is it really just a shoulder massage? Are there no other conditions? Hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Xiao Fan's footsteps halted. What's the matter? You're not happy with just a shoulder massage? Don't tell me you don't want this prince to have improper thoughts about you, but deep down, you're hoping I'll make an unreasonable demand? After Xiao Fan finished speaking, Lin Xingyan clenched her fists. Xiao Fan, your mouth. Did you learn that from that woman, Lu Yinji? The moment you open your mouth, it makes me want to sew it shut. These words made Xiao Fan's expression grow peculiar. His gaze couldn't help but glance at Lin Xingyan's heaving, prominent chest. He really wanted to blurt out, sewing it shut would be too much trouble. Just suffocate her instead. But as a moral and cultured prince consort, Xiao Fan opened his mouth but managed to suppress the urge. It seems unlikely that the arrogant Empress will deign to massage my shoulders. Perhaps this prince should return to rest. Ignoring Lin Xingyan's irritation, Xiao Fan spoke indifferently. He took another step forward. Wait. Lin Xingyan's expression flickered, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity. How long do I have to massage your shoulders? Xiao Fan pondered for a moment. Until midnight tonight, roughly 2.5 hours. Anyway, the void fishing rod wouldn't refresh its fishing attempts until midnight, so we might as well have Lin Xingyan help him pass the time. What? 2.5 hours? Lin Xingyan couldn't hold back any longer and gritted her teeth as she continued, massaging for that long? Aren't you afraid I'll massage your bones out of their sockets? She had thought it would only be for a short while, at most half an hour. She never expected Xiao Fan to have such an appetite, demanding 2.5 hours right off the bat. This man is simply too much. If you can break the bones of a pure young holy body, you must be using every ounce of strength you have. Xiao Fan looked at Lin Xingyan with a suspicious expression. Just as she was about to break down, he waved his hand and said, of course, you don't have to do it for that long. After an hour, you can sing a song or dance. Or you could prepare a midnight snack for this prince. As long as you please me until midnight, that'll do. Hearing Xiao Fan's matter-of-fact words, Lin Xingyan nearly bit her teeth to pieces. Singing and dancing. This guy must think he's training her to be a courtesan in a brothel. Fine. It's only 2.5 hours, right? I can give you 1.5 hours, and use the remaining hour to prepare your midnight snack. Should that satisfy you now? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xingyan replied. These words made Mu Rongyun, who was standing nearby, look at Xiao Fan in surprise. She had thought Lin Xingyan wouldn't agree to such a demand, but she didn't expect the other party to agree so decisively. However, I must ask one more thing. When you say massage my shoulders, you mean just using your hands, right? Hearing Lin Xingyan blurt out this question, Xiao Fan immediately widened his eyes and stared at her. What the hell? Why are you asking such a strange question? You're not right in the head. Not with your hands? Are you going to use your feet? Or those precious things of yours? Xiao Fan. Before Xiao Fan could finish, Lin Xingyan grew impatient. A faint blush couldn't help but appear on her delicate face. Of course. She was furious with Xiao Fan. She had indeed thought that if her hands got tired, she would have Xiao Fan lie on the bed and use her feet to massage him. That way, she could feel the majesty of an empress. She never expected. Xiao Fan actually managed to drag it onto her precious treasure. This thing has no bones, how is she supposed to massage him? Absolutely shameless. Ma Rongyun, standing nearby, couldn't help but blush as she listened, feeling that the two of them were gradually drifting into that kind of conversation. There was a hint of playful banter between a married couple, which made Mu Rongyun feel a bit comforted. These two are married. If they could truly cultivate feelings for each other and no longer be so cold toward one another, it would indeed be a fortunate thing. You brought it up first. This prince was just speculating. You can't blame me for overthinking it, can you? Seeing Lin Xingyan glaring at him angrily, Xiao Fan replied calmly without a hint of panic. This left Lin Xingyan speechless, unable to find words to counter him. Alright, it was this palace that spoke out of turn. Then, may I ask the honorable prince consort if you would care to retire to the bedchamber so that I may give you a proper massage? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xingyan suppressed her emotions and asked Xiao Fan with a bitter tone. Xiao Fan paid no heed to Lin Xingyan's frustration. Upon hearing this, he waved his hand dismissively. Granted. Proceed to the bedchamber. Today, this prince shall fully experience how exquisite the princess's techniques truly are. Ha ha ha. After speaking, Xiao Fan laughed heartily as he walked toward the side hall while Lin Xingyan followed behind with a displeased expression. These two young people. Seeing Xiao Fan and Lin Xingyan, one acting like a and the other like an empress, Meng Yuanyun shook her head helplessly before following the two to the side hall. To be honest, she was also curious about what kind of special foundation Xiao Fan had mastered that allowed him to undergo such a drastic transformation in just a few days. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Fan immediately stripped off his clothes, lying naked on the bed, causing Lin Xingyan's expression to change abruptly. Just massage my shoulders, why are you taking off your clothes? This guy. Could he be trying to force himself on her, planning to take advantage of her later? Massage. Of course you have to take off your clothes. Pour some essential oil on, then it'll feel more comfortable. What's the point of massaging through your clothes? Xiao Fan looked up and said it with a serious expression. Then, he took out a bottle of plant essence oil from his storage ring, which left Lin Xingyan speechless. Did you learn this massage technique from some seedy establishment? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xingyan clenched her teeth and said. At that moment, Lin Xingyan really wanted to kick the other person to death. How dare they treat her, the empress, like this? Don't slander this prince. This prince is still a virgin who has yet to marry. I have never set foot in such places. This massage technique was taught to me by a wet nurse in the southern princess mansion. After I was injured by someone, a wet nurse taught me this method, saying it could promote blood circulation and dispel bruises. I'm merely reminiscing about the feeling of being cared for in the past. Xiao Fan replied solemnly. These words caused Lin Xingyan's expression to freeze. She didn't know which words had struck a chord with her, but Lin Xingyan didn't argue further with Xiao Fan. She walked over to the bed, picked up the bottle of plant-based essential oil. She poured some onto Xiao Fan's back and began massaging this despicable man. Ugh, that feels good. No wonder you're the empress. Your massage technique is truly extraordinary. Ouch, that hurts. Are you trying to murder your own husband? A little to the left, that's too light. Use some force. Did you not eat today? Ouch, that's too hard. You can't be trained, can you? One moment it's too hard, the next it's too light. Can't you give me a little sensation? As Lin Xingyan got to work, Xiao Fan lay on the bed, enjoying her massage while pointing and gesturing at her. This feeling was absolutely amazing. It was just Lin Xingyan. In less than half a minute, her endurance was nearing its limit. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll stop massaging you. You're just talking so much for a shoulder massage. Lin Xingyan said through gritted teeth. She really wanted to sit on Xiao Fan and stomp on him with her feet. Your technique is poor, yet you won't let me speak? This prince is guiding you. You must understand there are 3,000 paths in the world, and technique is a path, footwork is a path. Cultivation is about understanding the myriad aspects of life and comprehending the vastness of the world. You're treating this as punishment, which is torture for you. But if you regard this as one of the great paths of the world, then you are currently experiencing a form of cultivation unlike any you've ever known. Upon hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Xiao Fan muttered under his breath. Of course. What he was saying was mostly nonsense. But the speaker had no intention, while the listener took it to heart. These words fell into Lin Xingyan's ears like a thunderclap, causing her to widen her eyes in astonishment. The model is still a bit unstable. I'll adjust it later. This is the wedding dress for the beginning of the marriage. Let's just leave it like this. Chapter 80, This Grudge, I Must Avenge. There are 3,000 great truths in the world. Techniques are also truths, and the path itself is truth. Cultivation is about understanding the myriad aspects of life and comprehending the vastness of the world. You're treating this as punishment, which is torture for you. But if you regard this as one of the great paths of the world, then you are currently experiencing a form of cultivation unlike any you've ever known. Upon hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Xiao Fan muttered under his breath. Of course. What he was saying was mostly nonsense. But the speaker had no intention, while the listener took it to heart. These words fell into Lin Xingyan's ears like a thunderclap, causing her to widen her eyes in astonishment. The model is still a bit unstable. I'll adjust it later. This is the wedding dress for the beginning of the marriage. Let's just leave it like this. Chapter 80, This Grudge, I Must Avenge. There are 3,000 great truths in the world. Techniques are also truths, and the path itself is truth. Cultivation is about understanding the myriad aspects of life and comprehending the vastness of the world. As Xiao Fan's words echoed in her mind, a look of enlightenment flashed in Lin Xingyan's eyes. She finally understood that, despite feeling her cultivation progressing rapidly over the past period, there had been something missing in her cultivation. To the point that, although her cultivation was advancing swiftly, there was an underlying restlessness. At that moment, she finally understood why. It was because she lacked a calm and composed mindset. She couldn't let go of her imperial arrogance, which prevented her from blending into the lives of ordinary cultivators and understanding the diverse aspects of the human world. Without a perfect state of mind, even if she were to be reincarnated and start over, she would never undergo a true transformation. Thinking of this, a flash of enlightenment appeared in Lin Xingyan's mind, and a mysterious aura began to emanate from her body. The surrounding celestial and earthly energies surged toward her, causing Xiao Fan and Mu Rongyun to exchange startled glances. No way! Give this prince a massage. I just blurted out a few words, and this damn thing can lead to enlightenment? Feeling the change in Lin Xingyan, Xiao Fan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. However, Xiao Fan didn't get up to interrupt her. Instead, he lay on the bed with a helpless expression. Although he had a bet with Lin Xingyan, and every time she grew stronger, it would be highly disadvantageous for him. But Xiao Fan wasn't so despicable as to interrupt Lin Xingyan's hard-earned enlightenment just to gain a slight advantage. This made Meng Yun can't help but reveal a trace of relief. Despite their strained relationship and their usually ambiguous demeanor, when it came to matters of principle, both of them remained steadfast. On the other side, at the 8th Prince's mansion, during the upheaval in Pingyang Prefecture. Damn it, that good-for-nothing Lin Shitty actually went to Pingyang Prefecture. Could it be that he wants Xiao Fan to help him remove the insect poison from his body? That fool is utterly idiotic. Just as he was about to find Lin Shirtzu to give him instructions the sacred text would take action in 3 days, he couldn't find the man anywhere. Lin Shuming immediately used a secret technique to sense the worm king he had left inside Lin Shiki's body. Only then did he discover Lin Shiki's approximate location was in the direction of Pingyang Prefecture. This allowed Lin Shuming to immediately deduce Lin Shirtzu's intentions. He decided to inform his master. But unexpectedly, the corpse worm elder had already beaten him to it and gone to Pingyang Prefecture. Lin Shuming immediately summoned the Elder of the Vine and the 2 elders of the ghostly realm, intending to meet the corpse-eating old man outside Pingyang Prefecture and see if they could capture Pingyang Prefecture in one fell swoop tonight. But before they could even step out of the 8th Prince's mansion, Lin Shuming and the Ghost Vine elders suddenly let out a series of agonizing screams, collapsing to the ground one after another, clutching their heads and howling in pain. No, it can't be. Our master is dead? Feeling the rampant chaos and backlash of the insect parasites within his body, Lin Shuming's face turned pale with horror. But the next moment, Lin Shuming felt something awaken in his mind. A bizarre insect parasite was devouring his soul, causing him to scream in agony once more. This is the soul-devouring demon worm? Damn it, you old corpse-eating demon! When did you plant this soul-devouring parasite in my mind? Are you trying to devour my soul? Feeling his soul being constantly devoured, a look of panic appeared on Lin Shuming's face. Although he had a premonition. Even though he had taken the corpse worm old man as his master, the old man might have planted a worm inside him. But he sensed. It must be the 3 corpse brain worm parasite, or the worm parasite that inhabits the 5 viscera. These. With his current cultivation level and mastery of insect poison techniques, even if he couldn't immediately neutralize them, he had methods to suppress them. But he never expected. The corpse worm old demon had planted an extremely rare soul-devouring demon worm curse on him. This is an extremely terrifying worm parasite. It can devour another being's soul, take control of their spiritual sea, and turn them into a puppet. Damn it, there's a Zhongwu realm expert within the Pingyang Prince's mansion. That damn brat even stole my crimson demon worm. After cultivating for over 100 years, I've been defeated in the capital of the Great Qian Empire. All my cultivation is gone. As Lin Shuming felt fear, a brutal voice echoed in his mind. It was the old corpse worm that had been crushed to death in Pingyang Mansion. Of course. This was not the corpse-eating old man returning from the dead, but rather a life-saving technique left behind by the opponent. 10 years ago, he discovered this soul-devouring demon worm in an abandoned ruin and devoted all his strength to refining it into his own life-bound soul worm, secretly implanting it into Lin Shuming's mind. He did this out of fear that one day, if he were to meet an untimely end, he could use a secret technique to transfer his soul essence and use his lifebound soul worm to take over Lin Shuming's body. Despite this, from now on, he would become a mere insect and his cultivation would be forever stagnant at his previous level. But better to live a miserable life than to die honorably. If he hadn't kept a trick up his sleeve today, he would have been nothing but a fleeting memory. Moments later, the soul-devouring demon worm formed from the corpse-eating old man completely devoured Lin Shuming's soul, thoroughly occupying his spiritual sea and taking control of his physical body. A terrifying surge of true energy erupted, causing Lin Shuming's cultivation to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, he broke through from the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm to the king martial realm, and within a short while, he broke through again to the 4th level of the king martial realm. After that, it stopped growing. This left Lin Shuming, this left the old corpse-eating insect's face darkening with horror. Damn it! My cultivation can only recover to this level? What's the difference between this and being completely ruined? Falling from the 4th layer of the imperial martial realm to the 4th layer of the king martial realm, his soul had transformed into a bizarre insect larva, and he had even lost the insect larva army he had cultivated. Tonight, he had planned to use Lin Shirka as bait to see if he could capture the pure yang and purine bodies from Pingyang Prefecture. But unexpectedly, in the end, not only did I end up with nothing to show for it, but I also ended up in this pitiful state. This grudge, I must avenge. In the midst of overwhelming hatred, the corpse-eating old man suddenly recalled the upcoming blessing ceremony and the powerful demons of the heavenly demon sect lurking within the great Qian imperial city. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. However, just as the old corpse-eating worm finished his thoughts, 3 violent surges of true energy erupted nearby. The Vinewood Elder and the Ghost Qian duo temporarily suppressed the 3 corpse-eating worms in their heads. They intended to forcibly suppress the corpse worm elder and force him to help them remove the worms. The corpse worm elder, seeing this, coldly smiled and immediately emitted an insect-like chirp from his mouth. The Vinewood old man and the 2 ghostly elders let out an agonized scream, and all 3 of them knelt before the corpse insect old man. Don't think that just because I've fallen to this state and can only survive by borrowing my disciple's body, you few have the ability to resist me. The 3 corpse brainworms all contain a thread of my soul. If I were to truly perish, you would all follow me into the grave. The corpse worm elder turned to face the 3 great martial arts masters. A chilling expression of murderous intent flashed across his face. Go find more young boys and girls for me. I will use this body to refine it into a demonic body of 10,000 poisons. Once the sacred text is opened, I will make sure those bastards in Pingyang Prefecture have no place to be buried. The corpse worm elder had already roughly identified the Zhongwu realm expert who had previously attempted to kill him. 7 colored flames, a serpentine shadow devouring the heavens. It was highly likely the Medusa Queen of the Snake People from the Endless Death Desert. Though he had no idea how she had arrived in the Great Qian Imperial City or what her true purpose was here. But for a Snake Clan queen who had broken through to the Zhongwu realm and awakened the swallowing heavenly serpent bloodline, the higher-ups of the Tianyao demon sect would undoubtedly be very interested. Empress Birdman Painting. Chapter 81. Yunanti did a better job than this palace, but you don't have to praise one and belittle the other, do you? The gaze returned to Pingyang Prefecture. As Lin Xingyan opened her eyes once more, a terrifying aura erupted from the other person, causing Lin Xingyan's cultivation to reach the 4th level of the Wangwu realm. This left Lin Xingyan's expression dazed. She had thought that after breaking through to the 3rd level of the King Martial realm, she would need to consolidate her cultivation before continuing her breakthrough. But unexpectedly, Xiao Fan's few words had allowed her to break through again. Of course, the greatest gain this time wasn't just breaking through this minor realm, but the transformation in her mindset. Having recognized her current shortcomings, Lin Xingyan was confident that her future cultivation progress would be even more rapid, and she also felt more certain about embarking on a new path and surpass her former self. Wake up, gather your energy, and continue. This prince is almost asleep. Just as Lin Xingyan was lost in thought, Xiao Fan's voice sounded faintly. This woman. She had been in a state of enlightenment for nearly an hour. Though it doesn't compare to sudden enlightenment, it's still quite rare. However, the fact that the other party had only broken through a minor realm left Xiao Fan somewhat taken aback. He had assumed she would be like him, achieving sudden enlightenment and breaking through several minor realms in an instant, but instead, she had awakened in less than an hour and only broken through one minor realm. It seemed that his sudden enlightenment was a far more extraordinary opportunity. Thank you. Looking at Xiao Fan lying on the bed, Lin Xingyan spoke softly. At that moment, the arrogance on her body had clearly subsided considerably. If you want to thank me, show your sincerity and serve this prince properly. For example, in addition to the massage, you could try something different to make this prince feel more comfortable. Xiao Fan replied lazily upon hearing this. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lin Xingyan. Shameful. Before you've proven your strength and truly defeated this palace, don't even think about making me lower my dignity to please you. Hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Xiao Fan was utterly taken aback. What do you mean? As long as this prince defeats you with my strength, you will abandon your dignity and use every means at your disposal to please me to your heart's content? Lin Qingyan's expression froze upon hearing this, but she did not become angry or embarrassed. She merely replied calmly. I never said that. Don't twist my words. After speaking, Lin Qingyan poured some essential oil onto Xiao Fan's back and began massaging him again, causing Xiao Fan to close his eyes in enjoyment. Aunt Yun, would you like to try it too? This massage is quite relaxing. In a state of relaxation, Xiao Fan suddenly said to Meng Yun, causing Lin Qingyan's expression to stiffen involuntarily. No. Having her massage one person was enough, now he wanted another one? Of course. Lin Qingyan wasn't unwilling to give Mu Rongyun a massage or acupressure. But seeing the way the massage was being set up, requiring one to remove their shirt and lie face down, could she really ask Mu Rongyun to take off her shirt and lie next to Xiao Fan for a massage? This shameless guy really has ulterior motives. Aunt Yun isn't used to it. But if you let Aunt Yun give you a massage too, she wouldn't refuse. Just as Lin Qingyan was about to say not to think too much, Mu Rongyun's words froze her in place. Completely unexpected. Mao Rongyun being so gentle with Xiao Fan and even wanting to give him a massage? After what Xiao Fan just said, Aunt Yun also wants to try it. Maybe by letting go of her pride and quietly reflecting on the challenges in life, she might gain something too. Seeing Lin Qingyan staring at her in shock, Mu Rongyun forced herself to speak calmly, which made Lin Qingyan's expression become quite interesting. What a ridiculous excuse. Does she even believe what she's saying? Does she really think she's a naive fool? Lin Qingyan felt that Mu Rongyun had changed. Toward Xiao Fan, she was no longer as cold as she had been a few days ago, but instead treated him with the same tenderness and consideration she showed her, making Lin Qingyan feel suddenly neglected. Manhwa didn't acknowledge Lin Qingyan's shock. After saying that, she also walked over to the bed. She applied some essential oil and began massaging Xiao Fan's body. No wonder you're Aunt Yun. Your technique is truly amazing. A little lower, apply more pressure, that feels so good. The way your fingers glide over the skin is simply indescribable. Much better than that arrogant woman over there. Feeling the two soft hands massaging his back, Xiao Fan experienced the pleasure of an emperor, and in his excitement, he couldn't help but praise Mu Rongyun. This made Lin Qingyan's face darken. Aunt Yun does indeed massage better than me, but you don't have to play favorites, do you? After saying that, Lin Qingyan couldn't help but pinch Xiao Fan, which made him speak up in dissatisfaction. You arrogant woman can't massage properly and you don't even let me say anything? Go make me a midnight snack. I don't want you to massage me anymore. You? Hearing Xiao Fan's arrogant words, Lin Qingyan immediately felt a surge of anger. However, she remembered that she had agreed. She had to do everything possible to please him before midnight, and Xiao Fan had inadvertently given her a hint earlier. Lin Qingyan took a deep breath and ultimately restrained herself. Stay calm. I must maintain a calm mindset and not let this man ruin my mood. After comforting herself with a few words, Lin Qingyan couldn't be bothered to argue with Xiao Fan anymore. She stood up and left the side hall to prepare a late-night snack. From today onward, she would try to put herself in the shoes of a weak woman being mistreated by an unscrupulous husband, experiencing the tragic plight of a disadvantaged wife within a family. Perhaps this would help her gain some insights she had never felt in her previous life. I feel Qingyan has really changed so much. After Lin Qingyan left the main hall, Meng Yun said with a touch of emotion. This made Xiao Fan pause for a moment. Maybe she knows that being too cold and arrogant won't make her likable, right? Xiao Fan replied casually, then smiled and joked, don't mention Lin Qingyan. I also feel like Aunt Yun has changed a lot. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Manhwa's body stiffened slightly, then she spoke vaguely, maybe she's been influenced by you too. Aunt Yun also wants to reflect on life. Xiao Fan's lips curved slightly at her words. Aunt Yun, your true appearance must be very beautiful, right? Later, I'll find you some pills that can restore your appearance, and you won't have to wear a veil or a cloak anymore. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, Mu Rongyun's body stiffened once more. However, she didn't answer the question, but silently helped Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan didn't say anything else either, just silently enjoying the moment. Of course, there were still some lustful thoughts in his mind. If he could take Mu Rongyun and Lin Qingyan together, along with Ling Xingling, Ling Yu, and Ling Rushwang, how happy would he be in the future? Not long after, Lin Qingyan had prepared a midnight snack and brought it over. The aroma instantly filled the entire side hall, making Xiao Fan's appetite soar. He then turned over and leaned against Mu Rongyun, letting her continue massaging his shoulders while giving Lin Qingyan a meaningful glance. Feed me. Lin Qingyan had just placed the midnight snack on the table when she heard Xiao Fan's words, and her mind nearly froze. Feed you? Lin Qingyan glared at Xiao Fan with clenched teeth. Xiao Fan, I'm not your maid. Do you have no hands or feet? Do you need me to feed you? See? You've only been pretending for a short while, and you've already reverted to your true self. The Empress's temperament is still unchangeable. When Ling Xing and Ling Yu fed you, why didn't they get so worked up? Seeing Lin Xingyan like this, Xiao Fan sighed and said. He was almost driven to the point of spitting blood. He really wanted to say, when did she ever let Ling Xing and Ling Yu feed her? But, thinking about experiencing the ups and downs of life, Lin Xingyan clenched her teeth and endured it. Anyway, it wasn't too much to ask, so she decided to let him off this time. As the thought crossed her mind, Lin Xingyan took a deep breath to suppress her emotions and began feeding Xiao Fan his midnight snack like a maid, which couldn't help but make Xiao Fan curve his lips into a smile. What is so special about being an empress? When she meets him, she'll have to be slowly trained. This sense of accomplishment is truly extraordinary. After they had eaten their fill, Xiao Fan had Lin Xingyan massage him, then had Mu Rongyun massage him as well. After all the fuss, they finally made it to midnight. The system notification sounded. Ding! Daily fishing attempts have been updated, with a maximum of 30 days retained. Yun's current profile picture. Chapter 82, don't believe me? Then this prince will show you. Finally, I can fish again. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xiao Fan's face lit up with a smile, and he sat up on the bed. Woman, aren't you eager to see your husband's precious treasure? Then keep your eyes wide open and take a good look. Under the stunned gazes of Lin Xingyan and Mu Rongyun, Xiao Fan spoke before pulling out the void fishing rod, causing Lin Xingyan's eyes to narrow. Ignoring Xiao Fan's teasing, her gaze immediately fixed on the void fishing rod. Is that the fishing rod? Looking at the fishing rod in Xiao Fan's hand, Lin Xingyan's expression grew solemn. Because in her perception, it was just an ordinary fishing rod, with no signs of any spiritual energy fluctuations. It was hard to believe. Xiao Fan had used this thing to catch Ling Rushwang and easily subdue her? This thing is an invaluable treasure in my hands, but in others' hands, it's just a worthless rod. Xiao Fan nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Xingyan's eager gaze, as if she wanted to touch his treasure, Xiao Fan didn't hesitate to let her touch it. He immediately raised his hand in a gesture. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Hearing Xiao Fan's words and looking at the fishing rod in front of him, Lin Xingyan hesitated for a moment before reaching out to grip the tip of the rod. Immediately afterward, he examined it in his hands, then tried to infuse it with his true energy and swing it, but there was no reaction at all, just like an ordinary fishing rod. This made Lin Xingyan completely believe that the fishing rod could only be used by Xiao Fan. How do you use it to catch women? After fiddling with it for a moment, Lin Xingyan returned the void fishing rod to Xiao Fan and asked curiously, causing Xiao Fan's lips to twitch involuntarily. What do you mean, fishing for women? This fishing rod is for catching opportunities and treasures, not specifically for catching women. Upon hearing Lin Xingyan's words, Xiao Fan immediately corrected her. Although he had indeed caught several women with this rod before. But those were all accidents. The true purpose of this fishing rod remains to catch treasures of fate. Is that so? Lin Xingyan looked at him disbelievingly. In just a few days, he'd caught 3 women, and he was saying this fishing rod wasn't specifically for catching women? You don't believe me, do you? Then this prince will show you. Seeing Lin Xingyan's disbelieving expression, Xiao Fan decided to prove once and for all that his fishing rod was indeed a legitimate one, and that the previous incidents were just rare occurrences. He felt the probability of catching a woman with this fishing rod was the same as catching a person while fishing in his previous life. It couldn't possibly be 8 out of 10, could it? As the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Fan swung the fishing rod and cast the hook. First cast with confidence. Although there was only one cast tonight, the opening chant couldn't be forgotten. This was his essential opening line for landing a big catch. Of course, this big catch doesn't refer to a woman. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao Fan and Lin Xingyan, the fishing hook, along with the line, suddenly disappeared into thin air, leaving only a ripple in the space ahead. On the other side, at the Prince of Jinnan's mansion. Your Highness, we have investigated. The 3rd princess consort and the 5th prince secretly went to the imperial city of Deqian, and it is highly likely that they died within Pingyang Prefecture. An elderly man reported the events that had unfolded in the imperial city over the past few days in a low, somber tone. Additionally, the movements of Lu Yenyun and Xiaoyi caught Xiao Feng's attention. As he was about to write, his hand paused, and a chilling aura erupted from his body. Yenyun and Er died in Pingyang Prefecture? The 7th prince has already broken through to the 1st level of the heavenly martial realm, and there's a late-stage imperial martial realm expert by his side? I never expected that in just 3 days of seclusion, such a major incident would occur. Xiao Feng slowly raised his head, his gaze deep and unsettling. Have you discovered the identity of the imperial martial realm expert behind the 7th prince? Regarding the deaths of Lu Yenyun and Xiaoyi, Xiao Feng wasn't particularly concerned. After all, women and sons, once they're dead, they're dead. These things could be replaced or reborn. But his son, who had always been a useless and unable to cultivate, suddenly broke through to the 1st level of the heavenly martial realm. And he was accompanied by a late-stage imperial martial realm expert, which forced Xiao Feng to take this son seriously. No, because the enemy is too powerful, our men dare not get too close. All we know is, the opponent is a stunningly beautiful woman in red, and she controls a terrifying flame. The old man shook his head upon hearing this. Having revealed all the information he knew, Xiao Fan couldn't help but furrow his brows. She possesses the strength of a late-stage imperial martial realm cultivator and is a fire-attributed woman. By all accounts, she shouldn't be an unknown figure in the Great Qian Empire. Could she possibly be from outside the empire? As everyone knows, to reach the imperial martial realm, one is already among the top-tier experts in the Great Qian Empire, with fame and prestige spreading far and wide. And she is an absolutely stunning beauty. However, within the Great Qian Empire, there is no known imperial martial realm expert who is a female cultivator of the fire attribute. In 2 days, it will be the sacred. It seems I must pay a visit to Pingyang Prefecture. As the words murmured, Xiao Fang's eyes couldn't help but flicker. Everyone knew his cultivation was only at the 7th level of the imperial martial realm, but few realized that he had been hiding his true cultivation all these years. His true cultivation level had already reached the 9th level of the imperial martial realm. And during these 3 days of seclusion, he had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the imperial martial realm, just one step away from breaking through to the Zhongwu realm. Now, he has also aligned himself with the Burning Sun Valley and secretly cultivated a significant force, already possessing the qualifications to rebel. If he can recruit another late-stage imperial martial realm expert, then his chances of overthrowing the Great Qian imperial family and becoming the ruler of this land would undoubtedly increase significantly. As the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Fan gave the old man a few instructions before leaving the prince's mansion and heading straight for the Great Qian imperial city. At the same time, in a grand hall within the eastern courtyard of the Jinnan Wangfu, Mother, that good-for-nothing Xiao Fan has actually broken through to the 1st level of the heavenly martial realm, and there is a late-stage imperial martial realm expert by his side. If he comes to seek revenge, Father might not protect us. Since the Jinnan Wangfu is thousands of miles away from the Great Qian imperial city, the news of Xiao Fan's actions there had only just reached them. Xiao Tian had only just received word of it, which left him anxious and restless. He immediately rushed to Lin Wanqing to report the matter. How old is he? You're so panicked over a little trouble. How can you ever achieve great things or inherit the title of a prince or duke? Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Lin Wanqing spoke calmly. Her face showed no signs of panic. She was the eldest princess of the Great Qian imperial family and the current queen consort of the Jinnan Wangfu, with martial arts cultivation reaching the 9th level of the Wangwu realm. Within the Prince of the South's mansion, apart from the Prince of Jinnan, she held the greatest authority. Therefore, back when Xiao Fan was born, she personally strangled his mother to death, and Xiao Feng didn't utter a single word. It was precisely because of her status that he feared her. I have already instructed the commander-in-chief of the imperial city to carry out the plan. In the next few days, he will find a way to provoke a conflict between the major princes and the Pingyang mansion. If that fails, we will prepare to tamper with the blessing ceremony. At that time, even if Xiao Fan, that good-for-nothing, can now cultivate and has managed to attach himself to a royal martial realm expert, he'll still have to face his lowly, dog-like mother. After Xiao Tian finished speaking, Lin Wanqing said indifferently. This caused Xiao Tian's eyes to light up. With Lin Wanqing leveraging her connections in the imperial city and the power of the Deqian royal family to eliminate the enemy, Xiao Fan would have no choice but to die, even if he didn't want to. Xiao Fan, if you behave yourself and remain a worthless, this prince might spare your life. But now that you've become a prince consort and clung to the leg of a powerful figure, don't blame us for wanting to eliminate you once and for all. Xiao Tian spoke coldly, then seemed to think of something and hurriedly pulled something out from his body. Oh, right, mother. This is what I brought back from the Dan Huang Valley. Dan Huang Li Qingha asked me to give it to you. It's a 5th grade mid-tier Tianxue Yunyan pill. This pill not only enhances your ice attribute physique talent but also ensures you'll maintain your youthful appearance, making your skin as smooth and radiant as snow-white jade. The queen, armed with a gun, is ready to raid the gifts. All the handsome guys are voluntarily handing over their free gifts. Little Fish is begging for one. Chapter 83, she looks like a young woman, and there's something vaguely familiar about her. Tianxue Yunyan pill? Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words and seeing the pill bottle before her, Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up immediately. Although, with her current cultivation level, she takes good care of herself. Her appearance was as youthful as that of a woman in her 20s, with not a single wrinkle on her face. Her figure was curvaceous, with no sagging or flabbiness. But no woman would refuse the chance to be even more beautiful. Especially since this was the elixir given to her by Dan Huang Li Qingha. Does your father know you just returned from the Dan Huang Valley? Taking the pill bottle from Xiao Tian, Lin Wanqing asked in a low voice. Xiao Tian replied immediately. My son's whereabouts have always been secret. My father does not know that I went to the Dan Huang Valley. I am just curious, does my mother have some connection with the Dan Huang? How does your son feel? He seems to be a bit too kind to my mother. Before Xiao Tian could finish speaking, Lin Wanqing's expression grew cold and a chill spread from her body. Tianer, you've spoken too much. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's words, Xiao Tian's expression grew solemn. He looked up. He then noticed that Lin Wanqing was staring at him with an intense gaze. Matter concerning adults are none of your concern. What you need to know, your mother will inform you of in due time. Feeling the coldness in Lin Wanqing's words, Xiao Tian immediately replied with a trembling voice. Mother, it was my fault for speaking out of turn. Seeing Xiao Tian cowering in fear, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She then reached for the pill bottle, intending to take out the Tianxue Yunyuan pill and swallow it. But just then, a spatial ripple suddenly rippled in the air behind Lin Wanqing, and a fishing hook with a fishing line dropped from the void. This caused Xiao Tian to freeze in shock. Where did that fishing hook come from? Before he could finish the thought, the fishing hook landed directly on Lin Wanqing's body. It hooked onto her ear in an instant. This caused Lin Wanqing to freeze instantly. Her entire body felt as though it had been struck by lightning, completely immobilized in that moment. What's going on? Lin Wanqing's eyes reflected a look of terror, and her head was buzzing. Her first reaction was that she had been ambushed. Her body was suddenly pinned down by a terrifying force she couldn't resist. Before she could think further, a sudden pulling force grabbed her and dragged her upward into the air. Mother! Xiao Tian, seeing this, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately rushed toward Lin Wanqing. But before he could touch Lin Wanqing's body, an unknown force slammed him away. This left Xiao Tian helplessly watching as Lin Wanqing was dragged into the spatial ripples like a dead dog, then vanished before his eyes, as clear as water. Xiao Tian felt as though the sky had collapsed, his face pale as paper from the shock. A living, breathing person. No, a powerful warrior at the 9th level of the King Martial Realm, taken away without a fight? How terrifying was the power of the one who had done this? And why had they taken Lin Wanqing? A flood of questions erupted in Xiao Tian's mind. The next moment, Xiao Tian rushed out of the room in sheer terror. Someone, help! Save the princess! My mother has been kidnapped. Father, mother has been taken. She's been kidnapped. Hurry and seal off the void. Amidst Xiao Tian's frantic cries for help, the entire Jinnan Wangfu was thrown into chaos. An old man immediately appeared beside Xiao Tian. It was none other than the old man who had been in Xiao Feng's study earlier. He was also the steward of the Jinnan Wangfu. Yang Qing. His cultivation had reached the astonishing 4th level of the Imperial Martial Realm, and he was one of the most capable subordinates under the Jinnan Wang. What's going on? The prince left the mansion not long ago. If there's anything, your highness can speak with me. At Yang Qing's sharp command, Xiao Tian immediately recounted the recent events, causing Yang Qing's expression to change drastically. Someone had managed to abduct the great princess consort right under his nose without anyone noticing? Could it be that a Zhongwu realm expert had secretly intervened? Thinking of this, Yang Qing felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately sent a message to Xiao Feng and sealed off the southern prince's mansion, beginning an investigation to check for any abnormalities in the surrounding area. Regarding the chaos at the Prince of Jinnan's mansion, Xiao Fan was still unaware of it. Upon feeling the fishing rod hook something, he quickly and skillfully lifted the rod and reeled in the line. It's biting. It's biting. Today, this prince will show you that this rod is used to catch opportunities in destiny, not to catch women. However, before Xiao Fan could finish his sentence, he saw a head being pulled out of the spatial ripples, causing his face to freeze in shock. Damn, what luck! Did I catch another woman again? This fishing rod must be the old pervert's fishing rod. It doesn't catch opportunities or fate, it just catches women for him? It wasn't just Xiao Fan who was startled. Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyan were also stunned by the scene. They had thought Xiao Fan catching a woman was an unexpected accident, but it turns out this guy was born to catch women. She looks like a young married woman, and there's something vaguely familiar about her. After muttering to himself, Xiao Fan pulled the person out of the spatial ripple, but since she was facing away from him, he could only see part of her profile. So Xiao Fan didn't recognize Lin Wanqing at first glance. But the next moment, as Lin Wanqing was completely pulled out of the spatial ripple and fell to the ground, Xiao Fan's pupils couldn't help but contract. It's you? The great princess of the Jinnan Wangfu? Xiao Fan, Lin Qingyan, and Mu Rongyan all recognized Lin Wanqing at the same time. Completely unexpected. This net had caught an old acquaintance. Xiao Fan? Lin Wanqing lay on the ground, her pupils dilating uncontrollably. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Just moments ago, she had been discussing Xiao Fan, that good-for-nothing, with her son, and now he had been reeled in from the Jinnan Wangfu with a single cast. What kind of trick was that? You must understand. The Jinnan Wangfu is over 80,000 miles away from the Deqian Imperial City. Even if a royal martial realm expert were to rush there at full speed, it would still take a considerable amount of time to arrive. But in just a few breaths, she had someone summoned from tens of thousands of miles away, and now they couldn't move a muscle. This worthless person is so terrifying. Xiao Fan, what do you mean by this? Although I am not your biological mother, I am your great aunt. You have no reason to use some means to capture me from the Prince of the South's mansion. What do you intend to do? Do you know that the prince was right beside me just now? If he finds out you did this, do you know what the consequences will be? In a state of sheer terror, Lin Wanqing shouted at Xiao Fan. Though her body was immobilized, she was still able to speak. She immediately tried to fabricate the truth to intimidate Xiao Fan and prevent her situation from becoming too disadvantageous. The Prince of Jinnan was there just now? Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's words, Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun's expressions grew solemn, and a look of shock involuntarily appeared on their faces. If the Prince of Jinnan had indeed been by Lin Wanqing's side but failed to stop her from being lured away, then Xiao Fan's fishing rod was truly terrifying. And now, the Prince of Jinnan's mansion was likely in complete chaos. If outsiders were to learn of Xiao Fan's miraculous fishing rod, there would undoubtedly be trouble in the future, and the Prince of Jinnan would not let the matter rest. You're lying on the ground like yet you still dare to flaunt your status as a princess. Do you really think your current position poses any threat to this prince? Xiao Fan sneered coldly as he looked down at Lin Wanqing, a cold, murderous intent flashing across his face, causing Lin Wanqing's expression to change. Xiao Fan, what do you mean? I am the Empress consort whom your father, the king, married in a proper ceremony. I am also the 13th princess of the previous generation of the great Qian royal family, and the 13th imperial aunt of the woman standing beside you. Are you really willing to disregard the bonds of kinship and commit such a heinous act against your elders? After Medusa finished robbing with her gun, Ling Rushwang also wanted to rob, and the handsome reader's small gifts were all taken. Chapter 84, Her being used by you has a different meaning. Elders? Disregard moral principles? Do you think you're better than you are? Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's words, Xiao Fan immediately sneered. This caused Lin Wanqing's expression to change once again. It was clear. Xiao Fan's words were clearly intended to harm her, causing Lin Wanqing to panic instantly. Xiao Fan, I know. Over the years in the prince's mansion, you haven't had an easy life. You've had conflicts with Tiana and the others, and you've often been bullied by the other two princesses. As the eldest princess of the Jinnan Wangfu, I have turned a blind eye to your suffering over the years. It is only natural that you harbor resentment toward me. But the struggle for the position of crown prince has always been like this. All of this was your father's doing. Although he sees you as a worthless who cannot cultivate, he does not want his son to truly be a. That is why he allowed Tiana and the others to bully you from a young age. It was actually meant to hone your social skills. Though I cannot bear it in my heart, I cannot disobey the prince. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Fan, Lin Wanqing played the victim card at that moment. She directly portrayed herself as an innocent victim, claiming that she had been forced by Xiao Feng's tyranny to remain silent about the humiliations Xiao Fan had endured over the years. Such words. It truly made Xiao Fan laugh. Do you really think this prince wants to kill you just because you were bullied in the princess mansion? Xiao Fan glared down at Lin Wanqing with a cold gaze, pausing before continuing in an even colder tone. You wouldn't have forgotten, would you, that when this prince was just born, you were the one who strangled my mother to death? Boom! Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Wanqing felt as though an explosion had gone off in her mind. She stared at Xiao Fan in disbelief. Back then, when she acted, there was only one trusted servant by her side, no one else was present. And shortly afterward, the midwife was also accused of failing to save the life of the Wang family and was sentenced to death. She was executed on the spot and buried alongside the Wang family. Even the confidant who had been by her side at the time met with an accident a few years ago while protecting her. Now, the only one who knows the truth of what happened back then is likely her alone. Xiao Feng and the other two princesses, along with other members of the Wang mansion, though they all suspected that Wang Shi was killed by her, none of them had seen it with their own eyes, and there was no concrete evidence. This woman. How did she know that her biological mother was strangled to death by her? Not only was Lin Wanqing utterly shocked, Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun were also startled. They had assumed that Xiao Fan harbored hatred toward Lin Wanqing because she had been mistreated in the prince's mansion over the years, but they never imagined the true reason was the murder of his mother. Xiao Fan, your mother was once this palace's attendant maid. Her death was entirely due to the midwife's negligence during childbirth, leading to excessive bleeding. What does that have to do with me? I even had that midwife punished afterward to appease your mother's spirit in heaven. Are you now trying to slander me? In a state of shock, Lin Wanqing vehemently denied the accusation. Now that she was at Xiao Fan's mercy, she had to do everything in her power to calm him down first. Once she managed to escape, she would make Xiao Fan regret it. What a fine way to comfort my mother's spirit. Xiao Fan sneered at Lin Wanqing, his voice growing even colder and more piercing as he replied, but on that day, this prince saw with my own eyes that it was you who strangled my mother to death. And before she died, even holding me was a luxury she could only dream of. Though he felt no affection for Wang Ping, this flesh and blood body was, after all, born from her womb. If he had been able to grow up safely, he would have certainly been filial to Wang Ping. But, in this life, he had never experienced maternal love. Because at the moment of his birth, Wang Ping was killed by the vicious woman before him. The murder of one's mother is an unforgivable crime. He had planned to wait until Ling Rushwang and Lu Yenji helped Ling Xing and Ling Yu undergo their rebirth and transformation, then find an opportunity to go to the Prince of Jianan's mansion to seek revenge on Lin Wanqing and the others. But unexpectedly, tonight, this single stroke had actually lured Lin Wanqing, that venomous woman, into the trap. Then I'll start with this woman first. Did you see it with your own eyes? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Wanqing stared at him in disbelief, her face once again filled with shock. Impossible. You're making this up. As everyone knows, human fetuses are in a state of incomplete spiritual development for the first 3 months after birth. Anything they see or hear during this period is completely forgotten once their spiritual awareness fully awakens. How do you remember what happened back then? As he spoke, Lin Wanqing quickly shut her mouth, realizing she had slipped up. Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyan looked at Xiao Fan in astonishment, and at that moment, the same thought crossed their minds. That was, Xiao Fan must also be a reincarnated powerful being. Only then could he have avoided the mystery of the womb and been born with fully awakened spiritual intelligence? Since you've remembered, then go on your way. Looking at Lin Wanqing's horrified expression, Xiao Fan spoke in a cold tone. As he spoke, pure young true qi erupted from his body, startling Lin Wanqing so much she let out a shriek. Xiao Fan, you can't kill me. I have evidence against the commander-in-chief of the Imperial City, and Dan Huangli Qinghe is my close friend. Look at the pill bottle in my hand, it contains the 5th grade pills gifted to me by Dan Huangli Qinghe. If you spare my life, I can be of use to you. In that case, the Imperial City's Supreme Commander Tian Yi and the Dan Emperor Li Qinghe can also be at your disposal. Even this 5th grade on my body, along with the numerous treasures stored in my storage ring, I can all hand over to you. Seeing that Xiao Fan truly intended to kill her, Lin Wanqing offered a series of tempting conditions. She didn't believe it. Xiao Fan would not be the slightest bit tempted by such an offer. After all, her offer to be at your service had a different meaning. Although Xiao Fan had married Lin Qingyan as his wife, which man wouldn't want to sleep with more beautiful women? And she happened to be a woman of great charm. Moreover, she was the eldest princess of the Prince of the South, the 13th imperial aunt of Lin Qingyan, and even Xiao Fan's great aunt. With all these titles and status, she doesn't believe Xiao Fan truly has no feelings for her. Even if he wants revenge, he'd have to torment her mercilessly dozens of times. Only then would he feel satisfied. Moreover, behind her stood the Imperial City's Supreme Commander Tiani and the Dan Emperor Li Qinghe, both renowned late-stage royal martial realm experts. Capturing her would be far more profitable than killing her. Foolish. If I kill you, the pills and resources on your body will still belong to this prince. As for the 2 mistresses you're involved with, to be honest, this prince doesn't even find them appealing. Hearing Xiao Fan's heartless words, Lin Wanqing could hardly believe her ears. He actually looked down on her and the 2 imperial martial realm experts. This kid must be crazy. Before she could think further, seeing the terrifying true energy in Xiao Fan's right hand, he lowered his head to strike her heart meridian. Lin Wanqing shouted at Lin Qingyan with all her might. Qingyan, stop him. I am your 13th imperial aunt. You cannot stand by and let me die. Amidst Lin Wanqing's pleas for help, Lin Qingyan's expression remained unchanged as she coldly watched Xiao Fan act. As a member of the imperial family, having been neglected since childhood and with her mother having been forced to death by the Emperor of Deqian, Lin Qingyan harbored little familial affection for the other members of the Deqian royal family. Moreover, Lin Wanqing had killed Xiao Fan's biological mother, and she was now Xiao Fan's wife. Helping her would mean breaking ties with Xiao Fan. Under the cold stares of Lin Qingyan and Meng Yuyun, Xiao Fan struck Lin Wanqing in the chest with a single blow. Despite her cultivation at the 9th level of the Wangwu realm, under the suppression of the void fishing rod, she was now nothing more than a helpless pig or dog, and Xiao Fan's single strike completely shattered her heart. Send this woman to hell to atone for her sins. Please consider supporting this book by spending a little time to support it. Chapter 85. How could this prince ever allow your soul to rest in peace? He really is ruthless. Watching Xiao Fan dispose of Lin Wanqing so swiftly and decisively, he showed no regard for the fact that she was the eldest princess of the Southern Frontier Prince's Mansion, the former princess of the Great Qian imperial family, and also the 13th princess of Lin Qingyan. Lin Qingyan couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Lin Wanqing probably never dreamed that she would end up being caught and killed by Xiao Fan like a fish tonight, even though she had been staying safely at the Prince of the South's mansion. Vengeance begets vengeance. When will it ever end? Each generation is more ruthless than the last. You don't need to die with your eyes open. To prevent your son from finding out you died at the hands of this prince and coming to seek revenge, I will find an opportunity soon to reunite the 2 of you. Looking at Lin Wanqing's lifeless face, Xiao Fan murmured as he withdrew his hand and the fishing rod. But the next moment, just as Xiao Fan reeled in his fishing rod, Lin Wanqing's body suddenly twitched violently, as if coming back from the dead, and her flesh and blood dried up in an instant. Her entire body instantly turned into a desiccated corpse. A blood-red mark burst forth from Lin Wanqing's chest, piercing directly into Xiao Fan's body, causing Mu Rongyun and Lin Qingyan's expressions to change drastically. Immediately afterward, A terrifying bloodlight erupted within Xiao Fan's body, seemingly intent on inflicting harm upon him. However, as the pure yang supreme bone on Xiao Fan's chest erupted with a vast aura, the bloodlight was instantly suppressed, causing Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun to jump in surprise. "Xiao Fan, are you okay?" Their expressions changed. Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun immediately rushed to Xiao Fan's side, with Mu Rongyun unable to resist checking him over. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Xiao Fan waved his hand, signaling them not to worry. That flash of blood was just a curse mark. This woman had taken some kind of peculiar pill. If she were unfortunately killed by someone, the potency of the pill would her qi and blood throughout her body. It then transforms into a cursed blood mark that enters the body of the person harboring hatred, cursing and retaliating against them while leaving a mark on their body. This allows the person who crafted the pill to know exactly who killed her. If this prince is not mistaken, the one who gave this woman the pill must be the pill Emperor Li Qinghe. Unfortunately, this woman did not know that this prince possesses the pure yang supreme bone, which not only can easily suppress this cursed mark but also refine it as nourishment. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun both froze, their faces betraying a strange expression. If that's the case, Lin Wanqing had essentially sent Xiao Fan a great blessing even after her death. If he could refine this cursed mark, Xiao Fan might even break through his cultivation again? It was truly selfless. Since this venomous woman was so considerate, this prince cannot possibly disregard her selfless sacrifice. As he spoke, Xiao Fan's hands shifted into a seal, summoning the 10,000 demon soul binding banner from his spiritual sea. Immediately, chains with hooks erupted from the banner. They then plunged into Lin Wanqing's corpse, pulling out a transparent figure from within. It was none other than Lin Wanqing's soul, which had not yet completely dissipated. "Xiao Fan, you demon! You have already extinguished my life force, and now you won't even spare my remnant soul?" Being dragged out by the soul chains, Lin Wanqing cried out in terror. As everyone knows, living beings are generally composed of a physical body and a soul. However, ordinary humans, because their souls are inherently weak, once they die, their souls dissipate into the heavens and earth shortly after their physical bodies perish. It then transforms into a pure spiritual imprint, absorbed by the laws of the universe and reincarnated. However, cultivation is inherently a defiance of the heavens. As one's cultivation continues to improve, both the physical body and the soul grow stronger. The souls of some powerful beings can even condense into tangible forms, remaining intact even after being separated from the physical body for a long time. Therefore, for powerful cultivators, even if their physical bodies are completely destroyed, they cannot be considered truly fallen. For example, Ling Rushwang and Lu Yanji. In their current soul form, they can eventually recreate new bodies. Of course. However, with Lin Wanqing's cultivation at only the 9th level of the Wangwu realm, her soul form would not survive for long after her demise and would eventually dissipate into the heavens and earth. Lin Wanqing naturally does not harbor any illusions of a miraculous encounter that could bring her back to life. She only hopes that after her soul dissipates, she can enter reincarnation. Little did she know that Xiao Fan wouldn't even spare her remnant soul. This guy is utterly ruthless. Even in death, you can't rest in peace. You want this prince to accompany you in death, letting your mistress avenge you? How could this prince allow your soul to rest in peace? Let me erase your consciousness and turn you into a mindless demon puppet instead. Upon hearing Lin Wanqing's words, Xiao Fan replied with a chilling tone. After speaking, before Lin Wanqing could utter another word, Xiao Fan dragged her remaining soul into the soul sealing banner, causing Lin Wanqing to let out a despairing scream. Even if her consciousness was erased and she was turned into a demon, she would still be completely dead. She would be nothing but a hollow shell, a killing machine in Xiao Fan's hands, with no chance of reincarnation. This guy was a heartless demon. To become a soul-binding banner, no, to become a demon lord under the banner of the human emperor, this is a blessing you've earned in 8 lifetimes. How dare you dare to call this prince a demon lord? After erasing Lin Wanqing's consciousness and refining her into a demon lord in a few swift moves, Xiao Fan retracted the soul-sealing banner. He then turned to look at Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun. Does this prince look like a demonic lord? This single sentence left Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun speechless. Your methods are no less ruthless than those of demonic cultivators, and those soul tribe scum are no better. Of course. Showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to oneself. What you did earlier was extreme, but in principle, it was not wrong. However, I still hope. Just don't get lost in those heretical paths in the future, like killing the innocent just to gain more power. Lin Qingyan looked at Xiao Fan and spoke earnestly. Transforming enemies into demons is not the issue. The real danger lies in resorting to indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent in the process of creating demons. That is the path of evil. Rest assured, this prince would never slaughter the innocent for the sake of power. Even if I were to refine the human emperor's banner, I would use the souls of some worthless fools. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively upon hearing this. His words left Lin Qingyan speechless. The banner of 10,000 demons sealing souls is the banner of 10,000 demons sealing souls. Why give it such a noble name as the human emperor's banner? Don't you fear the karmic consequences? Xiao Fan paid no heed to what Lin Xingyan was thinking. After speaking those words, he raised his hand and a ball of pure young true fire, reducing Lin Wuxing's desiccated corpse to ashes. Only the pill bottle and a storage ring remained. What kind of pill is inside? Xiao Fan picked up the pill bottle out of curiosity. Since it had been held by Lin Wuxing, it must have been something she was about to take, so it shouldn't be junk. As the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Fan casually opened the pill bottle and a pill emitting an icy blue glow floated out. After activating his inside eye, a piece of information appeared before his eyes. A Tianqiu Yunyuan pill refined by Dan Huang Li Qinghe. Upon consumption, it can enhance the ice attribute physique talent of cultivators below the Huangwu realm to a certain extent, purify their physical body, and reshape their muscles, making their skin more translucent and smooth. Upon seeing this message, Xiao Fan immediately widened his eyes. A look of joy couldn't help but appear on his face. Damn it, this is a good thing. I never expected that this woman's lover would refine such a fine pill for her. Fortunately, this thing hasn't been consumed by her yet, otherwise, even killing her once wouldn't satisfy my vengeance. He said. Xiao Fan turned to look at Meng Yunyun. Aunt Yun, once you take this pill, you'll never have to wear a veil or a cloak again. Please consider giving a free gift. I hope all you handsome friends will support me after reading this. Chapter 86, is this what they call the husband's mistress? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Qingyan and Mu Rongyun were startled, their eyes immediately fixated on the pill. This pill. It shouldn't be the rejuvenation pill, right? Can it also repair Aunt Yun's face? Overcome with surprise and excitement, Lin Qingyan couldn't help but ask. Meng Yu's wounds were from when she was young. As the wound heals, scars form and gradually become deeply rooted. Unless the physical body undergoes a transformation, the only way to restore it is by taking the rejuvenation pill. However, the rejuvenation pill is extremely rare. Additionally, it lacks ice attribute effects, clearly not the same as the one in Xiao Fan's possession. This pill is called the Tianqiu Yunyuan pill. Not only can it enhance the ice attribute physical constitution of cultivators below the Huangwu realm, but it can also purify and reshape the recipient's physical form. Although Yunanti has already broken through to the first level of the Imperial Martial Realm, the effects of this pill will be greatly reduced. However, if the goal is simply to restore her appearance, I believe it is still possible. Upon hearing Lin Qingyan's question, Xiao Fan didn't keep her in suspense and immediately explained in detail. This caused a hint of joy to flicker in Lin Qingyan's eyes. Then let Aunt Yun try it right away. Meng Yun had disfigured herself because, when she was young, she didn't want to abandon her in the palace, yet she feared being targeted by the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. So she disfigured herself, endured humiliation, and stayed by her side. She protected her and helped her grow up. This kindness was always in Lin Qingyan's heart, and she had always wanted to help Mu Rongyun restore her beauty. Unexpectedly. Today, Xiao Fan's intervention has given Mu Rongyun hope that her beauty might be restored sooner than expected. Thank you. Hearing Xiao Fan and Lin Qingyan's words, and seeing the pill before her, Mu Rongyun's eyes couldn't help but tremble. After expressing her gratitude, she accepted the pill. If it had been in the past, she felt that whether her face was ruined or not made no difference. But now, with Xiao Fan by her side and more beautiful women gathering around her, she felt she needed to regain her beauty. Otherwise, staying in this group would make her feel too inferior. The next moment, Meng Yu was about to swallow the pill in one gulp and begin reshaping her muscles. Xiao Fan hesitated for a moment as if he had thought of something. He immediately spoke up. Aunt Yun, this pill's effects on a royal martial realm expert will be greatly reduced. Why don't I assist you in absorbing and refining it using the yin-yang dual cultivation technique? This way, you can fully absorb the potency of this pill, ensuring that your muscle restructuring and facial restoration will be flawless. These words left Mu Rongyun and Lin Qingyan speechless. What did you say? Yin-yang dual cultivation? Lin Qingyan stared at Xiao Fan with a look of disbelief, almost reaching out to grab his neck. Earlier, she had at least bothered to avoid the topic, but now he wasn't even bothering to hide his true intentions. By merging our true energy to achieve yin-yang resonance, didn't I use this method to help Aunt Jin remove the cold poison before? You're acting so dramatic. Do you think this prince has ulterior motives again? Hearing Lin Qingyan's exclamation, Xiao Fan turned around and scolded her. This immediately left Lin Qingyan speechless. You didn't explain clearly. How would anyone know? With clenched fists, Lin Qingyan retorted. This made Xiao Fan raise an eyebrow and look over at her, saying, "Dare to talk back? If you dare to think this prince has ulterior motives again, do you believe I'll have Aunt Jin cut off all ties with you?" Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Qingyan's eyes widened, and her breathing became slightly hurried. If it were any other words, she wouldn't have taken it seriously. But what did he mean by making Mu Rongyun cut ties with her? Was he trying to have his cake and eat it too? She couldn't help but suspect Xiao Fan's intentions. Aunt Yun, let us ignore this woman. Come with me to the bed, I'll help you refine and absorb this pill. Ignoring what Lin Xingyan was thinking, Xiao Fan grabbed Mu Rongyun's hand. Mao Rongyun's body stiffened slightly, instinctively trying to pull her arm back. But she thought about how Xiao Fan was being kind. With someone else assisting her in refining and absorbing the pill, it would indeed be much more effective than doing it alone. Mu Rongyun, as if possessed, did not refuse. This scene left Lin Xingyan speechless. Alright. So now she is the only outsider in Pingyang Prefecture, right? However, seeing that Mu Rongyun didn't seem to mind Xiao Fan and that he had been living for her all these years without ever living for himself, Lin Xingyan opened her mouth but eventually only sighed softly. It really is a karmic bond. As Lin Xingyan sighed inwardly, forced to accept reality, Xiao Fan and Mu Rongyun had already sat cross-legged on the bed, with the latter swallowing the pill in one go. A powerful surge of medicinal energy erupted within Mu Rongyun's body. Xiao Fan immediately shouted, "Aunt Yun, hold on to my hand and cooperate with me." Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Mu Rongyun immediately grabbed Xiao Fan's hand and began to channel her energy in sync with him. The next moment, as Xiao Fan's pure yang energy surged into her body, a yin-yang taiji diagram appeared beneath their feet. Mong Yuyan seemed to have gained some kind of enhancement, her body erupting with an even more terrifying devouring force, constantly devouring the energy from the pills exploding within her body. To put it bluntly, if she were to refine it on her own, she could only absorb at most 70% of the pill's potency. The remaining 30% would dissipate and be wasted during this refinement process. But now, with Xiao Fan assisting her in absorption and refinement using the yin-yang resonance technique, she could absorb 100% of the pill's potency. Not a single bit will be wasted. Moreover, the remaining impurities can be better refined and expelled. Before Mu Rongyun could think further, as the pill's potency was continuously absorbed, Mu Rongyun immediately felt a sharp pain in her body, followed by an even more bone-chilling coldness erupting from within her. Her ice-attributed physique was gradually strengthening, though the changes were not particularly dramatic. However, she could still sense every subtle shift. Not only that, her face also began to ache, and she felt an unbearable itching sensation. It was clear. This was the Tianxue Yunyuan pill repairing the damage it had caused to her appearance. To reshape her body and refine new skin. But the next moment, Mong Yu's expression suddenly changed, and she immediately widened her eyes and looked at Xiao Fan. Because at that moment, besides feeling pain and an intense itching on her face, she also sensed an unusual sensation emanating from her chest. Numb, swollen, painful, and itchy. It was as though her chest was undergoing a second growth spurt. This made Mu Rongyun immediately realize that it was likely Xiao Fan playing tricks. He was using the ability of this pill to reshape the body, helping her restore her appearance while also causing her chest to undergo a second development? Thinking of this, Mong Yuyan's breathing became slightly hurried. However, Xiao Fan's gaze was clear and pure, and he looked at her with a hint of confusion. "Aunt Yun, you're spacing out at a time like this? Aren't you afraid something might go wrong?" Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately spoke up in a low voice. Seeing Mu Rongyun like this, could it be? Did he notice his little trick? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words and seeing the other party's innocent expression, Mang Yunyun could only pretend not to know and continue to cooperate with Xiao Fan in refining the potion's effects. Although Xiao Fan's actions were a bit offensive, but she couldn't bring herself to feel any dislike toward him. After all, although her figure was also quite good compared to Lin Xingyan, her young niece, she was indeed inferior in certain aspects. If she could undergo a second growth spurt, she might be able to perfect herself. What's going on? Something's off between the two of them. Seeing Mu Rongyun suddenly widen her eyes at Xiao Fan, Lin Xingyan immediately noticed something was off and suspected that Xiao Fan had done something behind the scenes. Could it be? This guy is using the pretext of assisting with alchemy to secretly defile Mu Rongyun? Or did he do it right under her nose? Is this what they call the husband committing adultery in front of his wife? Thinking of this, Lin Xingyan clenched her fists tightly. Her gaze fixed intently on the two of them, ready to deliver a flying kick the moment Mu Rongyun showed any sign of seeking help. Chapter 87, is this bias a bit too obvious? On the other side, at the Dan Huang Valley. At the moment when Xiao Fan completely eliminated Lin Wanqing, a middle-aged man who was refining pills in the pill refinement hall suddenly trembled violently, and his expression changed drastically. The alchemical pot before him, which was nearly complete, exploded due to the intense turmoil in his mind, causing the fire to go out of control and the medicinal properties to fail to merge, resulting in a catastrophic failure. Qing'er, is she dead? The man before him was none other than Li Qinghe. After a moment of disbelief, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Li Qinghe, causing the skies above Danhuang Valley to suddenly churn with turbulent clouds. Who killed Qing'er? Could it be that old villain Xiao Fan? In the midst of his furious roars, Li Qinghe immediately sensed the approximate location of the cursed blood mark after Lin Wanqing's death. However, he discovered that the cursed blood mark was not where he had expected it to be. was not the Jinnan Wangfu, but rather the Deqian Imperial City, which made Li Qinghe feel that something was highly unusual. He immediately grabbed a jade pendant, intending to ask Xiao Tian. But he didn't expect. As soon as he grabbed the communication jade pendant, Xiao Tian's message also came through. Dan Huang, my mother has gone missing. Just a short while ago, I gave my mother the Tianxue Yunyuan pill you had refined for her, and she was about to take it when she was suddenly dragged into the void by a hook and vanished without a trace. We've searched the entire palace, but there's no trace of her anywhere. Please help me find my mother. Upon hearing this message, Li Qinghe felt his head explode with a loud buzz. Lin Wanqing had actually been dragged into the void by a hook and vanished without a trace. Just moments ago, she was still at the Prince of Jinnan's mansion. But now, the direction he sensed the incident had occurred was toward the capital city of the Great Qian Empire, a distance of tens of thousands of miles away. What kind of technique was that? Your mother is dead. In the direction of the Great Qian Imperial City, have your noble father search along that route. Additionally, under no circumstances are you to reveal to your father that there was any contact between this emperor and your mother. After sending these two messages to Xiao Tian, Li Qinghe's expression grew dark and grim. Li Wanqing was one of the few married women he cherished most. Moreover, the other party held a crucial piece of evidence against him. If it were exposed, it would cause immense trouble. With this thought in mind, Li Qinghe vanished into the night and secretly made his way toward the Great Qian Imperial City. Mother, dead? At the Prince of Jinnan's mansion, Xiao Tian received Li Qinghe's message and felt as though the sky had collapsed. Not long ago. Just a moment ago, she was still alive and well, and now she's dead? Master Yang, inform my father immediately. My mother was abducted by a powerful individual from the Great Qian Imperial City and is likely already in grave danger. Don't ask me how I know finding my mother is the top priority. In a state of shock, Xiao Tian shouted at Yang Qing, and the southern frontier prince's mansion once again descended into chaos. The scene shifted back to Pingyang Prefecture as time passed. The events Lin Qingyan had suspected did not occur. Xiao Fan and Mu Rongyun were both immersed in their cultivation. Mao Rongyun's aura grew increasingly powerful, reaching its peak half an hour later. A terrifying aura erupted from her body. Though she had not yet entered the second level of the Imperial Martial Realm, her aura was already infinitely close to it. Of course, the greatest change in Mu Rongyun at this moment was not merely the improvement in her cultivation. Her ice attribute physique had actually strengthened by a full 30%, which would undoubtedly enable her to advance to even higher realms in the future. Additionally, Mao Rongyun's previously disfigured appearance was also restored at that moment. As the veil fell from her face and the hood of her cloak was lifted, a cold yet exquisitely featured face appeared before Xiao Fan and Lin Qingyan. A head of blue hair complemented her features. There was a unique charm to it. Why are you staring at Aunt Yun like that? Seeing Xiao Fan staring intently at her, Meng Yunyun's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and she asked hesitantly, her gaze shifting away. Xiao Fan, upon hearing this, showed no sign of avoidance, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. Aunt Yun, your true beauty is truly breathtaking. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Mengyu, who had never known panic or shyness, suddenly blushed, causing Lin Qingyan beside her to widen her eyes in surprise. Wait, are they already getting cozy? This time, I must thank you once again. Otherwise, if Aunt Yun wanted to restore her appearance, who knows how long she would have had to wait. Noticing Lin Qingyan's lingering gaze, Mu Rongyun quickly pulled away from Xiao Fan's hand and spoke to him with gratitude. Xiao Fan waved it off nonchalantly. Aunt Yun, you're being too formal. We're all family now, it's only natural for me to be kind to you. As he spoke, Xiao Fan casually glanced at Mu Rongyun's chest. Under his subtle manipulation, the size of those treasures had increased by a full size compared to earlier. He couldn't help but curve his lips into a faint smile. Feeling Xiao Fan's gaze, Mu Rongyun felt something was off. She could only get out of bed and stand up, then turn to ask Lin Qingyan. Qingyan, what do you think of me now? Hearing Mu Rongyun's words, Lin Qingyan's usually cold face softened into a gentle smile. There's no need to ask. Mu Rongyun's true beauty is so stunning that even I feel ashamed in comparison. Look at how someone's eyes are practically glued to Aunt Yun's body. It's obvious that Aunt Yun is now a breathtakingly beautiful goddess. As she spoke, Lin Qingyan's face froze, as if she had noticed something amiss. Her gaze fell on Mu Rongyun's chest. Strange, I noticed something. Aunt Yun, your chest seems to have gotten bigger? Hearing Lin Qingyan's blunt words, Mu Rongyun's expression froze, and she couldn't help but glance at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan noticed that Mu Rongyun was looking at him and instinctively turned his gaze toward him. His expression also changed involuntarily. And the two of them making eye contact couldn't possibly escape Lin Qingyan's notice. Upon noticing the change in their expressions, Lin Qingyan immediately understood what was happening. Xiao Fan. Lin Qingyan glared at Xiao Fan with clenched teeth, her face flushing red with anger. No wonder this guy was so eager to help Mu Rongyun refine the elixir. It was all to satisfy his own selfish desires. Making Mu Rongyun, who wasn't originally that curvy, even more voluptuous. The true intent behind this action was crystal clear. This shameless man. He must have improper intentions toward Mu Rongyun. What has that look on your face? You don't really think that the obvious changes in Yun's figure are because this prince was secretly up to something, do you? I'm telling you, this is slander, defamation, and a baseless accusation. Seeing Lin Xingyan's expression, as if she wanted to bite him, Xiao Fan immediately defended himself with a righteous expression, as if Lin Xingyan had caused him mental humiliation. This made Lin Xingyan so angry she could grind her teeth. I haven't said a word yet. Why are you getting so worked up? Could it be? Yun Anti's sudden change must be your doing. Seeing that Lin Xingyan and Xiao Fan were about to argue again, Ming Yun immediately stepped in to stop him. Xingyan, don't be impolite. The changes on my body have nothing to do with Xiao Fan. This was all done by Aunt Yun during her body restructuring. I thought it wouldn't be very noticeable, but I didn't expect you'd notice it so quickly. Hearing Mu Rongyun's words, Lin Xingyan stared at her with wide eyes, her mind filled with questions. No. Isn't this bias a bit too obvious? Mu Rongyun had always been indifferent to worldly desires, willing to sacrifice her own beauty without a second thought, and she had never paid attention to her figure. How could she possibly restore her own beauty while also taking the opportunity to reshape her body and undergo a second growth spurt? Isn't that just treating her like a little cutie and trying to fool her? She has changed, truly changed. Her Aunt Yun, after being swept off her feet by Xiao Fan, has truly transformed into a completely different person. Not only was Lin Xingyan a bit dazed, but Xiao Fan also felt a bit surprised. He had thought that Ming Yun would expose him, or at least give him a subtle warning in private. But he never expected this. Meng Yu actually sided with him so blatantly, acting like a wise older sister. Xiao Fan, this time Aunt Yun won't call you out on it, but next time I won't be so lenient with you. And don't compete with Qing Yin. Aunt Yun doesn't want to see the two of you at odds. Just as Xiao Fan was secretly rejoicing, Mu Rongyun immediately whispered a few words. The last sentence made Xiao Fan's lips curve into a smile. Wasn't she just exposing her own weakness to him? If he were a bit more malicious, he could tease Mu Rongyun later. Aunt Yun, you don't want me to completely fall out with Qing Yin, do you? In that case, Mao Rongyun would be at his mercy in no time. Lin Xingyan noticed that Mu Rongyun's gaze toward Xiao Fan had clearly changed. She sighed softly once more in her heart. Judging by this situation, she needed to find an opportunity to have a serious talk with Mu Rongyun.